Chapter 101. The News of Jiang Xuan's Death. The private room suddenly fell silent. After a while, the waiter brought the dishes to the room. It was so noisy before. How did it suddenly go quiet? These guests are generous. Looking at the badges, they are the direct descendants of the Dong family from the Golden River. There are quite a few masters at the innate realm among them. If I serve them well, I'm sure I'll get a good reward, the waiter thought happily as he opened the door. Dishes are here. Clang. The tray flipped over on the ground, and several delicacies fell and scattered everywhere. The dishes on the table in the private room were splattered with blood, and there was no one to be seen. Only on the north wall, the white wall now had a painting on it, as if a person had turned into blood mist and splattered it there. Originally there were 8 people, and the blood shadows on the wall were also 8, perfectly aligned. The smell of blood was thick. The waiter's eyes widened, and his legs trembled like sieve. He was just an ordinary servant, and the innate realm masters were people he looked up to. This terrifying scene, as if haunted by ghosts, was the first time he had ever seen. Help, help! There's been a murder! The waiter took a deep breath before he could scream, crawling out of the room. Murder? Someone come quickly! 1 day later, in Feishua City, at the Wei family. What did you say? Wei Qingshan suddenly turned around, looking at his 4th son Wei Hongqua. Dong Junqiu has been killed, along with his entourage, not a single bone left. Wei Hongqua swallowed hard and said, the Dong family's robbery realm has already gone to check. It said that to do it so silently, isolating sound with the 5 elements of heaven and earth, it's probably the work of a great calamity realm master. Wei Qingshan's eyes widened, bloodshot. The cooperation between the Wei family and the Dong family had become increasingly close. The Tio Mary Wei Yao. The Dong family had been raising their stakes continuously. Jiang Xuan's fall, on the contrary, benefited the Wei family. The Dong family hoped that Wei Yao could bear more children for the family, and if fortune struck, they could produce a prodigy. Not long ago, Dong Junqiu had even come by to make promises, and he had only been gone for a few days. Killed on the way? Who did it? Is there any clue? Wei Qingshan asked. There are no clues. Wei Hongqua shook his head, hesitating. However, besides those demons, the great calamity realm masters under the jurisdiction of Feishua City all live in the city, and there haven't been many who left recently. Wei Hongqua implied something. The Qin family? Wei Qingshan's eyes widened, pondering darkly. Qin Xiutu took people to Heighten Mountain a while back to fetch Qin Yuanshu and hasn't returned yet, right? Yes. Wei Hongqua nodded. Then it all became clear. Dong Junqiu couldn't have died at a better or worse time. Jiang Xuan's last wishes were well known. The Qin family wouldn't confront the Wei family over a Jiang Xuan, but killing a direct descendant of a noble leader was just that. The Qin family must be trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Wei Hongqua analyzed. Before Jiang Xuan's fall, he left a legacy for Qin Yuanshu, and with Qin Yuanshu's help. The Qin family kills Dong Junqiu, ruins the marriage, and it's a way to repay a favor, and secondly disrupt our Wei family's cooperation with the Golden River Dong family. Wei Hongqua cautiously finished speaking. Silence. Wei Qingshan thought deeply for a while. Father, what should we do? Wei Hongqua asked. This Jiang Xuan. What a scoundrel. Even after his death, his spirit lingers. Wei Qingshan shouted angrily. With his death, he saved so many people, so many owe him favors enough. The marriage matter can be put on hold for now. Anyway, the cooperation with the Dong family has already been established without this marriage. Father, what about the Qin family? What do you want to do? The Qin family? Wei Qingshan suddenly turned to his son, questioning. Wei Hongqua was so frightened he dared not speak. The Qin family. After all, they were domineering. The number 1 family in Feishua City, standing tall and unyielding for over 300 years. Although if the 4 great families fought desperately, even if the Qin family destroyed the Wei family, they would suffer great injuries and be picked up by the Shen family and others. It hadn't come to that yet. This time, even if the Wei family figured out who it was, they could only shrink back like turtles. The Dong family probably wouldn't dare to speak out either. With Jiang Xuan's dying wish in place, even if they arranged another marriage for Wei Yao, it would likely be secretly sabotaged. That I originally thought that since Jiang Xuan has fallen, there would be no more waves regarding the mother and daughter returning to the family. I didn't need to be so cruel to my own kin that I hadn't told them the news until now. But who would have thought that even in death, he would have such power? Wei Qingshan gritted his teeth and commanded, you go arrange for someone to tell Xiaojiao her son is dead, died a glorious death, died a heroic death, and her daughter, let her know too. Also, their monthly allowances are to be reduced to 10%. No. Stop all of it. What will the servants eat, and what will they eat? And the training resources? Stop them all, besides. If they couldn't punish outsiders, could they not punish their own kin? In a separate courtyard deep within the Wei family's old residence, it was the time of spring flowers blooming, with trees full of pink blossoms fluttering down in the wind. Beautiful like a dream, a beautiful woman in a white dress danced with a sword under the tree. She twirled and flew. The sword light was light and graceful. Bang! The courtyard door was kicked open violently. A large group of people entered, led by Wei Hongqua, swaggering in. He commanded, "Move. All of you. Take everything that should be taken from those 2 rooms." One by one, the doors were opened, and various exquisite decorations were taken out. The large potted plants and flower pots in the corner, even the trees in the courtyard, were directly cut down. Soon, this exquisite and elegant courtyard looked like a dilapidated yard. With hardly any usable items left, there was only one table remaining. Wei Baiyun had long stopped dancing with the sword, standing there blankly watching everything. What kind of play was this? Xiaojiu, you gave birth to a good son. Wei Hongqua walked up to Wei Baiyun, smiling coldly. No one expected that a wild child from a tribe would have such talent. He fought a life-and-death battle with a Calamity Realm Inspector and won. He fought against that great demon El Kong in Heightened Mountain, killing all the way, and in the end, even El Kong was killed by him, a true son of heaven, a prodigy of the ages. What a pity! What a pity! He was unlucky and was eaten alive by the divine beasts in Heightened Mountain, died a terribly tragic death. What a pity! Wei Baiyun stood there as if struck by lightning. Her face turned pale. Leave. Quickly leave. Just then, 16-year-old Jiang Yao entered the courtyard under the escort of a group of people. This was the first time mother and daughter had seen each other in over a year. Jiang Yao, holding her bundle, cried with red and swollen eyes. Mother! Seeing her mother, Jiang Yao ran wildly over and threw herself into Wei Baiyun's arms. Mother, you tell me it's not true. It's not true. Brother is still alive, right? He's still alive, right? Seeing that most of the things had been moved out. We're leaving. Wei Hongqua waved his hand. For the rest of your lives. You can just die here. A large group of people left. Clang. The door was heavily shut. Only then did Wei Baiyun collapse, sitting on the ground holding her daughter, tears streaming down her face. She recalled every moment with her son, trembling all over. And mother is still here. Mother is still here. Wei Baiyun wanted to cry out loud, but with her daughter in front of her, she forced herself to hold back, shedding tears while continuously comforting her daughter's emotions, until late at night, her daughter fell asleep in the room. Wei Baiyun sat in the courtyard, next to the already cut-down tree, looking up at the moonlight, silently shedding tears. Over the past year, she had heard various rumors about her son and treasured the handwritten letters he had secretly sent. She had lived diligently and upward. She took out a letter from her bosom. Mother, I've made significant progress in my cultivation recently, and I've also found a girl I like. Mother, you must. Wei Baiyun looked at the letter from the past, tears streaming down her face, soaking the letter. Son, I feel guilty towards you. You've worked so hard just for. Wei Baiyun broke down. The next morning, a servant delivered a food box, placing it at the door before leaving. Wei Baiyun carried the food box into the house. The hungry Jiang Yao walked over, opened the food box, and found it contained only plain porridge and pickled vegetables, barely enough for the mother and daughter to survive. Yao Yao, you eat more. Mother, you should eat too. I'm not hungry. That afternoon, Wei Baiyun began to practice swordplay in the courtyard. She was doing it for her daughter to see. She couldn't fall, she had to show enough strength. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in the dark corner of the courtyard. Madam! The newcomer called softly. Wei Baiyun turned around, immediately dropped her sword, knelt, and bowed, saying, I've come to see Lord Lei Hong. Chapter 102. The Lord of Feishua City and the Ancient Demon Beast. Madam, please rise. Lei Hong took a few steps forward, lightly supporting her arm with an invisible force, helping Wei Baiyun stand up. Lei Hong used the technique of the 5 forms of heaven and earth, precisely controlling it so that the entire courtyard was covered, and despite the numerous people outside, nothing could be heard. Wei Baiyun had never seen Lei Hong so polite, even calling her madam. It was probably because of her son, Jiang Xuan. Thinking of this, Wei Baiyun hurriedly asked, Lord Lei Hong, my son. Madam, do not worry. Let me explain in detail. Lei Hong knew he couldn't hide the truth. Initially, he hadn't intended to meet Wei Baiyun in person. It was too cruel to have an elderly person deliver such bad news. He had only instructed his informants to keep an eye on the mother and daughter to ensure they weren't persecuted by their family. He hadn't expected the Wei family to be so inhumane. After receiving a report from his informants today, he came directly. Jiang Xuan saved everyone. The Jiang family members, Coach Luo, the black armored guards, the demon hunting guards. We can't let Lu Kong massacre them. He fought to the death. Heroic. He is a hero. Lei Hong understood that even if he didn't clarify things, over time, Wei Baiyun would learn the full story of her son's demise from others. Rather than having her hold on to fantasies and repeatedly ask, leading to her heart breaking over and over, it was better to be clear. Wei Baiyun stood there, her eyes red, speechless for a long time. Madam. Lei Hong glanced around the courtyard environment and continued. Jiang Xuan killing Lu Kong is a tremendous merit. Many families, forces, and noble leaders in various cities have deep-seated enmities with Lu Kong. This favor can benefit the Jiang family and you, madam. The Wei family wouldn't dare to commit an act that would anger the heavens and the people, but confining you both, even if it escalates to the city lord, it probably won't yield results. Lei Hong subtly expressed that he couldn't take the two of them out. First, the Wei family had already gone through the process. When the Wei family redeemed people from the Shentu tribe, it was the simplest and saved a lot of trouble. Unexpectedly, the Shentu tribe did not win, so the Wei family simply mobilized their family power to go through the process. Now, Wei Baiyun and Wei Yao had legally returned to the Wei family and were considered Wei family members. The Wei family had also spent a significant amount of money to upgrade their status to imperial household registration. Moreover, upgrading status was a privilege of large families. Thus, even though Lei Hong was an inspector, he didn't have the authority to forcibly take members of large families. The inspector held a high position and wielded life and death power, granted absolute authority by the dynasty, but was also restricted by many laws. Secondly, Lei Hong was an official. Bound by his official status, Lei Hong couldn't do anything reckless, especially in the face of the four great families. He was merely a river-crossing dragon, while the Shun family had stood in Feishua City for 1,000 years, becoming one of the four great families for hundreds of years, with deep roots that Lei Hong could not confront directly. Lord, I understand. Thank you for your trouble. Wei Baiyun nodded. She, as a direct descendant of a large family, naturally understood the reasoning behind it. It was already rare for an inspector with such a status to take the risk to infiltrate and share these matters with her. Wei Baiyun hadn't expected her son to be able to befriend an inspector to such an extent. One must know that inspectors held absolute power over the tribes. This led to the vast majority of inspectors being seen as fair, yet they did not regard tribal people as citizens, merely viewing them as a group of savages. Madam. Lei Hong spoke again. In the future, I will send food and cultivation resources daily. If you need anything else, just tell the person who brings it, and I will send someone to deliver more. Lord. Wei Baiyun exclaimed, if the Wei family discovers your kindness, you might be criticized and face consequences. She could no longer comprehend Lei Hong's care. Her son's influence was so great. He was already gone, yet he could make an inspector intervene in the family's punishment of its members. If this were to be discovered, it could lead to significant trouble, depending on whether the Wei family would seize the opportunity to collaborate with other inspectors. There was also competition among inspectors. Her son had become so excellent. It's fine. Lei Hong waved his hand. Jiang Xuan saved the lives of over 100 of my subordinates. I ensure that you and your daughter will be well-fed and unharmed. That is the least I can do. This is also the wish of my black armored guards. They knelt outside my door recently, mentioning this matter. Wei Baiyun's eyes turned red again. She could feel that her son was respected and loved. Just as Lord Lei Hong had said, he was a hero. But he had fallen. After saying a few more words, Lei Hong left. At dusk, a plain-looking middle-aged woman infiltrated the courtyard, bringing exquisite food and some mid-grade elemental crystals for the mother and daughter. After the person left, in the room, Wei Baiyun looked at the food in the box and the crystals, crying bitterly in front of her daughter. Why had her son worked so hard? One was for the tribe, and the other was for his mother and sister. He had charged forward with great momentum. He was dead. Yet even in death, he continued to use his achievements in life to protect his mother and sister. He had once been glorious. His name spread for 10,000 miles, celebrated as a prodigy for eternity, yet he was only 17, bearing burdens that did not belong to him. Wei Baiyun would rather not have any of this. She only wished her son were still alive. The news of Jiang Xuan's battle with Lu Kong, ultimately slaying him, was known, and discussed not only by cultivators, but even by ordinary people in the city, who were shocked by the news. The message was spread through the Tongtian Pavilion. In a short time, it reached all the counties, towns, noble domains, and tribal areas under the rule of Feishua City. Even the tribal people had heard of it. Lu Kong has been killed. Great. That demon, who practiced forbidden techniques, slaughtered Lingshan City back then, causing rivers of blood, with no less than 3,000 people killed directly, and tens of thousands poisoned to death. Even a strong person passing by was killed by him. An old man excitedly spoke in the bustling first-floor hall of the tavern. He deserved to die. Facing the prodigy Jiang Xuan, he must have felt incredibly humiliated before his death. It's a pity that the heroic Jiang has such a bad fate. Lu Kong. Lu Kong is dead. Is he the great demon Lu Kong that my grandfather told me about? A young man asked in shock. Killed by Jiang Xuan? Is he that tribal leader? Isn't he only in his teens? Other patrons in the tavern also put down their chopsticks, eagerly straining to listen. Yes, Jiang Xuan killed him, the old man said with a satisfied expression. He is a survivor of the massacre in Ling County, having escaped by hiding in a remote cellar, but he was poisoned and left with a lifelong disability. LV Kong has been a force to be reckoned with for a lifetime, having killed no less than a dozen victims, including those from the 4 great families. Even the inspectors trained by the court are mostly not his match and dare not provoke him. The current first inspector, Lord Lei Hong, has been tracking him for years and only recently dealt him a severe blow, yet he still managed to escape from Lord Lei Hong. Lord Lei Hong couldn't kill him. He was killed by Jiang Xuan. The tavern erupted in an uproar. Yes, and Jiang Xuan is only 17. This kind of prodigy could very well be the first new deity and demon in our Feishua city in 2,000 years. He could potentially stand shoulder to shoulder with our city lord. What a pity his luck was so poor after slaying LV Kong. He encountered the divine demon beasts. I heard from the boss that the city lord has not been in the city recently, and only returned this morning. That he gathered many people to ask questions, and it is said that the city lord might head to Heighten Mountain to search personally, at the very least to bring back a corpse for a proper burial. After all this time, it's likely they can only find a corpse. Not even a corpse, if he ran into divine demon beasts. What a pity for such a prodigy. A future deity and demon, cut down too early. Deep within Heighten Mountain, in the 10 directions of absolute despair, endless ponds. Whoosh, Jiang Yaochong, the lord of Feishua City, appeared out of thin air above an endless stretch of water, and suddenly the world lost its color. Terrifying dark clouds enveloped the space as Jiang Yaochong exuded his aura. Soon, a colossal beast swam over, revealing 2 profound eyes on the distant water's surface. Want to fight? The colossal beast spoke human language, clearly displeased at being disturbed. A while ago, did you swallow a boy in the tributary? Jiang Yaochong asked seriously, his eyes filled with caution. In the realm of absolute despair, he was not a match for this ancient demon beast, but with the treasures bestowed by the court, it was not a problem for him to come and go freely. A boy? The colossal beast's eyes seemed to smile mockingly. When did you start caring so much about the lives of mortals? You are a great deity and demon. I can make a deal with you, if he is still alive. Why do you think the things I swallow would still be alive? Do you want to come in and try? Let's see if I can crush your bones into dust. Sigh. Jiang Yaochong sighed. This colossal beast is not just any ordinary divine demon beast. It is one of the legendary guardian beasts of Heighten Palace. Although Heighten Palace has perished, its guardian beasts still live on. Such beasts typically do not kill indiscriminately and do not deliberately commit evil deeds, but they are also unlikely to show any mercy whether human or other beasts. They are merely food to him. The Daqian dynasty spans a vast territory, but divine demons are limited. This ancient existence that does not commit evil is tolerated by the court, which turns a blind eye, as they cannot afford to waste divine demon strength on infighting the outer battlefield desperately needs manpower. Moreover, although Heighten Palace has nominally perished, the legends surrounding it have never ceased. Every generation of Feishua City lords has attempted to find the ruins of Heighten Palace, yet they cannot even find the entrance. It is said that within Heighten Palace lies powerful ancient legacies and treasures that even divine demons would envy. However, the court has issued clear orders regarding Heighten Palace. Even if one finds the entrance, they must not attack forcefully, but report to the court instead. The prohibition against forceful attacks is to prevent self-destruction, and according to the court, if the ruins self-destruct, they might release the ancient immortal demons. Sealed within, the destruction of such ancient sects is related to that ancient war. Before their destruction, the sects would gather all their strength to do two things. First, to self-seal to ensure their legacy continues, waiting for a fated person. Second, to sacrifice all that can be sacrificed to seal the ancient immortal demons that caused their destruction, ensuring they do not wreak havoc upon the world. Thus, within Heightened Palace, there is both legacy and the danger of annihilation. If any divine demon discovers the entrance and attacks recklessly, triggering self-destruction and inadvertently releasing the ancient immortal demons, the consequences would be grave. What a pity for this genius, Jiang Yaochang lamented. Before coming, he had speculated whether this ancient demon beast, if it valued Jiang Xuan's talent, would send him into Heightened Palace. Although the current cultivation methods and systems are vastly different from ancient times, and modern cultivators cannot access any legacies, as the techniques would not be suitable and would not pass the tests, as long as the person is alive, Jiang Yaochang is willing to pay a great price to bring Jiang Xuan out. But from the ancient demon beast's words, it seems the boy has already been swallowed and digested. It seems Jiang Xuan's talent, in its eyes, did not even qualify him to enter Heightened Palace. For such a prodigy, saying he had a 50% chance of becoming a deity and demon in the future is not an exaggeration. Yet this is the outcome. What a pity. Jiang Yaochang sighed repeatedly, shaking his head. He vanished in a flash. Chapter 103, Awakening. Taking a step further. Qin Yuanzhu wants to see her? Wei Qingshan turned around to look at Wei Hongqua. It has been nearly a month since Jiang Xuan's demise. Recently, Qin Yuanzhu returned from the Jiang Clan's Earth City, bringing shocking news that shook the entire Feishua city. Just the day before Qin Yuanzhu set off to return, the chief instructor of the Feishua army, Luo Yingqing, resigned from his position and joined the Jiang Clan. Moreover, it is said that he did so by marrying into the family. He is to marry a woman from the Jiang Clan who is over 50, and that woman is one of the few innate warrior women of the Jiang Clan, at the early stage of innate. This news caused a stir in Feishua City. Even the divine demon lord personally inquired about it. It also sparked another discussion about Jiang Xuan. The fact that Luo Yingqing's first wife had an affair and that he ultimately killed the adulterers was brought up again. The once solitary chief instructor, after decades, found his one true love in the Jiang Clan? Or was he fulfilling Jiang Xuan's wish to protect the Jiang Clan? Perhaps it could be both. Neither condition alone would be sufficient for Luo Yingqing to make such a shocking decision. The Jiang Clan is famous for its beauty. Even a woman over 50 would likely still possess charm, while Luo Yingqing, despite being 70, became the top innate warrior after Jiang Xuan's demise and is an embodiment of returning to one's origins. He does not appear so old if we talk about appearance. The two seem well matched. But considering their status and other factors, it is likely Jiang Xuan had a greater influence. Otherwise, with Luo Yingqing's power, helping that woman elevate her status and leave the Jiang Clan would be a simple matter. Luo Yingqing has a rather strange temperament. Although his decision this time is surprising, it seems somewhat reasonable. It is indeed in line with Luo Yingqing's temperament. Everyone is also lamenting that even in death, Jiang Xuan still wields such influence. As for Qin Yuanzhu, since her return, she has locked herself away, reportedly in seclusion for cultivation. No one expected her to suddenly come to the door. Qin Yuanzhu ha. Wei Qingshan suddenly sneered. Now the outside world is saying that this daughter of the Chun family secretly married Jiang Xuan, and that Jiang Xuan left a legacy for her before he died, turning the love story between a clan's young lady and a tribal leader into a timeless tale. What a load of nonsense. With Jiang Xuan's talent, he would have done well to live, but he's dead now. Even if Lei Hong can attest to it, the Chun family cannot possibly acknowledge this marriage. Father, do you mean? Wei Hongqua hesitated, uncertain, and asked, not letting Chun Yuanzhu see Xiaojiu. Let her see. Why not let her? Wei Qingshan sneered coldly. The Chun family has already killed Dong Junshu for Jiang Xuan, and they cannot interfere in the matters of her mother and daughter. Chun Yuanzhu's visit is probably her personal intention. With Jiang Xuan's inheritance, even if it can't make up for her damaged talent, it will ensure that she becomes a great tribulation realm in the future. The Chun family will provide her with endless resources for her cultivation. Once Qin Yuanzhu sees that Jiang Xuan's mother and sister are not doing well, she will surely feel sorrowful. If she wants them to live a better life, she must come up with money. Wei Hongqua's eyes lit up. Wonderful. It is Chun Yuanju who has feelings for Jiang Xuan. She certainly cannot allow Jiang Xuan's mother and sister to live in misery, but since they are in the hands of the Wei family, the Chun family won't interfere. Relying solely on Chun Yuanju's individual strength, she naturally cannot save them. She will need to give up some of her cultivation resources to the Wei family. Only then can Wei Baiyun and her daughter live a little better. This is simply a no-risk, high-reward situation. The cultivation resources of a genius like Chun Yuanju, if placed in ordinary clansmen, would be enough to cultivate dozens or even hundreds of people. The Wei family's wealth is enormous, and so are its expenses. This will be a windfall, and it will be endless. She will have to keep giving. Outsiders won't be able to say anything. Punishing their own clansmen is not something anyone can criticize. It's not that the Wei family is extorting, but that Chun Yuanju is being proactive. Moreover, Wei Qingshan sneered repeatedly. If Chun Yuanju truly develops feelings for Xiaojiu, transferring her longing for Jiang Xuan onto Xiaojiu and her mother, then this will become our trump card when disputes arise with the Chun family in the future. Yes, Wei Hongqian nodded repeatedly, his eyes getting brighter. With Chun Yuanju's talent, she will surely reach the tribulation realm in the future, at the very least becoming an elder of the Chun family, and will have a lot of say within the family. With Xiaojiu and her mother in our hands, no matter what happens in the future, even if the Chun family wants to target us, Chun Yuanju will likely block it within the family. Father thinks comprehensively. I was too simplistic. Wei Hongqian quickly flattered to go arrange it. Wei Qingshan said, in a dilapidated courtyard. Wei Baiyun was in the room, guiding her daughter in cultivation, when suddenly there was a noise from outside. Wei Baiyun hurriedly told her daughter to put away the yuan crystals so they wouldn't be discovered. Soon, the stunningly beautiful Chun Yuanju, dressed in a black skirt, entered the room. The direct daughter of the Chun family? Wei Baiyun looked Chun Yuanju up and down. She had never seen Chun Yuanju before, but through her aura and the family insignia on her clothes, she could immediately tell that this was the most core descendant of the Chun family. Chun Yuanju held a box and maintained a blank expression. Once the Wei family member who was leading her left and exited the courtyard, Chun Yuanju turned around, closed the door, and walked towards Wei Baiyun. Wei Baiyun quickly protected her daughter Jiang Yao. Behind her, the aura that Chun Yuanju naturally exuded was incredibly terrifying to her. Moreover, it is always alarming when a stranger approaches suddenly. Why do you want to see me? Wei Baiyun asked, but she saw Chun Yuanju suddenly lift her skirt and kneel on the ground. Your daughter-in-law Yuanju greets you, mother-in-law. Chun Yuanju gracefully knelt and respectfully kowtowed to Wei Baiyun 3 times. This was her first time meeting Jiang Xuan's closest elder, and she was now making up for the marriage rites that should have been performed. Daughter-in-law? Wei Baiyun was taken aback. Sister-in-law? Jiang Yao peeked out from behind her mother. Yuanju? Chun Yuanju? You are Chun Yuanju, the one known as the goddess of the Chun family. Wei Baiyun suddenly reacted, her eyes wide with shock. Regarding Jiang Xuan's affection for girls, he hadn't specified identities in his letters that he feared that if the letter was seen by outsiders, it would lead to trouble. And Lei Hong came personally to see Wei Baiyun, but didn't mention this after Jiang Xuan's fall. The Chun family would not recognize this marriage, and Lei Hong also considered this, so it was better not to bring it up. Please sit, mother-in-law. Chun Yuanju helped Wei Baiyun sit down, then took out a teapot and teacups from the box, poured a cup of tea, and once again knelt beside Wei Baiyun. Mother, please drink tea. Chun Yuanju presented the tea to Wei Baiyun. Wei Baiyun was stunned, unable to regain her composure. Mother. It was Jiang Yao who reminded her, as she had also been observing Chun Yuanju. She knew little about the goddess's reputation, but she thought her sister-in-law was truly beautiful, like a fairy descended from the heavens. Her skin was whiter than snow, so beautiful that it made one feel inadequate. Good, very good. Wei Baiyun slowly came to her senses, her eyes reddening as she accepted the teacup. Not long after, and then, Wei Baiyun held Chun Yuanju's hand while talking, and asked about the events of that day. Chun Yuanju restrained her inner sorrow and detailed the various circumstances surrounding Jiang Xuan's fall. Wei Baiyun could see the sorrow in Chun Yuanju's eyes and stopped asking halfway through. Rest assured, mother-in-law, I will never remarry in this life. I will always be your daughter-in-law, and you will be my mother in the future. Chun Yuanju said tearfully. You and Xiao Xian. Wei Baiyun didn't know how to respond. A direct daughter of the Chun family. Whether she would marry or not in the future was not something she could decide. Mother-in-law, I am pregnant. Chun Yuanju suddenly spoke softly, When the child is born, I will bring them to see you. Boom. Wei Baiyun felt as if her mind had exploded, suddenly standing up, then bending down excitedly, looking incredulously at Chun Yuanju's still flat abdomen. You are pregnant? You and Xiaoxian have a child? You too. Chun Yuanju nodded with certainty. She could already feel the life growing within her. Wei Baiyun cried. Her son's fall caused her immense pain, and she never expected that her son had left behind an unborn child, and it was with the direct daughter of the Qin family, Qin Yuanju. She would have a grandson or granddaughter. This could not erase the pain of losing her son, but life also had a new hope. This was Chun Yuanju's purpose for coming. Jiang Xuan was gone. She wanted to take good care of Jiang Xuan's closest relatives, and she hoped that her child with Jiang Xuan, even without a father in the future, would still have a grandmother, an aunt, and a mother. The Star Pavilion of Feishua City, in the huge square. Coming to Feishua City and witnessing such an ancient prodigy as Jiang Xuan, we are all very satisfied. Lu Dong looked at Chun Yuanju and others, the proud figures of the Star Pavilion in Feishua City. It's a pity that fate plays tricks. Jiang Xuan has fallen, and I am also very saddened. A prodigy like him should have been nurtured and valued by the gods and demons in the military city, destined to become a god or demon that I could only look up to. I never expected, alas, Brother Yuanju, until we meet again. Lu Dong cupped his hands towards Chun Yuanju and the others. I will bring back the deeds of Jiang Xuan to Yongyan City. Such a hero should be celebrated far and wide. Having said that, Lu Dong jumped onto the back of the blue-feathered giant eagle. The two sides formally bid farewell. The blue-feathered giant eagle soared into the sky, quickly flying away. Lu Dong looked back at the increasingly smaller Feishua City, still filled with emotion. Innate killing, tribulation realm. Don't mention the third-tier prosperous main cities. Even those heavenly prodigies born in military cities have resources dozens or even hundreds of times more than ours. Who among them can achieve this? The prodigies of the military city rise too quickly, not waiting for the innate realm to stabilize before ascending to the tribulation realm, which is different, a tall and thin young man beside him said, Too fast? Lu Dong glanced and said, Is Jiang Xuan's rise not fast? Did he ever stabilize? In less than 2 years, he went from half-step innate to the strength to kill in the tribulation realm. There was no time to stabilize. That's true. He was only 17. The tall and thin young man nodded. Yes, 17, Lu Dong sighed. Looking across the entire Beihongzhou, the military city has the longest history, only about 20,000 years. In these more than 20,000 years, how many could have reached the innate killing tribulation realm at the age of 17? We may not know about those from long ago, but in recent times, there probably hasn't been a single one. He should have been renowned for eternity, ascending to the realm of gods and demons. What a pity! What a pity! In the Blackpool Palace, in the great hall of the fifth trial. Jiang Xuan was unaware of everything happening outside. In the enormous underground hall, he sat cross-legged near the bridge. The top-grade yuan crystals he carried with him had already been completely exhausted. He relied on the incredible Rui breathing technique and Heishuan Gong, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the hall to continuously recover from his injuries. During the process of healing, he discovered that his strength had advanced. This was something he couldn't perceive in his severely injured state. The desperate fight with El Kong had greatly benefited him. Jiang Xuan slowly exhaled, finally opening his eyes. His eyes resembled stars. With a restrained brilliance, it took nearly a month, and not only have my injuries completely healed, but my innate strength, which was originally capped at 120 times, has surprisingly increased to 150 times during this process. The Yuan spirit and the divine might of heaven and earth that I've used to the limit are even stronger than before. Indeed, for a cultivator to quickly break through and advance, one must experience life and death. I fear I am not far from reaching the tribulation realm. I can challenge the 5th and even 6th trials. That woman has already passed the 5th trial, and it took her more than a year to get through it. Just wait until she sees me pass directly, it will surely shock her. Jiang Xuan felt filled with power. He stood up, intending to cross the bridge and explain the situation to his father, but suddenly noticed an ancient box nearby. Xiaoxian, that's the reward for the 4th trial. His father's voice came from a great distance. Reward? Jiang Xuan's spirit surged. Just as he had run out of crystals and other items, it was like a pillow sent to one who was sleepy. Moreover, the 4th trial required combat power at the tribulation level to pass. So the reward should be quite terrifying, right? Jiang Xuan thought for a moment, then took a few steps forward and sat cross-legged again. He opened the box. Chapter 104. Incredible Terrifying Rewards. The box was not large, about 2 feet long, with a width and height of around 1 foot. Just the appearance of this box suggested it was no ordinary item, exuding an aura of indestructibility. Jiang Xuan had never seen such a material before, and intuitively felt it was excellent material for a tribulation realm. What a luxury! This box for rewards was made of material far superior to my sword. My sword is the weapon of the chief of the Jiang Clan, and there have been a few tribulation realm experts in the history of the Jiang Clan. Jiang Xuan sighed and began to inspect the contents of the box. The most eye-catching item inside was a black metallic object, perfectly square. It was striking not because of its powerful aura, but rather due to its complete lack of presence. Jiang Xuan couldn't even sense it using secret techniques unless he looked at it with his eyes. It was an absolute cube, with sides about 7 inches long, slightly smaller than a human head. This item was clearly artificial. But what is the purpose of creating a perfect square? Jiang Xuan conducted a simple examination, testing its hardness, which could indeed be described as indestructible. He set it aside and continued to check the other items in the box. 3 fist-sized gray crystals caught his attention. They were semi-transparent gray, with tiny points of light resembling stars embedded within them. Looking into them felt like gazing at a beautiful starry sky. These 3 stones emitted an extremely strong aura. This is a great source stone? Jiang Xuan suddenly became excited. He had never seen a great source stone before, but he had read descriptions of them in books. This item is a sacred product of the tribulation realm, according to what Jiang Xuan understood. Even a piece the size of a fingernail could sell for hundreds of thousands of mid-grade essence crystals. 3 that are fist-sized. Their value must be in the tens of millions of mid-grade essence crystals. Jiang Xuan was shocked. This item is something that the 4 major families of Feishua City cannot afford. The Great Source Stone is very rare in modern times, which is why its price is astonishingly high. However, I heard them discussing that this is the Blackpool Palace. The senior from a strange stone mentioned that the Blackpool Palace is an ancient sect. In ancient times, while this item was precious, it certainly wasn't as rare as it is today. Using it as a reward for the 4th trial is not an exaggeration. Jiang Xuan thought to himself. After all, passing the 4th trial requires the battle power of a tribulation realm. Anyone who can pass this threshold is a monstrous talent in any era. But it's strange that the Blackpool Palace only allows those with innate abilities to pass, while Tribulation Realm experts are directly erased. Yet they reward items that can only be used by Tribulation Realm experts. Why? If this reward cannot be used here, what is its significance? Or is it meant for the innate to use? Jiang Xuan speculated. During his healing period, although he was meditating, he still maintained some external perception, and he could hear the voices of people discussing in the great hall of the 4th trial across the bridge. This gave him a relatively clear understanding of the situation here. For example, he knew he hadn't received the rewards from the first 3 trials. However, he thought it was no longer important. If the reward for the 4th trial was indeed more than 100 times that of the 3rd trial, then there was no need for him to waste time redoing the first 3 trials, and he might not even be able to return. He continued to check the other items. There was a black token about the size of a palm, with the ancient characters Blackpool Palace on the front, and the words Outer Gate on the back, which Jiang Xuan could barely recognize. Only after passing the 4th trial could one become an Outer Gate disciple. Jiang Xuan was shocked. What kind of power does this ancient sect possess? The battle power of the Tribulation Realm is merely an Outer Gate disciple in the ancient sect. Jiang Xuan attempted to bond with the token by dropping blood on it, and succeeded. He felt a subtle connection with the token, but there was no further information. This token seemed to be just a symbol, without any substantial function. The remaining items were some unique crystals, all emitting strong auras, but Jiang Xuan did not recognize them. Are they cultivation materials? Jiang Xuan speculated. He woke up, finally awake, but he didn't know how serious his injuries were. In the great hall of the 4th trial, everyone was discussing anxiously. Wei Cheng Wang, Shun Boxiong, Yin Tai, and others were both excited and worried. Jiang Xuan's healing time had been too long, indicating that his injuries were very severe. Now, whether he had recovered was uncertain to anyone. Injuries from forbidden techniques cannot be healed just by meditating. When he attempts the 5th trial, you will know it will probably not take long before he emerges. Then we will be stuck here together, waiting for Senior Pei to rescue us. Lu Songhai said coldly. He glanced at Jiang Xuan and then closed his eyes. On the ground in front of him, he had carved many marks, including some experiences after entering the Blackpool Palace and his insights on cultivation. On the other side, after Jiang Xuan finished checking everything, he put the box away and crossed the bridge, returning to the Great Hall of the 4th trial with a few flashes. Dad, can we go back to the 3rd trial? Jiang Xuan asked. No. Jiang Hanfeng shook his head, clearly indicating that someone had tried it before. The 4th and 5th trials are connected by a bridge, allowing for easy return after passing. The 3rd trial, however, is a water curtain stone door. Xiao Xian, how are your injuries? Jiang Hanfeng pulled Jiang Xuan to a distance. I've fully recovered, Jiang Xuan replied. Great. Jiang Hanfeng finally sighed in relief. Excited that he was healed. Come, let us talk over here. Both sides of the Great Hall of the 4th trial had passages, and Jiang Hanfeng led Jiang Xuan into one of the passages, where they saw several stone chambers. You can freely choose one of these stone chambers. The rewards you receive will be stored within it, Jiang Hanfeng explained. After the blood sacrifice in the stone chamber, only you can enter it. And within the Blackpool Palace, you can summon the items stored in the stone chamber from elsewhere. An alternate space? Jiang Xuan's eyes lit up. This is quite convenient, similar to a storage ring, allowing for easy access without the hassle of carrying a bunch of items through the trials. And it also prevents others from stealing items while he is passing the trials. Dad, what did you get from the 3rd trial? Jiang Xuan asked. Some cultivation resources. The most important is a fingernail-sized great source stone, Jiang Hanfeng replied. As he spoke, he led Jiang Xuan into his already contracted stone chamber. And Jiang Xuan could enter with his permission. The stone chamber was not large, about 10 square feet, with a stone bed, a stone stool, and a stone table as the only furnishings, along with a stone that could be contracted in the corner of the wall. Jiang Xuan saw some items on the stone table. These items were also of high quality, many of which were for Tribulation Realm use. But Jiang Xuan could almost recognize them, and could tell that these resources were sufficient to forcibly cultivate Tribulation Realm experts. Xiao Xian, what about you? What's in a box? Jiang Hanfeng asked. Dad, take a look for yourself. Jiang Xuan handed the box to his father with confidence. When Jiang Hanfeng opened it, his gaze was instantly drawn to the 3 fist-sized great source stones, and he was utterly shocked. They had speculated that the rewards for the 4th trial would be terrifying, 100 times that of the 3rd trial, but unexpectedly, it truly was. Just these 3 great source stones already exceeded 100 times, not to mention the other items. Moments later, the father and son were chatting. Xiao Xian, how did you get in? Jiang Hanfeng asked. I was chased by a Tribulation Realm demon, and then Jiang Xuan recounted his situation, but deliberately omitted that the demon was Lu Kong, primarily to avoid worrying his father about his condition. Lu Kong's reputation was well known, and his father was aware, which saved him a lot of trouble. For Jiang Xuan, if he could take his father out, then his father would naturally understand the situation. If they couldn't get out, then those things would be meaningless and would only raise his father's expectations too high. However, just mentioning the catastrophe-level demon already shocked Jiang Hanfeng. What is a demon? Generally, those who commit evil at the catastrophe level are quickly found and killed by the inspectors. Only those who can continue to do evil can be called demons. They often possess terrifying combat power, sinister methods, and various extremely frightening, forbidden techniques. His son actually managed to kill a catastrophe-level demon. That was even more shocking than passing the 4th level. The father and son talked for nearly an hour, during which Jiang Xuan explained the various situations at home clearly and also talked about the Blackpool Palace. Jiang Hanfeng said, once the blood sacrifice stone chamber is completed, every day there will be ghostly figures delivering nourishing pills and clean water, so there's no need to worry about food and drink. You only need to focus on your cultivation, constantly improving your strength, and try to pass the levels. Xiao Xian, you can go to the main hall of the 5th level. There should also be a stone chamber there. After contracting that stone chamber, store the rewards there. The food provided daily at the 5th level should be better. The first 3 levels all follow this pattern. Senior pay took more than a year to pass the 5th level, so you need to be mentally prepared, even if you have to endure for a year or 2. I believe with the talent you have shown now, you should be. Dad, Jiang Xuan interrupted his father's words. I plan to directly challenge the 5th level. Huh? Jiang Hanfeng's pupils suddenly constricted, and he quickly asked, Are you confident? Yes. Jiang Xuan nodded. Shortly after, Jiang Xuan left his father's stone chamber and casually found a stone chamber in the passage to enter, performing the blood sacrifice contract and making some preparations. Jiang Hanfeng then returned to the main hall of the 4th level. Hanfeng, how is it? The white-haired elder Wei Chengwang approached, and others, like the bald elder Shun Buoxiong and the one-armed elder Yin Tai, also gathered around. He needs to prepare a bit. He will challenge the 5th level soon. Jiang Hanfeng said, Directly challenge? Is that true? Everyone exchanged glances. Even senior pay took more than a year, although Jiang Xuan passed the 4th level in one attempt. Senior pay had done it twice, and the first time was just a trial, so it's hard to say if he went all out. Even if Jiang Xuan's ability to pass the 4th level is stronger than senior pay's, it may not be significantly so. Moreover, each level of the Black Pool Palace has different situations. It is not necessarily a test of combat power. For example, the 3rd level only requires walking under terrifying pressure from heaven and earth, testing endurance and pressure resistance. My son killed the catastrophe-level demon outside and accidentally entered here, and he directly went into the 3rd level. Jiang Hanfeng said proudly, That demon was no match for him, although he is only 17. My son is also impressive in many aspects. Killing a catastrophe-level demon. Everyone was taken aback. Everyone knew the definition of a demon. It must be someone who has been wanted by the court for a long time and could not be caught to be called a demon. General catastrophe-level villains are quickly eradicated and are far from being called demons. Ha! El Songhai sneered, We can't get out. And he was the last to come in. He can say whatever he wants. We have no way to verify it. Yet he claims to have killed a catastrophe-level demon. Why doesn't he say he killed El Kong? Everyone glanced at him. El Songhai was purely looking for trouble. Unfortunately, they couldn't fight here otherwise. Even if he was a madman, everyone would have been unable to hold back from hitting him. El Kong is at the great catastrophe level. How could someone at the innate level kill him? You're just looking for a fight, El. You all share the surname El. Are you related? A bit of argument broke out among the crowd, but it remained just a war of words. Once Senior Pei takes us out, you will know how big of a lie this kid is told. Ha! El Songhai sneered repeatedly, then closed his eyes, looking like he couldn't be bothered to waste words with so many of them. Jiang Xuan was ready. He came out of the passage. Dad, I'm going. Jiang Xuan said to his father. Jiang Hanfeng nodded seriously and reminded him to be careful. If you get injured, come back immediately. I understand, Dad. Jiang Xuan stepped onto the bridge, suddenly stopped, turned back to look at his father and said, Dad, if I pass the 5th level directly, we may not be able to meet for a while. You must take care of yourself. I'll take you out. All right. Jiang Hanfeng agreed. The others were dumbfounded. Jiang Xuan wants to directly pass the 5th level. What is he joking about? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a few flashes, Jiang Xuan crossed the bridge. And with another flash, he arrived at the water curtain stone door on the side of the 5th level main hall. Taking a deep breath, he walked in. After passing through the stone door, the situation of the 5th level left him momentarily stunned. Chapter 105. Shakpei Nishang. This is a stone chamber, roughly 10 zhang square, which appears very small compared to the grand hall outside, and if compared to the 3rd checkpoint, that requires many days to pass. It is almost the difference between a large city and a small room. From their discussions, even that woman, when entering the 5th checkpoint for the first time, would take a long time to come out. The last attempt before passing could even take 1 or 2 hours. The bridge at the 4th checkpoint is 1200 zhonglong. Jiang Xuan stared blankly at the empty stone chamber. He first confirmed one thing. This checkpoint does not require fighting. It is definitely not a battle. Because there isn't enough space, testing combat power in such a small area is completely illogical. Although if it were really to test combat power here, Jiang Xuan would have a significant advantage. 19 weapons clashing. There's almost no space for the opponent to dodge. Buzz. Suddenly, a vibration echoed in the room. Following that, a stone platform slowly emerged in the center of the room, on top of which was a gray crystal the size of a human head, particularly round. Silence. It's gone. There was no hint, and no one told Jiang Xuan what to do. Jiang Xuan walked up to the gray crystal, sensing it. When his consciousness touched the crystal, he could feel a chaotic energy inside. This should be an ancient magical artifact, but its specific function. Blood sacrifice? Jiang Xuan was uncertain. Let us give it a try. He cut his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the gray crystal, but then nothing happened. Jiang Xuan simply placed his hand on it. Buzz. The crystal suddenly produced a terrifying suction force, crazily devouring Jiang Xuan's innate power. Jiang Xuan was startled and quickly withdrew his hand. This suction only consumed innate power but did not hinder bodily movement. He could easily take his hand away. So it was not dangerous. Jiang Xuan suddenly felt a jolt in his mind and thought oddly. This checkpoint must be testing the amount of innate energy of the innate cultivators, right? Jiang Xuan's whole being became strange. He was not speculating aimlessly. It was because this Black Pool Palace was an ancient sect. Jiang Xuan did not know what the ancient sects were like, but he knew that the postnatal and innate cultivation methods of ancient sects were called foundation-building methods. The characteristic of the foundation-building method that Jiang Xuan understood was that the innate power was extremely terrifying. If this checkpoint were to be attempted by today's cultivators, it would be absolutely impossible to pass. The fourth checkpoint was already an insurmountable chasm. Even if some innate prodigy from a more prosperous area managed to pass the fourth checkpoint, they would still not be able to pass the fifth checkpoint. This test was no longer a matter of difficulty. It fundamentally ensured that they could not get through. The cultivation methods were different. The dangers of ancient cultivation were 100 or 1,000 times higher than today. Generations of prodigies continuously improved the methods, reducing danger while, in reality, also reducing combat power, or rather, expanding what could originally be achieved in 10 steps to dozens or even hundreds of steps to ensure safety at every step, thus lowering the danger. And from what I understand about today's cultivation methods, even those that boast of vast innate power are only about 3 to 5 times that of normal methods. 10 times is impossible. Jiang Xuan thought more and more strangely, because he suddenly felt that he might indeed have some luck on his side. If his speculation was correct, today's cultivators could not pass this checkpoint. Even that woman passing this checkpoint seemed incredible, even if she was the reincarnation of a god or demon. But for Jiang Xuan, this checkpoint would be extraordinarily simple, because what he cultivated was ancient cultivation methods. The Heishuan Gong passed down to me by Elder Qi, according to her, was modified from the ancient foundation building method. It retains some characteristics of ancient cultivation methods. So after consuming vast resources to reach innate perfection, his innate power was a staggering 120 times that of ordinary individuals. After fighting with El Kong and recovering from his injuries, it even surged to 150 times. Jiang Xuan thought and placed his hand back on the gray crystal. Buzz. The crystal began to crazily devour Jiang Xuan's innate power again. It could be said to be frantic. This rate of absorption, in no time at all, could drain an ordinary innate perfectionist dry. But for Jiang Xuan, it was still relatively slow. His innate power was just too much. When that woman attempted to pass the checkpoint for the second to last time, she took a full 1 to 2 hours. She could not possibly have that much innate power. But as a reincarnated god or demon, she might have a way to temporarily accumulate more innate power in her body. Or perhaps there were secret techniques or even forbidden arts that I couldn't think of in a moment. Or perhaps this checkpoint relied on endurance. Did she have a way to slow down the speed at which her innate power was being consumed? As long as she could hold on long enough, she could pass the checkpoint? Jiang Xuan was uncertain. First, he needed to verify the possibility of this guess regarding quantity, because this was fast. If it were a matter of time, Jiang Xuan would need a whole day to form a confrontation with the gray crystal, slowing down the speed of his innate power being consumed before he might not be able to hold on. Come on. Jiang Xuan's entire innate power began to operate in a fierce great circulation, urging his innate power to be injected into the gray crystal. In a short while, Jiang Xuan injected an amount equivalent to the innate power of 3 innate perfectionists. It wasn't that Jiang Xuan could only inject that much, but rather that was the upper limit of the absorption speed. That is to say, it was 3 times that of ordinary individuals. 1 hour, 36 times. When the innate power Jiang Xuan injected reached 50 times that of ordinary individuals, which was 1/3 of all his innate power, he realized something. No, that woman likely enhanced her recovery speed. If she injected while recovering, as long as the recovery speed of her innate power was fast enough, any multiple was possible. He didn't know how much cost she paid for doing that. After all, even in the tribulation realm, the recovery speed could not be faster than the consumption speed, or else it would be endless, and the recovery speed was also greatly related to the total amount. Even Jiang Xuan, after consuming 1/3 of his innate power, could barely recover less than 20% of what he consumed. A cultivator's body only has one set of meridian systems. It is impossible to output at full force while recovering at full force. This is different from the recovery speed when meditating. Unknowingly, Jiang Xuan outputted 60 times the innate power of an ordinary innate perfectionist. Buzz. A water curtain stone door appeared on the wall opposite the room. Did he pass the checkpoint? With it 60 times. Although he already had a guess, Jiang Xuan was still immensely shocked. Ancient innate cultivators were actually this terrifying? 60 times the innate power was enough to forcibly activate tribulation realm techniques. It only required understanding the key points of the tribulation realm techniques without needing to hone the foundational techniques over many years. The latter would waste a lot of time. Just comprehending the key points made it so much easier. Such ancient innate power from large sects could everyone use tribulation realm techniques. Tribulation realm technique were concepts that emerged only after evolution. Ancient sects did not have them. Jiang Xuan thought and withdrew his hand. He had asked his father about the rewards for each checkpoint, whether they varied based on performance. The answer was no. The rewards for everyone in the first, second, and third checkpoints were the same. This means that even if Jiang Xuan passed the 4th checkpoint in one go, the reward he received would be no different from that of the woman who passed it twice. The 5th checkpoint should be the same. No need to inject. Just passing is enough. Jiang Xuan walked up to the water curtain stone door in front of him. Before entering, he turned back to glance at the water curtain stone door he had come through. There was no turning back. His father was getting older, missing for 5 years, and approaching 50. He had to clear the level quickly and reunite his father with his mother. He didn't even know how things were outside now. The reward for this 5th level, could it really be a 100-fold increase? It couldn't be. If it was 100-fold again, it would have to be something only gods and demons could use. Jiang Xuan was filled with anticipation as he passed through the water curtain stone door. Another grand hall appeared, surrounded by strange and magnificent statues. Damn it! To pass the 5th level, he had risked practicing the Black Star secret technique, which he had never touched before his reincarnation. Though it was called a secret technique, it was actually a forbidden technique, constantly condensing innate power to improve recovery speed, then entering a state of extreme weakness. Yet he was still a bit short, just a bit. But he couldn't be trapped here. He could only risk death, allowing his meridians to break for one last fight. Pei Nishang sat cross-legged on the ground, her face pale. The divine weapon puppet stood beside her, guarding her. If it weren't for this divine weapon puppet, she would have been dead. When passing the 5th level, the moment the water curtain stone door appeared, she had fainted, her life hanging by a thread, unable to consume any pills due to losing consciousness. She should have died. It was the divine weapon puppet that brought her out of the 5th level and gave her the pills to take. Although she had survived, her injuries were unprecedentedly severe. With these injuries, it might take 5 years to reshape her meridians with the secret technique. 5 years would only restore her original strength. To obtain a legacy, even the worst one, she would need to improve further. Pei Nishang looked at the statues one by one. Did she have to waste another 10 or 8 years here? She felt a bit desperate. If she were still innate in her 30s, could she still become a god or demon in this life? Damn it, it's all that dog man's fault. If it weren't for him, why would she need to wander around Blackpool Mountain? Relying on the resources she had left before her reincarnation, she could forcefully break through the Calamity Realm and go straight to the military city. There, she would soar to great heights. Although she couldn't expose her identity from before reincarnation, it was all that dogman's fault. It was all his fault. Pei Nishang hated Jiang Xuan to death. Damn it, he couldn't even pass the 5th level. And here, she was in the 6th level, unable to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, even if she couldn't kill him, she should at least make him wish he were dead. Dugman, bastard. I hope you exhaust your life force and die in the 5th level. Bastard. Pei Nishang thought fiercely. Suddenly, a wave of energy fluctuations came from the water curtain stone door behind her. Someone passed the level. Impossible. Pei Nishang froze in place, then mechanically turned her head to look at the water curtain stone door on the stone wall, her eyes wide open in disbelief. You're injured? Jiang Xuan hadn't intended to pay any attention to Pei Nishang, but seeing her unusual aura, he frowned and asked. Pei Nishang was stunned, utterly shocked. Whoosh! A ghostly figure appeared out of thin air and placed a box in front of Jiang Xuan. Chapter 106. Pei Nishang. Husband. The reward for the 5th trial. Jiang Xuan felt a surge of excitement in his heart, but he discreetly glanced at Pei Nishang, making sure not to show any signs of being inexperienced. He waved his hand, and the box flew into his grasp. Holding the box, he walked to a distance and sat cross-legged. 100 times the reward for the 4th trial? Jiang Xuan eagerly opened the box. This time, the reward was surprisingly simple. There were only 2 items. The first was a deep green stone, pockmarked and oval in shape, which made Jiang Xuan frown slightly. It didn't look like a treasure. Most treasures born from heaven and earth at least appeared extraordinary, and their shapes were generally somewhat regular. However, this pockmarked stone looked very ordinary. There was no special aura about it. Jiang Xuan picked it up and sensed it, and suddenly his heart raced. He felt the terrifying power contained within. Fear even surged within him. A vision appeared in his mind. A stormy night under dark clouds, fierce winds, lightning and thunder. Suddenly a massive bolt of thunder descended from the sky, over 1,000 feet in diameter, and the weak humans, under this terrifying heavenly might, were instantly turned to dust without a chance to react. Bang, 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 bang. Massive bolts of thunder continued to fall, turning monsters, cultivators, ordinary people, houses, rocks, and even large cities into dust. Under the thunder, all beings were like ants. Under the thunder, all beings were equal. Jiang Xuan's face turned wooden. His heart filled with shock. What is this thing? It can't be a tribulation object. Even tribulation-level powers require tribulation, but this level of terror is impossible otherwise. If tribulation-level beings could withstand it, I wouldn't be able to kill such powerful tribulation-level beings. Divine demons. The great tribulation of divine demons. Jiang Xuan vaguely guessed that the scene he saw in his mind was likely the great tribulation of divine demons, but what is this thing? A broken stone. What does it have to do with the great tribulation of divine demons? He noticed out of the corner of his eye that Pei Nishang was staring at him. Since Jiang Xuan appeared, Pei Nishang had her eyes wide open, following him with her gaze, as if she were watching something transcendent that she couldn't comprehend. And she still hadn't recovered. Jiang Xuan checked the rewards, and she was sure that what she saw was not an illusion. So what kind of monster is he? Pei Nishang was immensely shocked. She had barely survived the 5th trial. She knew very well that cultivators now couldn't possibly pass the 5th trial. No matter how high your talent, it wouldn't work. That had transcended talent. The root issue was with the cultivation method. My cultivation method is special, but it's only 5 times the ordinary innate power of a perfect innate being. I used the revival secret technique, Jiang Hai as Pearl's technique, and Black Star secret method, barely outputting 60 times innate power within a limited time, but I was still short, and I ultimately had to risk my life. I am a reincarnation of a divine demon. Could he be too? Pei Nishang guessed, but quickly denied the thought. Impossible. Awakening of the marital bond. If he were a reincarnation of a divine demon, he should have awakened that day. He should have carried a trace of energy. I shouldn't have lost half. But he didn't. Before I came to Blackpool Mountain for training, I went to Feishua City to shop and heard rumors about him. At that time, Although his strength improved rapidly, he was far from the level of divine demon reincarnation. Moreover, if he were truly a reincarnation of a divine demon, he wouldn't care about the Jiang Clan. So how'd he pass? Pei Nishang looked at Jiang Xuan with increasingly profound eyes, realizing that she might have misjudged something. This kid, he has a secret. Perhaps after taking power from me, it awakened his talent, but mere talent is definitely not enough. He must have something else. Pei Nishang kept staring at Jiang Xuan, her heart churning. This woman has been staring at me. Jiang Xuan shifted his attention back to the rewards. He set the stone down. Jiang Xuan picked up the second reward, a book. It was an ancient cultivation manual made from animal skin. He judged it to be a manual because he could barely recognize the last character on the cover, which was power. He only recognized this one character. Opening it, Jiang Xuan was dumbfounded. The entire book was written in ancient script, and Jiang Xuan could only barely recognize a few pictographs by guessing. But he could not possibly know what the entire book was about. The ancient times were too far removed from now, dating back 300,000 years. The Blackpool Palace likely did not expect that this inheritance would remain untouched for such a long time. The changes in history made the methods of writing and cultivation evolve. The people of the Blackpool Palace could not have known what future writing would look like. This manual was likely the key to passing the sixth trial. If I can't comprehend it, I will be trapped here for a lifetime. Jiang Xuan was not too sure about this guess. But according to normal logic, as an ancient major sect, the Blackpool Palace would at least need to confirm that the chosen successor was suitable for cultivating the sect's techniques, right? So this manual is likely used for that purpose. It is also part of passing the sixth trial. This sixth trial, Jiang Xuan had a thought and sent the rewards to the stone chamber. He then got up to check the situation in the hall of the sixth trial, ignoring Pei Nishang and her accompanying divine soldier puppet, and began to investigate. Stone statues. There were a total of 12. Under each one, there was a stone door with a water curtain. Jiang Xuan examined these stone statues. The statues were all extremely majestic and tall, the smallest being 10 zhang high, and the tallest one exceeded 36 zhang. They were arranged in increasing height, with larger ones further inside. Each statue had a vertical water curtain stone door beneath its base, with some text beside the water curtain stone door in the same situation. Jiang Xuan could not read the ancient characters. This was quite problematic. Did the ancient sect not consider leaving behind a thought transmission or something to inform the challengers? Jiang Xuan recalled the ghostly figure that delivered the box. Or perhaps it had been too long and the thoughts dissipated? So that ghostly figure was generated by a formation? Or was it a remaining spirit, able to kill tribulation-level beings at will? Making people afraid to break through here, it must be an existence that surpasses tribulation level. Perhaps it is some kind of existence generated by the restrictions of the Blackpool Palace, and they can only act according to what was predetermined. 12 statues, 12 water curtain stone doors, representing 12 inheritances? Jiang Xuan suddenly felt invigorated. If it really was an inheritance, that meant as long as he passed this trial, he could leave. But not being able to read ancient characters was a huge problem. He was only 17, with limited experience, let alone learning ancient characters. He had never even had the opportunity to come into contact with them before. If a disciple from the Starry Sky Pavilion came, perhaps they would recognize it. But the geniuses from the Starry Sky Pavilion can't pass the fifth trial. Jiang Xuan thought, suddenly turning to look at Pei Nishang. He intended to pay attention to this woman, not at all courteous. Even if you're a reincarnation of a divine demon, with most of your past life memories occupying your mind, the Jiang Clan's 20 years of memories are not false. Moreover, we have been married. One day, as husband and wife, 100 days of grace. Pei Nishang had already entered a meditative state again. She did not want to observe Jiang Xuan, but she couldn't hold on any longer. Her injuries were extremely severe, and she had not stabilized. One could even say that she had not escaped life-threatening danger until now. Even as a reincarnation of a divine demon, her condition was so serious that if it were anyone else, they would have died long ago, and no pills could save them. Pei Nishang suddenly opened her eyes. Jiang Xuan had come over at some point, facing her with great interest. I have become so weak that I can't even move, and the puppet didn't remind me. A wave of sadness surged in Pei Nishang's heart. In her previous life, she was also a renowned figure in Qian. If it weren't for provoking that existence that should not be provoked, she wouldn't have chosen to be reborn. She had wanted to stage a comeback, but unexpectedly, in this second life, signs of hopelessness from gods and demons had already appeared. You're injured? It will take years to recover, Jiang Xuan asked with a smile, seemingly mocking Pei Nishang. Get lost. Pei Nishang snapped coldly. We were once married, and now trapped here, we're like grasshoppers on the same rope. Why act like this? Jiang Xuan's words sounded like mockery again. Get lost. Pei Nishang was furious. Fine. I'm leaving. Jiang Xuan shrugged indifferently, straightened up, and turned to leave, saying as he walked, I saw your injury was serious and wanted to help you heal. But what a pity. Come back. Pei Nishang's expression changed, and she shouted. You told me to get lost, so I left. Now you wanted to come back. What is our relationship? Why should I listen to you? Jiang Xuan didn't look back and sat down far away to meditate. Pei Nishang nearly bit her own teeth in anger. Damn man! The hall suddenly fell into silence. Jiang Xuan was channeling energy to restore his innate power. Pei Nishang glared at Jiang Xuan for a while, seeing that he had no intention of coming over to provoke her again. She began to channel energy to heal her wounds. An hour later, huff, Jiang Xuan exhaled blue energy and slowly opened his eyes. His innate power had fully recovered, and he was in peak condition. Jiang Xuan thought of a plan that wasn't really a plan. That is to force his way through. If the 12 statues were indeed legacies, he would start with the weakest, which was the shortest statue. But doing so was extremely risky. It was impossible to judge the strength of this challenge. If he wasn't careful, he might die inside. There was also something Jiang Xuan was doubtful about. Could the weakest legacy lead someone out? It didn't matter if others could be taken out, but his father. I can never leave him behind, Jiang Xuan thought, glancing at Pei Nishang. Puffed. Pei Nishang suddenly trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her complexion paled even more. Damn it! Pei Nishang gritted her teeth. Oh dear. Jiang Xuan suddenly spoke, reciting something. Some people just love to put on a brave front. Clearly, a kind word could save them, but they insist on acting tough. What a pity, a reincarnated god and demon, and here they are about to die. After saying this, Jiang Xuan felt a bit like he deserved a beating. But he had to hook Pei Nishang. He didn't understand ancient characters, but Pei Nishang likely did. Shut up. Daman. If you say another word, I'll break your teeth. Pei Nishang was furious, forcing herself to stand up, but quickly sat down again. This made Jiang Xuan raise an eyebrow and narrow his pupils. He didn't care about Pei Nishang, but he cared about Jiang Qinghong, a reincarnated god and demon, and she was so injured she couldn't even stand? What a pity for my Qinghong. Jiang Xuan muttered seriously, a trace of sorrow flashing in his eyes. He had liked Jiang Qinghong for many years, since childhood. She was the most beautiful sister in the clan. When he was young, his thoughts were simple. He wanted to marry Qinghong as his wife in the future. He had fulfilled that wish. But she had awakened too. Pei Nishang saw the color in Jiang Xuan's eyes, and that part of memory began to occupy her heart, soon being suppressed by even larger and more complex memories. Can he really heal my wounds? A thought crossed Pei Nishang's mind. Impossible. He must just want to play tricks on me. Revenge on me. I drag him onto the bridge, and he resents me. But his feelings for Jiang Qinghong are not fake. Although he is a damn man, he desperately protects the Jiang Clan, loyal and righteous. After more than a year without seeing him, he has become more like a man. Huh? What am I thinking? Pei Nishang shook her head. Can you really heal wounds? Pei Nishang asked in a delicate voice. I can heal Qinghong. Jiang Xuan glanced at her, his expression subtly changing. Not for you, old. You damn. Pei Nishang almost cursed it out loud. Clearly, it's the same person. Why call Qinghong an old? Wait, who are you calling an old? Do you have pills on you? Or some other means? If so, I can trade with you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Pei Nishang said. You won't satisfy me. Jiang Xuan flatly refused, then added, but Qinghong will. Huh. Pei Nishang was momentarily confused. What does that mean? What do you mean you won't, but Qinghong will? I am Jiang Qinghong, and Jiang Qinghong is Pei Nishang. Don't play word games with me. Pei Nishang fixed her gaze on Jiang Xuan. You can propose any conditions. At least you can help me recover quickly. Who are you talking to? Jiang Xuan asked seriously, looking like a big man. Pei Nishang suddenly seemed to understand something. Daman, you want me to call you husband? Dream on. Pei Nishang scolded. Oh, then I'll take a nap. It's been a long time since I slept. Jiang Xuan lay down and fell asleep. Indeed, it had been a long time since he had slept. After a short while, Husband, Pei Nishang said in a cold, hard voice. Not sincere. Jiang Xuan sat up suddenly, stood up, and walked towards Pei Nishang, sitting cross-legged in front of her. However, considering Qinghong sake, I'll let it go this time. I can heal your wounds, but there are two conditions. First, I don't understand ancient characters. You need to teach me. No problem. Pei Nishang agreed immediately. This was too easy. Entering the trading state, she became serious. Second, you need to cultivate with me. This is the way to heal your wounds, Jiang Xuan said. Chapter 107. The Power of Gods and Demons. Dual Cultivation. Pei Nishang was furious, raising her hand to slap Jiang Xuan. Her slender, seemingly boneless jade hand brought a terrifying gust of wind. Despite being weak in her current state, her hatred could still shatter the head of a congenital body with a single slap. However, Jiang Xuan did not dodge, calmly gazing at her. The slap stopped beside Jiang Xuan's cheek. It was unclear whether she was wary of the annihilation of this underground palace or truly unable to bring herself to strike. Jiang Xuan leaned towards the former. After all, she was the reincarnation of an unoffendable god and demon, and Jiang Qinghong was merely a small part of her. I'm serious. Jiang Xuan stared at her with calm eyes. Pei Nishang quickly regained her composure, not just because of Jiang Xuan's clear gaze, but also because she remembered something. The true method of dual cultivation had long been lost. Even in her previous life, she had never obtained such techniques. However, some methods of gathering energy have been widely circulated. Certain demons would cultivate, using exceptionally talented women as cauldrons to enhance their own strength. Do you understand the method of dual cultivation? Pei Nishang looked at Jiang Xuan half in disbelief. As far as I know, the method of dual cultivation has been lost since ancient times, with only fragmented remnants surviving, forming the current evil practices of energy gathering. The ancient Huandao sect did not perish due to external enemies, but was deliberately destroyed by other sects, with its legacy intentionally severed. Jiang Xuan's heart trembled. He knew too little about the matters of ancient sects, having only heard a bit from the elder Qishir before. The Huandao sect? Its legacy was intentionally severed. They must have done something that drew the wrath of heaven and people. This technique of mine does not come from ancient times, Jiang Xuan pondered. Where does it come from? Pei Nishang frowned. She was increasingly skeptical about whether Jiang Xuan had a method of dual cultivation. If he did, the method of dual cultivation possessed many miraculous effects, and healing was not surprising. She estimated that it would take her 5 years to recover from her injuries. But if she used the method of dual cultivation to borrow Jiang Xuan's strength for her healing, it might only take 2 years. Saving 3 years was crucial. Pei Nishang's goal was to become a god or demon. She had to reach the great heavenly tribulation realm before the age of 30 to have a chance to re-enter the tribulation realm. She was already nearly 22, leaving only 8 years, and 3 years were very important, especially since she was trapped here. The sooner she restored her strength, the sooner she could attempt to take the legacy and leave. Where it comes from, with your knowledge, you would know at a glance. Jiang Xuan deliberately left a mystery. He wanted to conceal that the technique came from beyond the realm, from the celestial and demon tribes, so he did not say it outright. Moreover, Pei Nishang, as a reincarnation of a god and demon, had likely been to the battlefield beyond the realm, so she might recognize the origin of the technique. Pei Nishang stared at Jiang Xuan, silent. This dogman, giving him another chance to bully her? I once heard an elder say, Jiang Xuan spoke with pure eyes. To become a god or demon, to transcend mortals and become a higher life form, facing the great tribulation of gods and demons. The heart demon tribulation is particularly difficult. One will review one's life during the heart demon tribulation. If there are unpeaceful matters in one's heart, if there are unresolved knots, it is very likely one will fall during the heart demon tribulation. Your elder really has insight. Pei Nishang sneered coldly, not denying Jiang Xuan's words. So, Jiang Xuan looked at her. If today others force you, and you, to escape, to continue pursuing your path to godhood and demonhood. Lose yourself to them. Compromising and suffering humiliation. This will become your heart demon, and you'll have no chance of becoming a god or demon. Pei Nishang fell silent. It was indeed true. With her temperament, if it were another man, she would not even ask one more question. Get lost. To become a god or demon, one could be flexible. One could do evil, could endure life and death tribulations, but one must not have unresolved knots in the heart. Otherwise, one would surely die in the heart demon tribulation. What do you hate most? What do you fear most? In the heart demon tribulation, that will tear you apart. But I am different. Jiang Xuan looked at her seriously. Whether you accept it or not, your past life has already turned to dust. This life is your real life. And I am your husband with whom you made a life and death pact in this life. We are bound as husband and wife amidst the congratulations of our kin. You are my wife. Our fate is sealed in this life. Pei Nishang's eyelids twitched, her gaze sharpening. This dogman dares to bring this up again. Shameless. Because of this relationship, Jiang Xuan continued regardless of her expression. Even if you agree today, it wouldn't be compromising for me. We are already husband and wife, and what happened before your awakening. The consummation of our marriage has already occurred. It is merely the natural course of your life in this lifetime. Although you are angry that I took half of your energy, this will not become your heart demon. Am I right? Pei Nishang's eyelids twitched even more violently, her face flushing red and pale. When did this brat become so articulate? And he keeps bringing it up. What is more infuriating is that what he said was entirely correct. If it were anyone else forcing her to do such things, even if it had nothing to do with becoming a god or demon, Pei Nishang could not endure it. Those who could become gods or demons, who among them did not look down upon the world, who was not a generation of heroes admired by all beings in their own stories. The most taboo thing in becoming a god or demon was to compromise. How could one compete with the heavens while being as humble as a maggot in a fight with others? Pei Nishang coldly said, acknowledging Jiang Xuan's words. So you admit that being with me is not compromising? Jiang Xuan smiled. You. Pei Nishang was so angry she almost jumped up to hit him, but she quickly regained her composure and coldly laughed. Do you know what status I had in my past life? You a barbaric and unreasonable tribesman, thinking you can hold me down with a trivial marriage? Even back then, if your Ice Snow City Lord saw me, he would only bow his head and prostrate himself on the ground, trembling in fear. Whether it was an illusion or not, as Pei Nishang spoke these words, an indescribable, noble aura rose around her. She seemed like a celestial being descending from the heavens. Her weakness could not conceal her former grandeur. You will definitely survive the tribulation of gods and demons, and will not vanish in a thin air, Jiang Xuan suddenly said. Why? Pei Nishang frowned, suspecting that Jiang Xuan had seen something in her. Under the thunder, even if your physical body is destroyed, your spirit remains strong. You bastard. Pei Nishang really jumped up, want to hit Jiang Xuan. I'm not joking with you. Jiang Xuan stared at her seriously again. Whether you resent me or hate me, we now face an unsolvable problem. I do not understand ancient characters. You are heavily injured. It would benefit us both to cooperate. Your injuries cannot be healed by any elixir, but the method of dual cultivation I possess can definitely save you. Jiang Xuan's confidence came from Chun Yuanzhu. Chun Yuanzhu's talent had been ruined, and even a powerful family like the Chun family could not restore her. Yet, Jiang Xuan had succeeded. As for Pei Nishang's injuries, they were purely destructive. Although they were severe, given enough time for self-healing and relying on her innate body's recovery ability, she could recover. In terms of difficulty, they were not as troublesome as Chun Yuanzhu's injuries. Pei Nishang scrutinized Jiang Xuan. Did he really understand the method of dual cultivation? He wouldn't want to gather energy from her, would he? No, that definitely wouldn't happen. She had divine weapons and puppets to protect her. And in this dark palace, gathering energy would certainly be harmful and would be erased by the ghostly shadows. He did not understand ancient characters. He could not comprehend the secret techniques and could not escape. It seemed like he was trying to control her, but in reality, she was controlling him. If she did not comply, she might only be delayed a few years in leaving, but he would be trapped to death here. Pei Nishang thought to herself. Then her heart suddenly jolted. What's wrong with me? I actually have feelings. Am I really going to let this dog of a man take advantage of me? Can I see the dual cultivation method first? Pei Nishang looked provocatively at Jiang Xuan, partly fearing that he wouldn't share it, and partly needing to test it herself. If this dual cultivation method doesn't meet her expectations, or if its healing effect isn't that significant, she would have wasted her time looking at a lost technique without benefiting from him. It would infuriate that bastard. Fine, I can write it down, Jiang Xuan said, glancing at the floor of the great hall. There was no paper or pen, but the hall was bright and smooth enough to write on the ground. However, at that moment, Pei Nishang flipped her wrist, and paper, pen, and inkstone appeared out of thin air. Come on, write it down now, she said. Jiang Xuan was taken aback, and then a flash of light flickered in his eyes. This woman has a Shumi ring, or a similar treasure. Moreover, she is only at the innate realm. Can someone at the innate realm even use such treasures? Or does she have a secret technique that allows someone at the innate realm to use such items? Since she is a reincarnation of a divine demon, it's not surprising if she has such secret techniques. Jiang Xuan felt a surge of excitement. He possesses the ring of Liu Kong, which contains all of Liu Kong's life's accumulations. The extreme forbidden techniques of Liu Kong cannot be cultivated, as they easily turn one into something inhuman or ghostly. But some forbidden techniques with fewer side effects, as well as all secret techniques, can be practiced. There are also various cultivation resources. They could provide great help for Jiang Xuan's challenges. Jiang Xuan took the paper, pen, and inkstone to another spot to write the manual. Am I going to peek? Anyway, it's all going to be shown to me. Pei Nishang huffed in dissatisfaction, but did not get up to follow him. Innate cultivators have reached a peak in memory and bodily control. Jiang Xuan wrote particularly quickly. In just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he finished writing the Yin volume of the Hengsha Heart Sutra. This technique is divided into Yin and Yang volumes. Male cultivators practice Yang, while female cultivators practice Yin. Obtaining just one volume is useless for others, as it is incomplete. Jiang Xuan returned with a stack of written papers and sat cross-legged opposite Pei Nishang. Give it to me. Pei Nishang extended her hand. Trade it for the secret technique to control the Shumi ring. Jiang Xuan replied. What? Pei Nishang's beautiful eyes widened. You said the dual cultivation techniques are lost. This is an invaluable treasure. Jiang Xuan looked at her. If you read it and don't dual cultivate with me, wouldn't I be at a loss? You don't even acknowledge me as your husband. Why should I let you take advantage of me for free? Pei Nishang wanted to smash him. Fine, I'll transmit the sound to you directly. Pei Nishang said straightforwardly. Although that secret technique is precious, considering the current situation, it's not worth much. Jiang Xuan listened carefully to the transmission, nodded, and then smiled. It's just the two of us here. Why do you need to transmit the sound? A puppet is not a person. Mind your own business. I want to. Pei Nishang angrily snatched the stack of papers. And after reading just a few lines, she was immediately captivated by the content. Jiang Xuan went a distance of several dozen yards away, sitting cross-legged to cultivate the secret technique. The Spirit Resolution secret technique's main function is not to allow the innate realm to master the Shumi ring. That's just a side benefit. The real purpose is to break array restrictions. It is an extremely powerful secret technique. What a gain. Jiang Xuan gradually calmed down, occasionally raising his hand to form a few seals. Practicing secret techniques often doesn't take long. It depends more on talent. More than half an hour later. How is this possible? How is this possible? This could be one of the top 10 heart sutras of the Immortal Demon Clan. If I'm not mistaken, this technique can only be cultivated by the Immortal Demon Royal family. How could it have spread to this world? Who could kill the Immortal Demon Royal family? Pei Nishang became increasingly astonished as she read. She was no ordinary divine demon in her previous life, able to encounter things that ordinary divine demons couldn't comprehend. Although she had never seen the Hengsha Heart Sutra in her past life. But this technique clearly states that after dual cultivation, it will generate the power of thought. If dual cultivation as healing is the ability of advanced dual cultivation techniques, then this method that generates another kind of ability must be top tier, even the top of the top. It has already transcended the typical effects of dual cultivation, as the essence of dual cultivation itself is to mutually enhance realms and powers. How could he possess such a technique? Pei Nishang turned to look at Jiang Xuan, who was sitting cross-legged in the distance, her gaze flickering. Could he be a spy from the immortal demon clan, actively reincarnating into the human race? No, no, no. Absolutely impossible. Spies are knowledgeable beings. They wouldn't be ignorant of ancient characters, nor would they recklessly let me know about this technique. Or did he obtain some ancient mighty one's legacy in the Black Pool Mountain, and that ancient mighty one once killed the immortal demon royal family? This is quite possible. If that is the case, then it makes sense for him to pass the 5th trial. He, the divine demon, is worth looking forward to. Buzz. Suddenly, a glow radiated from Jiang Xuan's body as he sat there. The glow flickered like electricity, flowing and gathering towards his right hand, ultimately condensing at the tip of his right index finger, flashing several times before disappearing. He mastered the spirit resolution secret technique so quickly. Pei Nishang turned to look at him in shock. In her previous life, after becoming a divine demon, she accidentally obtained the spirit resolution secret technique and took an hour to master it. In this life, it also took her an hour because she is a reincarnation of a divine demon. Some secret techniques and even cultivation methods are much easier to practice again if she has already practiced them before, requiring no comprehension. Yet, Jiang Xuan managed to do it in less than an hour. Pei Nishang saw Jiang Xuan take off the black ring, and after fiddling with it for a while, it disappeared from his hand. Jiang Xuan's eyes went blank, as if he was checking something. He has a Shumi ring. Is it also from an ancient relic? Pei Nishang speculated. Jiang Xuan soon gave up checking. The Shumi ring has at least a 10-meter square space, and most of the space is filled with things, many of which emit an evil aura. There could be thousands of items, and more than half are unfamiliar to Jiang Xuan, making it too troublesome to sort through. He'll deal with it later. After confirming that there are plenty of cultivation resources and manuals inside, he withdrew his consciousness. There are still important matters to attend to. Are you coming? Jiang Xuan walked over succinctly. The dog of a man is so crude. Pei Nishang cursed inwardly, but maintained a serious face and nodded. I'm coming. Jiang Xuan wasted no words and immediately stepped forward, lifting Pei Nishang into his arms. What are you doing? Pei Nishang exclaimed in shock, unable to maintain her composure. Can you walk? Do you want to walk on your own? Jiang Xuan's 2 sentences made her obedient. Jiang Xuan carried her soft, boneless body down a side passage, and Pei Nishang's face turned red uncontrollably. In her previous life, she focused solely on cultivation and had never been with a man, even when her godlike father repeatedly pressured her to marry a royal family disciple favored by the emperor, who was also very interested in her and even promised to help her obtain the status and techniques of the Deqian royal family. She had never yielded, ultimately leading to a huge mistake. She never expected that in this world, at such a young age, she would lose herself to a brutish, foolish tribal boy in such a remote and impoverished area. She hated it. Now, for various reasons, she was going to be bullied again, but for some reason, her heart didn't feel as resentful. Pei Nishang remembered the night of her marriage. She blushed, burying her face in Jiang Xuan's shoulder. Jiang Xuan casually entered a stone chamber while holding Pei Nishang, placing her on the stone bed. He then went to perform a blood sacrifice on the stones in the corner. Once the sacrifice was completed, with a thought, the door of the stone chamber automatically sealed shut, entering a state of impenetrable seal. A large luminous pearl illuminated the top of the chamber. Suddenly, Pei Nishang flipped her wrist and threw out a compass. Whoosh! The stone chamber quickly transformed, with silk curtains, wine cups, and candle holders appearing as if they had returned to the scene of their wedding night. This was merely an illusory scene created by the formation, solving the issue of the poor environment in the stone chamber. Pei Nishang then took out clean bedding, blankets, pillows, and more from her Shumi ring. You're quite proactive. A voice came. Pei Nishang looked up, meeting Jiang Xuan's half-smiling gaze. In this stone chamber, you and I are husband and wife, with no guilt in our hearts. Pei Nishang said in a businesslike manner. Once we leave here, you are you, and I am I, with no ties. How about that? How about that? Of course. That's not acceptable. Jiang Xuan laughed, changing the subject. Then call me husband first, so I can hear it. Husband, Pei Nishang said coldly. Her attitude was still lacking, but the fact she could say it directly indicated she was indeed prepared. Don't be anxious, I'm coming. Jiang Xuan laughed. Who is anxious? Pei Nishang muttered under her breath before letting out a soft cry. Jiang Xuan didn't hold back. 10 days later, behind the silk curtains, Jiang Xuan lay there, one arm around Pei Nishang's shoulder, the other holding a book, engrossed in reading. There are many volumes, a complete set of books on ancient characters, which Pei Nishang had taken out for him. After finishing this set, Jiang Xuan would thoroughly master ancient characters. This was not difficult for him. It was merely a matter of memory. The stunningly beautiful Pei Nishang leaned against Jiang Xuan, her jade-like arms wrapped around his neck, her fingers gently gliding over Jiang Xuan's cheek. They were both covered with a blanket. You keep looking. How long are you going to keep looking? Pei Nishang finally couldn't hold back after watching Jiang Xuan's profile for a while. Miss Pei, please be a little reserved. If you're bored, go eat something, Jiang Xuan replied, still focused on the book. Ancient characters often had multiple meanings, especially concerning cultivation techniques. He couldn't afford any mistakes or omissions, so he was reading particularly attentively. Pei Nishang bit her lip, feeling a bit huffy. These 10 days, she had indeed become less reserved. The effect of the Hengsha Heart Sutra far exceeded her expectations and was extremely terrifying. The power of her thoughts also made her realize how great the benefits she had gained were. Moreover, she likely wouldn't have another man in this life. Not to mention that after she left the Blackpool Palace, she might never see Jiang Xuan again, since they had already said they were husband and wife here. Pei Nishang let go. She didn't want to admit that she was savoring the experience, but it was indeed a brand new experience she had never had in her past life. This should be beneficial for her future tribulations, right? Pei Nishang reasoned with herself. Suddenly, Pei Nishang kissed Jiang Xuan's cheek. Jiang Xuan turned into a wooden figure, still reading. Husband Pei Nishang blew air into Jiang Xuan's ear, her voice sweet and soft as she acted coy. She knew Jiang Xuan couldn't resist this, the man who only responded to softness. Jiang Xuan tossed the book aside, rolling over to embrace the beauty. 20 days later, Jiang Xuan and Pei Nishang exited the stone chamber and entered the great hall. Pei Nishang had changed into a bright red dress, her expression cold, with a light application of makeup, delicate brows, and red lips, adorned with an enchanting golden vertical pattern in the center of her brows. She radiated an air of lofty nobility. Jiang Xuan's aura was very stable, even stronger than before, but his face looked slightly haggard, as if he hadn't slept for a long time. The two formed a stark contrast. Look at you, Pei Nishang said, pulling at Jiang Xuan's unkempt sleeves with a cold sneer. At your level, you don't even pay attention to the details on yourself. If you're tired, go take a nap first. There's no rush to cultivate. While helping Jiang Xuan tidy his clothes, she mocked him, making it blend in quite naturally. Are you laughing at me? Jiang Xuan shot Pei Nishang a look. Did you forget how you begged me yesterday? Shut up. Pei Nishang exclaimed anxiously, her face turning red. What are you afraid of? There is no one alive here except for this cold puppet. Don't say it. Don't say it. Pei Nishang, blushing with anger, covered Jiang Xuan's mouth with her hand. All right, I won't say it, Jiang Xuan said, moving to the side, finding a spot to sit cross-legged, then stretching his shoulders. Come on, give me a shoulder rub. In your dreams. Pei Nishang immediately turned cold, saying, we are husband and wife in the stone chamber, but not outside. Women. Jiang Xuan shook his head and sighed, reaching back to pat his waist. In fact, he had no physical problems. His mental fatigue stemmed from the battle with El Kong. He hadn't truly rested since entering, and no matter how strong his innate realm, he would eventually experience a decline in condition. Jiang Xuan took out the reward from the 5th level, a manual, and began to read. Song Mangong. Jiang Xuan finally recognized all the ancient characters on the cover. Pei Nishang sat down not far away and also took out the Song Mangong manual, which she had seen long ago. My injuries are 70% healed. Although the remaining 30% is the hardest to recover, I'm not in a hurry. With my current state, I can cultivate this ancient technique while recovering. As a reincarnated divine being, my speed in practicing Song Mangong is probably 100 times faster than Jiang Xuan's. He might take many years to come out. Pei Nishang suddenly looked at Jiang Xuan, who was earnestly reading the manual. A sudden pang of heartache struck her. Pei Nishang knew very well the great benefits she had gained from Jiang Xuan, far beyond what the ancient character books could offer. Moreover, dual cultivation to recover injuries wasn't an overnight process. Yet Jiang Xuan hadn't asked her for any benefits during this time. He could ask for anything, and she would give it. But Jiang Xuan didn't do that. Anyway, after I leave this area, my fate with him will end here. So, being good to him here doesn't mean much. After all, we are husband and wife. Pei Nishang thought as she stood up, walked to Jiang Xuan's back, and knelt at his side. A pair of delicate hands rested on Jiang Xuan's shoulders, gently kneading. She leaned in to look at the Tsang Manggong manual in Jiang Xuan's hands. She had seen this manual before Jiang Xuan arrived and had already thought of ways to cheat her way through it. Unfortunately, that method could only be used by a reincarnated divine being. Jiang Xuan could only practice slowly. Those who had once been divine beings were ultimately incomparable to any talent. Once I obtain the small inheritance and leave here, I want to have the right to take anyone with me. He might need at least 10 years to achieve minor success before he can leave. By then, I will have become a divine being, and he will have wasted 10 years here, leaving him hopeless of becoming a divine being. What a waste of such a talented man. Pei Nishang observed Jiang Xuan's profile, her thoughts fluctuating, and her hand movements became gentler. Jiang Xuan looked at the manual, raised his right hand, rested on the delicate hand on his shoulder, patted it, and gently squeezed her palm before letting go. Everything felt so natural, without any words to belittle Pei Nishang. His attention was always focused on the secret manual. The great hall fell into silence, with only the sound of pages turning again and again. This manual has many similarities with the Heiyuan Gong, but is even more extreme. Practicing it halfway transforms the body into a spring, allowing the innate power to flow endlessly. If used for travel, the recovery speed of the innate power even surpasses the consumption speed. Only through extreme battles with constant eruptions will more power be consumed. According to the description, once mastered, the innate power will be 180 times that of an average perfected innate practitioner today. No, 180 times is just the foundation. This technique has 3 levels: small success, great success, and limitless. Small success is 180 times. Great success is 360 times, and limitless over 1,000 times. Jiang Xuan was increasingly shocked. Something about this was not right. How can an ancient technique be this terrifying? No. Oh. It mentioned later that small success is sufficient. Just like mastering the basics of a skill allows one to enter the next realm. Small success is also a form of success. There are thousands of disciples in the inner sect of the Blackpool Palace. The vast majority are at small success, and those who can cultivate to great success are few and far between, while limitless ones appear only once every few hundred years. Then, Jiang Xuan's expression suddenly froze in horror, because the last page of this manual talks about refining innate power, and at the very last line, it states the result of the refinement. All energies return to one, capable of becoming a strand of divine demonic power. Directly practicing divine demonic power. What about calamity power? It skipped over calamity power. Chapter 108. Crushing the tribulation realm with the breaking path period in the silent Great Hall. Jiang Xuan stared in shock at the ancient martial arts manual in his hands. Even his breathing momentarily halted. The content at the end of the manual was simply too astonishing. How could this be possible? This was the only thought left in Jiang Xuan's mind. The tribulation force is a higher level energy than innate force. It is a qualitative change. Initially, Jiang Xuan forcibly used a technique called Phantom Go Slash, which required 30% of his innate force. Although Phantom Go Slash was powerful, its strength came from the technique itself, not from consuming more energy. The Phantom Pursuit style, being Jiang Xuan's self-created technique, was not as refined and had much less power and energy consumption. At that time, Jiang Xuan was in the late innate stage, having mastered all the innate techniques, and his innate force was 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary innate perfection. This means that an innate expert with a complete mastery of techniques would need 10 times the innate force of an ordinary innate perfection to perform a Tribulation Realm technique. Forcing the use of a Tribulation Realm technique with innate force results in extremely unstable energy control, with most of the innate force dissipating and wasted during the impact and not being injected into the technique. Without considering the cost of force use, the innate force needed to unleash the technique's power should still be at least 3 times that of an ordinary innate perfection. On the other hand, an entity just entering the Tribulation Realm might only need half the Tribulation force to execute a Tribulation Realm technique. Considering this, the gap between Tribulation force and innate force is at least 60 times. This is a gap of qualitative change. Such a gap allows the Tribulation Realm to easily kill innate perfections, whether it's dozens or hundreds, until they are exhausted. Only innate experts who understand formation synergy, like the Black Armored Army, could potentially balance against the Tribulation Realm, but at most they could only approach the minor Tribulation Realm. The reason Jiang Xuan could fight with Xie Hanjie for so long was that at that time, his technique foundation had significantly improved, and he had touched the threshold of transcending techniques, greatly reducing his consumption of innate force when using Tribulation Realm techniques. The returning to simplicity coach, Luo, could even use Tribulation Realm techniques multiple times in succession, but he did not possess 10 or 120 times the innate force. He was at a normal level. This principle also applies. The higher the technique foundation, the less the consumption. But none of this belongs to the realm of normal innate perfection. A normal innate perfection, including the Tribulation Realm, only has a mastery of techniques. Considering the total amount of energy, simply speaking of the difference in the effects of the 2 types of energy, is at least 50 to 60 times. Jiang Xuan thought to himself, this is just the difference between innate perfection and minor Tribulation Realm. If compared to the middle Tribulation Realm, it would be at least 200 to 300 times, and compared to the major Tribulation Realm, 1,000 times, and compared to gods and demons. In reality, there is simply no way to compare. But if one were to force a comparison, the gap would be tens of thousands of times at the very least. The qualitative change brought about by a gap of tens of thousands of times makes everything under gods and demons mere ants. Not to mention that I currently have 150 times the innate force. Even if I cultivate vastness skill to the ultimate level, how could I possibly refine it into a wisp of divine demon power? If I truly had even a wisp of divine demon power, wouldn't the Tribulation Realm be easy to kill? No matter how powerful the Tribulation Realm is, it cannot withstand the might of even a wisp of divine demon power. Jiang Xuan was very excited, yet found it hard to believe. He knew very well that a wisp of divine demon power does not equate to becoming a divine demon. That is far from it. Divine demons transcend the mortal level in every aspect, including body, soul, energy, etc. Moreover, divine demons cannot have only a wisp of divine demon power, but it is evident that mastering a wisp of divine demon power would make one invincible beneath the divine demons. Furthermore, considering the primordial spirit and flying sword techniques, under favorable circumstances, an attack infused with divine demon power would require even a true divine demon to act seriously to resolve it. Compared to a wisp of divine demon power, what is 1,000 times the innate force? How could it wait? Jiang Xuan suddenly thought of something and quickly flipped back. He found the key page that recorded the need for a special treasure to practice vastness skill. Heavenly Thunder Divine Stone. Is it that pitted stone from the reward of the 5th trial? Jiang Xuan thought, flipping his wrist, and the ordinary-looking pitted stone appeared in his hand. The Heavenly Thunder Divine Stone, also known as Divine Demon Thunder Calamity Stone. Pei Nishang, who was squeezing his shoulders, had been paying attention to Jiang Xuan's expression and seemed to know what he was thinking. At this moment, she spoke. This is not a treasure produced by heaven and earth, but one that was accidentally formed during the divine demon tribulation. Approximately every 100 successful divine demons in tribulation will yield one heavenly thunder divine stone. This is also a treasure that divine demons can only hope to encounter, containing the power of heavenly thunder tribulation, which can enhance divine demon power. One heavenly thunder divine stone appears for every 100 successful divine demons. This probability. In the 10,000 miles under the jurisdiction of Feishua City, the last appearance of a divine demon was over 2,000 years ago. Divine demons are extremely rare. Is this thing 100 times rarer than divine demons? The Blackpool Palace must have been a top sect in ancient times. The situation in ancient times was different from now, and perhaps the heavenly thunder divine stone appeared more frequently. But in any era, it is undoubtedly a treasure coveted by divine demons and must be extremely precious. The Blackpool Palace cannot have every disciple possessing a heavenly thunder divine stone for cultivation. There must have been lower-level substitutes related to heavenly thunder or formations to summon heavenly thunder to assist in cultivation. The heavenly thunder divine stone should be specially prepared for the inheritors. The inheritors who reach here did not cultivate in the Blackpool Palace since childhood and have no foundation in this sex cultivation. Yet they must directly cultivate techniques capable of accepting inheritance and refine a wisp of divine demon power. Without this treasure, it would be impossible. Jiang Xuan turned a glance at Pei Nishong, then looked at the stone in his hand. His gaze was fervent. Can it really refine a wisp of divine demon power? This Blackpool Palace has a profound heritage. Even if it was destroyed, the remaining inheritance rewards are incredibly rich, such as the reward from the fourth trial. The Great Source Stone is now a Tribulation Realm holy item, and that invaluable Dao soldier armor. Pei Nishong said. Jiang Xuan suddenly looked at her. What armor? Their rewards should be the same, but he did not receive an armor reward. It's that square black metal object, Pei Nishong said. It can be used after a blood sacrifice. I tried a blood sacrifice, Jiang Xuan said, before preparing to challenge the fifth trial. He had studied it alone in the fourth trial's stone chamber, tried dripping blood, but it was of no use. It requires a large amount of blood to be consumed. With your hand pressed on it, connecting with your vitality, Pei Nishong explained. I'll give it a try. Jiang Xuan couldn't wait, setting the stone aside first, conjuring that square black metal object from thin air, then making a deep cut in his right palm and pressing it bloodily against the surface. It indeed began to absorb his blood. The blood flowed away rapidly. However, for an innate perfection, this kind of blood loss was nothing. Soon, Jiang Xuan felt a connection established with the black metal object. It began to soften, transforming into black liquid that flowed from his palm to his arm, spreading to his chest. Jiang Xuan received some information in his consciousness, and his heart stirred. A sleeveless armor appeared on his body. With another thought, the black liquid flowed towards his right hand, extending into a long knife. It could also transform into pants, boots, helmets, etc. It could be soft or hard. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Xuan instructed the Dao soldier armor to make a complex transformation, forming a soft black robe on his body. Apart from transforming into clothing, armor, and weapons, Dao soldier's armor has no other extraordinary features, but it is indestructible. When transformed into a long knife, it becomes a divine weapon. When transformed into armor, it can even withstand a full-force strike from gods and demons. Jiang Xuan suddenly looked at Pei Nishong, withstanding a full-force strike from gods and demons. Yes, Pei Nishong nodded. This is also its limit. However, I must remind you that the method of forging this thing has long been lost. It can only be obtained by chance in various ruins. Each piece of Dao soldier armor is incredibly precious. Even if gods and demons cannot use it, they might kill to seize it for the protection of their core descendants. Most divine families do not possess such treasures. Therefore, if you take it out, it's best to use it as inner armor. It can also change colors, as long as you don't change its use in front of others. Gods and demons won't be able to sense its aura. Understood. Jiang Xuan nodded and smiled at Pei Nishong. Are you so concerned about me? Afraid I'll be killed for treasures? Pei Nishong scoffed, her beautiful eyes narrowing. You will never have the possibility of becoming a god or demon in this life. Possessing such a treasure, being killed for it is only a matter of time. Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes. Why do you say I will never have the possibility of becoming a god or demon in this life? If I master the Songmang Gong, I would directly possess a strand of divine power, increasing the possibility of becoming a god or demon. No, Pei Nishong shook her head. What's wrong? Jiang Xuan asked. First, Pei Nishong looked at Jiang Xuan, Even if you refine a strand of divine power, your realm will only be equivalent to the early stage of the tribulation realm. I think you must have wondered why you directly skipped the tribulation force, right? Seeing Jiang Xuan nod, Pei Nishang continued. That's because the cultivation process in ancient times was very different from now. I've heard some things. Jiang Xuan interjected. It is said that the tribulation realm was originally part of the divine and demonic realm, and in ancient times, there was no tribulation realm. After the innate stage, one would become a god or demon. Yes, in ancient times, there was no tribulation realm, but a cultivation process similar to the tribulation realm existed, known as the Breaking Tao period. The cultivation during the Breaking Tao period was far more dangerous than today as tribulation realm, more aggressive. The tribulation force was a compromised product gradually evolved because of the great dangers of ancient cultivation. Although it made the cultivation process more complex and had more steps, it reduced risks. The tribulation realm, the tribulation, and the heavenly tribulation, and the heavenly tribulation itself is, the stronger you are, the more ferocious the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, directly refining a strand of divine power without improving other aspects makes it hard to survive under the corresponding intensity of the heavenly tribulation, especially the physical body, which could be reduced to ashes under the might of the heavenly tribulation. Even ancient cultivators with other foundations found it difficult, and very few could survive the first heavenly tribulation. Wouldn't it be even harder for you? So, you think I would die in the Breaking Tao period? Jiang Xuan retorted. That's just one aspect. Pei Nishang continued. Secondly, it takes a very long time to refine a strand of divine power. The requirements set by the Blackpool Palace for inheritors are too high. With your talent, I think it could take more than 10 years. 10 years? By then, you'll be 27 and still only at the early stage of the tribulation realm. Such talents are everywhere, and in the entire Deqian, it's not considered talented at all. So naturally, there is no hope for becoming a god or demon. What about the third? Jiang Xuan asked directly. Third, Pei Nishang said, in fact, ancient cultivation is a wrong path. Jiang Xuan's expression finally changed. He didn't care much about the first 2 points. What danger and lack of foundation? In fact, Jiang Xuan was confident, because he already had the foundation of ancient techniques. Heiyuan Gong is one of them. He started practicing Heiyuan Gong at 7 years old. It belongs to the category of early cultivation. Moreover, Songmang Gong only requires 180 times innate power to reach minor success, and Jiang Xuan is already at 150 times. Jiang Xuan's physique, recovery ability, and the power of heaven and earth are all abnormally strong. And there is also the Rui breathing technique, a divine skill that continuously enhances talent and stimulates stronger self-healing abilities. So Jiang Xuan has always been very confident. But this third point, wrong path? Many people think that the ancient times were incredibly powerful, and anything related to the ancient is extraordinary, stronger than now. Pei Nishang continued, but in fact, it's not so. Ancient cultivators were powerful. The Breaking Tao period crushed today's tribulation realm, and this gap will not be closed after becoming a true god or demon. However, the gap after becoming a god or demon is not that large. It's just slightly stronger in one-on-one battles. Overall, the cultivation system is better now. Even the speed of cultivation is not inferior to that of ancient times. It's a simple logic. If your talent is insufficient, you would undoubtedly die in the Breaking Tao period in ancient times, but now you could become a tribulation realm cultivator, reach the middle heavenly tribulation realm, the great heavenly tribulation realm, and get infinitely close to becoming a god or demon. And if your talent is sufficient, no matter how you cultivate, you'll progress rapidly. In ancient times, you could still die in the 3 major tribulations of the Breaking Tao period, but nowadays, surviving the tribulations in the tribulation realm is quite easy. The only great danger is the great tribulation of gods and demons. But ancient times also had the great tribulation of gods and demons, which was even more terrifying. The ancient cultivation passed down to today. Aside from those lost techniques that are particularly powerful today, other unbroken lineages are actually becoming more and more perfected, reducing risks. Although more complex, It makes it easier for those with insufficient talent to hit a bottleneck. But even if it's more complex, it doesn't waste time for true geniuses. You have the talent to become a god or demon. So your time to become a god or demon will certainly not be later than in ancient times. Jiang Xuan began to understand. The biggest difference between wanting to cultivate into a true god or demon in ancient times compared to now should be the tribulation realm, which is the breaking Tao period. Now, it is more complex and stable, but the tribulation realm is weaker. In ancient times, the dangers were greater, but the breaking Tao period was stronger, crushingly strong. It seems to have pros and cons, but in reality, now it is definitely better because if you do not become a god or demon, you are ultimately an ant. Becoming a god or demon is the ultimate goal. As for the slightly stronger ancient gods and demons, that slight strength can be easily leveled. Practicing one more secret technique or gaining more combat experience is nothing compared to the dangers of the breaking Tao period. Once you become a god or demon, that slight strength makes it hard to kill the opponent. You can only suppress them. Jiang Xuan suddenly thought of He Yuan Gong, the technique passed down by Senior Qi Shi, which was said to be improved based on ancient foundation techniques. What does improvement mean? Getting rid of the dross and taking the essence, then filling in with better content. In other words, Jiang Xuan is practicing a more perfected ancient technique. It fits well with the current cultivation system. Does this mean that once I refine a strand of divine power, I must go through the breaking Tao period and become a god or demon before I can return to the current cultivation system? Jiang Xuan guessed and asked. It's very hard to complete. Pei Nishang said softly. Why? Is it too dangerous? Jiang Xuan frowned. Danger is one aspect. The three major tribulations of the breaking Tao period are far more perilous than the three major tribulations of the tribulation realm. Pei Nishang continued, on the other hand, resources may not be sufficient. Breaking Tao period cultivators can casually kill today as tribulation realm, which can be considered half-gods and demons. Being strong certainly comes with a price. The resources consumed during the process are dozens of times that of today as tribulation realm cultivators. In ancient times, abundant resources didn't matter, but now, this clearly also serves as further evidence that the current cultivation method is better, cultivating gods and demons with fewer resources. Many ancient cultivation items are no longer available today. Pei Nishang looked at Jiang Xuan, and although the Blackpool Palace seemed to offer generous rewards, in reality, it was impossible to leave enough resources for cultivation during the breaking Tao period. Given the mortality rate during the breaking Tao stage, how much would it need to leave behind to ensure the emergence of a god or demon? Therefore, the inheritance must primarily consist of cultivation techniques. Even if there were treasures, they would likely be consumable items. There would certainly be some resources, but not that many. The three large source stones rewarded in the previous stage were enough for the current tribulation realm and could even be used in the great tribulation realm. However, for the breaking Tao period, they might only be enough to refine a trace of divine demonic power just at the beginning of the breaking Tao stage. After hearing Pei Nishang's words, Jiang Xuan felt a sense of relief. Jiang Xuan's cultivation was already particularly resource-intensive, with the Black Xian skill as the foundation for his cultivation. Even if he didn't enter the breaking Tao stage, the resources he consumed were terrifying. This was not a problem. The danger was not either. According to the original plan, Jiang Xuan was supposed to go to the military city. The military city could afford countless geniuses, so resources were truly not an issue. Is there a possibility? Jiang Xuan pondered and asked, after refining a trace of divine demonic power, could he still follow the current tribulation realm path? With the formidable strength of the breaking Tao stage, he could return to the correct cultivation path. Jiang Xuan didn't say directly that he wanted to go to the military city in the future to deceive resources. The military city might not accept cultivators from the ancient system. Then he would have to find a way to blend in. You wish. Pei Nishang laughed. Theoretically, it's not impossible because divine demonic power is quite magical. It can transform into tribulation force, innate force, acquired force, or even mortal aura, transforming back and forth freely. You could convert a trace of divine demonic power into a massive amount of tribulation force, and by cultivating more tribulation force, you could directly refine it back into divine demonic power, so you could follow the current path. However, there remains an unsolvable problem. What problem? Jiang Xuan asked. The cultivation technique. If you took the inheritance cultivation technique of the breaking Dao period from the Blackpool Palace, this technique must be practiced using a trace of divine demonic power. It still follows the ancient path, which might encounter issues where some resources do not exist. If you directly switch to the current tribulation realm cultivation technique, it would also inevitably cause problems. The strength of the current tribulation realm techniques cannot handle the massive tribulation force converted from a trace of divine demonic power. Unless, Pei Nishang paused. Don't keep me in suspense. Unless you can find a 9 tribulation god demon or an existence that surpasses a god demon to improve the ancient cultivation technique for you. Pei Nishang shook her head as she spoke. This matter is too illusory. It is completely impossible. Jiang Xuan finds it difficult to even contact a typical god demon, let alone those top-tier existences. However, Jiang Xuan subtly curled his lips. Steady. In fact, Jiang Xuan had never considered following the inheritance of the Blackpool Palace in the future. From the moment he entered, he just wanted to get out. No matter how good the inheritance of the Blackpool Palace was, it could never be better than the cultivation technique given by the senior of the Oddstone. It can even be said that any ancient inheritance cultivation technique is not as good as the one given by the senior of the Oddstone. Jiang Xuan had always speculated that the strength of the senior of the Oddstone surpassed that of a god demon. Now, he faced the problem of needing to refine a trace of divine demonic power, which is why he asked those questions in the end. Now he was certain that after obtaining a trace of divine demonic power, he could continue practicing the technique given by the senior of the Oddstone. He could have the crushing combat power of the breaking Dao stage, and also reduce danger. The key point is that he could go to the military city to deceive resources. You don't need to think so much right now. It's 10 years. You will at least need 10 years to refine a trace of divine demonic power. The best years will be wasted here, and what will happen afterward? Pei Nishang said. What about you? Jiang Xuan countered. You said I need 10 years. How long do you need? A few months, I guess. Pei Nishang revealed a confident smile. We are different. I'm a reincarnated god demon, so I don't really need to refine a trace of divine demonic power. I have already studied the Songmang skill, and I can skip many steps. Finally, I can temporarily refine a small trace of divine demonic power using relatively little innate force. This trace of divine demonic power can only exist temporarily, and its power will be significantly weaker, but it should be enough for me to obtain the worst inheritance and leave here. For Pei Nishang, who once mastered divine demonic power, it is not difficult to refine that familiar power again. There is even no need for any comprehension steps, just a need to refine it. She evidently has a deeper understanding of its Songmang skill than Jiang Xuan. That is the insight of a god demon. Temporarily existing? Jiang Xuan asked. Will it dissipate afterward? Yes. Pei Nishang nodded. After I leave here, that small trace of divine demonic power will permanently dissipate. Although it will cause me to lose a large portion of my innate force, I need to cultivate more innate force here, and the dissipated portion is extra. Then, I will break through the tribulation realm, directly return to the current cultivation path. Pei Nishang seemed to look down on the inheritance here. She wanted to return to the realm of god demons, according to her previous life's cultivation path. From her ability to articulate so many differences between ancient and current cultivation, one could sense that she was probably not an ordinary god demon in her previous life. What a pity you have never been a god demon, and you have no understanding of divine demonic power, so this method can only be used by me. You can only take it step by step. Pei Nishang suddenly smiled enchantingly. But I also have to thank you. The heart-thought power born from our dual cultivation can greatly enhance my control over innate force and speed up my refinement of divine demonic power. Without the heart-thought power, it would probably take me 2 or 3 years to refine it. The heart-thought power compensates for the shortcomings of god-demon cultivators. It greatly enhances consciousness. Originally, improving one's technical foundation is a very difficult task. After mastering the heart-thought power, Chun Yuan Shu made rapid progress, involving understanding, comprehension, control, and fine manipulation, where heart-thought power can play a significant role. For months later, Pei Nishang's injuries had long since healed, and with the great source stones for cultivation, relying on the techniques of its Songmang skill. She rapidly increased her innate force to an ordinary 100 times. This was unstable and hadn't even reached a minor achievement standard. But she forcibly refined a small trace of divine demonic power that could only last for 6 hours. She was severely injured as a result and sealed her injuries with forbidden techniques. She directly charged through. She just wanted to get out. She didn't care about the inheritance. She entered the water curtain stone door under the shortest statue and passed it in one go. In just half an hour, Pei Nishang came out from inside. Unfortunately, I can't take you with me. After a cup of tea, I will be forcibly teleported out. Pei Nishang temporarily stored the divine weapon puppet in her Shumi ring, looked at Jiang Xuan, and said, "You helped me. I can help you with something. Is there anything you need me to do? Go to the Jiang Clan. If there's nothing wrong with the clan, you don't need to worry." Jiang Xuan hurriedly said, "Then, you go find my mother and tell her I'm still alive, and my father's also alive." Chapter 109, 3 years. 3,000 times innate power to refine divine demonic power. Jiang Xuan just wanted those who cared about him to know that he was still alive, especially his mother and sister. They still seemed unfree, and news of himself and his father could bring them hope. Chen Yuanshu, on the other hand, Jiang Xuan didn't want Pei Nishang to deliver a message to Chen Yuanshu. Pei Nishang didn't even know that he had remarried, so it was better not to mention it. Considering Chen Yuanshu's personality, she would surely find a way to see her mother and sister. Once his mother knew, she would definitely find out afterward. As for the tribe, as long as the tribe was fine, there was no need to let them know for now. Too many people talking could easily leak information. Jiang Xuan was very clear that the news of his survival would be an immense surprise to some, while for others, it would be a great threat. If the news leaked the day he walked out of the 10 Directions Absolute Land, he might very well encounter an ambush. Some unexpected schemes could also fall upon his mother and sister, or even Chen Yuanshu. Jiang Xuan understood very well how shocking his achievement of killing Lu Kong was. If he was still alive and could return to the world, it would be enough to influence the power dynamics of Feishua City. Even the 4 major families would be wary of his existence. Jiang Xuan had considered a lot. Pei Nishang said he could only go out after 10 years. But Jiang Xuan felt it wouldn't take that long, although he likely wouldn't be able to go out in the short term. He couldn't respond to the changes outside while in the Blackpool Palace, so it was best if there were no changes. Just let his closest ones know about his situation. Jiang Xuan spoke with Pei Nishang. Good. Pei Nishang nodded and agreed to this matter, her beautiful eyes sizing up Jiang Xuan. Suddenly, she smiled charmingly, saying that after this parting, it would be hard to meet again in this life. And it was a great pity that someone with his talent could not become a divine demon. So, Jiang Xuan felt there was something in her words. So, who? Pei Nishang transformed into an afterimage, stepped forward to grab Jiang Xuan, and in an instant, the scene changed. Pei Nishang pushed him into the stone chamber and then activated the illusion. One last time, let this be a farewell. You only need a cup of tea this time. You will be teleported out. This compass illusion can slow down the flow of time and deceive perception. You have 1 hour. Then your injuries. The injuries are sealed, no problem. Then you 4. Stop talking nonsense. Are you a man? When Jiang Xuan reappeared in the empty great hall, his face was filled with a sense of loss. He held a white silk scarf in his hand, one corner embroidered with the character for Pei. This was what Pei Nishang left for him before she disappeared, and it still held a faint fragrance. Their last time cultivating together was not truly a cultivation session. Once it involved the practice of techniques, her illusion would lose its time-slowing effect. The truly time-slowing treasures were not something she could control. Therefore, in this final moment, they acted as a couple and did what they needed to do. She was as gentle as water. Did this woman not want me to forget her? The vastness of the Qian, countless billions of miles. And she seemed not to be from North Hangzhou in her previous life. What she said about not meeting again might not be a lie. Even her name, Pei Nishang, might be false. Jiang Xuan understood that after a divine demon reincarnated, unless they grew to their original height, they wouldn't use their real name. Because the cultivation path is perilous, one must grow through battles and experience life and death, inevitably leading to enemies. Revealing one's previous identity too early might lead to being found by enemies from their past life, resulting in a fate worse than death. Therefore, using a false name is very normal. This final gesture toward me, leaving a handkerchief as a memento, yet no more meetings. I assent to this playing with me? Making me remember her for a lifetime? Is this revenge against me? Jiang Xuan could only speculate. In the vast hall, statues stood silently, quiet and still. Jiang Xuan tucked the handkerchief away and walked deeper into the hall. He was now the only one left. His father was still trapped in the fourth gate's great hall, unable to return or leave, needing to endure loneliness. Fortunately, Jiang Xuan had a unique obsession with cultivation. During his closed-door training, he often forgot the passage of time. It would be best to get out quickly, but I can't just take the smallest inheritance. Jiang Xuan could already understand the text descriptions beside each statue under the water curtain stone door. This sixth gate was the final one. In terms of pure challenge difficulty, it wasn't very dangerous. As long as he could refine a trace of divine demonic power, the small inheritance would be particularly easy to obtain. However, the small inheritance could not take anyone away. Moreover, the small inheritance possessed uniqueness. This meant that if Pei Nishong took the worst inheritance, Jiang Xuan could no longer challenge that gate. He could challenge the second worst, but that second worst also did not have the authority to take anyone away. There were a total of 12 statues. From lowest to highest, there were the Wind and Harmony Hall, Disciples' Inheritance, the Golden Stone Hall, Disciples' Inheritance, the All Things Hall, Disciples' Inheritance, the Fire Cloud Peak, Disciples' Inheritance, the Thunder Sword Peak, Disciples' Inheritance, and the Light Peak, Disciples' Inheritance. The first 6 inheritances belonged to inner disciples. The next 3 were the Blackpool Palace Steward, the right envoy of Blackpool Palace, and the left envoy of Blackpool Palace. These 3 inheritances required at least the completion of the vast and boundless technique to challenge. If successful, it would grant exploration privileges, possibly allowing one to loot treasures, but still without the authority to take anyone away. Once outside, one could never re-enter. The last 3 inheritances, the Elder Inheritance of Blackpool Palace, which after passing through, would grant exploration privileges and free entry and exit privileges. The Great Elder Inheritance of Blackpool Palace, which granted exploration privileges, entry and exit privileges, and the authority to take people in and out. The Palace Master Inheritance of Blackpool Palace, which could only be challenged by those who completed the breakthrough period cultivation of divine demons. Yes, to become the Palace Master of Blackpool Palace, one must be a divine demon. This seemed fundamentally impossible. There weren't enough resources here to cultivate into a divine demon. However, in reality, Blackpool Palace never expected a congenital being to enter and directly become the Palace Master upon reaching the breakthrough period. Blackpool Palace would never entrust such a vast sect to such a weak existence. That would be too easy to destroy. Mortals are ultimately mortals. The breakthrough period also only has a lifespan of 100 years. Only divine demons can exist long-term in the world. According to those ancient descriptions, to inherit Blackpool Palace, one must first obtain elder privileges, then leave Blackpool Palace to cultivate outside. Once they become a divine demon, either an elder or a great elder could freely enter and exit Blackpool Palace and challenge the ultimate inheritance. Therefore, Jiang Xuan's goal was very high. He aimed to challenge the 11th of the 12 statues. Second only to the Palace Master Inheritance was the Great Elder Inheritance, transforming 3,000 times innate power into a trace of divine demonic power, because only the Great Elder Inheritance could allow him to freely take people in and out, arrange for others to challenge, and also take people away, which was a tremendous authority. Jiang Xuan walked up to the 11th statue. It stood at 32 zhang high. This statue depicted an elder with an immortal demeanor, long hair and beard, one hand holding a sword, the other holding a scripture, gazing into the distance with a solemn expression. Jiang Xuan sat cross-legged before this enormous statue and took out the vast and boundless technique. The ancient martial art is powerful but not rigorous. Otherwise, Pei Niking wouldn't be able to cheat easily, skipping most of the training content. Although I haven't possessed divine or demonic powers, this aspect needs to be approached step by step. However, if it's just about increasing the total amount of innate power, The Black Xian Gong has its tricks in this regard. If I can extract the techniques for expanding innate power from the Tsangman Gong, theoretically, I could also skip the cumbersome training process of Tsangman Gong. I've been practicing Black Xian Gong for 10 years. It's a foundational skill. It should still be the main focus. In fact, these two martial arts share many similarities, and their ultimate goal is simply to gather enough innate power to refine it into divine or demonic power. Therefore, the process doesn't necessarily have to follow Tsangman Gong. As long as I can cultivate 3,000 times the innate power, that will suffice. After Pei Nikhang refined her divine or demonic power, she showed it to me. Although I only glanced at it and observed without daring to touch it directly, I gained some insights, which should help me during my own refinement. Over the past 4 months, Pei Nikhang completed her cheating training and passed the challenges to leave. As for Jiang Xuan, he hardly practiced at all. Every day, he engaged in dual cultivation with Pei Nikhang for several hours, and during the rest of the time, he pondered this ancient martial art. Jiang Xuan's confidence in his talent was growing. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of firewood. Therefore, he had this bold idea, using Black Xian Gong as a foundation to merge the two martial arts. Only in this way could he possibly cultivate 3,000 times the innate power faster. Black Xian Gong has a particularly strong characteristic. As long as you have enough resources, you can dramatically improve. Tsangman Gong also possesses this characteristic, but comparatively, it's not as powerful as Black Xian Gong. Jiang Xuan deduced that the ancient foundation-building method before the improvement of Black Xian Gong should be more advanced than Tsangman Gong. Even after the improvement, conforming to the current cultivation system, it retains 120 times the innate power without needing to refine divine or demonic power. The multiplier before the improvement is likely an extremely terrifying number. The Rui breathing technique and the existence of the primordial spirit greatly enhanced my comprehension. Before Pei Nikhang left, she also left me 3 large source stones she obtained from the 5th challenge. She couldn't use them for her own cultivation and used her portable cultivation resources instead. How generous! Jiang Xuan even felt that Pei Nikhang might have fallen in love with him, but she was also hot and cold towards him. I helped her greatly, and she reciprocated. Perhaps she wanted to sever any karmic ties, leaving her conscience clear. Jiang Xuan thought to himself. He pondered the martial arts for a while longer. Let's do it. Let's start. Jiang Xuan finally made up his mind. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of cultivation treasures appeared on the ground, including 6 large source stones and other rewards from the 5th challenge, along with various cultivation resources, all coming from Lu Kong's inheritance. Lu Kong was already at the Great Heavenly Tribulation realm 30 years ago, and over these 30 years, he must have committed countless acts of murder and robbery, even slaughtering cities and looting several times. The realm cultivation resources he stole, only a few were useful to him. All those that could enhance the cultivation of martial arts were left behind. This is a massive fortune. Its value far exceeds that of the 6 large source stones. Lu Kong was a demon, so he naturally wouldn't store money in a place like the Heavenly Tower. He carried it all with him, and now it all fell into Jiang Xuan's hands. Although Lu Kong's cultivation resources are mixed and of chaotic attributes, which shouldn't be used for the cultivation of the same martial art. For me, the goal is to refine a trace of divine or demonic power, and the chaotic attributes of innate power don't matter at all. Under the effect of the heavenly thunder divine stone, they would become incredibly pure, and ultimately, a trace of divine or demonic power would be of utmost purity. A day later, a ghostly shadow suddenly appeared near Jiang Xuan, dropped off some items, and then vanished. Some food and clean water. Unlike the previous challenges, the ghostly shadow also brought some cultivation resources. This happened every day. Jiang Clan's Earthen City. Why are there so many people? Pei Nikhang appeared in the shadows, frowning at the situation in the Earthen City. She was also Jiang Qinghong, and this was originally her home, so she knew it well. Compared to when she left, the changes in the Earthen City were immense. Some men wearing traditional tribal clothing didn't seem to be tribesmen at all. Many of them even exuded the aura of innate perfection. After observing for a while, Pei Nikhang confirmed that these newcomers to the tribe were actually from the military, the Black Armored Army, and the demon hunting guard. Pei Nikang transformed into an afterimage and disappeared, circling around the earthen city, reappearing in the original shadow. She was utterly shocked. She learned 3 important pieces of information. First, the only coach in Feishua City, who returned to simplicity under the divine and demonic realm, actually joined the Jiang Clan. Currently, the position of clan leader is vacant, and the coach serves as the deputy clan leader, with Grandma Jinhua acting as the clan leader. At least dozens of military innate experts have joined the Jiang Clan, most by marriage, while some came to repay a debt of gratitude. Second, the Jiang Clan has purchased a large number of death row inmates through mysterious channels, granting them status to join the Jiang Clan and compete in life and death battles on stage. How this was specifically operated is difficult to discern from just overhearing, but it's evident that a powerful force is protecting the Jiang Clan. Third, this is what shocked Pei Nikang the most. Jiang Xuan actually killed Liu Kong. Liu Kong was a demon at the Great Heavenly Tribulation Realm, a well-known figure across 100,000 miles, even if he had been severely injured by Lei Hong. How could an innate expert kill him? But Jiang Xuan did kill him. That dog man. He did such a shocking act, but didn't tell me. No wonder he could pass the 5th challenge in one go, demonstrating extraordinary skills at 17. He hadn't even shown me his extraordinary skills. Pei Nikang felt somewhat dissatisfied, but then thought that such talent, no matter how strong the combat power, has nothing to do with ancient cultivation. It would be a pity to be trapped there wasting talent. Pei Nikang also didn't know what was happening to her. She even had the thought of becoming divine or demonic and coming back to see if she could help Jiang Xuan escape early. Although she also didn't know how she would enter the Black Pool Palace again at that time. But she now considered herself an inner disciple of the Black Pool Palace. So searching for an entrance wasn't impossible. Just a thought. That dog man must have already fallen for me. He will never forget me in this life. If I save him again, he will be under my control for life, serving me like a cow or horse. Since there is only this one man in this life. Then Pei Nikang thought, silently leaving the Jiang Clan's earthen city. She had no intention of investigating the specifics of Jiang Xuan's disappearance. And her preliminary thought about whether to come back after becoming divine or demonic was just that. Perhaps she would not care about it later. After finishing her business, she directly left the area. In Feishua City, deep within the Wei family's old residence, in a dilapidated courtyard, Pei Nikang had heard people cursing the Wei family while in the earthen city. She knew that Wei Baiyun and Jiang Yao were under house arrest. After arriving in Feishua City and infiltrating the Wei family, she casually confused a servant with secret techniques and learned about the situation here. This should be it. Pei Nikang appeared in the shadow of the courtyard corner, flickered, and reappeared by the back window. Just as she was about to open the window and enter, she heard voices from inside. "Grandma, the baby kicked me again. The little guy is full of energy. Listen." A clear but gentle voice. Okay. Take it easy. Be careful with your belly." Seed. Wei Baiyun's voice. "Sister-in-law, are you drinking tea?" Jiang Yao's voice asked. "How many more months until the baby arrives?" Pei Nichang's expression changed drastically. Wei Baiyun and Jiang Yao were both very familiar to her. The voice couldn't be mistaken, and both knew her identity as Jiang Qinghong. Mother-in-law, sister-in-law. Wei Baiyun only had one son, and that was Jiang Xuan. So, that unfamiliar woman's voice. Is she Jiang Xuan's wife? When did Jiang Xuan get married? And has a child already? Where did this wild woman come from? Suppressing the urge to unleash her power, Pei Nikang quietly opened the window a crack to observe inside. She saw a woman with an aura and beauty that rivaled her own sitting in a chair, wearing an oversized dress. Wei Baiyun was carefully leaning beside her, resting her head on the woman's belly, listening to something. She had a radiant smile, her brows filled with joy. "Sister-in-law, have you thought of a name for the baby?" Jiang Yao asked while draping her shoulders over that woman. "Not yet. It should be the husband who names it, but he..." The woman looked at Wei Baiyun. "Mother, why don't you name it?" "I'll name it." Wei Baiyun hesitated for a moment and said, "But what about the Chun family? Will they allow?" "Yuan Shu, will this child take the surname Jiang?" "Don't worry, my child. I have the final say. The child will definitely take the surname Jiang." Pei Nichang's eyes widened. and she felt completely unhinged. It was indeed Jiang Xian's new wife. Yuan Shu? Qin family? Qin Yuan Shu. It's Qin Yuan Shu. When Pei Nikang was still Jiang Qinghong, she hadn't heard of Qin Yuan Shu, but before her travels to the Black Abyss Mountain, she had visited Feishue City and heard the name Qin Yuan Shu loud and clear. The legitimate daughter of the Chun family, the first family of Feishue City, a gifted figure of divine and demonic prowess. However, she had heard that she was injured early on, her talent ruined, and had lost the possibility of becoming a divine being. Jiang Xian, the legitimate daughter of the Chun family? How dare you, you dog of man! You marry another woman and still call me your wife, and wanting to cultivate with you. Pei Nikang knew her mindset was wrong, but she couldn't help it. She had retaliated against Jiang Xian in a way that would make him never forget her for the rest of his life. As punishment for taking away half of her energy, but now it seemed her plan had failed. Qin Yuan Shu's beauty rivaled hers. She was even pregnant. If Jiang Xian came out of the Black Abyss Palace, the whole family would reunite, and this woman would definitely be pampered to the skies. Mortal love only affects cultivation, ultimately turning into a handful of yellow earth. Only divine beings can be eternal. Pei Nikang thought coldly. My divine and demonic talent has been wasted, and I will never become a divine being in the future. How can I compare with her? Jiang Xian and I cultivated together for months. He probably won't be satisfied with her in the future. He will only remember me. Inside, Wei Baiyun pondered for a moment and said, Yuan Shu, you're just a junior in the family. The surname represents inheritance. Your Qin family probably won't allow you to let the child take the surname Jiang. Mother doesn't want you to have too much pressure. As long as the child is healthy, what surname it has doesn't. Mother, although I am a junior, I will definitely take charge of the Chun family in the future, Qin Yuan Shu said earnestly. To be honest, Mother, my husband has long healed my hidden injuries, and my talent has been restored. Moreover, my husband has left me a legacy and the effects of that legacy. Within 10 years, I will surely become a divine being. A divine being? You are confident you can become a divine being. Wei Baiyun and Jiang Yao were both stunned. I am, Qin Yuan Shu said with great determination. She couldn't reveal the specifics of the Rui breathing method, even to Wei Baiyun, because the method had had a shocking effect on her. If it weren't for being pregnant, she could have entered the tribulation realm 3 months ago. Although she was already 27 this year, by the time the child was born, she would be nearly 28. But Qin Yuan Shu was confident that within the next 3 years, she could dramatically elevate her realm to the Great Tribulation realm. On one hand, it was due to the effects of the Rui breathing method, and on the other hand, she had been accumulating her knowledge. She had been forced to stay at the innate realm, but had long begun researching the various aspects of the tribulation realm, so her foundation was particularly solid. Jiang Xian healed her talent injuries? It must have been through dual cultivation. He even left her a legacy, giving her the confidence to aim straight for the divine realm. Pei Nikang was equally shocked. Mother, I will continuously pursue higher realms. I don't just want to become a divine being, but to keep climbing, becoming stronger. And one day, I will resurrect my husband. I will definitely be able to bring him back. Qin Yuan Shu became more and more excited. Her eyes filled with an unwavering light. All right, don't rush. You're pregnant, control your emotions. Wei Baiyun hurriedly comforted her, standing up and holding Qin Yuan Shu's head in her arms, gently stroking her hair. Mother, Qin Yuan Shu called out like a daughter. What a touching scene of mother-daughter affection. Pei Nikang turned and left, disappearing like a shadow. Bastard, you can announce your survival yourself. I won't carry any messages for you. Dog man. Pei Nikang didn't even know why she was so angry, so concerned. She was just very upset. Time flew by. 2.5 years later, early February, in front of the 6th barrier of the Black Abyss Palace, at the 11th statue, 6 large source stones had long been consumed, and more than half of the other hundreds of resources were also depleted. 20-year-old Jiang Xian sat cross-legged there, still as an old monk in meditation. His hands rested in front of his abdomen, palms supporting a heavenly thunder divine stone. The divine stone had shrunk to the size of a human eyeball, having been mostly consumed. Buzz, the heavenly thunder divine stone suddenly shattered, exploding into terrifying lightning, coursing over Jiang Xuan's body and converging toward his dantian. At that moment, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from Jiang Xuan, heavy as if it had substance, causing the surrounding space to warp dramatically, as if in a dream. Boom, boom, boom. In Jiang Xuan's dantian sea, thunder and lightning roared. The thick innate power violently shook like an ocean, and a black dot appeared in the middle of the ocean. The black dot then transformed into a flickering black hole that began to spin, the thick innate power wildly converging, compressing, and refining. Soon, the dantian sea was left with only the black hole, within which a divine rhythm of light appeared, accompanied by thunder, the divine rhythm of light becoming increasingly pure. Yet it was also extremely unstable, seeming as if it would explode at any moment. 3,000 times the innate power I had already mastered 3 months ago. For the past 3 months, I have neither eaten nor drunk, nor slept nor rested, just for this final moment. If I fail, all innate power will run amok, and I will explode and die. Become for me crack. A loud cracking sound flashed by. The black hole suddenly contracted, the thunder suddenly converged, and both fused with that divine rhythm of light, transforming into a strand of pure energy without any color. The already terrifying aura around Jiang Xuan surged 1,000-fold at that moment. But an instant later, it retracted to nothing. 3,000 times the innate power transformed into a strand of divine, demonic power. Success. Huff. Jiang Xuan slowly exhaled, opening his eyes, a terrifying sense of intimidation flashing in his gaze. His aura had completely changed, as if he was no longer immortal, an unprecedented feeling of power filling his body. He felt no fatigue nor hunger. It seemed he could go forever without eating, drinking, sleeping, or resting. I've been in here for 3 years. I can finally go out. The breakthrough period. Is the heavenly tribulation outside? Jiang Xuan suddenly looked up. He could sense the heavenly tribulation brewing, but it was not in the black abyss palace. He had to go out to face the heavenly tribulation. Perhaps it was because the heavenly tribulation he had to face was too terrifying that it couldn't happen within the palace. However, his current realm is restricted by a force from the unknown, making it impossible for him to advance. Since there is no exhaustion, let's just charge forward. Jiang Xuan stood up, waved his hand to gather the items on the ground, and walked towards the water-curtained stone door at the base of the 32 zhang tall statue, passing through without any hesitation. Chapter 110. One sword can break gods and demons. A shocking change occurred in a vast sect that stood majestically among the rolling mountains. Palaces, either shrouded in ethereal divine light or ancient and solemn, adorned the peaks with pavilions, towers, and waterside pavilions standing atop the summits, appearing faintly amidst the gauzy clouds. Below, surrounded by 12 towering peaks, lay an enormous white jade plaza, within which countless figures sat in meditation and cultivation, shrouded in swirling clouds. Jiang Xuan felt as though he had vanished, as if he were in a dream, overlooking this grand sect. Where is this? A mirage? The ancient Blackpool sect? As Jiang Xuan continued to speculate, the scene before him abruptly shifted. The sect lay in ruins, with broken walls everywhere, and the sounds of battle echoed through the air. A massive 9-headed wyvern spewed black flames, obliterating the peaks and all the structures atop them. A towering azure giant, 1,000 feet tall, swung a spiked club, relentlessly smashing the white jade plaza, sending ripples of divine light through the air. A monster with a human face and a lion's body howled at the sky. Though its size was modest, only a few feet, its terrifying suction devoured figures, along with stones, palaces, and trees, all swallowed into its mouth. Death. An old man in a white robe, exuding an aura of gods and demons, slashed with a sword, its light transforming into a line that suddenly erupted into 7-colored divine light, dimming the heavens and earth, as if only this strand of 7-colored light remained, aiming to tear apart the 9-headed wyvern. Ha ha! A melodious and enchanting laughter dispersed the might of this sword. One could hear the voice, but not see the person. An ancient battle? The one that destroyed the Blackpool Palace. Jiang Xuan understood. He instinctively slowed his breathing, as if fearing to disturb those terrifying beings. Each of the colossal monsters exuding an unmatched presence, as if a mere breath from them could turn him to ash. Boom! 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 The earth-shattering battle shattered space, and the scene fragmented. In the next moment, a bustling city appeared, filled with tourists, when suddenly, the nine-headed wyvern emerged from thin air. Dark clouds overshadowing the city, spewing black flames. This city, home to 1 million people, was melted in the black flames, screams echoing, gradually fading into silence. As everything was burned down and transformed into a blood-red orb of flesh, swallowed by the nine-headed wyvern. In the next scene, on the wilderness, an army of alien races charged forward, many with beast heads and human bodies, clad in heavy armor, wielding gleaming weapons, after destroying tens of thousands of human cavalry. They raised their knives against nearby villages and towns. In the next scene, a handsome man with fox ears stood above the city, summoning a large black flag with a wave of his hand. The black flag billowed with ghostly wails, and as he waved it, the citizens within the city cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, their souls forcibly extracted and flying towards the flag, their bodies rapidly withering away, ultimately turning into dried corpses. In the next scene, a pig-headed soldier cut open a woman's belly, taking her heart, blood pouring as he put it into his mouth. Chewing with a satisfied expression, Jiang Xuan was filled with rage. Although he guessed it was a scene from ancient times when the immortal and demon races invaded this world. It was too long ago. With countless tragedies in history, humans had always been killing each other, even among tribes, slaughtering one another, exterminating the men of their enemies, seizing their women and children. Yet Jiang Xuan still could not comprehend pure slaughter, seemingly aimed at exterminating entire races. The immortal and demon races were humanity's deadliest enemies. The scenes continued to shift, each one forcibly imprinted in Jiang Xuan's mind, growing increasingly tragic and detailed. Men, women, the elderly, and children, all eventually covered in blood. Jiang Xuan's eyes turned red, his blood boiling. The scene shifted again. In an ancient room with sheer curtains, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Jiang Xuan felt his existence. He sat boldly at the edge of the bed, with a beautiful woman on either side of him, both clad only in thin veils. Leaning against him, as Jiang Xuan gazed at their faces, his eyes gradually becoming hazy. They were indeed beautiful. What was more alluring was the charm they exuded, along with their furry beast ears. They were not human, but beauties of the immortal and demon races. With every smile and frown, they could evoke the most primal desires in a man. Jiang Xuan seemed to forget what he had seen earlier, his eyes focused only on them, his hands uncontrollably resting on their waists. "My lord, have you forgotten that you have matters to attend to today?" The purple-veiled beauty chided lightly, instructing someone outside. "Bring them in." The door opened. 2 dog-headed soldiers dragged a righteous middle-aged man into the room and tossed him onto the ground. The man's expression was stubborn, his face pale, his clothes tattered, with whip marks oozing blood, clearly having suffered great torture. "My lord, this fellow is obstinate and refuses to pledge loyalty to our chilling immortal kingdom. Didn't you say you wanted to personally execute him? If you kill him, my sister and I can serve you well," the green-veiled beauty said with a giggle, handing a knife to Jiang Xuan. "Kill him! Kill him!" A voice from the void urged Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan felt dry and hot, wanting nothing more than to kill this man quickly and then enjoy himself with the 2 beauties. He immediately stood up, knife in hand, stepping forward to strike. At the moment the knife was raised, he stopped. The essence of his soul trembled, and a clarity washed over him. He suddenly recalled the scenes he had seen earlier. And he was in the 6th trial of the Black Pool Palace, aiming to obtain the Elder's inheritance. "Kill him! Kill him!" The voice from the void urged again. "My lord, hurry up." "Yes, my lord, we can't wait any longer." The 2 beauties also urged, pulling at his shoulders, letting the thin veils fall, their graceful bodies appearing before Jiang Xuan's eyes, his essence no longer trembling, his gaze becoming dazed. But the last shred of reason told him that something was amiss. Boom! A terrifying divine light erupted from Jiang Xuan, striking towards the two beauties. The scene shattered. In a stone chamber measuring 10 zhong, Jiang Xuan stood there. Behind him was the watery stone door he had just passed through. He opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, uncertainly muttering, "Does this count as passing the trial?" A ghostly figure suddenly appeared, placing down a box. This ghostly figure was different from those that had previously appeared to deliver rewards or meals. It appeared to be an old man, his face clear, and Jiang Xuan recognized at a glance. He looked exactly like the figure on the 11th statue. It was the elder. After placing down the box, the ghostly figure did not immediately vanish, but hesitated as if wanting to say something to Jiang Xuan. Struggling to speak, it said, "You did very well. Kill all demons. Avenge yourself. I remind you, during exploration, do not." Boom! The ghostly figure suddenly shattered, not disappearing, but exploding. "Do not." Jiang Xuan was momentarily stunned. What should not be done? Why didn't you finish your sentence? He understood everything that came before, but the last sentence was left unfinished by the ghostly figure. Jiang Xuan had previously speculated that the reason no one came to explain in this place was that it was too ancient. So ancient that it could erase some original arrangements. It should be noted that this place could not enter the Calamity Realm, or else one would be obliterated. And this was not told by anyone, but discovered by those who had previously entered the trials. It was known that someone had entered the Calamity Realm during the 4th trial and was then killed, leading others to understand. Without guidance, one can only explore the rules on their own, risking their life in the process. This is clearly not right and can easily lead to the downfall of a genius who could otherwise succeed. Therefore, it must be due to the ancient age that issues have arisen. The inability of the great elder's ghost to finish speaking should also be for this reason. It may still possess some consciousness, but ultimately cannot withstand the ravages of time. One could argue that if it remained silent, perhaps its consciousness could survive a bit longer. Speaking has drained its last bit of conscious energy. This place may have existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and after a long period, it may collapse unless someone obtains the Palace Master-S inheritance, which would grant them the right to revive this sect. In a hall filled with statues, Jiang Xuan walked out from the water-curtained stone door beneath the 11th statue, holding a box in both hands. After stepping out, he began to inspect the rewards inside the box. There were only 2 items, a jade long sword and a token. Jiang Xuan skillfully performed a blood sacrifice on the sword and immediately discovered its extraordinary nature. As the blood sacrifice succeeded, a large amount of information flooded into Jiang Xuan's mind. With a thought, the sword vanished from his hand, and he could see it in his Dantian's Qi Si, being nourished by a strand of divine and demonic power. This sword was named Sangqing, forged from ancient source jade, capable of being nourished by divine and demonic power, continuously enhancing, serving as a vital divine weapon. Jiang Xuan organized the information in his mind, growing more excited. This sword was incredibly powerful. In its initial state, it could pierce through divine and demonic bodies. Of course, the premise was that one had to be able to encounter divine beings. A mortal wielding such a divine weapon could cut through the defenses of divine beings. But if the wielder could not even touch the edge of a divine being's clothing, they would be killed. What a pity. I use a knife, and swordsmanship is not my strong suit. Relearning sword techniques would waste me years. I have already transcended in knife techniques. However, wouldn't it be even better if this Sangqing sword were used in flying sword techniques? Even if I do not use divine and demonic power, simply controlling this sword with my primordial spirit, if I encounter a monster like Liu Kang, even if he is at his peak, I could slay him with one sword strike. Such a treasure should not be easily shown to others. Being able to hide it in my Dantian's Qi Si is wonderful. That woman, Pei Nishang, only obtained the worst inheritance, so she probably won't have such a high-level reward. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Xuan picked up the token. It was the Great Elder's token of the Blackpool Palace. Blood must be used to recognize the master. Suddenly, Jiang Xuan's perception of the entire Blackpool Palace changed. It felt more welcoming. A map appeared in his mind, revealing the location of the secret door, allowing him to explore the Blackpool Palace, and he could leave the palace or go to other checkpoints with a thought, even bringing others with him. First, he would loot around, then take his father away from here. Jiang Xuan transformed into an afterimage, appearing in front of a stone wall on one side of the hall. He pressed his hand against it, and a water-curtained stone door appeared on the flat stone wall. Only by contracting the Great Elder's token could this secret door be activated. Passing through the water-curtained stone door, a decaying aura rushed toward him. Un passage, with pearls embedded in the ceiling, emitted white light, illuminating part of the path. Following the map he had memorized, Jiang Xuan began his exploration. One by one, he entered stone chambers, halls, and training grounds. Most were empty, but some still contained items. In a well-arranged stone chamber, Jiang Xuan found dozens of boxes of weapons, various qualities of long and short swords. In more than a dozen different stone chambers, he found dozens of boxes of different quality training resources. Whether weapons or resources, the overall quality was not low, although it couldn't compare to the rewards from the checkpoints. Any sword would be a divine weapon for those at the innate stage. And the dozens of boxes of various training resources were highly coveted treasures for many at the tribulation stage. Moreover, the quantity was significant. Their total value was several times that of Lu Kong's inheritance. Jiang Xuan had a feeling that the area he could explore now should be the refuge space of the Blackpool Palace. Similar to how the Earth City would dig tunnels for refuge, the sect dug underground palaces to hide during disasters. However, the battle for the sect's destruction was too brutal, and the Blackpool Palace fought fiercely against the immortals and demons. The vast majority of the backup resources stored in the underground palace were consumed during the Great War, leaving only a few scraps, but even these scraps were unimaginable wealth for Jiang Xuan. This was still without obtaining the palace master's inheritance and exploring the area completely. Next, Jiang Xuan found arrayed discs, armor, ancient jade artifacts, and other items, all seemingly possessing some extraordinary properties, though not as high level, but certainly valuable. He also found many everyday items, jars, dishes, vases, and antiques, all of which were quite valuable. Entering another stone chamber, Jiang Xuan suddenly became alert as he saw 7 figures standing still. This was, after studying them closely, Jiang Xuan was overjoyed. They were ancient alchemical puppets. During the months he spent dual cultivating with Pei Nishang, they had often discussed the ancient times, and Pei Nishang had mentioned the classification of ancient puppets. According to her, ancient puppets were not as advanced as today's puppets, but had their unique aspects. These 7 should be ancient training puppets, meant for accompanying practice for those at the innate stage. Pei Nishang had said that ancient puppets lacked the various extraordinary traits of modern puppets. The current puppets contain arrayed discs that can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, utilize innate power, and even disguise themselves as human cultivators with intelligence. Ancient puppets did not possess these traits. They were less intelligent and could not execute tasks independently. But they were strong. Ancient puppets were known for their strength, their bodies being indestructible, relying entirely on their physical combat. The innate strength of ancient beings was terrifying. An innate being before the path-breaking period could fight against today's tribulation stage. They could not destroy the training puppets. And even those at the path-breaking stage could not destroy them without using divine and demonic power. So the strength of these training puppets should be equivalent to today's tribulation stage. According to the current level system, the combat power of these 7 puppets should all be at the tribulation stage level. Although they lack the various means of the tribulation stage, even those at the Great Tribulation stage would have to put in considerable effort to destroy them. The most important aspect of training puppets is their ability to withstand blows. Each of them possesses combat power close to the middle tribulation stage, while those at the small tribulation stage could not possibly defeat them. With these 7 puppets, I wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The Wei family could be wiped out. Jiang Xuan collected all the puppets into his Shumi ring. This was his most satisfying harvest. If he were to go to the military city in the future, he could use these puppets to protect his clan and family. With all 7 puppets together, even those at the Great Tribulation stage would have to perish. Jiang Xuan continued to scour for over an hour until he reached the last passage. According to the map, this should be the final location. This passage had a slope leading deeper underground. As Jiang Xuan walked, he sensed something was off. The passage was too long. Was it buried so deep? Could it be the most important treasure vault? The Great Elder's ghost reminded me at the end. Not to take everything? Jiang Xuan speculated, transforming into an afterimage. If it truly were a treasure concerning the essence of the Blackpool Palace, and he was currently unable to use it, then Jiang Xuan could choose not to take it. He could wait until he became a divine being, the palace master, and then take it later. After becoming the Great Elder, Jiang Xuan's mindset had also changed. This place, he could enter and exit freely, if he wished. He could search for geniuses to send here for cultivation or train his clan members, as those checkpoints were highly effective for honing skills. Jiang Xuan had already regarded the Blackpool Palace as his own possession. After walking through dozens of miles of passage, Jiang Xuan arrived at the end, where an ancient stone door came into view. He approached and pushed the stone door, and with the effect of the Great Elder's token, he was able to move it, but it was particularly slow and heavy. Jiang Xuan used all his strength to slowly push the door open. What he saw inside left him stunned. Behind a stone door was actually a woman's boudoir. The room was decorated in an ancient style, with a small round table in the center, adorned with red candles, a teapot, teacups, and other items. A stunning woman with a slender waist, dressed in thin gauze, sat there, her side facing Jiang Xuan. When she saw the door open, she turned to look at Jiang Xuan, revealing a charming yet cold smile. She exuded an astonishing allure. Finally, someone has come. The seal has loosened. This day has been waited for too long. Gome. With a casual wave of her hand, Jiang Xuan found himself uncontrollably flying to her side, a terrifying pressure making his soul tremble. He instinctively used his divine and demonic power to resist, but he couldn't. The stunning woman said coldly, "Let me go, or I'll kill you." Jiang Xuan was imprisoned, his feet hanging a foot off the ground, unable to move, completely suppressed, but his primordial spirit could. Suddenly, in a moment of panic, he summoned 18 long swords from a shumi ring, striking towards the stunning woman. Freeze! As soon as the stunning woman spoke, the 18 flying swords were suspended in midair. Her expression changed, no longer cold, but now looking at Jiang Xuan with a scrutinizing gaze, even showing some surprise. Swat technique. You have a primordial spirit? Are you my kin? Are you here to rescue me? The stunning woman frowned again. No, you are a human cultivator, practicing the divine and demonic system, but you have a primordial spirit, so you are a reincarnated spy. Have you awakened your memories? Chapter 111. Primordial Spirit Technique. Reappearance in the world. The stunning woman, even with her cold demeanor, exuded an alluring charm, and it was hard to gauge her age. At first glance, she seemed to be in her 20s, but a closer look revealed the maturity of a woman in her 30s. Her almond-shaped eyes and elegantly curled eyelashes suggested that she had a specific type of woman she admired. Jiang Xuan was speechless, his heart filled with shock. What kind of existence was this woman? Every means he possessed was effortlessly suppressed by her. Even with a strand of formidable divine demon power, it was impossible for anyone, not even the lord of the divine demon city, to suppress him so easily. The woman was extraordinarily enchanting, and the more Jiang Xuan looked at her, the more his mind swayed, making it hard to maintain control. A feeling of indescribable horror surged within him. It was rare for Jiang Xuan to experience such emotions. No matter how strong the enemy, he could always fight bravely. Yet, this stunning woman was so powerful that he had no thoughts of resistance. His divine demon power firmly imprisoned within him. His primordial spirit trembled and was suppressed once again. "Do you still wish to resist me?" The stunning woman raised an eyebrow, her tone condescending. "You are but an ant of a mere mortal. In the past, how many divine demons were slain by my hand?" A cold glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. Jiang Xuan's primordial spirit was violently impacted, and his vision darkened as if it were shattering. A single glance from her nearly crushed his primordial spirit. No, she did not wish to kill him. Otherwise, with a mere thought, he would have perished. Jiang Xuan recalled the woman's previous words. Did she want him to release himself? Because he possessed a primordial spirit, did she suspect he was a reincarnated spy? Was she a celestial demon? An ancient celestial demon. The Blackpool Palace had been destroyed for over 300,000 years. Could she have been imprisoned here all this time, referring to herself as this palace, she was likely a significant figure of the celestial demon race. Although he did not see any demonic traits on this stunning woman, Jiang Xuan could basically confirm her identity. Suddenly, he was reminded of the illusion he experienced while obtaining the Elder's inheritance, where the two celestial demon beauties had alluded to the Qi-Ling celestial kingdom while inciting him to commit murder. After observing Jiang Xuan for a moment, the stunning woman finally spoke again. "This palace asks you, who are you? How did you come to this place? Although there is an aura of the Black Pool Palace's techniques about you, it is not pure. Answer me." As she questioned him, her eyes were shrouded in darkness. Jiang Xuan felt as if his consciousness was being gripped tightly at that moment. "My name is Jiang Xuan. I am the leader of the Jiang Clan of Blackpool Mountain. After battling a demon, I was swallowed by a divine demon beast, and then—" Jiang Xuan's heart sank further. Suddenly, he could speak, and these words were not what he intended to say. They spilled out uncontrollably, and he could not lie. He confessed that he had mistakenly entered the Blackpool Palace, attempted to pass the trials, sought the Elder's inheritance, and wanted to take his father away. He did not mention Pei Nishang because the stunning woman did not ask. The stunning woman frowned as she listened. She clearly showed no interest in Jiang Xuan's life experiences. However, when she heard him mention that this place had been destroyed for over 300,000 years, her expression changed. "I have only awakened after a mere few thousand years of slumber. The ceiling loosening was 1,000 years ago, and so much time has passed. 300,000 years. The stunning woman murmured, then asked, "Are you a reincarnated spy? How much memory have you awakened? From which force do you come? Has the task memory awakened?" Jiang Xuan was at a loss for words. This was a question he could not answer. "I am not." Jiang Xuan finally managed to say, as he felt he should not be a reincarnated spy. "Not." The stunning woman felt that Jiang Xuan was not speaking the truth, or perhaps Jiang Xuan did not know the truth at all. Reincarnated spies often deny their identity before awakening their task memories. "If you say you are not, then where does your primordial spirit come from?" the stunning woman asked. "It is." Jiang Xuan was about to speak when suddenly a vast and righteous power surged into his consciousness, silently dissolving the mental control. This power seemed to prevent him from revealing any information about the mysterious stone elder and simultaneously freed him from control. 1,000,000,000 miles away, in the Celestial Dew Palace. The dreamlike woman with exquisite curves on the couch slightly opened her eyes, puzzled for a moment. She sensed that a celestial demon was trying to probe her through someone close to her. She carried the great luck of the Dakian. External enemies could not indirectly pry into any information about her through any coercive means unless that close individual betrayed her. Moreover, it had to be outside this world for any fragments of information to be disclosed. Which useless disciple of mine has been captured again? The Dakian emperor pinched her brow and sighed before closing her eyes again. My disciples are all so disappointing. Never mind. My disciples in the Dakian royal family have grown accustomed to relying on their royal status. On the battlefield beyond the domain, they also vie for achievements and benefits. Though they're all skilled in killing enemies, it has also happened that greed led to their capture. If they die, they die. After all, my true body is in closed-door cultivation in Tianjing. Losing a 1,000-year-old avatar is both a lesson and a training for them, helping them learn their lesson. I suddenly have a technique appearing in my mind, Jiang Xuan said to the stunning woman. Suddenly appear? The stunning woman looked enlightened. So you have awakened memories. It seems the person who sent you here is quite cautious. Your memories need to be gradually unsealed with the growth of your strength. What is the name of that technique? Sands of the heart of the soul. The stunning woman was shaken, astonished. The foundation-building heart technique of the Tualing celestial kingdom? Only the royal bloodline can practice it. Compared to my Qi-Ling celestial kingdom's dream heart technique, it is equally remarkable, and it is also a dual cultivation method. Are you a reincarnated prince of the Tualing celestial kingdom? I don't know. Well, it seems you have not awakened your identity memories. Jiang Xuan appeared to still be under mental control, but his thoughts became active. This woman seemed to have completely misunderstood his identity. He could use this to his advantage. As long as he got out of this room and closed the door, he could escape. He absolutely could not die at her hands. Jiang Xuan thought. then proactively said, "My lady, you are. I am the Long Princess of the Qi Ling Celestial Kingdom. Meng Bingrong, ruler of the Dream, Witch Star, Zhana Star, Qi Dao Star, and the Tianhu world, encompassing 4 worlds." The stunning woman introduced herself, her expression proud and her gaze disdainful. Jiang Xuan was somewhat shocked in his heart. She is the ruler of 4 worlds. How could such a terrifying existence be trapped here? Or was it that the worlds she mentioned were merely minor worlds? And the world where the Daqian dynasty was located was not comparable to an ordinary minor world? Though you are not from the Qi Ling Celestial Kingdom, you are also a member of our celestial demon race, which makes you one of my kin. You can call me the Tianhu Empress. I know you must be very confused and even firmly believe you are human, while I am merely a demoness who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. It is all right, before you awaken your memories. Having such a perception is not your fault. If you have any questions, you may ask me now. Tianhu Empress, you mentioned the Qi Ling Celestial Kingdom, and Jiang Xuan pretended to comply and began to inquire. To better confuse her, he naturally needed to understand her sufficiently. Although the Tianhu Empress had shown trust in him, he was still firmly under her control, indicating that her trust was merely superficial and not absolute. The two conversed for nearly half an hour. Jiang Xuan also gained a preliminary understanding of the celestial demon race. First of all, the world where the Daqian dynasty is located is called the endless world of Shenluo. This type of world has a characteristic. It can grow along with the growth of all beings. The stronger the beings, the stronger the world becomes, with larger territories and richer resources. The immortal demon clan controls hundreds of star worlds and dozens of planar worlds, and their total territory and population far exceed that of the Qian. However, from the perspective of the world, the value of the endless world surpasses the sum of all their worlds. There is no comparability. When the tide of darkness descends and the era is destroyed, only the endless world can survive. Jiang Xuan did not fully understand the meaning of this statement, but he could analyze that the continuous attacks by the immortal demon clan on the endless world of Shenluo controlled by the Daqian dynasty were aimed at exterminating humanity to occupy this world. Unlike the single rule of Daqian over the endless world of Shenluo, the immortal demon clan has many factions, some strong and some weak, and they occasionally engage in internal strife or even betrayal. The Qi Ling Immortal Kingdom is one of the 3 great immortal kingdoms of the immortal demon clan. The Tuo Ling Immortal Kingdom is a secondary level of the immortal demon forces, whose overall strength is far inferior to that of the Qi Ling Immortal Kingdom. And there are dozens of similar secondary level immortal demon forces. There are only 3 top-tier immortal kingdoms. The Tianhu Nyang is the eldest princess of the Qi Ling Immortal Kingdom, and her status can be imagined. According to her, her immense strength and army could easily invade this world and annihilate the heightened sect, which was merely a small task and not a major obstacle, at most requiring some effort. However, unexpectedly, the heightened palace actually concealed a fragment of the decree of annihilation, which should have been left behind by the Shenluo Emperor before his departure. The Shenluo Emperor was an ancient god and demon of the endless world of Shenluo, and the first emperor to rule the world. Long before the immortal demon clan's first attack on the endless world of Shenluo, the Shenluo Emperor had already left, and the dynasty he established subsequently shattered, causing this world to fall into decades of fragmented warfare. The heightened palace, such a force, should not have possessed the decree of annihilation, as it was likely obtained by chance during the chaotic war. Although it is a fragment of the decree, with only a trace of its power remaining, the heightened palace sacrificed the entire sect at the last moment to barely activate the decree, annihilating all the celestial demons under its command. Only the palace survived, as it was connected to the fate of the Qi Ling Immortal Kingdom and had many protective treasures. However, it was suppressed in the depths of the heightened palace for 300,000 years. Bang! In a fit of rage, the stunning woman clenched her small fist and struck the table, her eyes flashing with cold, killing intent, and an overwhelming aura erupted from her. Like the stars falling from the sky, the terrifying pressure instantly destroyed the room, transforming the woman's boudoir into a vast underground cave. At the bottom of the cave was a massive, boiling lava pool, with a stone several meters tall standing in the center, where the stunning woman stood, her neck, hands, and feet all linked by chains, the other ends of the chains connected to the surrounding stone walls. Each chain was engraved with complex runes, and one of them had faint cracks. Jiang Xuan floated above the lava, still under control. The terrifying pressure destroyed the illusion and nearly obliterated him, only due to the stunning woman's final restraint, fearing that she might accidentally destroy this ant that could help her escape. The stunning woman had also changed. She wore a tattered blue-white robe, with large areas of smooth white skin exposed on her waist, arms, and legs. She still looked stunning, but now with an even more alluring charm, and behind her were 9 fluffy white foxtails, her ears slightly pointed, exuding an enchanting beauty. Gulp. Just one glance at her made Jiang Xuan feel parched and dry. Her allure seemed to be innate. "You cannot let me out?" the Tianhu asked coldly. "I cannot," Jiang Xuan replied. "I have only obtained the inheritance of the Grand Elder and do not have the authority to lift the seal unless I become a god or demon and obtain the inheritance of the palace master." "Perhaps." The Tianhu pondered. In fact, after talking for so long, she also realized that this heir of the heightened palace could not save her for the time being. If he could truly control the seal, he would not be so easily controlled by her, and he could leave this place with a single thought. "In that case, I will let you leave. When you become a god or demon, return to control the heightened palace and let me out. At that time, I will not skimp on your rewards." After saying this, the Tianhu did not care whether Jiang Xuan agreed or not. With a flick of her finger, Jiang Xuan flashed to her side, and her jade-like finger pressed against his forehead, beginning to carve. With her strength, she actually carved for quite a while. Finally, she spat out a drop of essence blood, which merged into Jiang Xuan's forehead. Jiang Xuan's mind exploded with a loud bang, and he felt that he had established some connection with the Tianhu. "From now on, you are my person. If you dare to betray me, you will have no place to die. I will give you 10 years. If you do not become a god or demon, you will die violently. Also, you must report to me every month about your recent situation and any information you can gather about the gods and demons. You do not need to return. No matter where you are, with the contract in place, I can enter your dreams. You're feeling very uncomfortable mentally right now, aren't you? As if a great mountain is pressing down on you. You do not need to worry. You will gradually adapt." Jiang Xuan originally thought he was doomed, being bound by a master-servant contract with such a powerful existence. It would be difficult for him to turn things around even if he became a god or demon. However, when the Tianhu said that mentally he felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on him, Jiang Xuan sensed something was off. He felt no mental pressure at all. His connection with the Tianhu was purely spiritual, without any discomfort or thoughts of submission. Her contract had not completely succeeded. Why? A thought flashed through Jiang Xuan's mind. Earlier, he had almost mentioned the senior Qi Shi, but suddenly he was able to refrain from speaking the truth. Could it be, is the senior Qi Shi helping me? Jiang Xuan could only speculate this way, as he knew this existence, whose specific level was unknown, but who was also a terrifying being that surpassed gods and demons. After leaving the heightened palace, he would immediately seek out the senior Qi Shi. He believed that even if the Tianhu's contract still had some effect, the senior Qi Shi could resolve it. "I have only 2 tasks for you," the Tianhu said repeatedly. "First, come to save me within 10 years. Or if you can contact our people from the Qi Ling Immortal Kingdom and send out my message from here, naturally someone will come to save me. Remember, it must be the immortal demons of the Qi Ling Immortal Kingdom. Others may not wish for me to return to the world. Second, help me gather various intelligence about the current world concerning the battle power of gods and demons, etc. I will ask you every month. You only need to collect intelligence. You are too weak and do not need to do anything harmful to this world. Even going to the outer battlefield to kill immortal demons is fine. You must hide yourself well. No matter what your original task was, abandon it directly upon awakening. Saving me and collecting intelligence for me is your current task." Jiang Xuan nodded. "Save your grandpa. Wait for me to get out." The Tianhu was very satisfied with Jiang Xuan's attitude. The contract had already been established, and she did not doubt Jiang Xuan's loyalty. After thinking for a moment, she continued, "Since you are working for me, I will not treat you unfairly. In this world, you can only follow the god and demon system. Otherwise, it is easy to expose flaws and be killed. Cultivating a primordial spirit is already the limit. You may even be regarded as an extremely rare genius. I will teach you a method for refining the primordial spirit. It is the first primordial spirit refining method that is separate from the complete cultivation system. Even within the entire cultivation system, it ranks among the top 3 and is definitely better than what you will awaken afterwards. Although the foundation-building method of the Celestial Fox Kingdom is powerful, the subsequent techniques can only be ranked as second-rate. Looking at your current state, you are about to enter the broken path stage of the divine and demonic system. This level, being able to cultivate such a strong primordial spirit, relying on the Heart Sutra of Eternal Sand, indicates your exceptional talent. Do not let me down." After saying this, the Celestial Fox Goddess gently tapped Jiang Xuan's brow with her elegant fingers. A massive amount of information surged into Jiang Xuan's memory. This is an extremely profound primordial spirit forging technique called Yang Spirit Tao Classic. When cultivated to a high level, it allows the body to perish while the soul remains undying, along with many methods of primordial spirit attack. What a gain! Jiang Xuan initially thought that encountering the Celestial Fox Goddess was a stroke of bad luck that turned good, akin to walking through the gates of hell. But unexpectedly, he obtained a top-tier primordial spirit technique. This is something even Senior Qi, sure, could not provide. "Go!" The Celestial Fox Goddess waved her hand, and an invisible force sent Jiang Xuan back to the entrance. Jiang Xuan felt the power controlling his body disappear. He wanted to turn and leave, but fearing the Celestial Fox Goddess might notice something amiss, he bowed to her and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Goddess. I'm good." The Celestial Fox Goddess revealed a charming smile that could turn the Milky Way upside down, her endless allure nearly causing Jiang Xuan to lose control. Although he knew she was a celestial demon, an ancient woman who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, she was truly captivating. "Establishing a contract consumes a great deal of my energy. This seal restricts my power, and I may sleep for a while. When I wake up, I will contact you in your dreams." Jiang Xuan turned and left. Inside the passage, as the stone door closed behind him, the feeling of heat on his body gradually faded. Take my father out, transcend the tribulation, and then immediately find Senior Qi sure. Although her contract did not truly control me, the connection remains, and she can still enter my dreams? Who knows what other methods she can exert on me through this contract? Jiang Xuan gradually quickened his pace, turning into a fleeting shadow. In the 4th level of the Black Pool Palace, inside the main hall, Jiang Hanfeng gazed at the main hall of the 5th level across the bridge, his expression blank and silent, just staring, standing still. The white-haired elder Wei Qingwang stood beside him, glanced at Jiang Hanfeng, and sighed inwardly. "It's been almost 3 years, and you still haven't given up?" The meditating Songhai opened his eyes, looked at Jiang Hanfeng, and mocked. "My son will never die in the 5th level." Jiang Hanfeng spoke with unwavering determination. "Ha, then just watch. The more you look at your son, the sooner he will come back." Songhai made a few sarcastic remarks before closing his eyes again. The hall still had those dozen or so people scattered in groups. It seemed to have returned to its old state. Some were sparring, others were playing chess. The one-armed elder Yin Tai ended his sparring, glanced at Jiang Hanfeng's back, and also sighed inwardly. The most tragic thing in this world is for a white-haired person to send off a black-haired one. That day when Jiang Xuan went to challenge the 5th level, he never returned. Even Senior Pei had tried many times, spending over a year before finally passing through. How could Jiang Xuan possibly make it through in the first try? He probably died long ago in the 5th level. Everyone knew this. Only Jiang Hanfeng still held on a hope. A figure suddenly appeared in the main hall of the 5th level across the bridge, and several flashes darted across, rapidly approaching the main hall of the 4th level. "Xiao Xian, I knew it. So." Jiang Hanfeng saw it first and thought it was an illusion. As the figure got closer, he confirmed it was real and shouted excitedly, "How many times have you hallucinated now? Can you not shout so loudly?" Songhai impatiently opened his eyes, but before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened in shock, and he stood up abruptly. Jiang Xuan had already reached Jiang Hanfeng's side. Xiao Xian. Jiang Hanfeng's eyes turned red as he carefully examined his son. Seeing Jiang Xuan was unharmed, he excitedly asked, "Did you make it through? Can we get out?" "I made it. I can take Dad away." Jiang Xuan nodded. "Jiang, young master, then we." Wei Chengwang was also very excited and hurriedly asked. "Together." Jiang Xuan nodded decisively. Thud. Songhai's knees crashed heavily to the ground. Extremely excited, he stared at Jiang Xuan, his lips trembling, wanting to say something, but he was too nervous to speak. His attitude says it all, kneeling so decisively. Jiang Xuan frowned at him, thinking he was a madman, and couldn't be bothered to care. "Let's go." Jiang Xuan triggered the Grand Elder's token. All the people in the hall disappeared simultaneously. In the depths of the 10 Directions Absolute Land, by a lake surrounded by mountains, more than 10 people appeared out of thin air. "We are out. We really made it out. Seeing the daylight again. Ha 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 ha." A group of old fellows was so excited that they jumped around, even crying tears of joy. At that moment, rumble dark clouds rapidly gathered in the sky, covering an area of several dozen miles with a pitch-black cloud, and lightning and thunder came in an instant. The terrifying pressure causing everyone except Jiang Xuan to tremble in their souls. Heavenly tribulation. Such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Something's not right. The tribulation for ascending to a higher realm shouldn't be this terrifying. Not good. My realm can't hold it down. Jiang Hanfeng's face changed dramatically, and the others were similarly affected. Because of the heavenly tribulation triggered by Jiang Xuan, everyone was forcibly suppressing their realms, and now they couldn't hold it anymore. All more than 10 people were about to transcend the tribulation. Scatter. Quickly disperse. We can't transcend the tribulation together. Stay away from me. Jiang Xuan shouted loudly. Chapter 112. Terrifying heavenly tribulation go. Quickly scatter. Before Jiang Xuan finished speaking, everyone turned into afterimages and dispersed, fully aware that they could not face the tribulation together. The intensity of the heavenly tribulation is determined by the cultivator's strength, and any external interference, whether from people or treasures, would greatly enhance its power. The will of heaven and earth does not allow cultivators to cheat. If they face the tribulation together without increasing their defenses, the power of the heavenly tribulation would surge, and they would all die. Xiao Xian. Jiang Hanfeng suddenly stopped several hundred zhang away, turned his head to look at his son, his gaze filled with seriousness. Survive. You must. Be careful, Dad. Jiang Xuan nodded. Jiang Hanfeng waved his hand and quickly moved away. Jiang Hanfeng felt no pressure regarding the heavenly tribulation. Although entering the tribulation realm has its dangers, fatalities are rare. Generally, it's the talented geniuses who cultivate too quickly, have unstable foundations, or injured and unable to heal that face such risks. Those who are older and have entered the tribulation realm, on the other hand, often have solid foundations, making it easier for them to pass the heavenly tribulation. The group that emerged from the Blackpool Palace, although the oldest, Wei Chengwang, was over 90 and in significantly declining health. Most others were also over 60 and starting to decline. However, if we talk about their foundations, they are all incredibly formidable, and any one of them could easily kill someone in the top 10 of the innate rankings. After this heavenly tribulation, they would also regain some vitality due to the tempering of the tribulation. The only one with a problem is Jiang Xuan, who received the inheritance from the Blackpool Palace. His combat power at the tribulation realm was already significant, and after obtaining the inheritance, this heavenly tribulation would be exceptionally terrifying. The inheritance might not be digested in time, and perhaps possessing treasures from the Blackpool Palace would also enhance the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Xuan, my young friend, save us and survive this heavenly tribulation. During their escape, everyone briefly stopped to look back at Jiang Xuan and then at the dark clouds above. Just a glance made their hearts race with anxiety. Within 100 breaths, everyone had escaped the area shrouded in the dark clouds and began moving quickly to a safer distance. Dark clouds began to gather above their heads, and the heavenly tribulation was imminent. Heavenly tribulation. Jiang Xuan glanced at the sky, then sat cross-legged, directing his 5 hearts towards the heavens to enter a meditative state. The heavenly tribulation is both a punishment from the will of heaven and earth for those who wish to become gods and demons, known as heavenly punishment, and also a trial for practitioners. Those who cannot withstand it will be reduced to ashes, but those who do will have their bodies greatly tempered, their consciousness hardened, and their innate power transformed into tribulation power. What distinguishes Jiang Xuan from others is that his divine and demonic power has already been condensed in advance. This ancient cultivation path has its pros and cons. The benefit is that a wisp of divine and demonic power greatly enhances his ability to survive. Its magical uses are endless. Now, even if Jiang Xuan were to be dismembered, he could use the divine and demonic power to mend himself. The downside is also quite evident. The heavenly tribulation is significantly strengthened because of this wisp of divine and demonic power. I have the Rui breathing technique combined with heavenly dark art, 2 divine arts given by Senior Qishur, both of which surpass the techniques of the Blackpool Palace. The foundation is likely stronger than that of former disciples of the Blackpool Palace, coupled with a wisp of divine and demonic power transformed from 3,000 times innate strength. Even if I face the heavenly tribulation with a 9 out of 10 chance of survival, there is no reason to assume I will definitely perish. Jiang Xuan is very confident. This confidence comes from his years of hard work and cultivation, and also from Senior Qishur. Even the terrifying existence of the heavenly Fox Empress, suppressed under the Blackpool Palace, could not control the weaken. Jiang Xuan speculates that it is because of Senior Qishur. This raises his curiosity about Senior Qishur's identity. If someone of such caliber were to guide him, would it not be a joke if he couldn't even pass the heavenly tribulation of the Tao-breaking stage? Boom, the thunder and lightning in the dark clouds grew increasingly intense. Although Jiang Xuan was confident, he did not dare to be careless. A wisp of divine and demonic power began to circulate rapidly within him, and a divine light gradually appeared on his body. There are generally 2 methods to face the heavenly tribulation: to clash with it or to withstand it. Both have their pros and cons. The former requires extremely high explosive power, but if one can negate some of the power of the heavenly tribulation, the danger decreases. Jiang Xuan's current trump card is still the illusory Ghost Slash, a move that allowed him to kill those in the tribulation realm even when he was at the innate stage. However, it is merely the first move in the tribulation book. It is not powerful enough to break through this heavenly tribulation. Jiang Xuan does not want to close himself off in the underground palace to comprehend the tribulation book, as it would take too long. While it may seem that being able to resist the heavenly tribulation is strong and reduces danger, in reality, the rewards obtained will also diminish. Therefore, Jiang Xuan chooses to withstand it. The danger is greater, but if all the power of the heavenly tribulation falls upon him, and he withstands it, his physical body will grow even more. Boom! A massive thunderbolt crashed down, striking Jiang Xuan. The divine light on Jiang Xuan's body trembled, showing signs of shattering. Boom, 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 boom. Countless small thunderbolts began to pour down. Although they're called small, they're actually terrifying compared to the massive thunderbolts. Suddenly, the azure sword in Jiang Xuan's dantian vibrated, sending some information to Jiang Xuan, who immediately understood. In the Tao-breaking stage, heavenly tribulation, there are 9 massive thunderbolts, each stronger than the last, interspersed with countless small thunderbolts. Besides striking the body, the most notable is the 9th thunderbolt, which contains power that impacts the soul, akin to a greatly weakened heart demon calamity. If one's mind is shaken and they forget to resist, they will turn to ashes in the 9th thunderbolt. Boom, boom, boom. In the next quarter of an hour, countless small thunderbolts fell, along with the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th massive thunderbolts. The divine light on Jiang Xuan's body shattered under the 4th massive thunderbolt, and his clothes were torn. The heavenly tribulation at this stage does not destroy everything like the great calamity of gods and demons. The power concentrates on Jiang Xuan. However, those small thunderbolts continue to destroy the surrounding space for dozens of miles. While the area where Jiang Xuan sits remains less damaged due to the thick confinement power influenced by his divine and demonic power. Boom, 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 boom. After half an hour, for more thunderbolts fell one after another. Jiang Xuan's body cracked inch by inch, but the cracks were filled with divine light. Jiang Xuan had already breached his defenses, and the small thunderbolts became increasingly terrifying, continuously damaging his body. Yet, that wisp of divine and demonic power constantly repaired his body, forming a counterbalance. In the high sky, the dark clouds began to brew the ninth and ultimate thunderbolt, dozens of miles away. Who? Jiang Hanfeng slowly exhaled, opened his eyes, and then laughed excitedly. Ha! This is the Tribulation Realm. In the Jiang Clan over the past 1,000 years, only 4 have entered the Tribulation Realm. In Feishues City, any Tribulation Realm cultivator is a figure admired by all. If there are multiple Tribulation Realm cultivators, a powerful family could be established to vie for a position among the 4 great families. Jiang Hanfeng, with his clothes tattered and face covered in dirt, felt a surge in his aura compared to when he first emerged. His face was filled with boundless ambition. It is incredibly difficult for the clan members to become Tribulation Realm cultivators. Jiang Hanfeng was known as the Jiang Clan's first genius in 100 years from a young age. He had once worked hard with the Tribulation Realm as his goal, but by his 20s, he realized that even with his talent, the distance to the Tribulation Realm was too far. He could become the strongest warrior of Blackpool Mountain, but in Feishues City, he couldn't even be considered a genius. Although he continued to cultivate diligently, he had long accepted his fate in his heart. He never expected that he would have a day to become a Tribulation Realm cultivator. Moreover, with the foundation he accumulated over several years in the Blackpool Palace, the minor heavenly Tribulation Realm is not his limit. He can pursue a higher realm. With my current strength, if I were to challenge the 4th barrier on that bridge again, I could pass it in one go. I could directly break through. Jiang Hanfeng thought to himself. Xiao Xian was able to break through in one go using forbidden techniques. Not considering those techniques, I should be stronger than him now. However, he also has to overcome the heavenly tribulation, and if he makes it through, he might be at a higher level than me. The realm of minor heavenly tribulation. The strength of mid-heavenly tribulation? Jiang Hanfeng speculated quietly, turning his head to look at the dark clouds. Although they were more than 10 miles away, the black clouds were enormous, and he could see clearly as bolts of lightning continuously descended. Jiang Hanfeng vanished in a flash. Moments later, at the edge of the area covered by the black clouds, on a cliff several hundred feet high, Jiang Hanfeng appeared out of thin air. Someone had arrived before him. It was the one-armed Yin Tai, who had also completed his tribulation and found this excellent observation spot first. Yin Tai wore a proud look on his face. When he saw Jiang Hanfeng approach, he finally smiled. Brother Jiang Feng, you also broke through successfully. Yin Tai assessed Jiang Hanfeng with eyes full of fighting spirit. His strength had increased exponentially after the breakthrough, and being naturally combative, he was itching to spar. The group had previously been stuck at the innate level, their strengths all aligned on the same level. But after this breakthrough, due to different methods, specialties, body refinement levels, and ages, their strengths would inevitably diverge. Although Yin Tai was over a decade older than Jiang Hanfeng, he had more than 10 years of cultivation experience. After this heavenly tribulation refinement, his few white hairs had turned black again, and he appeared to be in the prime of his 40s, back at his peak. He felt that Jiang Hanfeng's talent was far inferior to his in the past and might not be able to withstand his ultimate technique, the one-armed quick blade. Talent can influence combat power. For example, the understanding and mastery of tribulation force. The higher the talent, the quicker the mastery, allowing for greater power. Although filled with fighting spirit and itching to fight, Yin Tai knew this was not the time and could only suppress his eagerness. Xiao Xian. Jiang Hanfeng gazed at his son, who was under the center of the thunderclouds more than 10 miles away. After ascending to the Tribulation Realm, standing at a high place, he could still see clearly from this distance. He noticed his son was in terrible condition, covered in cracks and continually being struck by lightning, with even more powerful thunder brewing. The thunder brewing in these black clouds, mixed with some gold, should be the final ultimate heavenly thunder containing the impact of inner demons. Yonto spoke. If he can make it through, young Master Jiang will also step into the Tribulation Realm. If not, he will be turned to ashes. Jiang Hanfeng furrowed his brow slightly, feeling worried. His son's heavenly tribulation was abnormally terrifying. "Brother Yin Tai, have you ever seen such a heavenly tribulation?" he asked. "It's equivalent to the heavenly tribulation faced by a genius entering the Great Tribulation realm," Yin Tai replied. "However, even with high talent and strong combat power, one should not provoke such a heavenly tribulation upon first entering the tribulation realm. Young Master Jiang likely possesses a treasure from the Blackpool Palace." Jiang Hanfeng's face grew even more worried. He regretted not reminding his son earlier to place the treasure elsewhere. "But there's no need to worry too much," Yin Tai continued. "Although a treasure will strengthen the heavenly tribulation, it will also be part of the resistance against it. If the treasure itself has defensive effects, the enhanced part will be offset." "Treasure from the inheritance?" A voice suddenly appeared as someone materialized beside them. It was a tall, long-faced old man in his 70s, who was one of the few who had escaped, named Jiang Xuan, a direct descendant of the noble Jiang Tuo family of the Golden Seal City. 24 years ago, he accidentally entered the Blackpool Palace while treasure hunting in the Blackpool Mountain. "Brother Jiang Tuo," Yin Tai glanced at him and smiled. "You also successfully crossed the tribulation. We were discussing young Master Jiang's heavenly tribulation. So terrifying, it must be related to the inheritance. However, if it were just the benefits of a single cultivation inheritance, young Master Jiang's realm is stuck, and he hasn't had further cultivation or digested the inheritance. He shouldn't attract such a heavenly tribulation. Therefore, he must be carrying a treasure from the inheritance to attract such a heavenly tribulation." "Makes sense." Another figure appeared, an elderly man with white hair, Wei Qingguang, who looked energetic and not as frail as before, appearing to be only in his 60s. He gazed into the distance and said, "Upon first entering the tribulation realm, it's impossible to attract such a heavenly tribulation. It is reasonable if he carries a heavy treasure from the inheritance." After a short while, numerous figures continued to appear on the cliff. The crowd was almost gathered. They exchanged pleasantries and congratulated each other before turning their attention back to Jiang Xuan's heavenly tribulation. After some discussion and speculation, they all believed it was highly likely he possessed a heavy treasure, possibly a significant benefit from an ancient sex inheritance. Half an hour later, boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning, several dozen feet in diameter, crashed down from the sky. Jiang Xuan appeared extremely small under the lightning, and everyone instinctively forgot to breathe, staring intently. Chapter 113. So you're called Qi Zheng. At the moment the thunder struck Jiang Xuan, everyone closed their eyes due to the blinding light, even shedding tears as their eyeballs burned with pain. It took several breaths before they could open their eyes to see. The dark clouds quickly dissipated. Jiang Xuan sat cross-legged. His clothes turned to ashes, and his body cracked, yet he was rapidly recovering at a visible rate. Strangely, Jiang Xuan's aura did not surge, but instead retracted to nothing, as if he were an ordinary person. "My physical body, compared to before, is no longer comparable. The divine and demonic systems inherently possess robust bodies. A tribulation stage body can withstand any ordinary weapon strikes without a scratch. Only weapons of certain grades can break the skin. Compared to the body I had when I killed Xiahanjia, in terms of defense alone, I should be at least 10 times stronger. 10 times still can't withstand divine weapons and sharp tools. What truly matters in the tribulation stage is the divine and demonic power." However, Jiang Xuan was already satisfied. The stronger the body, the more resilient the meridians, allowing for better mastery of divine and demonic power, or rather, the vast force of tribulation. Only with a sufficiently strong body can one quickly recover after unleashing the force of tribulation, and the limits of that outburst can be higher. This strand of divine and demonic power became even more refined after the heavenly tribulation. My consciousness, however, did not change much. The thunder mixed with demons did not refine me much. I saw through the illusion of the heart demon at a glance, because I have a primordial spirit. Even during the great tribulation of divine and demonic forces, my primordial spirit would be hard to shake. The power of consciousness is a shortcoming of the divine and demonic system, and the tribulation tests in this regard aren't too strong. With my primordial spirit, I need not worry about this aspect. nor can I rely on tribulation for refinement. To enhance my primordial spirit, I still need to rely on techniques. Buzz. The azure sword within me suddenly trembled, and then several techniques entered Jiang Xuan's mind, all from the broken Dao techniques of the Black Pool Palace, including realm techniques, sword techniques, and mind techniques to enhance control over heaven and earth. Jiang Xuan calmly reviewed them in his mind. He did not intend to practice these. They surely could not compare to what the senior with the miraculous stone could provide. Someone is coming. Jiang Xuan's injuries fully healed. He stood up and donned a black robe from his Shumi ring, which was a robe that El Kong had in his Shumi ring, and it fit reasonably well. Xiao Xian, Jiang Xuan, my young friend. Young Master Jiang. More than a dozen afterimages stopped near Jiang Xuan. Jiang Hanfeng breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Jiang Xuan was unharmed. Ha ha, all have broken through. Good. Wei Chengwang laughed heartily. The situation in Feishua City is about to change, with more than a dozen tribulation stage individuals appearing at once. Shen Buxiong was also in high spirits, suddenly casting a sideways glance at Wei Chengwang and said, "How about you and I have a match first? Just a friendly spar. Come if you dare. Who is afraid of you?" Wei Chengwang stepped forward, his aura surging. They had just broken through and were experiencing their first time in the tribulation stage, so they were somewhat inflated. Both wanted to know their current combat strength. The Wei and Shun families were both among the 4 major families in Feishua City and had always been in competition. Xiao Xian, Jiang Hanfeng placed a hand on Jiang Xian's shoulder, his face flushed with excitement. Now, both father and son are in the tribulation stage. Not only can we revive our clan, but even advancing to noble status in the future will not be out of reach. When we return, we should have a spar as well. I may not be your opponent without forbidden techniques or treasures, but defeating me with just tribulation stage strength might not be easy. Jiang Xuan glanced at his father, remaining silent. He could understand the inflation of cultivators just entering the tribulation stage. The gap in strength between innate and tribulation stages is at least 100 times. Such an increase in power can give one an unprecedented sense of strength, making them feel invincible, floating above the ground. Meanwhile, those trapped in the 4th level of the Black Pool Palace had been honed to perfection. Their foundation was too solid. It is no exaggeration to say that although they were all new to the minor heavenly tribulation stage, their strength at this moment definitely surpassed that of ordinary minor heavenly tribulation stage cultivators. Jiang Xuan, how about we have a match? A cold voice suddenly came from El Songhai. Everyone looked at him with strange expressions. El Songhai had been erratic and dismissive of Jiang Xuan until Jiang Xuan returned from the trials. Now he had knelt down to Jiang Xuan. As a direct disciple of the divine and demonic lineage, doing this to escape confinement would be a source of shame if it spread in the future. What a great humiliation. My face has been completely lost. El Songhai wants to regain his face, but everyone present knew that El Songhai could not possibly defeat Jiang Xuan. Although Jiang Xuan was also in the minor heavenly tribulation stage, he at least had the combat power of the middle heavenly tribulation stage. Let us all have a match. El Songhai scanned the crowd. Everyone had just broken through and were itching for a fight. They would have to compete sooner or later anyway. Once they returned to their families, they could gauge each other's strength, and minor heavenly tribulation stage is not our limit. What El Songhai said stirred everyone's interest. They had wanted to fight anyway. Moreover, the specific strength of this new batch of tribulation stage cultivators was crucial intelligence for all the major families. If they could understand each other as strengths and rank them, it would save a lot of trouble in the future. However, everyone realized that El Songhai was just looking for an excuse. A poor excuse at that. His true goal was probably to regain his face, not from Jiang Xuan, but from others. El Songhai was already an extraordinary talent, a direct disciple of the divine and demonic lineage, once the strongest innate. His talent was undoubtedly the highest among those present, except for Jiang Xuan. He had tempered himself in the Black Pool Palace for nearly 30 years. Now that he had entered the tribulation stage, he was likely the strongest present aside from Jiang Xuan. He wanted to prove this point, defeat the others. He could last longer under Jiang Xuan's hand, already mastering the techniques of the tribulation stage. El Songhai could unleash the full power of those techniques after entering the tribulation stage. Perhaps he could contend with Jiang Xuan for several hours before being defeated, making it difficult for others to speak ill of him when they returned to Feishua City. After all, being a defeated opponent of El Songhai would make it look like petty revenge if they criticized him behind his back. Everyone exchanged glances, some eager to fight, while others hesitated. Let's leave this place first and discuss it later. This is the 10 Directions' absolute land, Jiang Xuan stated decisively. During the heavenly tribulation, the demonic beasts dared not approach, but now that the tribulation had dissipated, powerful demonic beasts might come this way. It was too dangerous to spar here. Jiang Xuan did not want to waste time here. That's reasonable. The 10 Directions' absolute land is indeed too dangerous. We should leave first. Everyone agreed with Jiang Xuan. Seeing that things were not going to happen, El Songhai's gaze flickered for a moment, but he said nothing. Since they couldn't fight in the 10 Directions' absolute land, they could wait until they were outside or back in their tribal territories to fight. It was essential to make this happen before everyone returned to Feishua City to regain some face. Jiang Xuan, even if you are stronger than me, defeating me won't be easy. El Songhai provoked, leaving a hook for the next discussion. Jiang Xuan glanced at him, his expression indifferent, as if he were talking nonsense. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from afar. It was said to be far away, but it was actually within 10 miles, clearly from an intelligent demonic beast. With this roar, a terrifying aura erupted. Not good. Comparable to the great heavenly tribulation stage. Damn. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. The terrifying aura moved at an incredible speed. As soon as they turned their heads, the figure had already appeared in their line of sight. The mountains and forests shook violently, with a large number of towering trees collapsing. A colossal creature soared into the sky, flapping its wings, hovering in mid-air, its blood red. Bloodthirsty eyes fixed on the dozen or so people. It can fly. The expressions of the crowd could be described as utterly shocked. The beast that had stealthily approached and suddenly revealed itself was a completely black snake demon, nearly 100 zhang long. It would be inaccurate to simply call it a snake demon, as it had a pair of massive, fleshly wings and 6 arms. Its head resembled that of a human, retaining some snake-like features, with a mouth full of sharp teeth, each one measuring a foot long and extremely sharp. Its presence caused the recently freed group to feel their blood surging uncontrollably, their bodies trembling. A demon beast at the great heavenly tribulation level had already left people in despair. One that could fly was even worse. Even if they tried to escape in different directions, most would likely be caught and killed one by one. Qizheng. It's the 1,000-year-old demon Qizheng. El Songhai suddenly screamed sharply in extreme fear. He had seen records of this beast in the ancient texts of the city lord's mansion. Qizheng was hailed as one of the 3 great nightmares of Blackpool Mountain. It was adept at stealth, knew how to exploit advantages and avoid dangers. Its nature was cunning and cruel. Over the past 1,000 years, many who ventured into the 10 directions of absolute danger in Feishua City had perished in Qizheng's belly. This included an ancestor of the Jiang Clan, Jiang Xuan, the most likely candidate to become a god or demon in 1,000 years, who was killed by Qizheng. At that time, Jiang Xuan was already at the pinnacle of the great heavenly tribulation level, close to the realm of gods and demons. Yet he was still devoured by Qizheng. The number of god and demon beasts is extremely rare, appearing only once every few hundred years, and they possess high intelligence, generally not craving bloodshed. Qizheng could be said to be the most vicious and terrifying existence in Blackpool Mountain. So many delicious delicacies. Qizheng's blood-red snake eyes scanned the group of people. Aside from the one without aura, which it found somewhat unsatisfactory, the others were all human tribulation beings. To it, they were not only a delicacy, but also a great supplement. For the first time in over 1,000 years, it encountered such a large-scale offering of food. The cruelty in its eyes was tinged with excitement, as if a lecherous person had seen a stunning beauty, full of greed. Qizheng, it's over. Run. Split up and escape. El Songhai screamed sharply, retreating like a shadow. Just as the others were about to move, they suddenly froze. Because a figure abruptly appeared in front of Qizheng, momentarily suspended in the air. It was Jiang Xuan. His speed exceeded everyone's imagination, almost as if he had teleported. Instantly face to face with the flying Qizheng. So you're called Qizheng. Jiang Xuan's aura retracted, resembling that of a mortal, and a flash of blade light erupted. A visible black line slashed across Qizheng with the blade light, the intensely condensed blade aura instantly extending 100 zhang, piercing through Qizheng's body. The extreme killing intent prompted Qizheng to instinctively react with stealth, attempting to escape, but this strike was very peculiar. It seemed casual, yet it was as if it jumped through space, moving at an incredible speed. A simple swing of the blade. Qizheng's massive body was sliced open by the black line, first shifting up and down, then exploding with a thunderous roar. It was directly blown apart into a rain of blood covering several miles, the blood rain splattering with the wind. The nightmare demon that had reigned for 1,000 years had thus fallen, leaving no trace behind. What a pity! Jiang Xuan frowned. Such a high-level demon had many valuable materials on it. My control over the power of gods and demons is still too shallow. I just stepped into the breaking path stage. It's a bit forced to condense a blade, and in the end, I couldn't control it and blew it up. What a pity, what a pity. Jiang Xuan shook his head and returned to the front of the crowd. Let us go. Leave this place first. Jiang Xuan said flatly, as if he had done something trivial. The others stood frozen like statues. Chapter 114. I'm back. Jiang Hanfeng, Wei Qingwang, Shen Boxiong, Yin Tai, Ma Zumling, Jin Tiyuan, and more than 10 others all stared blankly at Jiang Xuan, their eyes wide open, shock barely describing their current state, as if they had seen some unimaginable horror. Their bodies were stiff, standing frozen in place. Ed Kongi, who had been the first to escape to a distance, maintained a turned-back posture, hunched over, mouth agape, and his scalp prickling with fear. Jiang Xuan had killed Qizheng with a single strike, someone stronger than the top-tier robbery realm. The most famous death at Qizheng's hands was none other than the former Blackpool Blade ancestor, Jiang Jingwu. Jiang Jingwu had reached the pinnacle beneath the divine and demonic beings, but his methods were not comprehensive, and his clan background had hindered his growth. If one were to say that the strongest in Feishua City was the first inspector under the divine and demonic beings, it would undoubtedly be so. The crowd did not know who the current first inspector was. However, they understood that even the strongest in Feishua City would find it difficult to kill Qizheng, with both sides being, at best, 50-50. Moreover, Qizheng possessed abilities such as flight, stealth, and the capacity to seek benefits while avoiding harm. The only ones who could kill it would be the divine and demonic beings. And only if they were willing to spend months searching for it in the Shifeng Absolute Lands could they potentially succeed. Qizheng had been a scourge for 1,000 years precisely because the divine and demonic beings were unwilling to waste time on it. The Shifeng Absolute Lands also posed dangers for the divine and demonic beings. Qizheng was undoubtedly under the command of some divine or demonic beast. If it foresaw that a divine or demonic being was coming to kill it, it would hide and seek the protection of the divine or demonic beast. Such a cunning and cruel existence, comparable in combat power to the strongest robbery realm in Feishua City, was actually killed by Jiang Xuan, who was only 20 and had just entered the robbery realm. With a single strike, Qizheng had clearly underestimated Jiang Xuan's strength, failing to sense the murderous intent in advance. It had been careless, but this was simply a failure of its ability to seek benefits while avoiding harm. It did not affect its combat power. Yet, it was still killed with one strike. It had no power to fight back. Jiang Xuan's raw strength had instantly annihilated it. Killing Qizheng was too easy. Clearly not Jiang Xuan's limit in combat power. So, just how terrifying was he now? Beneath the divine and demonic beings, did he have any rivals? Such combat power, even if not divine or demonic, brought pressure equivalent to that of a divine being. Any robbery realm in Feishua City, or even a group of great robbery realms, would likely be slaughtered by him. Xiao Xian, Jiang Hanfeng shouted excitedly. This was his son. Father. Jiang Xuan smiled in response, and then scanned the crowd. Seeing confusion, shock, restraint, and deep reverence in their eyes, Songhai approached. Jiang Xuan suddenly turned to look at him, and he immediately froze. not daring to meet Jiang Xuan's gaze. If you really want to spar, I can give you a chance when we return. If you can take one of my strikes, you win, Jiang Xuan said calmly. And no need, Jiang. Master Jiang, Songhai, frantically waved his hand, his expression a mix of madness and fear, even turning sideways as if that would make Jiang Xuan unable to see his face. He had truly lost his mind, but he was still afraid. By the way, Jiang Xuan suddenly seemed to remember something. Looking at Wei Qingguang and Shan Buoxiong, I have some grievances with the Wei family and your Shun family. I will resolve them when I return. Wei Qingguang and Shan Buoxiong's expressions changed dramatically, a jolt of fear coursing through them. Jiang Xuan merely mentioned it casually, remaining calm and indifferent. He did not specify what had happened. He did not want to explain, and no one dared to ask him to. He was not seeking their counsel, but merely informing them. Let us go first, Jiang Xuan said finally. He was eager to return. After 3 years, he had finally come out of the Blackpool Palace. He wondered how his clan was doing now, whether Master Luo and the others were protecting them, and how his wife, mother, and sister were. All of these were Jiang Xuan's concerns. Jiang Xuan transformed into an afterimage, deliberately slowing down his speed. Otherwise, no one would be able to keep up, especially his father, Jiang Hanfeng, who was not known for his speed. Jiang Hanfeng followed his son as an afterimage. The others hurried after them. 2 hours later, as night fell, the group had just exited the Shifeng Absolute Lands. No wonder Jiang Hanfeng and Jiang Xuan were moving at high speed while chatting telepathically. Jiang Xuan did not hide much from his father, but he did not mention anything about the elder with the strange stone or the celestial fox goddess, not wanting to worry his father. A trace of divine and demonic power. My son has the hope of becoming a divine being. Father, why are you crying? Nonsense, it's just the wind. Behind them, the others maintained a distance, with Yin Tai and his wife closest to the Jiang father and son, yet still over 10 zhang away. The others were even farther back. Jiang Hanfeng was moving at high speed, continuously displaying his aura, ensuring he wouldn't fall behind. What exactly happened? Didn't Hanfeng mention it? Before Jiang Xuan entered the 5th trial, the father and son had chatted for a long time in the stone chamber. Hanfeng should know, but he hadn't said anything after Jiang Xuan came out. I suspect that he didn't mention it because at that time, everyone was trapped there. Whether they talked or not wouldn't change anything outside, and it would damage relationships. Secondly, he probably didn't want to take charge. Jiang Xuan was stronger than him, his father. The decision on how to handle grievances certainly lay with Jiang Xuan. Shen Buoxiong and Wei Qingguang were at the back, looking apprehensive. What could the 4 great families do? The talent and strength displayed by Jiang Xuan had reached a level capable of breaking the rules. Although the Qian dynasty had laws, if Jiang Xuan truly sought revenge, even the lord of Feishua City would likely turn a blind eye, or even help him. He was only 20. The value of such talent was not something the Shun and Wei families could compare to. Only the Chun family, the first family due to its uniqueness and deep foundation, could, under the protection of the Lord of the Divine and Demonic Beings, compete with Jiang Xuan. When we return to the family, we need to understand the situation first. Shen Buoxiong frowned deeply, gritting his teeth. If this grievance is too great, we should go to the Chun family and ask them to mediate. Although Jiang Xuan's rise is unstoppable, he is ultimately not a divine being. Even if he could become one in the future, that would be years from now. The current Chun family should still be able to hold him down. The Chun family not only had the largest estate, but also controlled the economic lifeblood of the 10,000 li under Feishua City. Almost every county and city of any scale had branches of the Chun family, and it could be said that the Chun family was the core of the economic lifeblood in Feishua City, which concerned the very foundation of people's livelihoods. This was not something the other 3 great families could compare to. Moreover, the relationship between the Chun family and the court was even closer. A large number of clan members held official positions in the court and military, and the Chun family had produced an inspector over 100 years ago, who also had another identity, a direct disciple of the current lord of Feishua City. The divine and demonic being Jiang Yaochong had ruled Feishua City for over 1,000 years. And the current structure of the 4 great families in Feishua City was largely facilitated by him. When divine and demonic beings govern a region, they mostly delegate power, with various offices handling the myriad affairs, and they truly care about only two things. First, the people's livelihoods. The prosperity of population and economy is the big picture. Second, geniuses. Geniuses who can become divine beings. Families that can assist them in governance will be valued by Jiang Xuan. It can be said that the Chun family's growth to this point is inseparable from Jiang Xuan's support, and their relationship is very close. This gives the Chun family a transcendent status. They are the only existence among the four great families that can operate outside the rules. For example, if a certain tribe provokes the Chun family too severely, the Chun family would directly annihilate that tribe, even if the imperial laws protecting tribes are strict. And the Inspector General has the power to trouble the Chun family. This matter would still be suppressed by the Lord of the Demon City. The final outcome would only result in the Chun family receiving some insignificant punishment. The current situation is that the Chun family represents population and economy. Jiang Xuan is a genius that the city lord pays absolute attention to. Will the Chun family help us? Wei Qingwang is very worried. As long as there are enough benefits, the Chun family will definitely help. Shen Buoxiong said, although our 10 great families compete with each other, we all operate within the rules, and overall, it's quite mild. This kind of competition is also something the city lord is willing to see. Competition leads to prosperity. Moreover, for thousands of years, there have been many intermarriages among our 4 great families, and in some businesses, we are already inseparable. Any severe turmoil in any of the 4 great families, or even their annihilation, would only lead to the enormous benefits being divided among the other families with tribulation realms in Feishua City and the noble families. The Qin family cannot monopolize it. If 2 of the 4 great families undergo drastic changes simultaneously, it could likely trigger a massive shift in the overall power structure of Feishua City, with new families rising. Although the Chun family's position would be hard to shake, such sudden changes are certainly something the Chun family does not want to see. The larger the family, the more they hope for local stability. Once chaos breaks out, blood will be shed. Those families just a step away from being great would take risks to seek the status and privileges of the 4 great families. The vassal families below are even worse. While the Chun family can benefit in chaotic situations, their original businesses would be greatly affected by the overall turmoil. In this world dominated by gods and demons, even for god and demon families, money is the lifeblood of the family. Only with money can there be resources, allowing them to cultivate generations and ensure the family's prosperity. The Chun family's 10 or so Tribulation Realm members are indeed formidable. But compared to the massive number of clan members and the business distribution covering hundreds of thousands of miles, those few Tribulation Realm members can only directly attend to the most core businesses. The vast outer business distribution cannot be managed at all and would be greatly affected in turmoil. The Qin family's plate is too big, so big that it does not allow for major upheavals. For thousands of years, the 4 great families have risen and fallen, experiencing periods of strength and weakness. The Qin family was not always at the top of the 4 great families. However, whether in strength or weakness, changes do not happen overnight, but rather through slow changes over several decades. As long as the benefits we 2 families provide exceed the benefits the Chun family gains in the turmoil, the Qin family will definitely be willing to intervene. Although this would cause our 2 families to suffer significant damage and shake our foundations, possibly taking decades to recover, is still better than the disaster of extermination. Shen Buoxiong has already mentioned the disaster of extermination. The reason the 2 of them are so fearful and entertain extreme thoughts of extermination is that, aside from his terrifying talent, Jiang Xuan has another identity, tribe member. Tribe members are this extreme: slaughter, life and death battles, extermination of clans. The way to solve conflicts is through killing. This is their tradition. The customs are extremely fierce. Many times, it's either you die or I perish. Compared to the conflicts among great families that can ultimately be resolved with compensatory benefits, the style of tribe members truly instills immense fear. When Jiang Xuan casually mentioned grudges earlier, both of them sensed a fleeting killing intent from him. With Jiang Xuan's strength, the Qin family would be afraid of offending him. Wei Qingguang remains very worried, and his concern also stems from the fact that the Wei family's foundation is far inferior to the Qin family's. When has the Qin family ever been afraid? Jiang Xuan is not a god or demon. Shen Buoxiong continued. The Qin family and Jiang Xuan have no direct connection, and the Qin family may not be willing to see a tribe member grow strong, as it brings them no benefits and rather significant disadvantages. Jiang Xuan's establishment of a noble territory is already a done deal, and the Jiang family will inevitably clash with the Qin family in the future, competing for the position of the first family. From a long-term perspective, the Qin family is closer to us and will definitely lean towards us. Although the four great families compete with each other, there's also a certain tacit understanding among them. Historically, they have banded together to target a rapidly rising noble territory. The great families in the main city and the noble territory are ultimately not of the same ilk. But Jiang Xuan is someone who can become a god or demon in the future, Wei Qingguang said. Is becoming a god or demon really that easy? Shen Buoxiong retorted. Wei Qingguang fell silent. It's not just difficult. That is a transformation that goes against the will of heaven and earth, transcending mortals. It's crossing a chasm, no matter how strong or talented one is. Before overcoming the great tribulation of gods and demons, they only have the potential to become gods and demons, not certainty. There is no certainty. Moreover, the stronger the individual, the stronger the heavenly tribulation and the greater the risk. Besides, we are not trying to make the Qin family enemies with Jiang Xuan. We are merely mediating. Shen Buoxiong said. Sigh. Wei Qingguang sighed. Let us wait and see how things are when we return to the family. Trust me, Shen Buoxiong said in the end, the Qin family can suppress Jiang Xuan, and they are willing to do so. After all, Jiang Xuan's rise brings them no benefits. Late at night, at the outskirts of Hidden Mountain. Dad, there are rarely any Tribulation Realm beasts here, so there won't be any danger. I will go ahead first. I want to see the situation in the clan, Jiang Xuan said impatiently. He has been escorting all the way, and there's actually no danger anymore. If it weren't for some unfinished conversations along the way, he wouldn't have waited until now. With a dozen Tribulation Realm experts traveling together, even if there were Tribulation Realm beasts, they would avoid them. Go ahead. Jiang Hanfeng nodded and smiled, saying, You go back first, give the clan a surprise, and we will arrive shortly. Jiang Xuan disappeared directly. The people following behind noticed Jiang Xuan's departure, but couldn't capture his movement trajectory at all. It was too fast, far beyond their perception. Moments later, the Jiang Clan's earthen city, under the night sky, was lit up with lights, bustling with activity, as if someone were getting married. Tonight, the Jiang Clan held a grand bonfire party. Jiang Xuan appeared out of nowhere on Eagle Beak Cliff, gazing at the familiar earthen city and the lights, revealing a smile. I'm back. Chapter 115, The Legend Returns. In the Earth City, the lights were dazzling, with a grand bonfire at the center of the square radiating brightness outward. The eastern and southern parts of the city were brighter, with oil lamps lit in every house, while the western side was slightly dimmer. Yet it was still much more lively than 3 years ago. Jiang Xuan overlooked the vast Earth City from the cliff, his heart filled with excitement. Hundreds of years ago, during the peak of the Jiang Clan, there were over 10,000 clan members, and, counting the servants and travelers, the city could accommodate up to 20,000 residents at its peak. Before the life-and-death battles, there were nearly 3,000 Jiang Clan members, but after years of conflict, by the time Jiang Xuan was swallowed by the divine beasts, the clan had dwindled to less than 1,000. Some had escaped or died in the battles, while others perished during hunts or in private conflicts with the Shentu tribe. Whenever the hunting teams from both tribes encountered each other in the mountains, one side would inevitably face total annihilation. Now, 3 years had passed, and the Jiang Clan's popularity was recovering. Jiang Xuan could see many familiar faces among the singing and dancing crowd, including former black armor guards and demon hunters, all wearing the traditional attire of the Jiang Clan, clearly indicating their return to the tribe. Many of those who had fled during the initial life-and-death battles had returned, often bringing their families back with them. Jiang Xuan sensed that there were at least over 2,000 servants from the lower tribes in the city, and nearly 1,000 travelers. During peacetime, Travelers would naturally regard the Jiang Clan's territory as a place for training, adventure, and sightseeing. The fact that the Jiang Clan could attract such a number of travelers indicated that stability had been achieved for quite some time. Jiang Xuan felt reassured. His final wishes had evidently borne fruit. Jiang Xuan, nearing 40, was still beautiful, standing under a slightly dim tree shade with her large belly, watching the bonfire and the celebrating tribesmen and travelers. Due to her condition, she refrained from joining the festivities. The tall and handsome Di Kaisheng, dressed in a fur robe, stood beside her. At his feet was a 2-year-old boy, dirty and mischievous, amusing a little black dog with a bone in his hand. The celebration not only didn't cost the clan anything, but also brought in a significant profit from the outsiders. Jiang Xuan counted her fingers, revealing a satisfied smile. As long as Master Luo was still around, the tribe would continue to thrive. Di Kaisheng smiled, his joy genuine. He had joined the Jiang clan early on and had fully integrated. When we have more children in the future, Jiang Xuan shot him a glance, reminding him that the tribe was still too small and they needed to work hard to expand. Di Kaisheng's expression stiffened slightly. He instinctively wanted to support his waist. He was nearing 40 as well. Although he possessed a robust physique, Jiang Xuan was in her prime, which was a hot age. What a pity. Xiao Xian can't see today's scene. Jiang Xuan suddenly felt sad, thinking that he had saved the Jiang clan and fulfilled his wishes. If he could see this sight today, he would surely be the happiest. The clan leader, a peerless hero, had fallen, leaving all who heard of his demise in sorrow. Di Kaisheng sighed and frowned, saying, "The Shentu tribe, supported by the Shun family, sends people to kill us every month, seemingly wanting to drag it out indefinitely." Master Luo. Jiang Xuan glanced at her husband. Although Master Luo was invincible, his presence kept the Shentu and Shun families from harboring ill intentions. Di Kaisheng continued, however, Master Luo's injuries from years ago have completely ruined his potential and will affect his lifespan. He refuses to rest and has been training hard for decades. Last year, he mastered a technique at the threshold of calamity, which will undoubtedly further shorten his life. Luo Yingsheng is already 73. Whether he can live past 80 is uncertain. Without this strongest innate being, the lower tribes were severely lacking in strength. There was no one who could wield the power of heaven and earth. Moreover, over time, it was uncertain whether the Chen family would continue to send death row inmates to the Jiang clan for battle. Although things were stable now, the long-term risks remained. The true threat was no longer the Shentu tribe, but the Shun family behind them. Initially, it was just Shun Taiping supporting them. But the situation seemed off in the past 2 years. After Shun Taiping entered the threshold of calamity 2 years ago, his status in the Shun family rose sharply, directly holding real power. He had once been tormented by inner demons, but with Jiang Xuan's fall, he eventually entered the calamity realm. Only half a year later than Chen Yuanzhou, he became increasingly obsessed with the Shentu Jade matter, which had already spread. Compared to the Shen family's oddly unwavering support for the Shentu tribe, the Jiang clan had only emotional ties with the Chen family, and with Jiang Xuan's fall, could this bond truly last? To the two small tribes, what did they amount to in the eyes of the two great families? Now, for various reasons, the two great families were indirectly wrestling over the tribe's territories, but in the future, if the Chen family grew disinterested and with Master Luo's passing, the Jiang clan would once again fall into peril. Lord Lei Hong's term isn't far from ending, Di Kaisheng added. Whether it's Master Luo, the Chen family, or Miss Chen, they have all been exceptionally kind to our Jiang clan. They have no real connection to the Jiang clan. The only connection is Xiao Xian. Jiang Xuan said calmly, if the Jiang clan wants to survive and thrive for generations, we must rely on ourselves. Yes, Di Kaisheng nodded seriously, glancing at his son playing with the dog. My brothers and I will strive to survive this generation's calamity and nurture the next, even if it's the Shen family. No matter how firmly they support the Shentu tribe for whatever reason, they would never dare to send Calamity Realm experts to join the tribe. The Calamity Realm is too powerful. According to the imperial law, secretly controlling a tribe would lead to extermination. Therefore, no matter how the Shun family aided the Shentu tribe, they could not parachute a Calamity Realm expert into the tribe. even if they claimed that a Calamity Realm expert joining was just an ordinary tribesman. But how could that be ordinary? Who would dare not to obey their every word and action? Any explanation would be feeble. Thus, unless the tribe itself had a Calamity Realm expert, the matter of a Calamity Realm expert joining would never happen. Whoever joined would lead to their entire family's demise. As long as those fighting in life-and-death battles were still innate, the future of the Jiang Clan, though pessimistic, was not hopeless. There remained a chance. On this joyous day, they decided not to speak of such matters. Jiang Xuan smiled, looking at the stars above. Xiao Xian was in the heavens and would bless the tribe. Wong Wong. The little black dog suddenly barked twice, running away from the little boy to stop in front of a man in a black robe several feet away, barking twice before wagging its tail and lying down. The little boy stumbled after it, pulling the dog's tail and looking up at the stranger. Jiang Tiyun and Di Kaisheng turned to watch this scene. They noticed the man's face was shrouded in a hood, making it impossible to see clearly. But they felt no aura from him, as if he were just a low-level traveler. Xiaoxing, come back. Don't disturb the guest, Jiang Tiyun called out, then turned to her husband and whispered a couple of words, noting that she had been pregnant for over 7 months and needed to rest more. The guests and tribesmen were enjoying themselves, and it was time for them to head home. What's your name? The black-robed man picked up the little boy, cradling him in his arms. Jiang Xing. The little boy said timidly, still too young to understand, feeling a bit shy being suddenly picked up by an adult. Good name, the black-robed man smiled. Jiang Xuan, who was speaking to her husband, suddenly froze, turning sharply to stare at the black-robed man, her eyes turning red instantly. What's wrong? Di Kaisheng was puzzled and asked, seeing a stranger holding his child, he only felt slightly nervous. The voice was too similar. Jiang Xuan trembled as she spoke. The man in the black robe walked over holding the little boy and handed him to Di Kaisheng, then said to Jiang Xuan, your son? Oh, you're already pregnant with a second child. Congratulations. Jiang Xuan seemed to be momentarily frozen in disbelief, and Di Kaisheng's eyes widened. Jiang Xian removed his hood, gently flipping his long hair that hadn't been cut for 3 years. The stubble on his face proved that he was no longer that boy, but a man. Jiang Xuan trembled all over, tears welling up in her eyes. Xiao Xian, she shouted excitedly. It's me, Jiang Xian smiled. Because Jiang Xuan was not in good condition. He could only gently hug his aunt. In the distance, the noise was tremendous, and only a few clan members noticed the name Xiao Xian. Since Jiang Xian took over as clan leader, very few dared to call him that, and outsiders were not sensitive to the term. Xiao Xian? Suiyun, are you thinking of the clan leader again? Xiao Xian? Several clan members near the bonfire turned their heads and saw a man in a black robe standing in front of Jiang Ziyun's family of 3, talking to her while holding her hand. Although his long hair was unkempt, his handsome profile struck several clan members like a bolt from the blue. Xiao Xian, the clan leader. Quick, quick, quick. Is that the clan leader? Am I drunk? Is this an illusion? More and more clan members stopped their singing and dancing, turning back to look, and even the travelers participating in the bonfire feast stopped and looked. Jiang Xian? He's still alive. He's back. A young traveler dressed luxuriously, seemingly from Feishua City, exclaimed, and the innate bodyguard beside him shouted, Jiang Xian. The square quickly fell silent. If the name Xiao Xian couldn't attract the attention of outsiders, then Jiang Xian, known throughout the 10,000 miles under Feishua City, was a name that nearly everyone knew. This name represented a legend. It represented a story of a young hero. Pairs of eyes turned toward the black-robed figure facing the bonfire. Aunt, let's talk somewhere else, Jiang Xian said, then turned to face the crowd, looking at the familiar faces of the clan members, scanning the unfamiliar yet passionate, excited, and disbelieving gazes of the travelers. He said, it's me, I'm back. There was an uproar. The already noisy Jiang Clan, due to the bonfire party, reached an unprecedented climax. Many clan members and travelers, who were awakened due to physical reasons or had partied enough, were called awake. When they heard that Jiang Xian was alive and had returned to the clan, some fell into indescribable joy, while others scolded their friends who brought the news, saying they were playing tricks on them at such a late hour. But they all came out of their homes in half-belief and gathered in the square. The servants on rotation were also called up, needing to prepare for an even grander celebration. They could hardly believe that Jiang Xuan was still alive. Most of the servants had little to no cultivation, and some had very low cultivation. Coming from the tribe, their status was low, and their horizons narrow. In their hearts, gods and demons were like divine beings capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. They could not imagine how the once 17-year-old tribal lord could have been devoured by gods and demons and then come back to life. But more and more people returned with the news. They had to believe it. The Lord is still alive. The Lord. How could this be? Good days are coming. Compared to the survival status of the tribe's people were even more miserable. Those who could come to the clan as servants were considered fortunate. Those living in the tribe were not even regarded as human. If the great tribes had historically been slaughtered by powerful beasts, then the slaughtering by beasts was not history for the tribe's people. It was something that happened every year. They were vassals of the tribe. They were goods. They were slaves. The rules between tribes were even more brutal. During the years when the Jiang Clan was embroiled in a life-and-death battle, they themselves were in danger of extinction, and the protection available to them dwindled. Infighting among them increased, and attacks from postnatal beasts on the tribe became more frequent. Hunger, slaughter, even cannibalism. Some servants, upon hearing of Jiang Xuan's return, even kneeled to the gods, crying uncontrollably. Being able to serve in the present Jiang clan was a stroke of luck for them, a sense of safety. But they still had family, siblings. The tribe's people never recognized the Dacian dynasty. The tribal lord was their king, that incredibly powerful king. He has returned. Aunt Suiyun, don't get too excited while pregnant. Jiang Xuan reassured Jiang Suiyun's emotions again in the quiet courtyard. I still have good news to share. Take a deep breath. Xiao Xian. Where is Xiao Xian? Grandma Jinhua hurried into the courtyard with Jiang Ilian's support, calling out excitedly. Grandma! Jiang Xuan quickly stepped forward to support Grandma Jinhua. Xiao Xian, it really is Xiao Xian. It's good that you're back. It's good. Grandma Jinhua's tears streamed down her face. Just as Jiang Xuan helped Grandma Jinhua sit down, a figure rushed into the courtyard, suddenly stopping right in front of Jiang Xuan. Luo Yingcheng, who had been cultivating in the back mountain, also received the news and hurried back. In just 3 years, Luo Yingcheng seemed to have aged 10 years. Chief Instructor, Jiang Xuan gave him a bear hug. Ha 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 ha. You're still alive. You really are still alive. Ha 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 ha. Luo Yingcheng laughed heartily, and as he laughed, his eyes turned red. 3 years ago that night, he had almost been killed by El Kong, and it was Jiang Xuan who saved him at a critical moment, saving everyone. To prevent El Kong from causing chaos, he led El Kong deep in a heightened mountain for a life-and-death battle. Chief Instructor Luo is loyal, but that made it even more regrettable. Moments later, more and more core members of the tribe arrived in the courtyard. Jiang Xuan also recounted his experience in the Black Pool Palace, mentioning the remnants of the Black Pool Palace banner and being sent in by the gods and demons. They didn't hide anything, but he didn't say much about the internal situation of the Black Pool Palace. Nor did he mention Pei Nishang or the Breaking Dao stage. There was no need to go into too much detail. It was enough for the clan members to know that he had obtained the inheritance and escaped. The matter of inheritance did not need to be concealed. Obtaining the inheritance in Heightened Mountain was not a rare event. There were always various ruins being discovered, and those gods and demons had intelligence. Jiang Xuan could speculate that after his disappearance, the Lord of Feishua City must have searched for him and had contact with those gods and demons. The only thing Jiang Xuan didn't want anyone to know was the Breaking Dao stage. The cultivation methods from 300,000 years ago, and how different they were from the present, were probably something only he could understand. Even the Lord of the gods and demons would not understand, right? Pei Nishang could know so much, clearly indicating that her previous life was not an ordinary god or demon. Tribulation Realm. Xiao Xian, you've entered the Tribulation Realm? Jiang Ziyun exclaimed in delight. Yes, I just passed the heavenly tribulation today. Jiang Xian nodded. Ha ha ha. Great, great. The Tribulation Realm at 20 years old. Just 20. Luo Yingcheng laughed heartily. With Jiang Xian's return, he felt like a different person. The life-and-death battle was about to end. The Shentu tribe should be doomed. Ha! They must have heard about it, and will probably come to bow and submit overnight. In the future, our tribe might even rise to nobility. The core members in the courtyard were all extremely excited. No wonder Xiao Xian just mentioned there were good news. It turns out it was about the breakthrough. Jiang Xuan looked happy and smiling. No, Jiang Xian said, looking at her, the good news I referred to isn't about my breakthrough. What is it? Everyone looked at Jiang Xian. They are coming. Jiang Xian turned his head towards the direction of Heightened Mountain, releasing a trace of his aura before retracting it. They will be here soon. As soon as a dozen figures entered the Earth City, they felt Jiang Xian's aura fluctuations. Jiang Xian only released a wisp, equivalent to a minor tribulation realm. How lively! Over there! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A dozen figures appeared out of nowhere in the courtyard, all just entering the tribulation realm, lacking control over their tribulation force, and their realm not being stable. Even if they tried their best to conceal their aura, the people in the courtyard could feel that these individuals were terrifying tribulation realm existences. Everyone was so startled that their breaths paused for a moment. Han Feng, the lower-ranked granny, Jinhua, reacted the fastest, her gaze directly landing on that familiar face. Trembling with excitement, she stood up. Is it you, Han Feng? Auntie, it's me. Jiang Han Feng, looking weathered, smiled and said, his eyes reddening. After 8 years, the once first warrior of Heightened Mountain, Jiang Han Feng, finally returned to his tribe. Uncle Han Feng? Brother Han Feng? Master? Shouts of surprise followed, filled with immense excitement and joy over Jiang Han Feng's return, and the fact that he was now also a Tribulation Realm expert. A tribe having 2 Tribulation Realms appearing at the same time was something that had never occurred in the history of Heightened Mountain for over 10,000 years. The Jiang Clan would usher in an epic level of prosperity. Father, this is Coach Luo. During my disappearance over the past 3 years, it was thanks to Coach Luo's care for the tribe. Jiang Xian introduced Jiang Hanfeng. Coach Luo was also a legendary figure, someone Jiang Hanfeng had heard about in his youth. Senior Luo, your great kindness towards our Jiang Clan. Jiang Hanfeng stepped forward to perform a grand salute to Coach Luo. No need for that. Coach Luo quickly supported Jiang Hanfeng. Your son saved my life. It's what I should do. Brother Hanfeng, you raised a good son. In a more remote courtyard of the Jiang Clan, former members of the Black Armored Guard gathered, numbering over 20. Di Kaixing took out a compass. They had originally left the Black Armored Guard and joined the Jiang Clan, so they shouldn't have such high-level military treasures anymore. It was Lei Hong's concern for the Jiang Clan that led him to leave a piece for them. After Jiang Xian's fall, the Jiang Clan's fame became too great. Although they were still considered a weak tribe in the eyes of major powers, their reputation alone could attract trouble, such as some Tribulation Realm demons seeking to make a name for themselves. If they slaughtered the Jiang Clan, they would surely gain fame from Jiang Xian's fall, thus boosting their own reputation. Additionally, the situation in Heightened Mountain had not been good in recent years, with demonic beasts entering an active cycle, posing a threat. With this compass, even at a super long distance, these former members of the Black Armor Guard could use it to contact Lei Hong immediately. Let us begin. Di Kaixing glanced at everyone and said, in Feishues City, deep within Tongtian Pavilion, in an elegant small courtyard, the first Inspector Lei Hong was having a night drink with the Pavilion Master Liao Weiye. At their level, a few months without sleep was not an issue. To maintain peak condition, resting for an hour or two later each day was enough. The two had always had a good relationship, and Lei Hong often returned to Feishues City to drink with Liao Weiye during his leisure time. In another 6 months, your term will also be up. Liao Weiye put down his wine cup and said, it's been almost 10 years. It won't be easy for us to gather for drinks again. Have you thought about where to go? I originally planned to go to June City to serve as an inspector. Lei Hong replied indifferently. Going to June City? Liao Weiye was taken aback. The position of inspector in June City was vastly different from that in local major cities. That was a place with divine and demonic inspectors. The Tribulation Realm inspectors would be of a lower rank. However, in terms of treatment and various hidden benefits, it was incomparable to a local major city, with even greater power. In local areas, the decisions were made unilaterally by the divine and demonic city lord, and some powers of the inspectors would be suppressed. June City had many divine and demonic beings, and the families of divine and demonic beings were numerous, balancing each other out. The inspector system was very special. with levels ascending directly to report to the Qian Emperor, who overlooks all beings. The duty of overseeing the world is concentrated in the headquarters of the Northern Hangzhou Inspectors, which is located in Jun City, wielding terrifying power. Divine and demonic inspectors have always been protective of their own. As a result, the Tribulation Realm inspectors in Jun City, even those from divine and demonic families, would not dare to provoke them. Serving as an inspector in Jun City could be said to be the best promotion route, yet also the most difficult. With your accomplishments in Feishua City and achieving the position of first inspector at such a young age, it would definitely not be a problem to be directly reassigned to a first-class, prosperous major city. However, if you go to Jun City, there will likely still be significant resistance. After all, Feishua City is only a third-class, prosperous city, Liao Weiye analyzed. Unless our divine and demonic city lord gives you a recommendation quota, which is only given once every 100 years. He should give it to you. He values you highly. But Lei Hong shook his head. Forget it. Lei Hong shook his head. I want to waste the city lord's quota. Being reassigned to a first-class prosperous major city is enough. That doesn't sound like you. Liao Weiye chuckled. You, such a serious and rigid person, aside from your obsession with achievements and promotions, normally seem almost indifferent to desires. Why now? Suddenly, Liao Weiye's expression changed. He suddenly recalled the reason why Lei Hong had wanted to go to Jun City directly. Is it for Jiang Xuan? To protect him? Liao Weiye suggested. Just as he picked up his wine cup, he lost interest and put it down again. What a remarkable talent. A leader of a third-class prosperous major city tribe could produce such a prodigious figure, yet he has fallen. He even avenged my family, but it's a pity. Alas, Brother Liao, do you know why His Majesty values the protection of tribal territories so much? Lei Hong suddenly brought up. The laws strictly prohibit major city clans from swallowing tribal territories. Do you know why? Why? Liao Weiye countered. I'm not too sure either, Lei Hong replied repeatedly. But during my training period in Jun City, I heard my teacher mention it. He speculated that the protection of tribal territories is for more possibilities. More possibilities? Liao Weiye pondered. Tribal territories have their unique inheritance, and the recent birth of tribes is often related to local relics or ancient sections. Some large tribes have a legacy that predates the history of the Great Qian dynasty. Tracing back, they're all connected to local ancient sects or schools. From a bloodline perspective, tribal people are somewhat different. Each area has its own unique potential. This represents more possibilities. It signifies the rise of a powerful tribal population, and their future may follow a path different from the current cultivation system. But the current cultivation system is already nearing perfection. Liao Weiye was puzzled. Is more possibility really needed? Different? Why? Lei Hong shook his head while holding his wine cup. This is not something at his level can understand. Even whether the current cultivation system is perfect, he wouldn't dare to assert. One thing Lei Hong didn't mention was that the court had given special instructions regarding inspectors. The merit of discovering a tribal genius is slightly greater than that of a city genius. This can never be said, only those within the inspector system know. What a pity. Lei Hong didn't finish his sentence and took a big gulp of wine. Lei Hong truly appreciates talent. Jiang Xuan not only possesses extraordinary aptitude, but also has a character and style that earn his respect. No, it should be said that he admires him. A prodigy of the ages, who fell at the age of 17. How sad and lamentable. Buzz. The compass on Lei Hong's body suddenly shook. He took it out from his pocket and placed it down. The compass projected a light screen, revealing a tribal courtyard with Di Kaisheng and others. What happened? Lei Hong's brows furrowed deeply. Did something happen to the Jiang Clan? Lord Lei Hong. Di Kaisheng was very excited as he spoke. Jiang Xuan has returned. He is still alive. Lei Hong suddenly stood up, his breathing quickened. Are you sure it's him? Did you see it clearly? Did you see it with your own eyes? Could it be someone in disguise? They spoke to each other, my lord. My wife is most familiar with him. After a few casual chats, she confirmed his identity. It's impossible for anyone to impersonate him. Di Kaisheng insisted. Clatter. Liao Wei, who had just lifted his wine cup, couldn't hold it and let the exquisite ancient porcelain fall, shattering to pieces on the ground. He gaped in shock, his mouth agape, utterly astonished. He is still alive? He actually escaped from the mouths of gods and demons. Lei Hong lost his composure, his eyes wide as he muttered, "How is this possible? It is him. There is no mistake. He is only 20 years old, and the people in the tribe watch him grow up. They know about his childhood. If it were fake, a few sentences would easily reveal it." Di Kaixing was very certain. He had participated in the conversation between Jiang Xuan and the clansmen, and halfway through, he quietly stepped out to inform Lei Hong. "Good. I understand. I'm going over now," Lei Hong said, extinguishing the light screen and putting the compass away. "I'll go too." Liao Wei immediately stood up. "All right, let us go together." Lei Hong nodded. "Wait for me a moment," Liao Wei said, then disappeared. In a room of the Tongtian Pavilion, Liao Wei appeared out of thin air and said to his trusted subordinate, "Send out the news throughout Feishua City. Jiang Xuan has returned. Also, relay the message to the higher-ups of the Tongtian Pavilion." The Tongtian Pavilion's business spans the entire Deqian Empire, engaging in all sorts of trades, and it is the largest intelligence organization among the common folk, where selling information is also a significant source of income. However, Liao Wei was not just spreading the news for profit. Jiang Xuan killed El Kong and avenged his family. He has great grace towards him. Once the news is released, it will create a sensation beyond Liao Wei's imagination. He doesn't care how big the waves are. The more sensational, the better. He wants to build momentum for Jiang Xuan. He wants to make Jiang Xuan famous. The legend has returned. Liao Wei left those words and disappeared again. His subordinate was stunned for a good while, processing the 4 words Jiang Xuan has returned. Shocked, he gasped and realized the significance of this matter. Immediately setting out to act. The prodigy of the ages has returned. Feishua City is about to change. Under the thick night, 2 formidable heavenly tribulation experts exited the city, heading straight for the Jiang Clan's Earthen City. Chapter 116. Assault on the Wei family in the middle of the night. The Earth City of the Jiang Clan was still immersed in a festive atmosphere. Jiang Xuan's return represented that the entire Jiang Clan would escape from the quagmire, and the territories ruled by the clan would begin to live better lives. As news of Jiang Hanfeng's return spread, the matter of a dual tribulation realm caused thousands of travelers to gasp in astonishment. They witnessed history, even in Feishua City. Having 2 tribulation realm experts was a sign of prominence among the great families, second only to the 4 major families. Not to mention that Jiang Xuan was only 20 years old. His talent no longer needed to be proven. The future undoubtedly pointed towards the realm of gods and demons. After finishing his business in the small courtyard, Jiang Xuan deliberately avoided the noisy crowd. He had just crossed that terrifying heavenly tribulation and returned from his journey. Feeling a bit fatigued, he should have gone to rest, but there was something extremely important he needed to do immediately. To the back mountain, Jiang Xuan didn't exert his utmost speed, walking along the secluded streets, occasionally leaping onto rooftops to take a look at the new atmosphere of the clan. Many courtyards had fallen to disrepair when he left, with no one living in them and no repairs made. Now, many courtyards have been renovated, and some areas have been replanned and rebuilt into better and larger residences, along with various training grounds and tribal style inns prepared for travelers. It was all orchestrated by head coach Luo, who had devoted himself to the Jiang Clan. Additionally, with the new members from the Black Armor Guards and Demon Hunters joining, the children of the clan received better education and training, making the overall environment of the Earth City more attractive to travelers seeking a place to stay. Head coach Luo had suffered old injuries and was losing his lifespan. Once I sort out El Kong's chaotic inheritance, perhaps I can find a method to extend the head coach's life. Jiang Xuan thought to himself, just about to step away. Clan leader Jiang. A surprised and friendly voice suddenly came from in front of him. A slightly plump, affluent-looking middle-aged man in a brocade robe materialized before Jiang Xuan, clasping his hands and smiling broadly. "It is indeed you, clan leader Jiang. I have yet to thank you for saving my son. Our Su family has long hoped for your safe return." "You are." Jiang Xuan was puzzled, not recognizing the man. This person looked like a wealthy merchant, but should not be underestimated. He was in the Tribulation Realm, minor Heavenly Tribulation Realm, from the Su family of Feishua City, Su Musheng. "I am currently working in the government as a minor inspector." Su Musheng was extremely humble, appearing to be a smooth-talking individual. People from the great families of Feishua City, Although the inspector was a lower rank than the supervisor, it was not part of the true inspector system. The vast majority of inspectors were appointed directly by the military city's Great Tribulation Realm experts, and most minor inspectors would never be promoted in their lifetime. Minor inspectors did not need to serve in different locations and remained in their family's area. Many great families would mobilize resources to compete for this position for their clan members, resulting in a mix of individuals. Jiang Xuan chatted with him for a few moments and learned that he had been in the Jiang Clan's Earth City these past few days, posing as an ordinary traveler, very low-key, waiting for his son to join him before heading to Heighten Mountain together. As for his son, Su Zhuanglin, a disciple of the Starry Pavilion in Feishua City, had been on the back of the blue feather giant eagle when Jiang Xuan fought El Kong, one of the many geniuses present. Now his son was 28 years old and wanted to enter Heighten Mountain for training, seeking a breakthrough opportunity. For Su Zhuanglin, the first genius of the Su family, Su Mushing even temporarily set aside his duties as an inspector to accompany him personally, ensuring he could advance to the Tribulation Realm. "Oh, so it's Lord Su," Jiang Xuan smiled, as the man came with good intentions, and he didn't want to appear aloof. "Oh, I dare not. With your current status, clan leader Jiang, you can omit the title of Lord." Su Mushing quickly waved his hand, saying, "In our Su family's younger generation, Zhuanglin is the only potential Tribulation Realm candidate, and it is thanks to you that he has been preserved. Such great kindness will surely be repaid in person with gifts from my son." He was here to establish a connection. Jiang Xuan didn't really save Su Zhuanglin. El Kong couldn't even reach the back of the blue feather giant eagle and posed no threat. But Su Mushing insisted on saying so. No matter, he wanted to build a relationship. Jiang Xuan understood that with his current momentum, even if they were unaware of his true strength, the great families of Feishua City would lower their statuses to establish ties. This was a necessary phase or benefit of becoming a strong figure, and the rise of a clan would be similar. Over 500 years ago, when Jiang Zhengwu soared to greatness, it was the same. Jiang Xuan was a bit troubled. Once news of his return spread, he didn't know how many great clan Tribulation Realm experts would come to the Earth City to seek an audience. But thankfully, Dad is back too, also a Tribulation Realm expert. He wouldn't neglect the guests. In the future, he would let Dad handle it. "Brother Su, you flatter me," Jiang Xuan smiled. "Killing demons is what we should do." With that, Jiang Xuan's calling Su Mushing brother also indicated his attitude. Su Mushing's smile stretched from ear to ear. Clan leader Jiang could first kill that scoundrel Xie Hanjie, who tarnished the reputation of the inspectors, and then slay El Kong. Such feats have not been seen in Feishua City for 10,000 years. Now that clan leader Jiang has returned, I assume you have reached the Tribulation Realm? He couldn't sense Jiang Xuan's realm aura. "I just crossed the Tribulation during the day." Jiang Xuan did not conceal it. "Great." Su Mushing clapped his hands, delighted. "Entering the Tribulation Realm at 20 years old, with your talent, I believe you will surely reach the Great Tribulation Realm before 30. And the realm of gods and demons will not be a problem in the future. Our Feishua City has not produced a new god or demon in over 2,000 years. It all depends on you," clan leader Jiang heaped with praise. His words were quite comforting. After chatting with him for a few more moments, Su Mushing also eagerly invited Jiang Xuan to visit the Su family in Feishua City in the future, promising to fulfill the duties of a host. "By the way, Brother Su, do you know about my mother?" Jiang Xuan suddenly brought it up, his gaze sharpening. "Is she still in the Wei family? How is she doing?" "Not well at the Wei family's old residence," Su Mushing replied candidly. Although the Su family could not afford to offend the Wei family, now that Jiang Xuan had returned, Su Mushing's anger was evident. "That beast from the Wei family. All the major families in Feishua City know that your mother and daughter have been imprisoned in a dilapidated courtyard by the Wei family. They have been cut off from all cultivation resources, eating only husks and wild vegetables daily. If it weren't for Miss Chun sending large sums of money to the Wei family, they probably wouldn't even have enough to eat pickled vegetables and steamed buns." Jiang Xuan listened with a blank expression, his eyes flickering with a dangerous light. He then asked Su Mushing for more details. The Wei family's secret extortion of Chun Yuan Shu was not a secret among the major families in Feishua City, nor was the matter of the Chun family's killing of Dong Jun Shu. And, by the way, clan leader Jiang, do you know that during your disappearance, Miss Chun was already pregnant? Sun Wusang suddenly mentioned. Oh, Jiang Xian's spirit jolted. We did plan to have a child at that time, but it was still too early. Then the rumors were not wrong. Su Mushing immediately said, it is said that Miss Chen secretly gave birth to a child over 2 years ago in the Chen family. The Chen family has sealed this matter tightly, and at my level, I have not been able to gather clear information. It has been mere rumors. I estimate only the 4 major families have confirmed it. After finishing the conversation with Su Musheng, Jiang Xian looked at the moonlight and transformed into a shadow, heading toward the back mountain. At the back mountain, in front of the ancient sound transmission stone. Senior, I'm back. Jiang Xian appeared out of thin air. Senior, are you there? It is best to inform Senior Qishir about the matter of Lady Tianhu as early as possible. The effect of that contract is not completely ineffective. Lady Tianhu can still enter dreams and use Jiang Xian as a human spy. I wonder what the remaining effects of the successful part of the contract are. Senior? Jiang Xian called out again. You have returned. It's been 3 years. I thought you were dead. An ethereal voice finally sounded, carrying a hint of feminine languor, as if it had been awakened. Since Jiang Xian guessed that it was a woman, Emperor Qian no longer concealed it. Senior, my disappearance was because... Jiang Xian sat cross-legged and began to recount his experiences to Senior Qishir, starting from killing Xia Hanjie and Lu Kong, being swallowed, entering the Blackpool Palace, reuniting with his father, Pei Nikhang, and so on. Jiang Xian did not hide anything and finally mentioned his concerns. The suppressed ancient immortal demons? The eldest princess of the Qiling immortal nation? Her? Senior, you know her? Yes, she was a powerful immortal from 300,000 years ago. The Grand Marshal of the Spirit Law Legion of the Immortal Demon Clan at that time. Oh, the immortal powerhouse is equivalent to our divine demon system's immortal god realm. An existence that transcends divine demons. Jiang Xian's expression changed drastically. That old demon woman is indeed terrifying. An existence that transcends divine demons. So how does she compare to you, Senior? Jiang Xian asked cautiously. Does she even deserve to be compared with me? Senior Qishir said flatly, yet dominantly. Jiang Xian felt a sense of relief. Speak, her contract imprint. I will transmit a piece of mental technique to you that can reveal the imprint on your forehead. Use a mirror to take a look and then tell me. Senior Qishir said ethereally, and then transmitted a mental technique formula to Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian followed the instructions, feeling a massive will rise from his forehead, a will that did not belong to him. He took out a mirror from the Shumi ring and looked at it. Then he described the imprint to Senior Qishir. It turned out to be the soul guiding ancient seal. It seems she has taken you as her last hope. Although the seal of the Blackpool Palace is loosening, it may not completely shatter even after 300,000 years. Soul guiding ancient seal? Jiang Xian quickly asked, Senior, what is this? It is one of the supreme contract laws of the Immortal Demon Clan, specifically used to control the ancient Void clans. Using it on you, or even on divine demons, is a waste of resources. This contract law is extremely extreme. The caster needs to burn their primordial spirit, permanently losing a part of it. And it takes a long time to cultivate back. Moreover, once the contract is successful, they themselves cannot it, nor can they reincarnate and cultivate again. Is there still hope for me? Jiang Xian continued to ask, Senior, can you help me this contract? Although I have read the complete manual of the soul guiding ancient seal long ago and have tried to decipher it to this contract, even if I am by your side, I can only forcibly erase the contract, but you will not be able to withstand the backlash and die. If you want to it and still live, there is only one way. What way? Reach my realm. This is hopeless. Jiang Xian was just about to ask what other dangers there were when he heard the ethereal voice say again, But Wyatt, under my influence, she cannot control you. Although she can brainwash you in your dreams, as long as your will is firm, she cannot come out of the Blackpool Palace. And, I've said before, I have attempted to decipher it. Didn't you fail? Jiang Xian retorted. Senior Qishir had made it very clear earlier. If she personally took action, it would only be a forced erasure, but Jiang Xian was too weak between the two great terrors, and he could not withstand the backlash from the forced erasure. In other words, Senior Qishir had tried to decipher in the past, but had not succeeded and could only destroy it violently. After all, It was one of the supreme contracts of the immortal demon clan. They themselves cannot it. To be precise, I did not completely decipher it. I only succeeded in part. Senior Qishir said repeatedly, and this is a very critical part. What part? Jiang Xuan asked. The part of the master-servant relationship. Senior Qishir continued. This extreme contract itself has a characteristic. If your realm is higher than the caster, or your primordial spirit is stronger than hers, you can reverse the master-servant relationship and control her. This. Jiang Xuan was dumbfounded. Isn't this still the same meaning? He must cultivate to the realm that transcends divine demons. Jiang Xuan is not even a divine demon now. I have deciphered this part, so I can lower the requirement for reversing the relationship. You only need to become a divine demon to have an equal relationship with her, allowing you to enter her dreams or refuse her entry. If you can become a 6th Tribulation King realm divine demon, you can initially control her. Control her? Control that terrifying powerhouse who transcends divine demons. Jiang Xuan suddenly felt a surge of blood, his whole body heating up, and the enchanting figure of Lady Tianhu flashed in his mind. He quickly shook his head. The stunning beauty of Lady Tianhu and her innate seductive charm had deeply affected him. If he were continuously brainwashed by her in dreams, even without the contract control effect, he would still be mentally controlled by her, becoming a slave who obeys her every command. I will now transmit the deciphering mental technique to you. Listen carefully. Senior Qishir began to dictate. It took nearly half an hour. Jiang Xuan memorized everything. The deciphering mental technique is different from an actual contract. The latter requires extremely high realms and talents to cultivate, taking a long time, while the former does not require cultivation. As the contracted party, Jiang Xuan only needs to perform the mental technique completely once to completely change the requirements of the master-servant relationship. I'll also give you a task. Senior Qishir spoke again. Since she wants you to be a spy, you should pretend to be compliant with her, making her satisfied. You can measure what can be said and what cannot be said. Then, you can extract the secrets and techniques of the immortal demon clan from her. Although she only knows the secrets of the immortal demons from 300,000 years ago, they're still very important. Moreover, the current ruler of the Qiling immortal nation is her younger sister. If you can truly control her in the future, you can go to the Qiling immortal nation and tempt her to seize the position of ruler. Senior, I understand. Jiang Xuan was somewhat excited. In fact, without Senior Qishir saying so, he also wanted to gain benefits from Lady Tianhu, as long as he did not worry about being controlled by her or other dangers. Lady Tianhu herself was a huge treasure. He could dig deep. Act her. Senior, I am currently in the Dao breaking stage. Jiang Xuan brought up the matter of the Dao breaking stage technique to Senior Qishir and briefly explained the technique transmitted to him by the Songqing sword. Well, indeed, it's not very good. If you cultivate the Dao breaking stage technique of the Black Pool Palace, you are likely to die in the 3rd Dao breaking stage, Heavenly Tribulation, and your cultivation speed will also be much slower. Please guide me, Senior. Einlicht. Senior Qishir seemed to have made some significant decision. The Dao breaking stage modified technique I am about to teach you may be recognized by some people in the future, but it's only a possibility. Just keep it secret. No matter who asks you, don't say anything. No one will dare to pursue it. In the bustling square of the Jiang Clan's earthen city, Wei Qingguang and Shen Buoxiong, after everyone in the small courtyard had dispersed, washed up and changed clothes, and after stabilizing their realm for a while in their room, were supposed to rest, but they simply couldn't fall asleep. The resting courtyard arranged for the two was adjacent, so they gathered together for a couple of drinks to drown their sorrows. Then they came out together to take a stroll. Both of them restrained their auras, and the clothes they wore were also the ordinary casual clothes provided by the Jiang Clan, not luxurious, looking like two ordinary elderly travelers. Alas, you are wrong. What I've heard is more accurate. On that day, clan leader Jiang killed Xie Hanjia, but he was holding back at first, just wanted to test his level. Otherwise, how could he fight against El Kong later? Yes, although Lord Jiang Xuan also broke through at the last moment and skillfully killed El Kong. The fact that he could fight El Kong deep in a Black Pool Mountain and keep entangled shows his strength. Even though El Kong was injured by Lord Lei Hong beforehand, He was still at the great heavenly tribulation realm. The methods of the demon are bizarre and cannot be compared to an ordinary great heavenly tribulation realm. Several innate realm travelers sat on logs near the campfire, drinking from wine jars while discussing Jiang Xuan's feats of killing El Kong. Wei Qingguang and Shen Buoxiong both showed expressions of shock. El Kong? Jiang Xuan really killed a demon before entering Blackpool Palace. And that demon was El Kong? An innate killing a great heavenly tribulation realm. A few friends, I also admire clan leader Jiang's feats very much. Wei Qingguang hurriedly stepped forward. But the two of us rarely go out. Could you talk in detail? Soon, the two men learned of Jiang Xuan's terrifying record of killing 2 individuals at the tribulation realm. No wonder. Wei Qingguang's hands trembled slightly. Breaking through was enough to slay Qijing. It turns out he was that terrifying before. Shen Buoxiong was also astonished, and the two exchanged glances. Ha ha! Now that Lord Jiang Xuan is back, his enemies are in for it. The drunken travelers spoke freely, and without waiting for the 2 old men to ask, they began to share stories about Jiang Xuan's enemies, giving the 2 uninformed old men a good explanation. The Wei family is extremely shameless, forcibly capturing clan leader Jiang's mother and sister, even trying to force his sister to marry an old helper. How many years have they been imprisoned? The Shen family actually dared to support the Shentu tribe, while the Jiang Clan and the Shentu tribe have been fighting for years. It seems they want to eliminate the Jiang Clan after General Luo dies. Shen Taiping has gone mad for a woman. Both old men turned pale. These grudges, if spoken broadly, could be called deadly enmities. The Chen family. When we return, we must visit the Chen family. We can only rely on the Chen family to pressure Jiang Xuan, provide sufficient compensation, but no deaths, as long as the family's tribulation realm remains. The family cannot be destroyed and can recover in decades. Wei Qingguang and Shen Buoxiong communicated through sound. Just then, ha ha ha, speaking of which, this time the Chen family has had incredibly good luck. The drunken travelers began to talk about the Chen family, startling the 2 old men. What a coincidence! Can they hear our conversation? The Chen family. A stout middle-aged man swayed his wine jar, saying, Miss Chen Yuanshu and Lord Jiang Xuan had a secret marriage, and the Chen family didn't know. Otherwise, they would probably break them up. Miss Yuanshu has a divine and demonic presence, and the Chen family would certainly not accept her marrying a tribal leader. Fortunately, they didn't know. They didn't provoke Jiang Xuan, and even after Jiang Xuan went missing, they helped the Jiang Clan. Hey, the thin man sitting nearby pretended to lower his voice mysteriously. I've also heard that Miss Chen bore an illegitimate child for clan leader Jiang, but it's just a rumor. I don't know if it's true. What's false about it? The stout middle-aged man said, just have another. Clan leader Jiang and Miss Chen secretly married. The Chen family wouldn't recognize it initially. But now that clan leader Jiang has returned, the Chen family would love to recognize him immediately. The marriage between the Jiang clan and the Chen family is inevitable, right? The Chen family would love that. They didn't help Lord Jiang Xuan rise, but they got a son-in-law with unparalleled talent for free. A timeless legend. Now that clan leader Jiang has returned, this legend is already perfect. Wei Qingguang and Shen Buoxiong lost their expressions. They even lost their color. It's over. It's all over. Who? The two simultaneously disappeared, and a few breaths later, they arrived outside the Earth City, continuing to speed towards Feishuo City in the most frenzied manner. Go home. Back home overnight. To hell with resting. We must go back immediately. Something big is about to happen. In the back mountain, Jiang Xuan sat cross-legged in front of the sound transmission stone, operating the contract-breaking heart method. The moment 2 figures appeared out of thin air, Jiang Xuan opened his eyes, then stood up and stepped forward to greet them. Lord Lei Hong, Senior Liao. It's really you. Lei Hong was extremely surprised. Hearing that you returned, I couldn't believe it. You actually escaped from the mouths of divine and demonic beasts. It seems you're not just unlucky, but rather a person of great fortune. How did you survive? Where have you been these 3 years? Jiang Xuan briefly narrated. Some things need not be mentioned. What should be said was said. After hearing Jiang Xuan finish, Lei Hong nodded repeatedly, saying several times, good. Wonderful. A 20-year-old at the Tribulation Realm is enough to go to the military city. Everything is still in time. I imagine you also acquired a lot of resources and treasures in Blackpool Palace, so your path of cultivation will be more stable. Ha ha ha. What a joyous occasion. Liao Wei laughed loudly, saying clan leader Zhang's return will surely shake the 10,000 miles. I have already arranged for people to spread the news. In a few days, the tales of clan leader Zhang's legendary return will be known by all. Lei Hong glanced at Liao Wei. Ahem. Liao Wei quickly said, this major news. I sent people to spread it immediately, not just to make money. Clan leader Jiang has great grace towards me. El Kong deserves to die. Thank you, clan leader Jiang, for avenging my family. This time is to create momentum for clan leader Jiang. Such a hero returns. Let all come to congratulate. And the greater the momentum, the military city may even allow entry without assessment, saving a lot of trouble. If he can directly become a B-level student, that would be even better. The military city only accepts true geniuses, like Chun Yuan Zhou and Shun Taiping, who are considered monsters in a third-tier bustling place like Feishua City. Yet they don't even qualify to take the military city's assessment. Looking across the entire North Hangzhou, they can only be said to have talent. But they are not true geniuses, and true geniuses are also ranked. The military city's assessment results, aside from eliminations, are divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D, corresponding to 4 levels of academies. Generally, past geniuses can enter D level, and C level is even rarer. As for the A and B levels, they are generally monopolized by local divine and demonic families in the military city, and outside geniuses enjoy far fewer resources at the start, even with the same talent. The time and strength to become a tribulation realm differ greatly, making competition impossible. And it is said that above the A level, there is an even higher special academy, known as the Cradle of Divine and Demonic Beings. Most of the divine and demonic beings cultivated by the military city come from this special academy. And this special academy does not open assessments to outsiders every year. Liao Wei believed that since Jiang Xuan could kill the severely injured El Kong back then, now that he is at the Tribulation Realm, his combat power should be equivalent to the Great Heavenly Tribulation Realm. Although it is only the Great Heavenly Tribulation Realm power from a small place like Feishua City, compared to the military city, it is probably only equivalent to the mid-Great Heavenly Tribulation Realm, but still extremely terrifying. However, a large part of Jiang Xuan's combat power seems to come from that forbidden technique controlling more than a dozen weapons, which is impressive, but offers no help for the military city's assessment, as assessments do not allow the use of secret arts or forbidden techniques. After all, pursuing the divine and demonic realm relies not on these. Therefore, directly becoming a B-level student is already a particularly high evaluation. Lei Hong did not come from a divine and demonic family. He only obtained a C-level evaluation through the military city's assessment back then. Although he has not yet become divine and demonic, his combat power is extremely terrifying. What about El Kong? He is said to be at the top of Feishua City and has a body full of forbidden techniques. He can be said to be a representative of the top tribulation realm combat power in Feishua City. When he encountered Lei Hong, he was accompanied by a stronger red giant snake demon beast, which he had secretly controlled with forbidden techniques, making it a 2-on-1 situation. The red giant snake and the peak-level El Kong were defeated by Lei Hong, with 1 dead and 1 escaping. Lei Hong didn't even suffer much injury. If given the chance, he still wanted to take the assessment to strive for an A-level rating. Lei Hong said that different evaluation levels meant different environments in the academy, and there was a significant difference in cultivation resources. He didn't mention the special academies, as that was not something a 20-year-old in the heavenly tribulation realm could dare to dream of. Ha ha ha, let's not talk about that. Liao Wei laughed and said, let's discuss the celebration. I estimate that in a few days, many heavenly tribulation experts from Feishua City will come to Zhang's Earth City, representing various forces in Feishua City. I'll prepare the banquet and have Tontian Pavilion send over the best ingredients and drinks from Feishua City to welcome the Jiang Clan leader and treat him well for a few days. We could talk about the celebration later. However, Jiang Xuan said seriously, I need to make a trip to Feishua City first. There are some things I must take care of. Lei Hong and Liao Wei exchanged glances. Both understood. Wei family. Jiang Xuan was going to directly confront the Wei family. Jiang Xuan, you go ahead. I won't stop you. Lei Hong looked at Jiang Xuan and said, but there are some things I hope you understand. With your current realm, even with the control techniques, it's still very difficult to win against the Wei family's old residents. The Wei family not only has a great Heavenly Tribulation realm expert stationed there, but also 2 other Heavenly Tribulation experts cooperating, and more importantly, the Wei family's old residence has a protective Great Formation. The protective Great Formation of a family residence is the best way to showcase a family's foundation. It protects the core of the family and strengthens it generation after generation. Liao Wei interjected to explain. Even during the past 10 years when the Wei family was at its weakest, they didn't even have a great Heavenly Tribulation realm expert. Yet they still stood strong, and no demon dared to attack. Even El Kong wouldn't have dared when he was alive, which is greatly related to the protective Great Formation. Not only the protective Great Formation, but there are also various treasures for killing enemies. It's not surprising for a millennium-old family to have several trump cards that can kill Heavenly Tribulation experts. I think, Liao Wei carefully said, now that you, clan leader Jiang, have returned, solving the issue will be effortless. With the potential you have shown now, the Wei family will definitely admit their mistakes and compensate you. And the City Lord of the Demon and God City will also stand up for you. You can use your influence to pressure them, and that will be enough. If you go directly to kill them, it might instead. The City Lord is not in Feishues City recently. You can wait for him to return. Lei Hong suggested. I understand. Jiang Xuan said. Lord Lei Hong, Senior Liao, I understand everything you said, but for this matter, I do not intend to rely on anyone. I will settle this with the Wei family. Good, good. Resolve it. You can rest assured. Seeing that Jiang Xuan had made up his mind, the 2 stopped persuading him. They both knew that Jiang Xuan was angry. If he confronted them directly, Jiang Xuan might not suffer losses either. The Wei family wouldn't dare to kill him. Or else the City Lord of the Demon and God City would crush them. There might be some conflict, but in the end, it would definitely be the Wei family yielding under pressure and handing over the person. There was no need to worry about any casualties causing turmoil. Jiang Xuan couldn't break the protective Great Formation. Upon returning to the Earth City, Jiang Xuan washed up, changed clothes, meditated to adjust his breath, ate a little, and then went out with his knife. At dawn, Jiang Xuan left the Jiang Clan. In the wilderness of the clan's territory, Jiang Xuan's speed reached an unprecedented limit. This was a speed that both Lei Hong and Liao Wei could not imagine, breaking through the Dao stage. Even being referred to as a semi-demon god, incomparable to the Heavenly Tribulation realm. From dimness to gradually brightening at the horizon. He arrived at Feishues City. Jiang Xuan had never been to Feishues City, so he found an early vendor, inquired a bit, and soon learned the location of the Wei family's old residence, which was well known throughout Feishues City and covered an area as large as the clan's Earth City with its massive buildings. The towering walls of the old residence were incredibly high. Jiang Xuan released his divine sense and quickly locked onto the auras of his mother and younger sister. Whoosh! Jiang Xuan suddenly appeared in the dilapidated courtyard. Chapter 117. Breaking the formation with a single stroke. The Wei family changes fate. Beheading the inspector in the dilapidated courtyard. The crumbling walls were mottled, devoid of trees, and the flower beds were completely destroyed. The mud bricks on the ground were either shattered and cracked, or simply missing, leaving only patches of yellow mud. If it rained, the courtyard would likely turn into a muddy mess, with no place to step outside. The row of houses to the west had windows that were either holes or completely cracked. There were 2 large holes in the roof, and the tiles lay scattered under the eaves. It was unclear who had deliberately damaged them, but the place was no longer habitable. The houses on the east side seemed somewhat livable. A specially raised surrounding wall enclosed the courtyard, giving it a lifeless and oppressive atmosphere. Jiang Xuan could sense the presence of his mother and younger sister, and knew that both had already woken up in the house. He felt extremely anxious, adjusted his collar, and was about to walk towards the door. Creak, go ahead and eat first. Wei Baiyun, dressed in simple clothing, came out of the house, instructing someone while holding a long sword. The sword, lacking maintenance, appeared dusty and quite old. Wei Baiyun danced with the sword. Her plain skirt fluttered, revealing patches mixed in with the hem. "Mother," a slightly trembling voice came. Wei Baiyun suddenly stiffened, turned around sharply, and looked towards Jiang Xuan, who was by the wall. She couldn't believe it, quickly averted her gaze, closed her eyes, and trembled all over, her face filled with pain. "Huh?" A girl in simple dress ran out of the house, thinking she had misheard something. The first thing she saw was Wei Baiyun's pained expression, and she hurried forward. "Mother, you're hallucinating again. I'm here. You're thinking of brother again." Jiang Yao hugged her trembling mother. The pain of losing a child cannot be easily erased. "Mother, it's me." Another voice came. Both mother and daughter froze and turned their heads at the same time. Wei Baiyun trembled even more severely and even held her head, a heartache that no medicine could cure. Jiang Yao also looked on. After 5 years apart from her brother, Jiang Xuan had grown into a rugged young man, and she was now blossoming into a graceful young woman. Mother Jiang Yao's voice trembled. I see brother too." Wei Baiyun, who seemed on the verge of madness, suddenly stopped trembling. The hands that were holding her head gradually lowered, and she stared intently at Jiang Xuan, cautiously trying to speak. "Xiao Xuan? Mother, it's me." Jiang Xuan stepped forward, seemingly crossing space to stand in front of Wei Baiyun. "It's me. I really am back. It's not an illusion. I'm alive. Mother, look at me. I've come to take you home." A light unprecedented appeared in Wei Baiyun's eyes. She cautiously reached out, touched Jiang Xuan's cheek, and then suddenly cupped his face with both hands, tears welling up in her eyes. "Xiao Xuan." Wei Baiyun's voice rose high as she threw herself into the arms of her now-grown son, sobbing uncontrollably. Jiang Xuan embraced his mother and also held his sister close. "I'm here. It's okay. We can go home now," he comforted. Outside the courtyard, near the high sealed gate, there was a long table with 2 benches. 2 guards on duty were having breakfast. Nowadays, watching over Wei Baiyun and her daughter could be considered a lucrative job. Even when Chun Yuanshu came to visit Wei Baiyun, they would make things difficult under Wei Hongqua's orders, allowing them to earn quite a bit of reward money. This job was also incredibly easy. Although Wei Baiyun was powerful and could kill these postnatal guards as easily as killing chickens, she had never dared to break out. Even if she could get past this door, she couldn't escape the Wei family. "Listen, is someone calling for a little something? Our 9th miss. I estimate she's going crazy. TSK. Who wouldn't go mad? Whether it's for something or nothing, come and provoke her. No one can stand it. This matter, our 4th master has done it quite thoroughly. To make the Chun family's young lady obediently send money, it has to be this way. Speaking of which, that Chun family young lady is quite infatuated with Jiang Xuan. Once a month isn't enough, she wants to visit more often. How can that be done without spending money? Hey, why don't we report this?" The burly guard's eyes turned, and he stood up quickly. "I'll go report. If the 9th miss goes mad, the 4th master will definitely come and add fuel to the fire. When Miss Chun comes to visit, she'll surely be willing to pay a high price to buy them some peace." Without waiting for his companion to speak, the burly guard hurriedly left. Meanwhile, deep within the Wei family's old residence, in a secluded retreat, inside the room, I say this, whether you believe it or not. When Jiang Xuan comes for revenge, you'll regret it too late. You all think you're lucky for focusing on cultivation for years and not getting involved in Wei Baiyun's affairs. But whether you can save your lives is not up to me." Wei Chengwang said expressionlessly. In the room, besides him, there were 2 others, the other 2 calamity-level members of the Wei family. After returning to the Wei family, Wei Chengwang secretly made rounds, interrogated a few clansmen, and knocked them out. The reason he didn't return in a big way, or even meet the current family head, his 3rd brother Wei Chengshan, is that he wanted to accomplish something big. The 2 calamity-level members were half believing Wei Chengwang's words. They were surprised that this former 6th master had returned after disappearing for decades, now at the calamity level. But Wei Chengwang's words sounded too outrageous. While Jiang Xuan's return would certainly have a significant impact, at most, it would just force the Wei family to hand over people and admit their mistakes. Jiang Xuan could annihilate the entire Wei family. On what basis? I've said everything I needed to say. Wei Chengwang no longer wasted words. I'm going to find 3rd brother now. A moment later, at the place where Wei Chengshan was in seclusion, The door was directly pushed open, and Wei Chengwang stepped in. What a bold move. Wei Changshan, sitting cross-legged on a mat, shouted angrily as he turned around, but was stunned to see that the one who dared to disturb him was a familiar, yet unfamiliar old man, whose face still vaguely resembled his middle-aged self. Old Sixth? Is that you, Old Sixth? Wei Changshan looked extremely surprised. It's me, third brother. Wei Chengwang remained expressionless. There was no excitement of brothers reuniting. He had been missing since before he was 40, and back then, his relationship with his third brother was not particularly close. The gap in their talents was too great. Wei Chengwang was not outstanding among his peers and relied heavily on his core lineage identity and vast resources to achieve a perfected innate stage. In contrast, Wei Changshan had entered the calamity level by his 30s. You've reached the calamity level. Where have you been? Why did you return now? Wei Changshan quickly stepped forward to ask, then laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, good. Calamity level. Our Wei family is about to revive. Wei Chengwang calmly recounted how he was trapped in the Blackpool Palace and how he was finally brought out by Jiang Xuan. In the dilapidated courtyard. Inside the house. Mother, keep this jade pendant with you. It has a calming effect. Jiang Xuan produced a purple jade pendant out of thin air and placed it in his mother's hand. Once you return to the clan, take good care of yourself. Your health is fine. He had already heard his sister angrily recount the specific situation. The Wei family not only imprisoned the mother and daughter, but also provoked them with words every few days, causing the mother to often experience hallucinations and develop headaches. If it weren't for Lord Lei Hong secretly providing food, drink, and resources, their situation would only be worse. Jiang Xuan had already diagnosed his mother. With a subtle probing of divine and demonic power, he could tell that her physical condition was good, but there were issues with her mental state. However, this issue was a heart problem. A heart problem is akin to one's death. Now that he had returned, his mother would be fine in the future. After a period of recuperation, she would be okay. This jade pendant is the soul-soothing divine crystal. Wei Baiyun was greatly shocked. The Wei family had never possessed such an item. Years ago, a piece the size of a fingernail was auctioned at the Tongtian Pavilion and was bought by the Chun family at a huge cost. This treasure not only calms the mind, but also has a strong effect on cultivation. It is a treasure for tribulation realm cultivation. It can even resist inner demons to a certain extent. However, this jade pendant in Jiang Xuan's possession is as large as half a palm. Its value is immeasurable. It is the legacy of Lu Kong. Xiao Xian, this treasure is too precious. If your mother takes it, it might attract the attention of demons. Wei Baiyun said, wanting to return the jade pendant to her son. Mother, you keep it safe. Jiang Xuan held his mother's hand, saying, I've come back. No one can harm you anymore. As he spoke, Jiang Xuan took out a purple ring and handed it to his sister Jiang Yao. Little sister, take this. After I handle things, I'll help you enter the innate realm, Jiang Xuan said. Jiang Yao, with her talent and enough resources, should have entered the innate realm by now at 19, but since the Wei family cut off her resources, although Lei Hong secretly supported her, she dared not cultivate for fear of being discovered by the Wei family. Taking the ring, Jiang Yao gripped it in her palm, her excited face slightly flushed. Bang! The courtyard gate was kicked open, and Wei Hongqua entered with several personal guards. Although he was annoyed to be woken up so early, upon hearing that Wei Baiyun's condition had worsened and that she was calling for Xiao Xian in the courtyard, he instantly perked up. Mentally tormenting Wei Baiyun was the Wei family's means of extorting Chen Yuanshu. What is this noise in the morning? You still want your son who was eaten alive? Wei Hongqua shouted, dressed in luxurious robes with his guards striding in, looking quite imposing. Whoosh! The door was kicked open by the wind, and Jiang Xuan stepped out first, followed closely by his mother and sister. Who are you? Wei Hongqua was taken aback. He had only seen a portrait of Jiang Xuan, and although the resemblance was there, it was also different. Brother, it's him who has been provoking mother. Jiang Yao pointed and complained in a crisp voice. Brother? Jiang Xuan? Take him down. Wei Hongqua, unsure of the truth and not knowing if someone was impersonating Jiang Xuan, ordered his men to act. If anyone dared to intrude into the Wei family and resist, they would be killed without mercy. Whoosh! Jiang Xuan vanished, The guards drew their swords, but almost simultaneously, they exploded into a mist of blood. Jiang Xuan appeared like a ghost in front of Wei Hongqi, his long knife resting on Wei Hongqi's shoulder, a terrifying killing intent enveloping him. Tribulation Realm. Wei Hongqi couldn't sense Jiang Xuan's aura, but such ghostly power could only belong to the Tribulation Realm. Kneel and apologize to my mother, and then I will kill you, Jiang Xuan said coldly. You dare to kill me in the Wei family estate. Wei Hongqi was terrified but still dared to shout threats, saying that once the protective formation was activated, he would have no place to die. You dare to kill me? Xiao Xian, let's take him hostage and leave. Wei Baiyun quickly reminded. She knew well the terror of the Wei family's protective formation. Not to mention that Wei Qingshan might be home. Once he arrived, no one could escape. Jiang Xuan raised his hand and struck with his knife. Swish! Boom! With Wei Hongqi's head flying off, the back gate and a large area of the courtyard were swept by a terrifying blade light. The ground torn apart into deep ravines extending for dozens of yards. Jiang Xuan's strike didn't even use any energy. The power generated by his physical body, swinging the knife, was already so formidable. The jade pendant at Wei Hongqi's waist shattered upon his sudden death. Buzz! The entire Wei family estate suddenly trembled, and then a monstrous aura surged from various formation nodes, a huge light shield appearing above the Wei family estate, gathering terrifying energy beneath it. This protective formation, if activated regularly, would consume too much, and the Wei family could not bear it. It would only be passively triggered when a core member was killed within the estate. What sound is that? Why did the protective formation activate? Not good. Someone has invaded the estate. Who is so bold? They must die. Even if the two great tribulation realm experts from the Chun family came, they would die under the protective formation. There's a rumbling sound over there. Hurry. Members of the Wei family, at various locations, leaped onto the rooftops. These were the innate realm fighters left behind in the Wei family estate, mostly innate realm guests and some talented Wei family members. More and more people emerged, leaping onto the rooftops to take a look, and then quickly moved toward the scene of the incident. Due to the dilapidated courtyard's remote location, most of these people were gathering from one direction. Xiao Xian, Wei Baiyun shouted in alarm, worried about her son's back, while killing Wei Hongqi felt gratifying. Acting so recklessly in the estate was dangerous. Mother, you don't need to worry. I told you. No one can harm you anymore. Jiang Xuan reassured her, looking up at the light shield. Since no one was operating it, the protective formation had not yet attacked Jiang Xuan, but even if the light shield automatically defended itself, it would take a great tribulation realm expert several hours to break through. Over there. Damn it. Who dares to commit murder in the Wei family? You deserve to die. Shadows rapidly approached, more and more. There were as many as 500 or 600 of them. Jiang Xuan noticed them, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. Boom! Jiang Xuan shot into the sky, a strand of divine and demonic power within him transforming into vast tribulation force. An unimaginable, terrifying aura enveloping the entire Wei family estate. Jiang Xuan swung his knife, without any technique or move, just an ordinary strike. Yet it caused the space to shake violently like a wrinkled piece of clothing, condensing into a line of blade light that slammed into the light shield. Boom! Almost everyone experienced ear ringing. The entire Wei family estate trembled as if experiencing an earthquake, with many houses collapsing from the violent shaking. And the light shield was shattered by the strike, the wrinkled space directly tearing apart the incoming shadows. On the other end of Feishua City, in a courtyard, the newly appointed inspector Lu Jinshi, who replaced Zhou Kong, felt a sudden tremor from the small compass hanging at his waist, as if sensing something. Lu Jinshi stopped practicing his gun and picked up the compass, frowning in confusion. Who dares to act in Feishua City? He pondered. Feishua City is vast. Unless divine beings intervene, no matter how strong the commotion, it cannot spread throughout the city. Moreover, this compass is a divine artifact that no other inspectors possess. Lu Jinshi was just over 40. He came from a divine family and was considered an anomaly among inspectors. Having reached the Great Tribulation realm by 30 and started serving as an inspector, Feishua City is his second term. Now, at the top tier of the tribulation realm, he normally shouldn't come to Feishua City. His family could even directly assign him to a military city. He chose to come himself. Although Feishua City is only a third-tier prosperous area, it has a black pool mountain within, which attracts many divine beasts and demon creatures, as well as the legendary Black Pool Palace. He came for Black Pool Mountain to seek his opportunity to become a divine being. Originally, Lu Jinshi should not have become an inspector. He had been training in the Jinyo Prefecture military city, fully cultivated by his family. However, he made a grave mistake. A capital offense. It was at great cost that his family saved his life, and they were very disappointed in him, sending him to a remote state to serve as an inspector. The Lu family has a divine being serving in the Beihong Prefecture military city, who is Lu Jinshi's uncle. Thus, he came to Beihong Prefecture for his second term. After Lu Jinshi arrived at Feishua City, he held the title of inspector, but rarely did any work, spending his days studying Heighten Mountain. Over the past 2 years, he had entered and exited Heighten Mountain multiple times, relying on his family's treasures to avoid divine demons and beasts, and even escaping from their attacks. Other inspectors dared not provoke him, and even the lord of the divine demon city paid little attention to him. This remote place was indeed chaotic. Lu Jinshi sneered a few times, then prepared to practice his spear. After a few swings, he stopped again. He decided to check on the inspectors in Feishua City. Although they didn't say much on the surface, they were gossiping behind his back, thinking he didn't know. He couldn't be bothered with them. What kind of monster in Feishua City was worth his effort? However, since this trouble occurred within Feishua City, he would let them see his power. He would make a show of it. Lu Jinshi looked down on Feishua City and was even too lazy to flaunt it. This time, he would just extend his hand. He would make those gossipers shut their mouths, especially that Lei Hong, who even dared to impeach him to the lord of the divine demon city. How audacious. If he weren't afraid of losing to him, he would have taught him a lesson long ago. A Lei Hong wasn't worth using the trump cards given by his family. Lu Jinshi raised a hand and threw something. A tiny boat quickly transformed into a flying vessel. Lu Jinshi jumped on it, and following the compass's guidance, he sped towards the scene of the incident, not forgetting to tidy up his attire. This time, he would make a grand appearance. He had to do it beautifully, and he had to look good. Deep in the Wei family's old residence, the shattered protective array shattered Wei Qingshan's hopes. Initially, he didn't believe Wei Chengwang's words about Jiang Xuan's strength, but with the array breaking directly, he had to believe it. Wei Chengwang didn't expect Jiang Xuan to arrive so quickly. Please, third brother, go to your death. Wei Chengwang clasped his hands, his expression unchanged. You. Wei Qingshan's pupils shrank sharply. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures appeared out of nowhere beside Wei Chengwang, both clasping their hands and saying, Please, family head, go to your death. Wei Qingshan's face froze. Third brother, you can't protect your lineage. If you don't die, the Wei family won't survive. Wei Chengwang stared at him and said, Although Jiang Xuan has the Wei family bloodline, he is a tribesman. If he seeks revenge, it will be to the death. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Wei Qingshan, which repressed the room, forming an extremely terrifying pressure. The elemental forces he summoned could create immense pressure even on the 3 tribulation realm beings. Even if the 3 of them teamed up, they might not be able to match Wei Qingshan alone. Wei Qingshan's expression remained unchanged as he slowly drew his long sword and walked towards Wei Chengwang. Third brother, if I kill you, it will be an internal conflict within the Wei family. I can bear the infamy of fratricide. Wei Chengwang stepped forward, not wanting Wei Qingshan to commit suicide, but to kill him with his own hands. Only in this way could he bear the infamy of killing his ancestor, since Wei Qingshan was Jiang Xuan's great-grandfather. Wei Chengwang's purpose in doing all this was to hope Jiang Xuan would show mercy. He had not discussed this with Jiang Xuan beforehand. After doing this, the outside world would think that Jiang Xuan's return sparked an internal conflict within the Wei family, and he, Wei Chengwang, was Jiang Xuan's man, having cleansed Wei Qingshan's lineage. If he provided enough compensation, Jiang Xuan should be satisfied. Wei Chengshan Musti. Jiang Xuan needed to vent this anger. The infamy would be borne by Wei Chengwang. Wei Chengwang advanced step by step, coming close to Wei Qingshan. He gazed into his brother's eyes, slowly raised his sword and pierced it into Wei Chengshan's heart, very slowly. Penetrating, Wei Chengshan did not dare to move against Wei Chengwang, even as the arrow pierced his heart. He was unwilling, he regretted, and in a very short time, he reflected on his life. The Wei family was declining under his leadership as the family head. Wei Chengwang suddenly withdrew his sword, swung it back, and severed Wei Chengshan's head. He had thought that killing his brother to protect the family would be painful, but it was not. Instead, it felt exhilarating. After not seeing Wei Chengshan for decades, they were very unfamiliar. And the once brotherly relationship left him with not beautiful memories, but more of arrogance and disdain. The sixth branch should rise now, by holding onto Jiang Xuan's thigh. Even if the Wei family wasn't the #1 family in Feishua City, it could at least be second, not falling behind the Chen family, right? Cleansing those in power from my third brother's lineage, except for Wei Baiyun's siblings, could be directly killed. Wei Chengwang turned to the 2 Tribulation Realm elders. Those who resist should be killed. Capture everyone else, and let her decide their fates. The 2 Elder Tribulation Realm beings exchanged glances and nodded. Wei Chengwang carried Wei Chengshan's head and exited. In the dilapidated courtyard, Jiang Xuan returned to his mother and sister's side. More of the Wei family's innate guests rushed over, and the rooftops around were full of people. Jiang Xuan ignored them. These people no longer dared to approach him. The overwhelming aura he emanated filled everyone with dread. Jiang Xuan was waiting for the Wei family's Tribulation Realm beings to arrive. Young friend Jiang Xuan. Wei Chengwang suddenly appeared on a nearby rooftop, raised his hand, and threw something to Jiang Xuan. A bloody head flew towards him and was pinned in midair by Jiang Xuan's spiritual sense. Family head. The family head is dead. The family head has been killed. Who are you? Shouts of alarm erupted. I am Wei Chengwang. You youngsters might not recognize me. Wei Chengwang said expressionlessly, his gaze sweeping over the older family members. Sixth Master. It really is Sixth Master. Uncle Fu, take a look, is it? It is Sixth Master. It really is Sixth Master. Younger friend Jiang Xuan. Wei Chengwang looked at Jiang Xuan. This old thief separated you from your mother and son, and I have killed him. The Wei family has rotted under his hand, harboring filth and raising a group of wastrels. They should all die. You dare. Many Wei family members panicked. Currently, Wei Chengshan's lineage was the core of the Wei family, with most of the family members in the old residence belonging to Wei Chengshan's lineage, except for those with outstanding management skills from collateral branches and geniuses from various collateral branches. You killed the family head. You are rebelling. Where are the elders? Where are the elders? Fear spread. Not only was Jiang Xuan's terrifying aura unsettling, but the suddenly returned Sixth Master was also exuding murderous intent. Even Jiang Xuan was somewhat surprised by Wei Chengwang's decisiveness and ruthlessness, which was not like the kind old man before. In fact, Jiang Xuan had never thought of slaughtering the entire Wei family. The Wei family was vast, with countless collateral branches and many factions. Jiang Xuan only wanted to kill those who were his enemies, those in power. From Wei Chengshan downwards, they all had to die. As for the others, he had to consider his mother's feelings. This was his mother's family. He was avenging his mother, not wanting her to be heartbroken. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures appeared beside Wei Chengwang. There were 2 other Tribulation Realm beings from the Wei family. The purple-robed elder on the left appeared and loudly said, "All guests, obey the command. The Sixth Master's command is our command." While they've gone mad, many Wei family members had their faces changed dramatically in fear. Some family members turned to flee, but were directly stopped and pinned to the ground by the quick-reacting guests, knives at their throats. But at this moment, Jiang Xuan frowned. Although Wei Chengwang was decisive in protecting the family and was willing to bear the infamy of murder, his intention to let his branch rise to power was too obvious. And his mother was also from Wei Chengshan's branch. A thought suddenly emerged in Jiang Xuan's mind. A plan to establish a noble territory and move the core of the Wei family to Heighten Mountain, becoming a vassal family of the noble territory. The funds for building the city would come from the Wei family. The noble territory is a truly independent kingdom in the real sense, where it can have its own laws as long as they do not contradict the core laws of the dynasty. Once established, even organizations like the Heavenly Connection Pavilion, which are spread throughout the Great Qian dynasty, will open new branches in the noble territory. Various forces will settle in the noble territory and conduct business under its laws. Who lives and who dies is not up to you. Jiang Xuan gazed at the three old men in the tribulation realm, causing their faces to change. But Jiang Xuan continued, "It's not up to me either. It's up to my mother." Wei Qingguang, whose heart nearly stopped from fright, breathed a sigh of relief. "My mother will be the next head of the Wei family. Do you have any objections?" Jiang Xuan swept his gaze over the three, which was a bit too much. Wei Baiyun had long since married, and her children did not carry her surname. Her being the head of the family equated to controlling a tribal force, directly overseeing the Wei family among the four major families. Not just the Wei family of Feishuo City. In 100,000 miles, all branches of the Wei family would be controlled just like the main branch. It could even be said to be reduced to a vassal, like a snake swallowing a whale. No objections. No objections. Good. This proposal is excellent. Wei Qingguang quickly said, as Jiang Xuan's decisive action against Qi Zheng left him with an indelible shadow. Suddenly, several figures exuding terrifying auras appeared at various heights around the Wei family's old residence. Gazing at the overwhelmingly powerful, yet strangely behaving Jiang Xuan. They were some inspectors from Feishuo City. Those close enough could directly sense the situation at the Wei family's old residence and rushed over. Jiang Xuan? It seems to be him. The inspectors were shocked that Jiang Xuan was still alive. Normally, when inspectors arrived, they would definitely inquire about the situation, but upon seeing Jiang Xuan, none of them intended to approach and ask. There was no need to ask. It was indeed Jiang Xuan, and he was there to seek revenge. They were aware of Jiang Xuan's enmity with the Wei family and knew of his terrifying talent. Even if he killed the entire Wei family, the city lord would protect him, so they thought it best to ignore it. Moreover, Jiang Xuan's heroic deeds had won the hearts of these great tribulation realm experts. Whoosh! A flying boat approached and hovered above the Wei family's old residence. Who dares to commit murder in the Wei family? Lu Jinshi stood proudly on the deck of the flying boat, with a commanding presence, and shouted sternly. His voice boomed through the Wei family's old residence. And then he saw Wei Qingshan's head floating, his pupils constricting, his heart suddenly filled with excitement. Killing even the head of the Wei family was a major case. Lord Lu, this is Jiang Xuan, a person valued by the city lord. You must have heard of him. There is no need for the inspectors to intervene. The city lord will decide upon his return, an inspector called out loudly. Lu Jinshi's expression immediately darkened. Jiang Xuan? The so-called ancient prodigy who had fallen 3 years ago? Huh! A genius from a third-tier prosperous main city dares to call himself an ancient prodigy? Although his achievements were terrifying, that Lu Kong was merely at a high level, and his strength was quite weak, nearly in a dying state, when Jiang Xuan took advantage of him. Lu Jinshi had heard too much flattery about Jiang Xuan, and each time he felt disdain. The disparity in strength among Tribulation Realm experts varied greatly between prosperous main cities, especially when compared to military cities. Jiang Xuan's seeming ability to kill Tribulation Realm experts through object control techniques appeared terrifying, but in a military city, he would only be considered above average. Certainly not top tier, because of his poor relationship with Lei Hong, who is said to be closely acquainted with Jiang Xuan. How could an inspector have ties with a tribal leader? It was a disgrace to the inspectors. You, as inspectors, turn a blind eye to public murder. Can you justify the dynasty's trust in you? Lu Jinshi reprimanded. No wonder Feishuo City is only a third-tier prosperous city. Your inaction is part of the reason. Poor mountains and bad waters breed foul people. You are the ones who have enabled this. One by one, the inspectors glared angrily at Lu Jinshi, but they only cursed him in their hearts. This Lu Jinshi was indeed not someone to provoke. Even the city lord turned a blind eye to him, giving face to his uncle. I will not take action against you this time, considering the circumstances. Now, quickly lay down your weapons and come with me to the dungeon. We will wait for the city lord's return to make a decision. Lu Jinshi said with his hands behind his back, his demeanor high and indifferent, exuding immense authority. Jiang Xuan frowned at him, And before he could speak, Wei Qingguang's voice rang out. Lord Liu, there are some internal issues in the Wei family, so there is no need for the inspectors to worry. Wei Qingguang said loudly, we in the Wei family can resolve our own matters. Please return, my lord. He also did not understand why this inspector was so oblivious. The other inspectors had already made their intentions clear, so what was he doing? Lu Jinqi's face turned extremely ugly. He was left without a way to retreat. It seemed that in Feishua City, whether it was the inspectors, the families, or even Jiang Xuan, they were all united. It made him look incompetent. He had rarely reached out, yet it ended up like this. Wei Qingshan is a guest elder of the city lord's mansion. Can you just kill him as you please? Lu Jinqi suddenly shouted, raising his hand to summon a long spear, angrily shouting at Jiang Xuan, Jiang Xuan, I will give you one more chance. Surrender now, and I want to kill you. The heads of the four major families were indeed nominally guest elders of the city lord's mansion. After speaking, Lu Jinqi jumped off the flying boat, diving towards Jiang Xuan like a falling meteor, his aura exploding. The long spear charged with power. He gave Jiang Xuan no chance to speak. Make a move. Lu Jinqi, do you dare? You dare to touch someone the city lord values. The inspectors shouted angrily. I am exercising my authority as an inspector. What is there to fear? Such a person will be a disaster when he goes to the military city in the future. How can I let go of someone who commits murder publicly and refuses to surrender? Lu Jinqi's voice roared like thunder as he instantly reached Jiang Xuan. It's over. The inspectors were all in a panic. Lu Jinqi's combat power was second only to Lei Hong, and he had many treasures on him, some of which could be considered divine and demonic artifacts. Unless the city lord suddenly appeared to block Jiang Xuan, no one could withstand him. Jiang Xuan did not have enough time to send his mother and younger sister away. Lu Jinqi clearly had not considered how many people would die due to his full-force attack on the Wei family, including Jiang Xuan's mother and sister, and he didn't care. Damn it, Jiang Xuan normally would not take action against an inspector, but if someone dared to come and kill, no matter who it was, they would all die. You asked for it. Jiang Xuan suddenly vanished and appeared in midair to confront Lu Jinqi. The vast power of the tribulation within him instantly transforming into a thread of divine and demonic power. Explosion. Phantom Ghost Slash. He would not allow Lu Jinqi any collateral damage, so he had to crush him completely. An incredibly terrifying blade light instantly tore through space, and Lu Jinqi, with a grim smile, suddenly realized something was wrong. Although Jiang Xuan's aura was strange and overwhelming before, and it was terrifyingly thick, his realm was only at the minor tribulation stage. How could he be emitting the aura of divine and demonic power now? Lu Jinqi wanted to react, but it was already too late. The two were too close, and at the moment of his realization, he couldn't even activate his trump card treasures. The blade light instantly crushed his offensive, striking the heavens. Sizzle boom. A crack appeared in the sky, and although the shattered space healed in an instant, those great tribulation realm inspectors all caught it. Lu Jinqi's weapon exploded. His physical body burst into a mist of blood like fireworks. Jiang Xuan flashed back to his mother's side. At that moment, the blood mist in the sky suddenly began to rapidly condense, and a small compass nearby emitted a 7-color divine light, prompting the blood mist to gather and reconstitute the pale-faced Lu Jinqi. Following that, the small compass absorbed Lu Jinqi along with all his personal treasures, vanishing into thin air. He was teleported away. Such a life-saving treasure left everyone in awe. They had never even heard of it. Is this the method of the divine demon families? Jiang Xuan frowned. Was Lu Jinqi's body being reshaped in an instant? He must have been teleported back to an absolutely safe place, right? He should not be in Flying Snow City and might have gone straight back to his hometown. What was his background? Jiang Xuan asked an inspector on the rooftop. The inspector, who had been reassigned here more than 2 years ago, came from the Lu family of the Divine Demon family in the Giant Bull Continent and had an uncle in the Divine Demon realm serving in our North Hong Continent military city. The inspector replied, Patriarch Jiang, there's no need to worry. We have explained the situation, and he insisted on making a move. We can all testify for you. Our city lord will be back soon. His uncle's status is not stronger than our city lord. Jiang Xuan nodded. It seemed unlikely that it was a cross-continent teleportation. Lu Jianqi must have been sent to the military city, even if he came back to seek revenge with his uncle from the divine demon realm. The Flying Snow City Lord would return first. Jiang Xuan sensed that the newly arrived inspector was not well liked. The entire Flying Snow City would stand on his side, including the city lord. So this was not a big problem. Jiang Xuan looked at the sky, suddenly feeling a tremor beneath his feet, and shot into the air. He jumped onto the flying boat. The value of this thing was probably higher than all of Jiang Xuan's current wealth. Lu Jianqi's other personal belongings had all been teleported away. But this flying boat was not within the coverage of that compass's 7-color divine light and was quietly hovering below the clouds. Jiang Xuan placed his hand on the flying boat, using divine demon power to directly erase Lu Jianqi's mark, and then recontracted it with divine demon power. This was stronger than an ordinary blood sacrifice. It's mine, a trophy. Following that, Jiang Xuan steered the flying boat down, softly spoke a few words to his mother and younger sister, and took them onto the flying boat. He would first take his mother and sister home to reunite with his father. How the Wei family would handle things later would be discussed later. The flying boat soared through the air. However, it did not head directly out of the city. Jiang Xuan asked his mother and controlled the flying boat towards the direction of the Chun family's old residence. The 4 major families of Flying Snow City occupied 4 directions, and although they were far apart with the flying boat, they could arrive quickly in the depths of the Chun family's old residence. A protective formation enveloped the area. The Chun family was wealthy and powerful, and although they could not keep the large formation open all the time, the small protective formation for guarding the closed-off Calamity Realm was always active. By the lake, in a pavilion, Chun Yuanshu, dressed in a black dress, was leisurely sipping tea, while an elderly man in green robes paced back and forth beside her, looking quite irritated. Yuanshu, the child must be entered into the family register. It can only have the surname Chun. The elderly man, who appeared to be in his 60s but was actually over 80, was Chun Digao, the head of the Chun family, and Chun Yuanshu's grandfather. After secretly giving birth to the child, Yuanshu's realm had advanced by leaps and bounds. More than 2 years ago, she entered the Calamity Realm, and by mid-last year, she had again broken through, now reaching the mid-Calamity Realm. Up until now, although Chun Yuanshu had not yet reached the Great Calamity Realm, her rate of progress had not slowed, and she was likely to ascend to the Great Calamity Realm within a year. This unprecedented, terrifying rate of improvement was understood by the Chun family to be due to both Chun Yuanshu's accumulation and the inheritance left by Jiang Xuan. But unfortunately, there was only one inheritance. This matter had become the Chun family's most confidential issue. They would only make it public once Chun Yuanshu became a Great Calamity Realm cultivator. Currently, the outside world only believed that Chun Yuanshu was in the small Calamity Realm, and even within the Chun family. Only other Calamity Realm members knew how strong Chun Yuanshu was at present. Those elders did not dare to argue with Chun Yuanshu, and some even stood on her side, as it would not be surprising for her to succeed her grandfather as the head of the Chun family, indicating that they were already aligning themselves. Only the family head, Chun Digao, as a grandfather, was persistently pushing this matter. In fact, the relationship between the grandfather and granddaughter had always been very good. Chun Yuanshu had been cherished by the Chun family since she was a child, and Chun Digao had once been heartbroken over his granddaughter's lost talent and was now excited and overjoyed at her recovery. However, he could not accept his granddaughter's stubbornness regarding the child's surname. Jiang Xuan has already fallen. Why are you so stubborn? The child will also live in the Chun family in the future. If you let it have the surname Jiang, won't the child feel confused? Won't it feel like an outsider? Can't you think about this old man for a moment? How can you be such a mother? Chun Digao spoke earnestly, but Chun Yuanshu ignored him as he nagged. Whoosh! The flying boat passed through the clouds above the Chun family's old residence, and Jiang Xuan's spiritual sense scanned the area, quickly locking onto Chun Yuanshu's position. Chapter 118. The Delicate Little Girl. Daughter, call Daddy. The flying boat soared high, unless one looked up at the sky. It was hard to notice. My lady. Jiang Xuan adjusted the angle of the flying boat, passing through several layers of clouds. Arriving at the sloping area above the pavilion, he saw Chun Yuan Shu, still graceful under the hazy light, talking to an old man in the pavilion. The small protective formation isolated sound and aura, but couldn't block Jiang Xuan's spiritual consciousness. Jiang Xuan knew that the old man was talking about naming the child. He was the head of the Chun family, Chun Digao, the grandfather of his wife. Beside him, Wei Baiyun said that she was now in the perfect innate realm. And although it was far, she could still see clearly. Jiang Xuan nodded. "Mother, I'm going," Jiang Xuan said, then disappeared from the flying boat. The small protective formation couldn't be broken through forcefully. It wasn't that Jiang Xuan couldn't do it, but it was unnecessary. However, this protective formation was not completely sealed. With a sweep of his spiritual consciousness, Jiang Xuan realized that he could first enter the back of the old residence and then walk in. "Yuanshu, are you foolish?" Chun Digao said with great distress. "You say you want to become a god or demon. Yes, that's right. You have the opportunity, but you can't take the child with you just to pursue a higher realm, right? How many years can you accompany her? When you leave in the future, won't it still be our Chun family taking care of her, cultivating her? Even when I die, she will be the next head of the family. How could she not have the surname Chen? The child's grandmother is still around, who will take care of her in the future. That is uncertain." Chen Yuanshu put down the teacup and finally spoke. "Wei Baiyun is locked in the Wei family. You can't send the child to the Wei family, can you?" Chen Digao said anxiously. "What if I kill Wei Qingshan?" Chen Yuanshu gave her grandfather a look. "You." Chen Digao almost choked, and after a moment he said, "You want to make me angry? Fine. Even if you become a god or demon in the future, killing the city Lord Wei Qingshan won't raise any objections. But when will that be? The child is about to remember things. You can't just call her by name every day without a surname, right? Settling the surname is a matter of urgency. It must be written in the family tree." Chen Yuanshu remained silent, quietly drinking tea. She felt no pressure. Let it drag on. As her biological mother, she wouldn't concede. No one could settle this matter. With her current strength and potential, the family could only wait. With no other means. Jiang Xuan is dead. He is dead. What are you doing? Chen Deshan now had no demeanor of the family head in front of his granddaughter. He was almost throwing a tantrum at her, which he simply could not do. He is not necessarily dead. The gods and demons, the beasts may have swallowed him. But no one saw him die. Chen Yuanshu said lightly, "You were just trying to annoy me, right? Using these words to stall me?" Chen Deshan said angrily, "We both know that Jiang Xuan cannot still be alive. The city lord himself went to check. He entered the belly of the gods and demons. And even gods and demons must die. Why would he still be alive? What if?" Chen Yuanshu glanced at him. "I have to wait for him. The child can only have his surname. You're just looking for excuses. Wait. He can't come back. How long will you wait? If he can come back, don't say the child has to take his surname. I can take his surname too. But what if he doesn't come back? How can you know if you don't wait? Old man, this is what you said. Let us wait together." Chen Deshan's face suddenly stiffened. He realized that he had been confused by his granddaughter. How did it turn into waiting for Jiang Xuan to come back? If there were really this reason, the child naturally couldn't take the Chen surname. Only if Jiang Xuan died could the child take the surname Chun. But Jiang Xuan is indeed dead. Chen Yuanshu had gotten entangled in this. In the garden, a shadow concealed its aura, approaching the pavilion, suddenly stopping under the shade of a tree. A woman of ordinary appearance, but particularly plump, stood by the flower bushes, a sword hanging at her waist, her aura robust. She was a top innate expert who had comprehended the divine might of heaven and earth. Such combat strength could rank high in the Qin family. Below the tribulation realm, she was among the very best. She was probably one of the top 100 innate experts in Feishua City. At that moment, her attire seemed to be that of a nurse, with a rattle in her left hand and a small wooden sword in her right, gently talking to the child in the flower bushes. "Slow down, young lady. Oh dear, slow down." In the flower bushes, the flowers were trampled, and a delicate little girl was chasing butterflies, laughing joyfully. The little girl looked to be about 2 years old. She wore a luxurious little white dress woven from water rhymes and cold silk, and her little boots were made from the softest skin of the tribulation beef-sheafing white bull. with a small jade belt at her waist, embedded with an extremely precious avoiding ghost stone. Its main function was to dispel distractions, calm the mind, and also repel mosquitoes. The child's thoughts were purest. It certainly wasn't tea for calming her mind, but rather for repelling mosquitoes, a huge waist, extremely extravagant. The longevity lock hanging around her neck was even more impressive. On the small plaque, a green jade was embedded, which was the All Law's spiritual jade capable of inscribing formations. If Jiang Xuan judged correctly, that longevity lock could withstand at least a full force strike from a mid-tribulation realm expert. Additionally, the small bell hanging at her waist and the jade hairpin on her head were not ordinary items. Gem-encrusted and covered in treasures. Chen Yuanshu likely never had such treatment as a child. She was spoiled. Flower butterfly, fluttering butterfly, the delicate little girl bounced around, too young to have begun cultivation. But she walked steadily enough, able to run and jump, her laughter like silver bells. Jiang Xuan watched her, his gaze softening more and more. Without asking anyone, he knew that this little girl was his daughter. Just by looking, it was clear, although the little girl inherited more of Chen Yuanshu's appearance. Jiang Xuan was not unattractive either, as her mother, Wei Baiyun, was a great beauty, and the little girl had inherited that part. She seemed to have inherited all the best traits of her parents. This was the feeling of bloodline. Jiang Xuan could also feel that this child was connected to his bloodline. The higher her cultivation realm, the more he could sense this feeling. It was even said that after becoming a god or demon, one's close relatives would have their bloodlines elevated. Gods and demons seize the creation of heaven and earth. They act against the heavens. Once breaking through that realm, it changes not only oneself, but the entire related bloodline. This is also why once a god or demon family is established, it will last for eternity. In fact, it is very difficult for gods and demons to reproduce. The appearance of a god or demon represents the rise of a family. The closer the blood relation, the greater the enhancement. The more geniuses that emerge, the more likely it is to cultivate gods and demons in the future. Talent is the foundation, resources are the nourishment, and both are indispensable. What's your name? Jiang Xuan suddenly appeared among the flower bushes, leaning forward and smiling at the little girl. Can you tell me? The little girl raised her pink face, her big eyes blinking at the stranger before her, somewhat alert, somewhat doubtful, yet also feeling a sense of closeness. Junsi, I'm called Cici. The little girl said innocently, looking up. Junsi. Jiang Xuan felt the meaning of this name. Kanyugyo. Jiang Xuan reached out his hands towards the little girl. The little girl's eyes became alert again. That fierce old nanny had repeatedly warned her, educated her not to talk to strangers, to run away and seek help, but the inexplicable closeness made her think for a moment. Then she took 2 steps forward, extending her small hand. Hug. Jiang Xuan embraced her, pinching her chubby little face. The wet nurse was already terrified. The moment Jiang Xuan appeared out of thin air, she instinctively wanted to draw her sword, but no matter what she did, she couldn't pull it out, as if some inexplicable force had fixed her in place. She wanted to move, but couldn't. Her clothes and shoes seemed to possess some kind of power that held her firmly in position. The hem of her skirt billowed up, sealing her mouth. She couldn't move. She couldn't speak. She didn't dare to unleash the might of heaven and earth directly, because the little girl was also there. An indiscriminate suppression might trigger the defensive treasure on the little girl, and she was too young. Even the slightest tremor could cause her to faint. In an extremely short time, she had not reacted at all. The little girl was already in the hands of a stranger. Kidnapped. It's over. The hostage is in hand. All is lost. Who is so bold? The person might be a robber. Even if she could move, she would be instantly killed. Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through her body, and she slightly mobilized a trace of the might of heaven and earth. Not daring to suppress that stranger because the child was in his hands, she shattered a jade talisman in her embrace. In the pavilion, Yuan Shu, I really don't know how to. Chen Dishan's voice suddenly stopped, his face changing dramatically. He knew without looking that the shattering of a jade talisman in his arms represented something significant. Where's the child? Where's the child? Chen Deshan shouted anxiously. The wet nurse took her nearby to play. What's wrong, Grandpa? Chen Yuan Shu suddenly stood up. The child is in trouble. Chun Desan shouted angrily, "Quick, find her! I want to see who is so bold. Dare to cause trouble in the Chun family. The child has a protective talisman. The intruder must be here to steal the child. This child has Jiang Xuan's talent. For now, she's fine. Hurry, hurry. He can't escape." Chun Yuanshu's face changed dramatically. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures vanished. At the same time, rumble. The entire Chun family estate erupted with a massive alarm. Chun Desan directly activated the protective Great Formation of the Chun family. The existence of this child had always been kept strictly confidential by the Chun family. Although there were rumors in the outside world, only the four great families knew of this child's existence. Chun Desan had long warned the other three great families that if this child could not grow up smoothly and the thief was not found, he would take action against the other three families. It was that unreasonable. The family was large, and even if the other three families were envious of the potential talent of this child, they did not dare to act behind the scenes. Instead, they needed to be more wary of other families and some demonic figures. Never would they have thought that in the depths of the Chun family's old estate, in a place where the small protective formation was always active, the child could get into trouble. Who is so bold? Who has the ability to sneak in here silently? Chun Desan was enraged. Chun Yuanshu's face was cold. The thief had already been killed 1,000 times in their minds. If found, they would kill him 1,000 more times. However, they thought it would take some searching, but unexpectedly, within a few breaths, they found her directly. Call daddy, call daddy. Call Papa too. The figure in black, holding the little girl, gently swayed and coaxed her among the flowers. Ah, daddy? The little girl was confused. Chun Desan and Chun Yuanshu appeared nearby. Who are you? So bold. Put down that girl, we can talk. Chun Desan was both furious and fearful, forcing himself to swallow back his angry words. Chun Yuanshu stared at the figure in black, momentarily stunned. He had changed, yet he had not changed. Chun Yuanshu believed she would never mistake him. Even if it was just a figure, she felt uneasy, fearing her confidence was misplaced, afraid this was a dream. Mommy, the little girl, saw Chun Yuanshu and reached out her small hand to grab. Jiang Xuan turned around, set the little girl down, and she wobbled towards Chun Yuanshu, calling sweetly. Chun Desan saw Jiang Xuan's face and felt it was particularly familiar. But he could tell he had never seen this person before. Why did he feel so familiar? Hug. Just as the little girl was about to hug her mother, she suddenly vanished, swept away by a gentle breeze. The little girl pouted in grievance and turned her head, gasping in surprise. She saw her mother and dashed into the arms of the uncle she called Daddy, trembling as she said, "Husband," her mother cried. The little girl scratched her head in confusion and felt wronged because her mother didn't hug her. She wanted to cry too. After the protective Great Formation was activated, a terrifying aura rose from all corners of the Chun family, and angry shouts followed. Damn it! Who dares to come to the Chun family to commit crimes? Have they eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? The Chun family hadn't had a killing spree in a long time. They even dared to invade the old estate. Are they tired of living? Grab your weapons. Kill. No matter who it is, even if you're a direct disciple of gods or demons, today you will die. The hot-tempered old man, the hunched woman, the expressionless old swordsman, the fierce middle-aged man missing an ear. Figures turned into shadows, rushing towards the depths of the Chun family estate, vowing to tear the intruder to pieces. In the southeast of Feishuo City, millions of miles away, in Luoxia City, as a first-class prosperous main city, Luoxia City far surpassed Feishuo City in both area and population, and the Lord's mansion was even more magnificent, reflecting the nobility of gods and demons everywhere. At the center of the Lord's mansion, under a 1,000-year-old ancient tree, at a stone table, 3 gods and demons were drinking tea, with 2 young men standing beside them. It's time to go back. The Lord of Feishuo City set down his teacup, his brows filled with joy, as if there was good news waiting for him at home, eager to return. He had already received the news. Look at you so happy. Isn't it just a genius returning? The Lord of Luoxia City, a woman in her 60s, remarked. Back then, on the battlefield beyond the domain, you were so cold-blooded. Now, how come you're so happy just because your territory produced a genius? You don't understand. The Lord of Feishuo City smiled. Brother Jiang hasn't contributed talent to the military city for a long time. He deliberately skipped the last few military city meetings for fear of being embarrassed by his colleagues. This time, he wants to use this genius to boost his own reputation. Another chubby old man said somewhat young. Lord Qian. Qian City is also a first-class prosperous main city, located far from Feishua City and Luoxia City, with vast other main cities in between. Gods and demons gathered not just because they are close, but mainly based on relationships. The three lords of Feishua City, Luoxia City, and Qian City had fought side by side on the battlefield beyond the domain in the past. Life and death together, as if you have made any significant contributions in the past few decades. The Lord of Feishua City shot a cold glance at the Lord of Qian City, sneering repeatedly. Aren't I here now? The Lord of Qian City pointed at the young man in blue behind him. Our genius from Qian City, an absolute prodigy. 18 years old. Small tribulation realm. You can't compare to Feishua City, nor can you compare to senior sister Han over there. Ha ha ha. Your disciple can't beat my disciple. The Lord of Qian City laughed provocatively. His last words were directed at the Lord of Luoxia City, Han Huifeng, who had practiced alongside the Lord of Qian City in the military city, and senior sister was a habitual form of address. Behind Han Huifeng stood a graceful woman with a golden veil. The gods and demons were chatting and mocking each other, while the young man in the blue robe and the woman in golden gauze dared not speak. After the Lord of Qian finished speaking, the two exchanged a glance, both filled with fierce fighting spirit. They were both proud and talented individuals. They had fought 6 matches, each winning 3. How could my disciple lose to your disciple? The Lord of Luoxia raised an eyebrow and said, Your disciple is a year older. She is 19, and my disciple is only 18. The Lord of Qian said triumphantly, Just wait. This year our Qian City's genius will definitely take the top spot. Don't be too pleased with yourself. When it comes to assessments, a deeper foundation is better. And being a year older is an advantage. A mediocre talent practicing for 100 years is not as good as a genius practicing for a year. The Lord of Feishua suddenly clasped his fists and bowed, looking as if he was conceding to the two. Good grief, every time they met they argued. It was exhausting. You two continue. I have to return to Feishua City. The Lord of Feishua stood up, tossing out his flying boat. Gods and demons can fly, but for long-distance travel. A flying boat is faster and more comfortable. I'm going too. The Lord of Qian stood up as well. What are you going for? The Lord of Feishua frowned at him just as he was about to jump onto the flying boat. To bring my disciple. Let us practice a bit in the military city. Give my disciple some more confidence. The Lord of Qian said, Forget it. I'm afraid if your disciple loses, it will create a mental demon. The Lord of Feishua said bluntly, but he was serious. Hey, you're still bragging. The Lord of Qian said repeatedly, That genius's strength has already blown you to the skies. I have to cut down your arrogance. It's also to spur that kid on. Make him understand that there are people beyond people and skies beyond skies. Oh right, we 1T use forbidden techniques. Mainly controlling objects and forbidden techniques on treasures are not allowed. The Lord of Feishua almost rolled his eyes at him. At his age, still so showy. Just because he raised a genius disciple, he was just short of wearing a sign around his neck touring the world. Then I'll go too. The Lord of Luoxia also stood up. Our old generation's friendship should let the younger generation know each other, so when they go to the military city in the future, they can look out for each other. It sound good. The Lord of Feishua almost rolled his eyes at her too. This pair of senior brother and sister are quite the match. Otherwise, they wouldn't come up with the idea of sending the younger generation to compete before heading to the military city. What a hassle from so far away. Time is nothing for gods and demons, but for young geniuses, having that travel time could be used for closed-door cultivation, which is the right path. All right, let us go, but I'll say this up front, if they get mentally affected by Jiang Xuan, don't blame me. The Lord of Feishua didn't want to waste any more breath. Rest assured, I will make sure my disciple spurs him on well. The Lord of Qian said, Our yin has already begun to comprehend the 6th style of the Tribulation Realm sword technique. Make sure your genius from Feishua City doesn't hold back. The Lord of Luoxia said. The 5 of them boarded the flying boat. The flying boat soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light heading towards Feishua City. in the depths of the Chun family's old residence in Feishua City. Who dares to be so bold? State your name. So audacious. Don't you surrender? I'll leave you with a whole corpse. The Chun family's protective formation is unbreakable except by gods and demons. Still daring to take hostages? Let go. Let go, huh? Figures rushed in quickly, then stopped at a distance with strange expressions, exchanging glances. They all saw Chun Yuan-shu nestled in the arms of a strange man, his back to them, a hand resting on her shoulder, while she was hugging his waist from behind. This was clearly not a hostage situation. Has Yuan-shu finally come to terms? Is she finally willing to let go of Jiang Xuan? Did she get caught secretly meeting her lover by the family head? Can the child take the Chun surname now? If that's the case, it's likely that Yuan-shu's lover infiltrated and was mistaken for a thief, causing a misunderstanding. Yuan-shu, you are willing to let go of the past and start anew? I, Uncle Seven, am very relieved. A tall, slender old man in a brocade robe stepped forward, feeling emotional. You and that Jiang Xuan have made a private commitment without the family's consent. After all, it's not legitimate. Although he has exceptional talent, he is just a tribal leader. Marrying him like that, it's not unreasonable to say he might have ulterior motives. Family head, what is wrong with your eyes? Why do you keep blinking? Chapter 119. A genius who has become a calamity. Killing the patriarch just like that. Aren't you uncomfortable? The tall and thin elder in a brocade robe was very confused. Chun Di-geo was at the peak of the great calamity realm. Not to mention him, even the brocade-robed elder, who was in the middle calamity realm, and even the small calamity realm or the innate realm, shouldn't easily show signs of ailments. Chun Di-geo was so angry that he wanted to slap him across the face. Can't you see the hint? Has her brain gone bad from years of closed-door cultivation? I understand now. The brocade-robed elder suddenly realized. Since Chun Yuanju's lover is present, constantly mentioning Jiang Xuan would affect Chun Yuanju's feelings with her lover. Yuanju, since you have a new beginning, then you should get along well and let go of the past. The tall and thin elder in the brocade robe said. A cold voice rang out. We will get along well. Jiang Xuan turned to Chun Yuanju, holding her, and said to the brocade-robed elder, But I have one requirement. The child must take my surname. Bold. The tall and thin elder in the brocade robe immediately shouted angrily. What is your status? Being able to marry into the Chun family is already your blessing. Not making you take the Chun surname is already a grace. Old lady, why are you pulling me? Granny Lee tugged at the tall and thin elder's sleeve from the side, signaling him to stop talking. Hearing the brocade-robed elder respond again, Granny Lee's eyes were excited, but her expression was indifferent as she glanced sideways and said, Don't you think this person looks a bit familiar? The scene had completely quieted down. When Jiang Xuan turned around, some people felt he looked familiar, while others suddenly realized. They had all seen the portrait of that person. Those who realized were both excited and puzzled. He has returned. He is still alive. Well, he is indeed a bit familiar. The brocade-robed elder stared at Jiang Xuan and said, after careful observation, It seems I have seen him before. He is so young. Which family do you belong to? The brocade-robed elder's aura surged, resembling a dignified elder. Jiang family, Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan replied coldly. The brocade-robed elder's rising aura suddenly stagnated, his eyes wide like a cow's, staring incredulously at Jiang Xuan. Looking him up and down again, Jiang Xuan? He has returned alive? It really is you. Ha ha, it's good to be back, it's good to be back. No wonder Yuanju is so emotional. How did you survive? Why did you take 3 years to return? The calamity experts of the Chun family were all very excited. They didn't feel that Jiang Xuan's return was a trouble, but rather a huge surprise. He is the son-in-law of the Chun family. He is the most likely to become a god or demon in the last 2,000 years in the territory of Feishua City. After deceiving Yuanju for a year, I fought with El Kong to the endless stream of the abyss, killed El Kong, was swallowed by a god and demon beast, and then sent to the Black Abyss Palace ruins to undergo a heritage assessment. After 3 years, I obtained one of the inheritances and returned. Jiang Xuan briefly explained. His opening statement emphasized that he had deceived Chun Yuanju for a year. Chun Yuanju smiled slightly, playfully looking at Jiang Xuan. Why are you still petty? Her 7th granduncle has the biggest mouth and is face blind. Ha ha ha. So it turns out the son-in-law has returned. The brocade-robed elder performed a rapid change of expression, saying, "A blessed person will have heavenly protection. I said long ago, with such talent, it is impossible for him to fall like this. Yuanju has deep feelings for you. She will definitely not change her heart. Ha ha ha. It's good to be back. Good to be back. I think the marriage can be held again. It should be grand, lavishly done. Jiang Xuan. This old man, he is something else." Jiang Xuan did not reveal his aura or take action in the Chen family. In the eyes of these people, he was still a small calamity realm. Yet they all welcomed him so warmly, eager to see him and Chen Yuanju have more children. Talent. With enough talent, even gods and demons will treat you like close friends and family. Not to mention a family without gods and demons. Since returning, Jiang Xuan increasingly felt that the stronger he showed himself, whether in strength or talent, the enormous changes it could bring. Those once high and mighty beings were becoming more friendly, and who knows what they might do for him in the future. What if he became a god or demon? What if he controlled the heavenly fox goddess? What if he surpassed gods and demons? My mother, and they're still up there. Jiang Xuan gestured to the sky and turned back to say, "Please, old man, remove the protective formation." Everyone looked up at the sky and then noticed a flying boat high up in the clouds. Chen Yuanju suddenly blushed and punched Jiang Xuan's shoulder. She saw Jiang Xuan's emotional appearance, leaned in his arms and cried. Her grandfather and young daughter saw it. She felt nothing but being seen by her mother-in-law. She inevitably felt shy. Chen Digeo removed the formation. Jiang Xuan controlled the flying boat from a distance and brought it down. "I have met Granny." Chen Yuanju bowed to Wei Baiyun. Grandma hugged the little girl, clearly had seen Wei Baiyun before, and with a very affectionate appearance. She ran over wobbling and was picked up by Wei Baiyun. Including Chen Digeo, the expressions of the Chun family's calamity experts changed. They realized, how did Wei Baiyun and Jiang Yao end up with Jiang Xuan? Has Jiang Xuan already been to the Wei family? And this flying boat is something only gods and demons can possess. And why does this flying boat look somewhat familiar? It seems to have appeared in Feishuas City before. Just then, urgent sounds came. Report. Report. A figure rushed into the back mountain, the aura rising very unstably, as if he had run a long way back to the Wei family, heading straight to the depths of the old house to report to the patriarch. What is it? Chen Digeo's expression became serious, and he asked with his hands behind his back, then scolded. What a mess. Can't you see there are guests? Report. The person who came was a middle-aged innate realm, and without explaining, he hurriedly said, Report to the patriarch. Elders, just now, there was a slaughter in the Wei family old house. Someone broke the Wei family's protective formation with a single blow. A single blow broke the Wei family's protective formation? Who is so fierce? The brocade-robed elder quickly stepped forward in shock and said, even a great calamity realm would find it difficult to break in a day. The scene suddenly fell silent again. All eyes suddenly turned sharply to Jiang Xuan. I did it, Jiang Xuan said calmly. The calamity experts of the Chun family were all shocked. How could a small calamity realm break the protective formation of the four great families? Oh, he is Jiang Xuan. This feeling made people both shocked and unable to believe, yet somehow seemed a bit reasonable. What strength does Jiang Xuan have now? Wei Baiyun also looked at her son with excited eyes. She was a witness, but even at this moment, she still felt as if she were in a dream. Her son is back. Her son is strong, and no one dares to believe it. Hot gazes were directed at Jiang Xuan. He is not an outsider. Chen Digeo was the first to react, waving his hand to the messenger. You can go now. In a luxurious courtyard in the southwest of Feishuas City, hundreds of young women were doing various tasks in the courtyard, including servants, maids, cooks, and even guards, all of whom were young women. Except for the guards who wore specially designed soft armor, the rest only draped light veils. This place was quite extravagant, but it was all to serve a young master living here. The young master, dressed in a gold-embroidered white robe with narrow eyes, was enjoying a massage from two beautiful maidens in the main hall. His name was Wei Tai, with average cultivation talent, nearing 30, yet still in the mid-innate realm. Originally an outsider in the family, but he has a good father, fourth master Wei Hongqua. After Wei Hongqua came to power, his status rose significantly. In recent years, Wei Hongqua gradually took control of the family finances, becoming a presence second only to the three major robbery realms, which typically only oversee the big picture without getting involved in specific matters. His father had already become the core of the family's real power. Wei Tai then lived a life of indulgence, naming his residence Tai Garden, specifically for collecting beauties and indulging in pleasures. Get out! A sudden commotion arose outside. Immediately after, bang! The door was kicked open, and a group of innate guests from the Wei family, led by a top innate guest, stormed into the room. You bastards! Wei Tai jumped up, his face twisted in rage as he shouted, What are you doing? We'll let you in. Have you gone mad? Get out of here! The newcomers were not friendly. He could tell he needed to make a strong statement first. No matter what happened to his father, Wei Hongqua, how could a few guests affect him? Your father is dead. The leading top innate guest said with a half-smile. The family head has fallen. Jiang Xuan is back, and he has brought back the sixth master. Now, old Master Lu is in charge of the Wei family's affairs. Young Master Tai, surrender quietly. If you dare resist, you will be killed without mercy. Attack! Not long after Jiang Xuan left, after a very brief discussion, Wei Chengwang ordered an unprecedented arrest operation against the clan members of Wei Chengshan. Wei Chengshan was the main lineage. What the Wei family was doing could be seen as self-harm. Many forces could not be mobilized. But fortunately, the Wei family, with multiple robbery realm experts stationed, traditionally accepted many guests. In terms of innate combat power, the number of guests far exceeded that of the direct descendants. A bloody storm of arrests and killings ensued. The entire city was shaken. This further accelerated the spread of news about the destruction of the Wei family's old residence. The Tongtian Pavilion also released news to the entire city in the morning, stating only the 4 words, Jiang Xuan has returned. Initially, this would leave people skeptical and entice them to spend money on detailed information. The changes in the Wei family confirmed the intelligence. That ancient monster has returned. Deep in the Shun family's old residence, in the ancient hall. What did I say? What did I say? You didn't believe me, did you? Now do you believe me? Shun Boxiong smashed the table to pieces, shouting angrily at those around him. His face flushed. He was more anxious than anyone. In the hall, besides him, there were 8 robbery realm experts from the Shun family. The shocking news about the Wei family's upheaval confirmed what Shun Boxiong had said upon his return. Jiang Xuan was indeed that terrifying. One by one, the robbery realm experts from the Shun family looked either gloomy or excited, or their faces were worse than if their entire family had died. They were anxious. We have nothing to do with the Jiang Clan. He only killed one of our guests. Why support the Shentu Clan? Where's that kid Shin Taiping? He's not in the family. He's been in the Shentu Clan's Earth City for a long time. Bastard. For a woman, he's become an enemy of the Jiang Clan. After a round of shouting and arguing, everyone quickly realized one issue. Shin Taiping was acting strangely. His support for the Shentu Clan was excessive. For years, if it were just infatuation with Shentu Yu, it shouldn't be like this. Seeing the reactions of everyone in the hall, Shun Boxiong felt slightly relieved. It seemed that the support for the Shentu Clan was not the collective will of the family's upper echelons. Just a portion of them participated. It's for the molten crystal mine. An elderly man in a silver robe suddenly spoke, then sighed deeply, alas. The molten crystal mine? The molten crystal mine? Everyone turned to look at the silver-robed elder. This elder was Shun Taiping's maternal grandfather, currently the 5th elder of the Shun family. He knew what others did not. It was clear that Shun Taiping had communicated with him. Within the territory of the Jiang Clan, there was a massive molten crystal mine that the Jiang Clan had never discovered. It was found by the Shentu Clan. The silver-robed elder did not elaborate further. Without needing to say more, everything was clear. Who else knows about this? Who participated? The elderly man, seated in the main position, suddenly stood up. This person was the current head of the Shun family, Shen Guangsai. The silver-robed elder did not answer immediately, but asked in return, "Can we spare Taiping's life?" No. Shen Guangsai's gaze was piercing, and he rejected it decisively. 27-year-old Shun Taiping was already in the robbery realm, and had the potential for a major heavenly tribulation in the future. However, supporting the Shentu clan in a life-and-death struggle. Because the Chun family also aided the Jiang Clan, the Shun family had not truly harmed the Jiang Clan. This meant that the nature of the matter could be severe or minor. It depended on how the Shun family handled it. As the instigator, Shun Taiping must die. The silver-robed elder, knowing the situation, must have provided Shun Taiping with support, so he too must die. Some elders began to look at the silver-robed elder with suspicion. He is son-in-law, supported his extraordinarily gifted grandson in plotting for the benefits of the molten crystal mine within the clan's territory, yet did not discuss it with others. What was he trying to do? If it were said that he had no ambitions for power within the family in the future, no one would believe it. The family was too large, with many robbery realms, leading to the emergence of numerous factions. Internal strife was serious. It was time for a cleansing, not only to quell Jiang Xuan's anger, but this fire could burn even larger. That morning, the Shun family also launched a bloody arrest operation. Though not as fierce as the Wei families, it still triggered turmoil throughout the Shun family. At the same time, the Wei family began raising funds. They needed cash. Apologizing was not simply a matter of dealing with those involved. They had to come up with a sum that would satisfy Jiang Xuan. Deep in the Chun family's old residence, in an extravagant and luxurious hall, more than 10 people were chatting, having talked a lot. Lu Jinshi, adorned with treasures, although unable to withstand a knife from his granddaughter's husband, surviving and being teleported away was not surprising. It was just that his uncle in the military city was a hassle. The tall, thin elder in a brocade robe said, "This matter will be resolved by the city lord. We need not worry." Chun Di Gao replied, "Although our city lord is merely the lord of a third-tier prosperous main city, his strength is not comparable to that of other city lords. If it weren't for the need for a powerful deity to guard Heightened Mountain, given our city lord's strength and past achievements, going directly to a first-tier prosperous main city would not be a problem." As the head of the Chun family, Chun Di Gao was naturally a confidant of the city lord of Feishua. He knew many things that even the heads of the other 3 major families did not know. At this moment, 2 people hurried into the hall. One was Chun Yuanzhou, whom Jiang Xuan was familiar with, obviously having received news and rushed back from the Xingchen Pavilion. The other was a handsome middle-aged man whom Jiang Xuan did not recognize. "My father is here," Chun Yuanzhou said softly, tilting his head. "Father-in-law." Jiang Xuan quickly stood up to greet him. He knew that Chun Yuanzhou and Chun Yuanzhou's sister had a distant relationship with their father, but it was not completely estranged. The necessary courtesies still had to be observed. "Ha ha ha, son-in-law. Nice to meet you, brother-in-law." Both father and son were very straightforward, addressing each other directly as son-in-law and brother-in-law. Jiang Xuan did not stay long at the Qin family. Chun Di Gao wanted to host a welcome banquet for Jiang Xuan, but Jiang Xuan politely declined, even planning not to have lunch at the Qin family. Everyone felt that Jiang Xuan had other matters to attend to, and no one dared to ask further. It seemed that many situations within the Jiang clan needed Jiang Xuan's handling. At noon, at the Jiang clan in Heightened Mountain, they arrived. Jiang Xuan stood on the deck of the flying boat, hands behind his back, overlooking the. Beside him was Chun Yuanshu, and on the other side was Wei Baiyun, both gazing excitedly and nostalgically at the. The little girl was holding her Aunt Jiang Yao's hand. Also looking on, the little girl had the most curious expression, as it was her first time seeing the tribes. Jiang Xuan suddenly glanced at his mother Wei Baiyun for no reason. Why the hurry to come back? Because he had prepared a big surprise for her. Ready to watch a show, Jiang Xuan conveyed to Chun Yuanshu through voice transmission. Chun Yuanshu looked at Jiang Xuan with confusion, her beautiful eyes filled with questions. "What show? By the way, mother, during the years I was missing, didn't any women come looking for you?" Jiang Xuan suddenly asked Wei Baiyun. "Women? Aside from Yuanshu?" "No." Wei Baiyun was puzzled. "Oh, never mind." Jiang Xuan stopped asking. That woman was unreliable. "What woman?" Chun Yuanshu looked at Jiang Xuan, squinting slightly. "An old woman," Jiang Xuan replied casually. Chun Yuanshu didn't ask further. Although her intuition as a woman told her something was off when Jiang Xuan mentioned a woman, since it was an old woman, it likely wasn't the kind of wrong she was imagining. The flying boat landed in the square of the Jiang clans, attracting the attention of many tribespeople during the descent. Seeing Jiang Xuan standing above, they knew the clan leader had returned. The crowd began to gather towards the square. Baiyun, you're back. A middle-aged woman shouted excitedly at Wei Baiyun. Wei Baiyun had lived in the Jiang clan for 15 or 16 years and had developed close sisterly bonds with some women of similar age. I'm back. Wei Baiyun jumped off the flying boat, also looking very excited. Just as she was about to go over and embrace, she suddenly froze. Not far away, a shadow appeared out of nowhere. He was tall and handsome, and time had not left too many traces on his face. Although he had aged during the time, he was trapped in the heightened palace, turning gray before 50 due to pressure. After surviving the tribulation, he seemed to have returned to his 40s. After 8 years, he was still the man Wei Baiyun was most familiar with. Feng, brother Feng? Wei Baiyun staggered forward a couple of steps, looking at him in disbelief. Xiu Yun. Jiang Hanfeng looked at his wife with red eyes, his excited hands trembling slightly. Brother Feng. Xiu Yun. Brother Feng. Xiu Yun. The two moved closer, and Wei Baiyun finally threw herself into the familiar embrace, sobbing. Chen Yuanshu gave Jiang Xuan a small glance. Good guy. Watching a show? Jiang Xuan then raised his hand to gesture. Tribespeople disperse. Travelers who didn't understand the gesture noticed the reactions of other Jiang clan members and understood. Get lost. Soon, the tribespeople and travelers all left. And Jiang Xuan quietly took his wife, children, and sister away. In the square, only the couple who reunited after 8 years remained. They only had eyes for each other, and the whole world seemed to consist of just the two of them, sharing their longing. That night, the Jiang clan held a grand bonfire party that surpassed yesterday, and the entire was engulfed in unprecedented revelry. That day, the Jiang Xuan family had a grand reunion, under the same moonlight at the core of another, even larger territory at the foot of Heightened Mountain, the Shentu Clan. Since the Shun and Chun families successively supported the two major tribes, there was no longer a need for the Shentu Clan to monitor the Jiang Clan, and the camp outside the Jiang Clan had long been withdrawn. The Shentu Clan sent people every month, departing 1 or 2 days in advance to participate in the life and death battles with the Jiang Clan. It was close to the center, where the clan leader's residence was located. Shentu Yu, who had served as the clan leader of the Shentu Clan for several years, had become increasingly graceful and regal. At 20, she was no longer the thin girl of years past. Her makeup was cold and stunning, her features picturesque, and her complexion was whiter than that of most women in the city, crystal clear. In recent years, she had grown taller, particularly striking. Her waist was extremely slim, yet voluptuous, exuding the aura of a semi-mature beauty. A female leader ruling over 200 territories and hundreds of tribes. She wielded the power of life and death over 150,000 subjects, and the aura of a ruler around her was becoming more pronounced. Compared to the Jiang clan, which still had to worry about the future, the Shentu clan only needed to wait for an opportunity, waiting for Luo Yingxing to die. In this context, the Shentu clan could be said to be developing rapidly, and Shun Taiping was not only sending death row prisoners to the Shentu clan, but he had also been pouring money into recruiting some renowned innate masters to join the Shentu clan. In just 3 years, the number of innate cultivators who joined the Shentu clan reached 200. Many even came with their families. Among them, over 20 were at the pinnacle of innate cultivation. Compared to the thousands of innate guests the Shun family had, 200 was not much, but for a tribe, 204 innate cultivators was a frightening number. The cost of bringing in so many people was enormous, and Shen Taiping did not have that much money. Therefore, he had to seek allies within the family. The cooperative interests of the melting crystal mine were the bargaining chip for Shen Taiping to compete for the position of family head, a tremendous credit. Until it was secured, he could not let all the senior family members know about it. Shen Taiping also spent money to have the Shentu clan by a large number of defeated tribesmen from other tribes in Heightened Mountain, which was why the total population of the entire tribal territory reached 150,000. The strength that the Shentu clan had accumulated could be said to make it the largest tribe in Heightened Mountain. They were already preparing to build a city for the future. Shentu Yu understood that Shun Taiping had gone to such lengths, partly to win her favor. and more so for the cooperative interests of the melting crystal mine. The latter factor was greater. Shun Taiping had exhausted his family's resources for this purpose. But even with such great benefits, a man could go to this extent, which could be said to be extreme dedication. However, Shentu Yu's feelings for him were. Shun Taiping was crazy. Sometimes his state of losing control even frightened Shentu Yu. She felt like she might be going crazy too. She, who rarely drank before, now had to drink alone every night for a few cups, needing the drunkenness to fall asleep. Under the tree in the courtyard beside the stone table, Shentu Yu put down her wine glass and picked up the map on the table, studying it seriously. For these years, she had been looking for the most suitable location to build a large city, selecting many times and sending people to conduct secret surveys, but the results were not satisfactory. You're still not asleep. Shun Taiping, with a face like a crowned jade and elegant demeanor, stepped into the courtyard, carrying a faint scent of blood. Who did you kill this time? Shentu Yu looked up at him calmly, accustomed to it. Just some servants. Shun Taiping's lips curled slightly, a hint of fierceness flashing in his eyes. He was not right. It was no longer a matter of inner demons, but rather a descent into madness. Originally, with Jiang Xuan's fall, Shun Taiping's inner demons had been resolved, but after entering the tribulation realm, he changed again, and very few people knew about this. Shun Taiping's speed of cultivation growth was not slow. However, he would never be able to reach that person's height. He would never catch up in this life. The higher his cultivation, the more he realized the gap, and the more he went mad. Shentu Yu looked down at the map again. Shun Taiping gazed at the drunken beauty's posture, unable to help but step closer, smiling. The long night is endless. Clan leader Shentu. Isn't it boring to drink alone? Why don't I keep you company? Is that what you want to drink? Shentu Yu looked up at him again and handed over the map, saying, instead of drinking, we might as well look at the map and find a suitable location for building the city together. This matter is not urgent. Shun Taiping repeatedly said that the Jiang Clan was already in their grasp, just waiting for their protector, Master Luo, to die. Once that happened, the Jiang Clan would have no divine power or influence. After some coercion and temptation, they could make many members of the Jiang Clan flee and betray. Shun Taiping had already devised a series of plans. If it weren't for Luo Yingcheng being too difficult to provoke, he would have used those underhanded tactics long ago. After taking down the Jiang Clan, wouldn't it be better to invite the Tontian Pavilion to help with the site selection? Shun Taiping's words seemed quite reasonable. Jiang Xuan had killed Lu Kong and owed a great favor to the master of the Tontian Pavilion. However, Shentu Yu said, when the time comes, if you want to invite the Tontian Pavilion to participate in building the city, it may not matter how much money you offer. Shun Taiping's eyelids twitched violently. His expression darkened as he stared at Shentu Yu for a moment, then snorted coldly and left. The name he least wanted to hear now was Jiang Xuan. He knew that Shentu Yu was doing it on purpose, and right now, he had invested too much. It was impossible for him to fall out with Shentu Yu. Shentu Yu's identity as the leader of the Shentu Clan was also a protective talisman he dared not touch. If he violated the laws against secretly controlling the clan, his whole family would die. As Shun Taiping was walking out suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Elder? He was taken aback. No wonder he, a mere celestial tribulation realm cultivator, couldn't sense it in advance. The person was the elder of the Shun family, a great celestial tribulation realm expert. There's an urgent matter. Come here, the elder beckoned. What urgent matter? The elder actually came personally to find him. Shun Taiping leaned forward. Suddenly, Shun Taiping's expression changed dramatically as he stumbled back a few steps, looking in disbelief at his chest. The elder had pierced his heart with a sword. Not far away, by the stone table, Shentu Yu suddenly stood up, her expression changing drastically, her eyes widening in shock. What just happened? What did she just see? The elder of the Shun family suddenly appeared and killed Shun Taiping with a sword. All members of the Shun family, obey my command and return to the Shun family. The elder shouted, his voice booming, echoing throughout the Shentu Clan's earthen city. Shentu Yu's face turned pale immediately. It wasn't just about killing Shun Taiping. The Shun family was withdrawing. Clearly, something had happened within the Shun family, leading them to withdraw their forces from the Shentu Clan and no longer manage it. But what could have happened to make the Shun family do this? They actually killed the most talented person of this generation in the Shun family, a genius who had already reached the realm of tribulation. Just like that, he was killed. Chapter 120. The arrogant Jiang Xuan and the Lord of Feishu City. Why? Why? Shun Taiping shouted helplessly in disbelief, staggering backward until he finally fell. He could feel his life rapidly slipping away, and there was nothing he could do to change it. A mortal would undoubtedly die for being pierced through the heart by a sword, but for those in the tribulation realm, it might not be the case. If treated in time, with the right elixirs, the wound could heal within a few breaths. However, Shun Taiping could sense that the sword pierced by the Grand Elder injected a poison that would take time to resolve, even for those in the tribulation realm. But he had no time to resolve it. In fact, with Shun Taiping's current level of strength, the Grand Elder in the Great Tribulation realm could not kill him instantly. Shun Taiping could always resist a few times before being killed. But the Grand Elder had ambushed him. Using the simplest and most effective method, he delivered this sword strike. It was meant to kill him. Why? Shun Taiping stared fiercely at the Grand Elder, his eyes wide with rage, his face growing paler, blood pooling beneath him. The Grand Elder looked at him with an indifferent expression, showing no emotion. Shun Taiping did not understand. He could not comprehend it at all. He was the top genius of the Shun family. At only 27 years old, he was in the tribulation realm. He was the core fighting force of the family, with hopes of eventually stepping into the Great Tribulation realm, becoming one of the most elite beings in the 10,000 miles, becoming the backbone of the Shun family. You dare to kill me? You dare to kill me. The family head will not let you go. Shun Taiping shouted in anger. Save me. Help me. I know you can save me. Please, Grand Elder, save me. Shun Taiping pleaded. I'm going to die. I really am going to die. His voice grew weaker. I am the first genius of the Shun family. The first genius. You kill me. This cry seemed to drain him of all his strength. Why must? In confusion, despair, and endless fear, Shun Taiping approached the end of his life, collapsing to the ground, gazing up at the starry sky and moonlight. The last spark in his eyes fading away. Shentu Clan was completely dumbfounded. Why? Why? She also wanted to know, but she did not dare to ask. A person whom Shun Taiping referred to as the Grand Elder was an existence she could not even imagine. Over here, quickly. It was the Grand Elder's voice. Shadows rushed into the courtyard, suddenly stopping one by one, their eyes wide open in deathly silence. They saw that the esteemed Grand Elder of the family was drawing his long sword from Shun Taiping's corpse, then taking out a handkerchief to wipe it carefully. The silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The guards beside Shun Taiping, who were both Shun family guests and his absolute confidants, would have fought to the death against anyone who dared to harm Shun Taiping. But it was the Grand Elder who struck. One by one, they were stunned. More and more figures rushed into the courtyard and stopped. They did not dare to speak, even trembling, afraid to ask anything. The Grand Elder's authority was not something they could offend. The Grand Elder continued to wipe the sword. Finally, he sheathed the sword. Everyone has arrived. He coldly looked toward the area in front of the door. More than 40 Shun family guards had gathered, including one who was ranked in the top 100 of the innate list of Feishu City. Participate, Grand Elder. The crowd bowed in respect. It's time to set off. The Grand Elder nodded and waved his sleeve. Boom! The space trembled, and the terrifying power of the 5 elements transformed into visible ripples, instantly sweeping toward the more than 40 people. Each of them, who had just been full of life a moment ago, turned into blood mist in this instant. The ripples sweeping against the surrounding walls, yet causing no damage at all, like a gentle breeze. The Grand Elder's control over the 5 elements had reached an extraordinarily high level of precision. With a casual gesture, with a wave of his sleeve, he killed over 40 innate masters, yet the surrounding walls and ground were not damaged in the slightest. Even their weapons, clothes, and accessories fell to the ground intact. Only the people were gone. A terrifying existence that resembled a god or a ghost. Shentu Clan's face changed wildly again, and then she trembled uncontrollably. The only Great Tribulation realm expert she had seen was El Kong, but he was a El Kong who was heavily injured and lacking in means. The Shen family's grand elder was terrifying enough to make her shiver. He not only killed Shun Taiping directly, but also lured all of Shun Taiping's confidants from the Earth City and killed them all. Why? Jiang Xuan has returned. Take care of yourself. The grand elder said flatly, disappearing from the spot. Shentu Yuren's body instantly stiffened, her pupils suddenly contracting to the extreme, taking a staggering step back. She collapsed onto the stone chair, her whole body beginning to tremble. Jiang Xuan has returned. What a plain statement. But the Shun family had actually begun to slaughter their own kin. Even the prodigy of the Tribulation Realm could be killed at will. Was the Shun family afraid? Fearful? Did they want to quell Jiang Xuan's anger? Has Jiang Xuan grown to the point where even the second family of Feishua City is terrified? Come here. Shentu Yuren suddenly stood up, her face pale as she shouted. That night, the Shentu Clan experienced unprecedented turmoil. In the latter half of the night, in a brand new residence in the Earth City of the Jiang Clan, Chun Yuan Shu, drenched in fragrant sweat, finally fell into a deep sleep in Jiang Xuan's arms. Seemingly without a shred of strength left, Jiang Xuan used his spiritual sense to pull over a blanket and cover both of them. He was also very tired. A brief separation felt like a new marriage, not to mention being apart for 3 years. After overcoming the final hurdle to obtain the inheritance, meeting the heavenly fox goddess, coming out to undergo tribulation, returning to the clan, saving his mother and sister, and reuniting the whole family, Jiang Xuan had not rested at all during this time. Soon, he too fell into a dream. In a completely dark space, a soft and alluring laughter suddenly rang out. The scene changed to a magnificent golden palace, where a stunning woman draped in luxurious golden robes sat on a high platform, beckoning Jiang Xuan, who stood in the center of the palace, to come closer. Come. Jiang Xuan felt a burning restlessness all over, staring fixedly at the heavenly fox goddess on the high platform. The heavenly fox goddess was not dressed provocatively. Instead, she appeared dignified and graceful, but every frown and smile, every glance, every small gesture exuded an astonishing charm. It evoked the most primitive desires in men. Jiang Xuan's thoughts were completely consumed by desire, and he could not help but step forward, one step at a time, approaching the high platform, feeling as if millions of ants were crawling all over his body. Only by getting closer to the heavenly fox goddess could that restless feeling be alleviated. But a greater desire quickly rose in his heart, like a person about to die of thirst in the desert seeing a water source in the distance. He salivated and kept getting closer to hope, feeling that he was about to be saved, yet becoming even more urgent. The more he walked, the faster he went. Soon, he had crossed 100 zhang and arrived at the foot of the high platform. Just as he was about to lift his foot to step onto the first step, Jiang Xuan suddenly stopped, the lifted foot hanging in midair, unable to come down. Jiang Xuan's consciousness suddenly became much clearer. It was the effect of his spiritual sense. Danger! Jiang Xuan shook his spiritual sense violently. In the room of the Earth City of the clan, Jiang Xuan, holding Royu, suddenly opened his eyes, a look of fear flashing in his eyes. Had he just fallen asleep and been dreamt by the heavenly fox goddess? No. The heavenly fox goddess said she wanted to fall asleep, and if she had actively entered his dream, she should have spoken with him. It shouldn't have been such a scene. She wanted to enslave him with desire. Is this the effect of the contract? Jiang Xuan widened his eyes. Deep in thought, the soul-drawing ancient seal only has a part of its effect that has failed, but there is still a part that has succeeded. If everything had failed, the heavenly fox goddess would have definitely noticed. The successful part has such an effect. As soon as I fall asleep, I will enter a scene where the heavenly fox goddess attempts to control me with desire. If I didn't have a primordial spirit and was just an ordinary cultivator of gods and demons, I would have no way to resist and would directly walk up those steps, kneeling at the feet of the heavenly fox goddess, begging her. If that were the case, even if the contract couldn't control me, I would still succumb to desire and become a slave to the heavenly fox goddess's desires. Even her slightest smile would excite and satisfy me, and if she told me to commit suicide immediately, I would comply. Jiang Xuan felt a deep sense of horror. This is clearly not just an issue with the contract, but a problem with the heavenly fox goddess herself. She exudes an unparalleled allure, and just a glance at her would make one feel feverish. If that's the case, will I still be able to sleep in the future? I can manage for a short while without sleep, but over time, it would definitely affect my cultivation. But once I fall asleep, Jiang Xuan never expected that the heavenly fox goddess could cause him such great trouble, even when the contract was not completely successful and she was in a state of slumber. Moreover, this trouble would persist for years and less. The senior stone said that I must at least become a god or demon to be on equal footing with the heavenly fox goddess. Jiang Xuan felt an unprecedented urgency rise within him. If he became a god or demon, he would no longer fear the scenes of desire in his dreams. And even if something really happened with the heavenly fox goddess in his dreams, he wouldn't be controlled. Before becoming a god or demon, I will never succumb to the heavenly fox goddess's desires. The primordial spirit can resist. Jiang Xuan's eyes suddenly sparkled as he thought of a possibility. If every time I fall asleep, that kind of scene appears, and I can sense my own primordial spirit in the dream, controlling it and resisting, does that mean I can cultivate my primordial spirit in the dream? Jiang Xuan even suspected that the heavenly fox goddess regarded him as one of her own. Could that dream scene be specially set up by the heavenly fox goddess to help him cultivate his primordial spirit? After all, she had given him the top-tier primordial spirit cultivation technique. She couldn't possibly not know that Jiang Xuan's primordial spirit could resist the scenes of desire. I'll try another day. If it works, my primordial spirit's improvement speed will be even faster. Jiang Xuan did not plan to cultivate his primordial spirit immediately. The first time of cultivation is the most important and requires continuity. It might need a period of closed-door training, the duration of which is uncertain. Right now, there are still many matters in the Jiang Clan that have not been resolved, so he cannot go into seclusion. The feeling of heat throughout his body still hadn't completely faded. Jiang Xuan turned his head to look at the beauty in his arms, her hair scattered, her face like a peach blossom, eyebrows like willows, skin whiter than snow, lips like cherries. Chun Yuanshu, who was soundly asleep, had a delicate face that naturally exuded the aura of an extraordinary beauty. Her fair skin showed a faint blush, and the lingering charm between her brows made her even more alluring, a beauty that could captivate the world, transcending the mundane. I must remain true to my heart regarding the desired dreams of the heavenly fox goddess and absolutely must not succumb. But for my own wife, I need not. Husband, you. Chun Yuanshu was awakened, struggling to speak coherently, their souls intertwined, and they spent the night without sleep. The next afternoon, in the exquisite courtyard of the Jiang Clan's earthen city, Lei Hong was having tea with Liao Wei. The two had lunch with Jiang Hanfeng, Wei Baiyun, and their daughter Jiang Yao, along with little girl Jiang Junshi, but Jiang Xuan and Chun Yuanshu were absent. No one asked about them. They were all experienced individuals, understanding each other's silence. Jiang Xuan could kill Lu Jianxi with a single strike. If it weren't for the protection of divine and demonic treasures, he would have no place to be buried. Liao Wei was puzzled. Jiang Xuan was just a small heavenly tribulation realm cultivator, so how could he possess such strength? Perhaps it was related to ancient legacies, Lei Hong speculated, putting down his teacup. Even if there were legacies, the realm would not be wrong. Liao Wei couldn't comprehend. Was he relying on treasures? Possessing valuable legacies, but not his own strength? But even relying on treasures, his own strength must be extraordinary to activate such treasures, right? It's hard to say. Lei Hong slowly shook his head. Brother Lei, Liao Wei looked at Lei Hong and smiled, asking, "It seems you have an unusually high opinion of Jiang Xuan's strength and don't have too many doubts. Do you know something? The matter of ancient legacies is too distant. It's hard for me to know. Perhaps the gods and demons know," Lei Hong thought, "but I once trained in the military city." Lei Hong indeed knew some things. Liao Wei poured tea for Lei Hong, appearing to listen attentively. Brother Liao should know that to participate in the military city's assessment, one needs to be at least 20 years old at the Tribulation Realm. The assessment results are divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D, corresponding to the A metal, B water, C dust, and it would 4 major academies. Even if one can enter the D Wood Academy, it is a rare genius in the local main city for 1,000 years. I know, Liao Wei nodded. Brother Lei, you were in the C Dust Academy for training. Jiang Xuan is now a 20-year-old small heavenly tribulation realm cultivator, but his combat power is generally not comparable to that of large heavenly tribulation realm cultivators. I previously judged that he could obtain a B rank evaluation. It seems that an A rank is also possible, but just possibly. Only the true geniuses among the demons of the entire North Hong continent can enter the A Metal Academy, even for a divine and demonic family that has stood for thousands of years. There are only one or two in the younger generation who might enter the A Metal Academy. Combat power is only one aspect of the assessment, and is not even the most important one. The improvement of the realm is the main focus. Speaking of which, Jiang Xuan is only a small heavenly tribulation realm cultivator at 20 years old, which is quite a gap compared to the top talents in the military city. In the military city, there are even 15-year-olds at the tribulation realm. But Jiang Xuan's combat power is truly extraordinary. Jiang Xuan's assessment results after going to the military city could be either A or B, and above the four major academies, there is a special academy, Lei Hong continued. I believe Brother Liao has also heard of it. The Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Liao Wei's expression became serious. Every main city in the world has a star pavilion that selects local talents for training. The military city does not have a star pavilion. The families of the innate realm in the military city can cultivate on their own, so there's no need for a star pavilion that accepts innate realm cultivators. The military city cultivates those at the tribulation realm for the four major academies, but the four major academies are not part of the star pavilion system. This system, going upwards, only accepts the most talented individuals in the entire North Hong continent, which is the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. The Sun and Moon Divine Palace is aimed at cultivating gods and demons. Only those who truly have the potential to become gods and demons can become disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. The Sun and Moon Divine Palace doesn't accept small heavenly tribulation realm cultivators, right? Liao Wei raised a question. Correct. Lei Hong nodded. The Sun and Moon Divine Palace doesn't even accept disciples from outside. Only those who have cultivated to the large heavenly tribulation realm in the four major academies and are under 25 years old can participate in the assessment of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Liao Wei's eyelids twitched violently. A large heavenly tribulation realm cultivator under 25 years old? That's only the qualification to participate in the assessment of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. The Sun and Moon Divine Palace has made exceptions before, such as large heavenly tribulation realm cultivators from outside who are not from the four major academies. But the age requirement is even more stringent, demanding not to exceed 22 years old. Lei Hong said while drinking tea. Liao Wei was even more shocked. However, he also understood why the requirements for outsiders were higher. Because being from the four major academies means having received comprehensive training from the dynasty. Their rise to the large heavenly tribulation realm is an all-round improvement, allowing them to directly advance towards the realm of gods and demons. In contrast, outsiders who reach the large heavenly tribulation realm must have shortcomings due to not being comprehensive, merely having the realm while needing more time to improve in other aspects. Hence, the age requirement must be stricter. The disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace are few. Everyone who can enter the Sun and Moon Divine Palace can ultimately strive for the realm of gods and demons. However, some may fall during the great calamity of gods and demons. They are truly monstrous geniuses. Throughout their growth, whether in the acquired realm, innate realm, or tribulation realm, they suppress their peers. Lei Hong said, they rarely engage in combat. In the decades leading up to the great calamity of gods and demons, aside from participating in necessary assessments, they do not waste time on other matters, do not socialize, do not engage in love affairs, and apart from eating and sleeping, they almost do nothing unrelated to cultivation. Seclusion. Breakthrough. Seclusion. Another breakthrough. They even avoid getting injured. Once seriously injured, if they cannot heal quickly, it would waste time recuperating. Severe injuries can also permanently damage their innate foundation. I originally found it hard to imagine innate killing tribulation realm, yet Jiang Xuan achieved it. This made me realize that the disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, when they reach the perfection of the innate realm and the might of heaven and earth, should also be able to do so. However, they can break through again within 6 months and will not stay in the innate realm for too long. Nor will they go outside to find a tribulation realm demon to kill. They are all the most gifted and frenzied cultivators, wanting to become gods and demons. Talent and diligence are both essential. Liao Wei nodded in agreement, but also wondered, but their actual combat experience is too little. Won't that be a problem? If they don't become gods and demons, does fighting power have any meaning? Lei Hong glanced at him and paused before saying, moreover, they come from divine and demonic families and have been able to use cultivation formations since childhood, so they do not lack for combat training. They just generally do not experience absolute peril. Experiencing absolute peril involves life and death, sustaining serious injuries, and being on the brink of death, which should be avoided. Cultivation formations. Liao Wei sighed. Resources are too important. The ability to freely simulate various levels of opponents and various cultivation training scenarios requires the use of very unique and expensive resources. Even the Star Pavilion of Feishua City cannot establish cultivation formations. In the entire North Hong continent, only the military city has them, but most are official facilities. Most divine and demonic families cannot afford to build them. The cost is too great, and they can only rent official facilities for a few talented disciples. The Blackpool Palace's inheritance assessment employs cultivation formations. That is the foundation of ancient major sections. If a small place like Feishua City could use cultivation formations to allow geniuses to cultivate from a young age, then someone with talent like Chun Yuan Zhou could potentially strive for the realm of gods and demons in the future. Resources are limited. Only the top geniuses can enjoy the best resources. It would be great if we could control the ruins of the Blackpool Palace, Liao Wei sighed. It's impossible. Lei Hong shook his head. Although he doesn't understand much about ancient cultivation, he knows that the gap between ancient cultivation and the present is vast. This difference has almost severed the possibility of modern cultivators controlling ancient sect ruins. He has never heard of any ancient sect ruins being controlled. The discovery of ruins results in only 3 outcomes. The first is being breached and completely plundered. The second is that periodically opened ruins are used as training grounds and treasure hunting sites by local cultivators, because they cannot control the formations of ancient sects. The mortality rate of such training is extremely high, with most going in and not coming back. And as time goes on, the treasures and resources that can be found dwindle. The third is something like the Blackpool Palace, where even the entrance cannot be found, with bizarre ways to accidentally enter. And once inside, one is trapped. Jiang Xuan being able to obtain the inheritance and bring people out is an extremely rare special case. Jiang Xuan himself has said that he only obtained a small inheritance and that he will go to the military city for cultivation in the future, evidently not planning to follow the path of ancient cultivation. It seems Jiang Xuan did not obtain the ultimate inheritance. Otherwise, the Blackpool Palace would have reappeared in the world, causing a great commotion, and the overall environment of the Blackpool Mountains' 10 directions of absolute lands would have changed. The Blackpool Palace is still waiting for its successor, while those who have entered and left the Blackpool Palace will probably never be able to enter again. What a pity. Liao Wei sighed again. I think with Jiang Xuan's talent, if he were born into a divine and demonic family in the military city and received the best training from a young age, then perhaps now he would qualify to participate in the assessment of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. He has been held back by the Blackpool Palace. Lei Hong expressed some regret. Although he obtained a small inheritance, he was also trapped for 3 years, only daring to break through after coming out. Otherwise, he should have been able to enter the tribulation realm at 18, not 20. While the two were talking, 2 figures stepped into the courtyard. Lord Lei Hong, Senior Liao. The newcomers were Jiang Xuan and Chun Yuanzhu. Ha! Just in time, I was just talking about you. Lei Hong smiled and said, oh, right at noon. The city lord sent me a message via a compass, asking if you were in the Earth City. He is still on his way back and should arrive in the afternoon. He will come directly to the Earth City. You returning makes the city lord very happy. Our Feishua City hasn't sent talent to the military city for a long time. Jiang Xuan understood the city lord's emphasis on him. After sitting down with Chun Yuanzhu, Jiang Xuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Lord Lei Hong, I have an idea regarding going to the military city. Go ahead. Lei Hong looked at him. Can my wife accompany me? Jiang Xuan asked. This. Lei Hong was taken aback for a moment, then hesitantly looked at Chen Yuanzhu, knowing about her rapid progress in the past few years, already at the mid-tribulation realm. Chen Yuanzhu now looked similar in age to Jiang Xuan, her appearance still youthful and resembling a cold fairy, but her real age was already 30. I can break through to the Great Tribulation realm this year, Chen Yuanzhu said. She had already discussed the matter of going to the military city with Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan had decided to invest resources to help Chen Yuanzhu reach the Great Tribulation realm faster, and then they would go to the military city together. 30 years old. Great Tribulation realm, I'm afraid. Lei Hong had to admit that Chen Yuanzhu's talent was terrifying. After being delayed for over a decade due to injuries, she soared after receiving the small inheritance from Jiang Xuan, making remarkable progress, which was truly shocking. But the time she was delayed was too long. If it were just to reside in the military city, there would naturally be no problem. Lei Hong hesitated for a moment and said, but if it's just like Jiang Xuan participating in the military city assessment, it might be very difficult. I have no authority to recommend, and it does not meet the conditions for participating in the assessment. Disappointment flashed in Chen Yuanzhu's eyes. Would she have to be separated from her husband again? She didn't want to slow down her husband's growth. Even if Jiang Xuan said to stay in Feishua City for cultivation, Chen Yuanzhu would not agree, as Jiang Xuan sought to pursue the realm of gods and demons, and she also wanted to become a god or demon. Mortals live only 100 years. Only gods and demons can endure. Of course, there are also some cultivation places in the military city that are not established by the court, including some divine and demonic families that recruit Tribulation Realm guests and provide cultivation resources. Lei Hong looked at Chen Yuanzhu. With your talent and realm, going to the military city and wanting to settle down is not difficult. Chen Yuanzhu had already considered this path before Jiang Xuan returned. Being able to become a guest of a divine and demonic family is also not bad. Chen Yuanzhu nodded, but her words were not sincere. Jiang Xuan glanced at his wife. Going to become a guest of a divine and demonic family? Chen Yuanzhu was willing to go for stable cultivation resources. But Jiang Xuan was not willing. Although being a guest allows for freedom of movement, while being a guest, if one takes their resources, one must do work for them. It is impossible to focus solely on cultivation. Moreover, in families where gods and demons exist, the status of Great Tribulation Realm guests may be high, but in reality, they're still just servants, just like the innate guests of the 4 major families in Feishua City. Feng Fu was the 4th innate in Feishua City at that time, yet he was merely a guard for Shin Taiping. Lord Lei Hong, the conditions for the military city assessment and the specific situation. Jiang Xuan began to inquire in detail with Lei Hong. Lei Hong spoke freely without reservation. After talking for half an hour, Jiang Xuan and Chen Yuanzhu had a basic understanding of the 4 major academies in the military city and the Sun Moon Divine Palace. The minimum standard for the 4 major academies is generally the Tribulation Realm at the age of 20. This is not an absolute standard. If there are special circumstances, one can participate in the assessment at their discretion, but 30 years old is indeed too old. In fact, a 30-year-old in the Great Tribulation Realm is also considered outstanding among the 4 major academies, as the vast majority of military city students cannot reach the Great Tribulation Realm at that age. However, outside Great Tribulation Realm individuals, especially those from smaller places like Feishua City, may have high levels of cultivation but will have significant gaps in other areas, with shortcomings everywhere. If assessed comprehensively according to the Great Tribulation Realm standards, Chen Yuanzhu would have no chance at all. As for the requirements to join the Sun Moon Divine Palace, they were even more daunting. Jiang Xuan didn't even qualify. However, during the conversation, Jiang Xuan suddenly thought of a situation. Xia Hanjia was recommended by the city lord, and Zhou Kong had sought him for over half a year before stepping down. Lei Hong candidly stated that divine demons can be assessed separately and sent directly. But in reality, it is a privilege of the city lord, and such privileges are also limited, used only a few times every 100 years, and cannot be used consecutively. Furthermore, they can only join the lowest-ranked Dingmu Academy and would face discrimination, easily developing inner demons. It was understood that this was a way to bypass the exam and become a military city student through connections. Thank you for informing me, Lord Lei Hong, Jiang Xuan said, raising his teacup and pondering. Although the Feishuo city lord valued him, he owed him nothing, although he had killed El Kong. Compared to Zhou Kang's decades of hard work and contributions, there was no comparison. Even if the Feishuo city lord was willing to help send Chun Yuanshu to the military city, Dingmu Academy was not satisfactory to Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan was shocked by Chun Yuanshu's growth. This indicated that the Rui breathing technique was too suitable for her, and her hidden talent was frighteningly high. As time passed, her talent would only increase, but age was truly a problem. She had missed the golden period for cultivating the Tribulation Realm and was relying on talent alone. Therefore, her cultivation resources must be adequately guaranteed. It wasn't just about crystal resources. There were also various cultivation facilities, which Jiang Xuan could not provide. The best facilities were in the academies, and the higher the academy level, the better the facilities. In Jiang Xuan's view, Chun Yuanshu should enter the Jiajin Academy. Why not? Miss Chun, go to the Tongtian Pavilion in the military city? Liao Wei suddenly said with a smile, glancing at Jiang Xuan and Chun Yuanshu. I can recommend you. Although the training resources provided each month are not as good as the academies, there are few ordinary affairs, allowing you to focus on cultivation. Thank you, Senior Liao, Jiang Xuan said first. As for whether to go, it was still about joining a certain force, which was not as good as the identity of a military city student. Suddenly, a flying boat broke through the clouds in the high sky. The people in the yard looked up one after another. The Feishuo city lord had arrived. The flying boat disappeared directly, and 5 figures flashed into the yard. 3 of them had no aura, along with 2 young men in the Tribulation Realm. Greetings, City Lord. The 4 stood up and saluted. Ha ha ha, Jiang Xuan. You really are still alive. Ha 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 ha. The Feishuo city lord still looked like a thin old man, laughing heartily upon seeing Jiang Xuan. He was even more excited than Jiang Xuan had imagined. You are Jiang Xuan? A plump old man with no aura suddenly jumped out, gesturing and shouting. Old Jiang has been saying how powerful you are. He has been bragging. Come, let's compare with my disciple. Let's have a match first. Jiang Xuan was taken aback. He could sense that this was a divine demon, but the personality of this divine demon was quite lively. Jiang Xuan did not feel any hostility from him. It seemed he had a quarrel with the Feishuo city lord. This is Lord Qian, and this is Lord Luoxia, both of whom are my close friends. The Feishuo city lord introduced the other 2, along with their respective disciples. The 4 saluted the 2 city lords again. Who is your close friend? You, a mere 3rd-class prosperous city lord, are worthy of comparing with me. A 1st-class prosperous city lord? Lord Qian shot a disdainful glance at the Feishuo city lord. Let them compete first. After they've finished, then we can be close friends. He really did not maintain the demeanor that a divine demon should have. If you say that, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The Feishuo city lord shot him a sideways glance and said in a deep voice, let us bet on something. Don't just have a dry competition. What do you want to bet on? You can say whatever you want. Lord Qian waved his hand. What do you want? The Feishuo city lord looked at Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan paused and said seriously, I want my wife to join the Jiajin Academy without taking the exam. The courtyard fell silent. The 3 divine demons were momentarily stunned. This request was indeed bold. Change it, the Feishuo city lord said directly. Then, Jiang Xuan hesitated. He did not know much about Lord Qian and was unsure what treasures he possessed. Ask him for that broken true intention stone tablet, the Feishuo city lord reminded. Jiang Xuan did not even know what that was, and Lord Qian jumped up. Good for you, old Jiang. You've been eyeing that stone tablet for more than a day or 2. Finally, you're showing your true face, right? Do you know how many divine demon families have offered money to buy it from me? I haven't sold it. You keep that stone tablet. It's of no use to you. Wealth is just an external thing, the Feishuo city lord said lightly. Good external thing. Fine. Then what will you use to bet with me? Equally valued domain crystals. You wish. What do you mean by equally valued? If I auction that stone tablet, I could get several times its price. You need to add double. The Feishuo city lord looked at him with an arrogant expression, raising a finger and saying, just equally valued domain crystals. 1 strike. As long as your disciple can withstand 1 full strike from Jiang Xuan, I will consider your disciple the winner. Huh? Lord Qian's expression tightened as he looked at the Feishuo city lord with the eyes of someone who thought he was crazy. He actually dared to be this arrogant. Lord Luoxia also looked at the Feishuo city lord in confusion. Having known him for thousands of years, she sensed something was off with the Feishuo city lord. Jiang Xuan, on the other hand, was in a state of shock. No, the Feishuo city lord just returned. How could he possibly know his strength? Even if someone reported his achievements since returning, it would still be normal to suspect that he relied on inherited treasures to be that strong, right? The competition definitely couldn't involve treasures. The Feishuo city lord's trust in his strength was over the top. Does he know I'm in the broken path stage? Jiang Xuan suddenly thought. But how did he know? City lord, this may not be appropriate. Jiang Xuan took the initiative to speak. Look, this kid doesn't even have confidence, and you're bragging for him. Lord Qian shouted, giving the Feishuo city lord a disdainful glance. What is inappropriate? The Feishuo city lord asked Jiang Xuan seriously. If I strike with my full strength. Jiang Xuan also replied seriously, he should die. The Feishuo city lord pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was indeed a problem. Then you should hold back a bit and leave him alive. I've spent a lot of effort raising this disciple. He's very precious. If you accidentally kill him, he would cry to me. I'm afraid I can't hold back my strength. Jiang Xuan said awkwardly. You should try your best, the lord of Feishuo city replied. Then, should I use 10 of my strength? That's too much. But, my lord, I just broke through, and my control over my power is unstable. Jiang Xuan was even more troubled. If it's 10, it's hard for me not to kill him. This is also a test for you. Just try to hold back. As long as he doesn't die, and his body isn't turned into blood mist, we can save him even if he's cut in half. Well, all right, I'll do my best. Jiang Xuan and the lord of Feishuo city seriously discussed how to avoid accidentally killing the disciple of the lord of Qian. Fearing that one small mistake could lead to a big problem, a heavy breathing sound came from the side. This is too much. This is too much. The lord of Qian's shoulders heaved with anger, his hair standing on end as he pointed excitedly at the two. You two, you are so arrogant, so presumptuous. This is too much. You bet. Fight. Let's fight right now. From behind the lord of Qian, a young man in a blue robe stared intensely at Jiang Xuan, his body trembling with rage. He was angrier than the lord of Qian. What made him even more furious was that Jiang Xuan didn't even glance at him, completely ignoring him, while discussing with the two gods about how to avoid accidentally killing him. As the first prodigy of a first-rate prosperous city, he had never been subjected to such humiliation. Don't hold back. Just use all your strength, the young man in the blue robe said, stepping forward with a serious tone. Chapter 121. Uncontrollable laughter. The young man in the blue robe suddenly spoke, interrupting the conversation between the gods and demons. The other 8 people in the courtyard turned to look at him. He is Guozai, a prodigy of unparalleled talent. He began his training at the age of 3, became a personal disciple of the city lord of Qian at 5, entered the innate realm at 10, and successfully transcended his tribulation last September, becoming the youngest tribulation-level expert in Qian City in a century, at just under 18 years old, a genius with proud bones. His sudden outburst, though disrespectful, drew no blame. Even the city lord of Laxia cast a look of approval, while the city lord of Feishuo, with his arrogant demeanor, seemed to regard him as nothing. If he did not speak, it would only seem like he was timid and afraid, losing the pride that a young genius should have. Good, Zai. As expected of my disciple, the city lord of Qian exclaimed, then shot a glare at the city lords of Feishuo and Jiang Xuan, saying, Did you hear that? Go all out. Let Feishuo city see what a true genius looks like. That counts as us too, the city lord of Laxius said. Our Yenner, since entering the tribulation realm, is generally not challenged by those in the mid-tribulation realm, among young geniuses of similar age. She has only competed a few times with Guozai, with 3 wins and 3 losses. Since Brother Jiang is so optimistic about Jiang Xuan, let her have a match with him. The graceful girl with a veil covering her face noticed everyone looking at her and politely bowed. However, in her beautiful eyes directed at Jiang Xuan, there was also a fierce fighting spirit. Good, let them fight. The city lord of Qian supported. My disciple is 18. My senior sister's disciple is 19, and Jiang Xuan is 20, right? They are close in age and all in the minor tribulation realm. Let's not talk about the differences in foundation, who bullies whom. Chen Yuanzhu, Lei Hong, and Liao Wei all focused their attention on Guozai, then looked at Ji Yin'er, all feeling a surge of shock. An 18-year-old in the tribulation realm. A 19-year-old in the tribulation realm. The genius of a first-class prosperous city. Terrifying indeed. Chen Yuanzhu's expression remained calm, but her heart was tumultuous. Even if her talent had not been wasted, with her potential of entering the innate realm at 12, she might not reach the tribulation realm until 21 or 22. Although the cultivation resources in a third-class prosperous city cannot compare to those in a first-class prosperous city. Even with better resources, Chen Yuanzhu did not dare to say she could enter the tribulation realm earlier than these two. My husband passed on the Rui breathing method to me, and my talent has improved by who knows how many times, but I've ultimately been delayed for too long due to injuries. If I want to become a god or demon, I still need to work harder. Chen Yuanzhu thought to herself. Lei Hong and Liao Wei had already begun communicating with each other telepathically. An 18-year-old in the tribulation realm. It's been over 2,000 years since Feishuo City has seen such a genius, Liao Wei exclaimed in surprise. If Jiang Xuan hadn't been delayed for 3 years in the Blackpool Palace, he should also be 18, Lei Hong said. The mid-tribulation realm of a first-class prosperous city is stronger than what we have in Feishuo City. Liao Wei analyzed. The disciple of the city lord of Laxia could defeat those of similar strength to the disciple of the city lord of Qian. Their combat power is probably already close to that of Feishuo City's major tribulation realm. As for Jiang Xuan, it's hard to say, Lei Hong admitted. Jiang Xuan, although he had a record of breaking through the Wei family's protective array, and even the top tribulation level inspector Lu Jinshi could not withstand a strike. Such combat power that completely exceeded Lei Hong and Liao Wei's understanding could only be attributed to relying on the treasures of the Blackpool Palace. However, if it came to a competition, forbidden techniques and secret treasures could not be used. So, Jiang Xuan, even if he used only normal means to compete, his combat power would not be weaker than theirs, especially in terms of skills. His attacking capability might even be stronger. Jiang Xuan was adept at explosive power. Lei Hong thought about conveying this to Liao Wei, but he realized that Jiang Xuan had a very obvious shortcoming compared to them. He had just entered the tribulation realm for 2 days and had not cultivated many tribulation realm techniques. After transforming the heavenly divine might into the 5 elements of heaven and earth, his mastery was still shallow, and his methods were relatively singular compared to these 2 direct disciples of gods and demons. So, 2 possible outcomes? Liao Wei responded telepathically. Either Jiang Xuan quickly resolves the battle and wins the match, or if he gets caught in a protracted fight, he might lose. Perhaps, Lei Hong said. I think, since we were going to compete, why not make a public match? The city lord of Qian waved his hand as if to initiate something big, suggesting hosting a grand arena in Feishuo City and inviting all parties to watch. The more people, the better. A true genius should win in front of the multitude. Once these words were spoken, the city lords of Feishuo and Laxia both frowned at him. It was he who suggested the competition so soon, and now he wanted to make it grand. This was something only he could propose. However, both understood that the city lord of Qian's desire for his disciple to be in the spotlight was not purely out of competitiveness or to prove a point. Jiang Xuan was too arrogant, and while there was certainly a desire to prove something, more importantly, it was to boost the confidence of his disciple Guozai. The military city assessment is too difficult. A genius like Guozai would not be satisfied with a ding or bing result. He must aim for at least an E grade and strive for an A grade. The assessment results of A and B grades had always been monopolized by the offspring of the military city's god and demon families, with few exceptions. And every exception would be seen as having greater potential. They would gain attention in the military city. If an outsider genius can achieve A-B grade in a resource-deficient environment, it indicates that their talent is inherently higher, and the same goes for grades. As for local god and demon city lords, they often encounter a heartbreaking situation. The geniuses they send may become disheartened after witnessing the terrifying geniuses of the military city before the assessment, leading to a loss of confidence. And they often underperform during the assessment, failing to pass. This situation is not an isolated case. Almost every local prosperous city's history has seen such occurrences. Therefore, confidence is extremely important. It's not that you're overly confident. You can even be conceited. Only with absolute confidence can one perform steadily in assessments, or even exceed expectations and gain admission to better academies. The city lord of Qian was also deeply concerned for Guizhai. As the lord of a first-class prosperous city, it had been nearly 50 years since he sent out a genius who achieved a B grade result. The city lord of Laxia did not have this kind of pressure. She had already sent two in the past 50 years, the most recent one being over a decade ago, and it was an A grade. As for geniuses with C or D results, the city lord of Laxia could send one every few years in a first-class prosperous city. Such an environment meant that the various families could cultivate them without needing the city lord's personal involvement. In comparison, the city lord of Feishue had the least pressure in this regard. Sending geniuses with C or D results was not considered a significant contribution, just a natural outcome. And B grades were what mattered. And Feishue City was a third-class prosperous city. For the city lord of Feishue, as long as the talent sent could pass the assessment, it would be considered an achievement. Sending one every 20 or 30 years was sufficient. Now that Snow City has produced a genius of Jiang Xuan's caliber, achieving a B grade result would not be surprising. Even if the city lord of Feishue did not send any talents for the next 100 years, no one would dare criticize him. Under the public eye, have you not considered that your disciple might lose? The city lord of Feishue frowned and asked, Lose? If he loses, that means he is not as skilled. If he can't even defeat a genius from a third-class prosperous city, what is he doing participating in the military city assessment? The city lord of Qian retorted angrily. Besides, what you discussed with Jiang Xuan about how to avoid harming my disciple is an insult. If my disciple is afraid of losing face in public and does not dare to fight, why would he go to the military city? How could he have the confidence to face the geniuses of the military city? Facing the military city assessment. The military city assessment is the real focus of the public. What brother, he said, makes sense? The city lord of Laxia agreed, nodding. Jiang Xuan was born in the territory of a third-class prosperous main city and was a member of a tribe with limited cultivation resources. The lord of Qian City glanced at Jiang Xuan and thought, even if he loses to my disciple, it's not embarrassing, so it's settled then. The lord of Qian City said, a public competition in Feishue City. As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow at the lord of Feishue City and said, Old Jiang, you're not afraid, are you? You were so arrogant before, but now that it's a public competition, why are you backing down? A very low-grade provocation tactic. All right, the lord of Feishue City could only agree. He didn't want to ruin the disciples of his two friends. However, he also came to realize that if Jiang Xuan was only slightly stronger than their disciples, winning would be a huge blow to the two young men. But if he was much stronger, several levels stronger, then that's a different story. They wouldn't be losing to a genius from a third-class prosperous main city, but rather to a rare prodigy known throughout the entire Beihong continent. When they truly learned about Jiang Xuan's strength and went to the military city to witness it, they would find that those military city-as talented individuals participating in the assessment were far inferior to Jiang Xuan, which would instead boost their confidence. Moreover, the public competition would have a huge benefit for Jiang Xuan. Bet? The lord of Feishue City looked at the lord of Luoxia City. Kulme. The lord of Luoxia City was very straightforward. What else do you want? The lord of Feishue City looked at Jiang Xuan. It's entirely up to the lord. Jiang Xuan said directly. Good. The lord of Feishue City looked at the lord of Luoxia City and said, Take out the Yunxi flying boat that I lost to you 230 years ago. I'll bet you an equivalent value of domain crystals. It's been over 200 years, and you still remember? The lord of Luoxia City smiled. Fine. Let us bet. I have a flying boat now. Jiang Xuan's lips moved, but in the end, he didn't speak. A flying boat is definitely not too many. That thing, even in the military city, should be hard currency. If it can't be used, it can be sold for money or resources. The lord of Feishue City seemed to have absolute confidence in Jiang Xuan, betting his own money, but it seemed that all winnings would go to Jiang Xuan. To the other two gods and demons, it appeared to be a bluff, as if Jiang Xuan would definitely win, but Jiang Xuan knew. It wasn't a bluff, he would definitely win. So why was the Lord of Feishua City doing this? He must have too much confidence in himself. Something's not right. The three gods and demons finalized many details of the competition, setting the competition date for 7 days later. Then, the Lord of Feishua City sent a message to Lei Hong asking, "Did Jiang Xuan achieve any shocking results upon his return?" "Yes," Lei Hong replied through sound transmission. The Lord of Feishua City sent a message to Jiang Xuan, Chen Yuan Shu, Lei Hong, and Liao Wei simultaneously, instructing them not to let the two city lords and their disciples know about Jiang Xuan's achievements after his return before the competition starts, to avoid them backing out. "Yes, my lord," the four responded simultaneously through sound transmission. Their expressions suddenly changed. The Lord of Feishua City is trying to set them up. It could be felt that these three gods and demons often made bets. The Lord of Feishua City had previously lost to the Lord of Luoxia City, and this time he wanted to win. Lei Hong was still a bit puzzled. He hadn't reported in detail to the Lord about Jiang Xuan's achievements upon his return yet, and the Lord directly asked about shocking results, then asked for confidentiality. Could the Lord have foreseen this? Or has someone else reported to the Lord? Moreover, Jiang Xuan's achievements relied on treasures, which were somewhat inflated. "You two, return to Feishua City and prepare for the public competition." The Lord of Feishua City looked at Lei Hong and Liao Wei, who spoke. One was the first inspector, and the other was the master of the Tongtian Pavilion. They could cooperate to handle this matter. Building a huge arena that could withstand the battle power of great heavenly tribulation realm without damage, while allowing thousands of spectators to watch closely without being affected, requires an unimaginable amount of diverse materials. Only the Tongtian Pavilion could transport enough materials in a short time, and collaborate with the official department to build it together. The cost would also be enormous, but according to past practices, generally, for such activities, spectators had to pay to enter, so there wouldn't be a profit-loss issue, and they might even make a big profit. After all, two first-class prosperous main cities are sending their top talents to publicly challenge the #1 talent of Feishua City. Jiang Xuan, who would want to watch? Lei Hong and Liao Wei accepted their orders and left. "Come here, I have something to say to you." As soon as the Lord of Feishua City finished speaking, he disappeared with Jiang Xuan from the courtyard. "TSK, sneaky," the Lord of Qian City said disdainfully, glancing at the Lord of Luoxia City. "I suspect that this old Jiang is probably going to teach Jiang Xuan some underhanded techniques. Even good people have to learn bad habits from him." Only Chen Yuan Shu was left to entertain the guests. The two gods and demons wouldn't make her feel intimidated. After inviting the two city lords to sit down, she called someone to change the tea and chatted for a while. The four learned that she was indeed Jiang Xuan's wife. Chen Yuan Shu and the Lord of Qian City and the Lord of Luoxia City had heard of her before. 18 years ago, Chen Yuan Shu's talent diminished. A potential candidate for the military city assessment was lost. The Lord of Feishua City had once lamented this matter to his two friends. At 30 years old, she was still in the middle heavenly tribulation realm. Even if she could successfully break through to the great heavenly tribulation realm this year, it would be difficult to enter the military city for cultivation, let alone the Jiajin Academy. The Lord of Luoxia City assessed the beautiful Chen Yuan Shu, who was not inferior to his disciple. Chen Yuan Shu had never mentioned that she wanted to go to Jiajin Academy. It was Jiang Xuan who had previously suggested that she could go without taking an exam. However, the Lord of Luoxia City said, with Jiang Xuan's strength, he might be able to be admitted to Yishui Academy, and then he could exchange for better resources for you to use. Borrowing cultivation formations, as long as he is willing to spend, it wouldn't be difficult. Chen Yuan Shu frowned slightly. If it affected her husband as cultivation, she would be unwilling. Not becoming a god or demon, doing so would only delay each other. The Lord of Qian City spoke frankly. Becoming a god or demon is not easy, even as a formal disciple of Yishui Academy. How many can ultimately become gods or demons? The Lord of Luoxia City sighed. When we became gods and demons back then, the resources were much more abundant than now. In today's situation, Even in Jiajin Academy, becoming a god or demon is extremely difficult. Yes, the fortune of the entire Beihong continent has been continuously depleting, making it increasingly difficult to become a god or demon. The Lord of Qian's city followed suit, lamenting that only disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace could steadily challenge the realm of gods and demons. At least they could summon the great heavenly tribulation of gods and demons. Guozai and Ji Yener were stunned when they heard their masters mention the Sun and Moon Divine Palace and exchanged glances. The Sun and Moon Divine Palace, the cradle of gods and demons. Those who can enter the Sun and Moon Divine Palace must be the top prodigies of the entire Beihong continent. Each of them shines like stars. Guozai had heard his master mention the Sun and Moon Divine Palace a long time ago, and he had once excitedly asked the Lord of Qian City if he would have the opportunity to enter the Sun and Moon Divine Palace in the future, only to be scolded by the Lord of Qian City to dispel unrealistic illusions and to focus on solid cultivation. That was the only time his master belittled his talent. He felt he was unworthy. The Lord of Qian City also told him a harsh truth. For thousands of years, among the more than 1,000 main cities in the entire Beihong continent, none have ever contributed even a single genius who could enter the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Not one. Local geniuses have no chance of entering the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Even if someone once met the assessment standards, they ultimately failed. The talents from the military city have already formed a monopoly on both the Jia and Yi academies. The Sun and Moon Divine Palace is naturally even more so. An absolute monopoly. The Sun and Moon Divine Palace has become a symbol of identity, representing that if you can withstand the great trials of gods and demons, your future achievements will be far beyond just a trial of gods and demons. As long as you do not fall, you will at least reach the realm of a sixth calamity king in gods and demons. Those born from the Sun and Moon Divine Palace are indeed stronger and more valued than those from the first and second tier academies. If one day a local genius truly becomes a disciple of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, it would likely cause a sensation throughout the northern Hangzhou, leaving a significant mark in the history books of northern Hangzhou. High above in the clouds, a luxurious flying ship with intricate carvings is quietly anchored. Inside the cabin sit the city lord of flying snow casually smiled at Jiang Xuan, breaking through to the Dao stage. Breaking through to the Dao stage. Ha. I knew that old man was lying to me. He didn't kill you at all. City lord, how do you know? Jiang Xuan asked cautiously. Swallowing that beast of yours was the guardian beast of the Black Pool Palace. The city lord of flying snow replied with a smile. Since you've returned alive, especially after 3 years, you must have been sent to the Black Pool Palace by him, obtained some kind of inheritance, and then came out. How can you be sure I'm at the Dao stage? Jiang Xuan asked again. I've been in charge of Flying Snow City for over 1,000 years, and have seen the information about the Black Pool Palace provided by the court, which only the successive city lords of Flying Snow can access. Therefore, my understanding of the Black Pool Palace is greater than that of other gods and demons. Although the court can only speculate about the various situations in the Black Pool Palace, there should still be a certain degree of accuracy. The court believes that the Black Pool Palace is more ancient than ordinary sect ruins, and its ancient inheritance requires at least reaching the Dao stage to obtain. The court also speculated based on some historical legends that there are likely powerful ancient immortals and demons suppressed beneath the Black Pool Palace. Jiang Xuan's heart raced, but he remained calm on the surface, choosing not to reveal to the city lord of flying snow that he had already encountered the lady of the celestial fox, as it would be meaningless and could lead to uncontrollable troubles. For example, the concern that he might be brainwashed by the lady of the celestial fox and unleash her after becoming a god and demon, ultimately leading to his death to eliminate future threats. The senior stone had already provided a solution, and Jiang Xuan could only rely on himself. The city lord of flying snow did not ask Jiang Xuan whether he had encountered the suppressed ancient immortals and demons, as theoretically, it was impossible. Jiang Xuan only obtained an ordinary inheritance, not the ultimate inheritance that controls the Black Pool Palace. City lord, do the gods and demons in the military city know about the Dao stage? Jiang Xuan asked again. Are you trying to disguise your calamity power to cultivate in the military city? The city lord of flying snow pointed it out. Jiang Xuan felt a bit embarrassed. He clearly underestimated the knowledge of gods and demons. No need to disguise. In the past 10,000 years, only 3 have reached the Dao stage in the entire northern Hangzhou. The city lord of flying snow looked directly at Jiang Xuan, unable to contain his growing smile. You are the 4th. You can directly go to the military city and enter the Sun and Moon Divine Palace for cultivation. Bang! After saying this, the city lord of flying snow slammed the table, suddenly stood up, and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! The Sun and Moon Divine Palace. I have produced a disciple of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace under my rule. Ha 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 ha! Jiang Xuan stood still like a statue, completely stunned. He was utterly bewildered. He could directly join the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Chapter 122. Help me kill someone. The lord of Feishua City laughed wildly, holding his waist for a while. When he noticed Jiang Xuan looking at him with a strange expression, he finally restrained his smug demeanor. He knew that Jiang Xuan clearly did not understand what it meant for a disciple of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace to emerge from a third-class prosperous main city. This was an extraordinary achievement. It was a historic miracle. If the lords of Qian City and Luoxia City found out, they would probably be green with envy. Drink tea. Drink tea. No need to be formal. The lord of Feishua City sat down and poured himself a cup of tea, gesturing for Jiang Xuan to feel free. Then he smiled and said, Jiang Xuan, you're not only the 4th person in the past 10,000 years to break through to the Dao phase in Beihongzhu, but you are also the only one who did not come from military city. Moreover, you will be the only disciple of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace sent from a local main city in 10,000 years. And you're also the youngest to break through to the Dao phase in 10,000 years. You are only 20 years old. Jiang Xuan was still a bit dazed. This was undoubtedly a huge surprise for him. If the Jiajin Academy was the dream of the talents in Beihongzhu, then the Sun and Moon Divine Palace was an unattainable illusion. It was the true temple of cultivation. However, Jiang Xuan still had many questions. My lord, Jiang Xuan pondered, I have just entered the Dao phase. My realm is only equivalent to the small heavenly tribulation realm. And Lord Lei Hong told me that the Sun and Moon Divine Palace only accepts those at the Great Heavenly Tribulation Realm. Moreover, even those at the Great Heavenly Tribulation Realm from Jiajin Academy, with solid foundations and comprehensive abilities, find it very difficult to enter the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. It is said that the number of disciples in the Sun and Moon Divine Palace is extremely small. Jiang Xuan was clear about where his advantage lay. A strand of divine, demonic power. This was his only advantage. In other aspects, he had shortcomings. He had just grasped the 5 elements of heaven and earth during his previous tribulation and had not delved deeply into cultivation. He only knew 2 techniques of the tribulation realm, and his skill level itself needed improvement. The Dao phase was too special. The lord of Feishua City summarized with a single sentence and continued, you must understand that the difference between ancient cultivation and current cultivation is very significant, especially in the way of becoming a divine demon. The Dao phase is part of the divine demon realm. That's right, Jiang Xuan responded. The lord of Feishua City continued, and you must understand that ancient cultivation required a very solid foundation in the innate realm. An accumulation of this foundation that is at least hundreds of times that of the current innate realm. Thus, their combat power could match that of the current tribulation realm. This means that ancient cultivators needed to cultivate for a longer time in the innate realm. An ancient innate cultivator needed to reach the breakthrough threshold by the age of 30 or even 35 to be considered a genius. Nowadays, if one does not reach the breakthrough threshold and smoothly enter the tribulation realm by the age of 20, they cannot be considered a genius capable of becoming a divine demon. The cultivation in the tribulation realm is much longer than that of the Dao phase. The Dao phase is just one realm. The 3 tribulations correspond to the early, middle, and late stages, while the tribulation realm has 3 stages. The 3 tribulations correspond to 3 realms. In fact, for cultivators today, compared to ancient cultivators with equal talent, not considering inner demons, unexpected accidents, or dying during tribulations, the time to become a divine demon is about the same. Assuming both become divine demons by 35, an ancient cultivator would enter the innate realm at 15, break through to the Tao phase at 30, and become a divine demon at 35. A modern cultivator would enter the innate realm at 10, enter the tribulation realm at 20, and become a divine demon at 35. Jiang Xuan began to understand. Both ancient and modern cultivators become divine demons at 35. But the cultivation process is different, or rather the phases of power accumulation are different. Ancient cultivation was more extreme, requiring the accumulation of parts of power that modern tribulation realm cultivators accumulate. This approach has significant drawbacks and many shortcomings, making the cultivation in the Tao phase extremely dangerous. In comparison, the current cultivation method is more reasonable. The Lord of Feishiwa City also mentioned this point. The division of realms is step by step, and predecessors have created the tribulation power, adding a safer transition between innate power and divine demon power, allowing cultivators to complete the accumulation of becoming a divine demon with lower risks. In fact, being in the Tao phase nowadays is not considered an advantage. It can even be said to be a disadvantage. The unreasonable division of realms makes it too dangerous to want to leap to the next level immediately after the innate realm. The Lord of Feishiwa City fixed his gaze on Jiang Xuan and suddenly changed his tone. But you are different. You are not a 30-year-old in the Tao phase. You are only 20. 20. What a prodigy. Your advantage established by a strand of divine demonic power. This makes your overall accumulation equivalent to the current great heavenly tribulation realm. Relying on this strand of divine demonic power, you will cultivate the various abilities of the current tribulation realm faster. Of course, the success is due to the divine demonic power, but the failure is also due to the divine demonic power. The faster you cultivate in the Tao phase, the more terrifying the heavenly tribulation will be. Before facing the great divine demon tribulation, you still have 2 heavenly tribulations to overcome, and there is a significant risk of falling with each one. I understand. Jiang Xuan nodded. He also poured himself a cup of tea, picked it up but did not drink, contemplating before setting the cup down. My lord. Jiang Xuan looked at the Lord of Feishiwa City. In my situation, will the military city accept me? And even into the Sun and Moon Divine Palace? Why wouldn't they accept you? The Lord of Feishiwa City explained. With the strength of the Tao phase, even the assessment of the Jiajin Academy would be easily passed. Moreover, your strength would crush your peers in the Jiajin Academy. The 4 major academies, whether in testing or in their training methods, have various stage assessments, which are meaningless to the Tao phase. You can rely on a strand of divine demonic power to run rampant. Only the Sun and Moon Divine Palace can accept someone in the Tao phase. Historically, every appearance of a Tao phase has caused great controversy among the divine demons of the military city, with discussions on whether to cultivate them. The outcome of the discussions has always been 1 assessment and 2 direct entries into the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. A cultivator capable of reaching the Tao phase must have entered some ancient relic and has extraordinary talent. Not just a prodigy, but unique prodigy. How could the court not cultivate such a special genius once they know? However, the Lord of Feishiwa City paused suddenly at this point. However what? Jiang Xuan asked. However, the 3 Tao phase cultivators before you all failed to become divine demons and died in the 3 great tribulations of the Tao phase. And they did not even touch the great divine demon tribulation. The Lord of Feishiwa City continued. But you need not be discouraged. Beihongzhou is relatively backward. I have heard that in other continents, there are Tao phase cultivators who have successfully become divine demons. Create history, right? Only by creating history can one become a divine demon. Jiang Xuan was very clear about how difficult the path of the Tao phase was, especially in the absence of many ancient resources. However, the senior Qishur had already imparted modified cultivation techniques to him, which could slightly reduce the dangers of his Tao phase cultivation. You are only 20 years old. The Lord of Feishiwa City sighed again. You have more than enough time to accumulate more in the Tao phase. There is no need to rush to cross the tribulation. Even the current disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace often reach the great heavenly tribulation realm before 25. But many will delay until 30 or even 35 to undergo tribulation. Some even delay until 50. Oh, Jiang Xuan was somewhat puzzled. 50? Can one still become a divine demon then? Normally, if one has not become a divine demon by 50, there is definitely no chance. And even surpassing 40 is not feasible. The Lord of Feishues City explained. But the disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace are not unable to undergo the great divine demon tribulation before 35. Rather, they deliberately delay. They complete the accumulation of the tribulation realm and intentionally leave a gap that can be practiced at any time, so as not to summon the great divine demon tribulation. And then, they cultivate some means that only divine demons can master in advance. Forcibly mastering even just 1,000th of the true essence of gods and demons can greatly increase the success rate of dealing with the calamity of gods and demons. Jiang Xuan understood again. The prodigies from the 4 academies of the military city, their talent is insufficient. If they cannot summon the calamity of gods and demons by the age of 50, they will have no chance at all. But the disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace have too much talent, yet they fear dying in the calamity of gods and demons. Therefore, they forcibly suppress their realm. They do not summon the tribulation even when they can. They continue to accumulate. They might even delay until their physical condition declines before facing the tribulation. They are already just one step away. Once they become gods and demons, lifespan will no longer be an issue, so the deliberately delayed 10 to 20 years will not be a problem and will not affect their subsequent cultivation at all. The domain? Jiang Xuan suddenly mentioned. Yes, the domain itself is a method of gods and demons and is also a method of cultivation in the current system. One of the earliest discovered methods of forcibly cultivating in advance, which has long been spread and popularized throughout the world. Therefore, even if one is not a disciple of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, they can master it, but the level of mastery varies. Said the Lord of Feishues City. Jiang Xuan nodded. He knew about the domain. Lei Hong is an existence that has mastered the domain. Lu Kong is also, but his domain should be far weaker than Lei Hong's, and when he fought with Jiang Xuan back then, he was too severely injured to use his domain. Clearly, using the domain in the tribulation realm is a forced trick that requires an excellent physical condition. In addition to the domain, there are also methods to refine the physical body in advance using resources, allowing it to exhibit some properties of a god and demon body, and most importantly, the intention of cultivation, bringing it infinitely close to the true meaning that only gods and demons can master. The Lord of Feishues City looked at Jiang Xuan. Your skill foundation is very profound. You have already transcended skill, and there's a chance to return to simplicity before becoming a god or demon. But this is the foundation, not an upward advancement. The 3 major realms of innate skills, unity of man and sword, the might of heaven and man, and the divine might of heaven and earth. In fact, the divine might of heaven and earth has already transcended the realm of skills. It is because cultivators are too weak that they need to rely on the power of skills to comprehend and grasp a thread of the power of heaven and earth. The might of heaven and man allows cultivators to forcibly draw upon the power of heaven and earth through skills, opening the door to experiencing the heavens and earth. The divine might of heaven and earth is the true entry point to mastering the power of heaven and earth. This direction of cultivation is upward. The 5 elements of heaven and earth and the domain are all about the cultivation of the power of heaven and earth, not the cultivation of skills themselves. The subsequent cultivation of the skill realm itself is intention. You are cultivating the sword, so you must condense sword intention. This is very difficult. The vast majority of so-called top-tier tribulation realm cultivators find it hard to grasp intention. Above intention is the true intention. Only gods and demons can master it. And true intention is not just skills. It is the fusion of intention with some kind of heavenly and earthly power, returning to oneself. For example, I mastered the true intention of a swift wind. The Lord of Feishues City said this, and suddenly laughed. That old fellow, the Lord of Qian City, has a fragment of a true intention of earth fire steely. This thing is of little significance to gods and demons, as they already have their own paths to walk. but for Tribulation Realm cultivators, it is a treasure for comprehending intention and gaining insight into true intention in advance. Gods and demons need to carve the true intention steel for at least several hundred years continuously. Very few gods and demons would do this, and its value is immeasurable. Many god and demon families want to buy it from that old man to cultivate their family geniuses, but he has never sold it. That fragment of the true intention steel was created by the god and demon Hao, Yan Junhu, fell 1,000 years ago. He was also a sword cultivator and was a 3 tribulation god and demon when he fell. Since he was also a sword cultivator, that steel can be said to be particularly suitable for you. Of course, in the future, you only need to grasp the secret of condensing true intention within it. As for what kind of true intention you cultivate in the future, you can consider for yourself and find the one that suits you best, rather than being limited to the true intention of earth fire. The Lord of Feishua City had already thought this through for Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan's current advantage in cultivation, aside from the power of gods and demons, is that his skill foundation is particularly solid. So if he cultivates some methods of gods and demons in advance in the future, the first thing to cultivate should be skills toward true intention cultivation. If he can win a fragment of the true intention steel from the Lord of Qian City, it will greatly assist Jiang Xuan's future skill cultivation. Thank you, Lord City Master. Jiang Xuan understood the thoughts of the Lord of Feishua City and stood up to express his gratitude. No need, no need. The Lord of Feishua City waved his hand, looking at him with a sigh. Although you were born under my rule, you are not cultivated by me. I Haven Tea helped you in your growth, yet you have brought me such tremendous merit. When I send you to the military city, those old guys in the military city will be envious of me. Ha ha ha. After the Lord of Feishua City laughed, he continued, the Sun and Moon Divine Palace currently has only 23 disciples. Although you have significant shortcomings compared to them, relying on a thread of the power of gods and demons, directly ranking among the top 10 of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace is not out of the question. Top 10? Jiang Xuan was taken aback. A thread of the power of gods and demons still cannot suppress? He is not forcibly using the methods of gods and demons. He genuinely possesses the power of gods and demons, even if it is just a thread. Don't underestimate the disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace too much. The Lord of Feishua City smiled. The Breaking Tao stage is indeed powerful, far beyond the Tribulation Realm. But the disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace have already surpassed the normal scope of the Tribulation Realm. They are all special. If they weren't special, how would they differ from those geniuses in the Golden Armor Academy who could become gods and demons? Since you are going to the Sun and Moon Divine Palace in the future, let me tell you how terrifying the top 10 of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace are, the Lord of Feishua City said. Jiang Xuan's spirit was shaken, and he listened attentively. Ranked first, Yu Xingqing, mastering a 36 Zhang domain, touching the threshold of true intention of ice scars. His physical body has already refined the rebirth characteristic. Even if his body turns into blood mist, he can instantly recover. Ranked second, Luo Zhan, whose physical body has refined the indestructible characteristic, is stronger than Yu Xingqing in this aspect. But in terms of domain and true intention, he is inferior. Ranked third, Do Xiaoxian, touching the threshold of true intention of water. The strength of true intention cannot purely be classified by combat power, as some true intentions are better at control or defense. And there can be countless types of true intention. You can even create new true intentions. However, the currently known true intentions can be categorized into ordinary true intentions, fusion true intentions, and the 10 major inherited true intentions. Do Xiaoxian's true intention of water is a kind of fusion true intention, which itself has some characteristics of true intention of ice scars and can unilaterally restrain it. However, Do Xiaoxian is only strong in true intention. In terms of overall strength, he is not a match for the top-ranked Yu Xingqing and cannot break Luo Zhan's physical defense. So he can only rank third. When Jiang Xuan heard this, he suddenly asked, Lord, then your true intention of the swift wind belongs to. The true intention of the swift wind, as well as that steel's true intention of earth fire, are both ordinary true intentions, the Lord of Feishua City replied. The true intention of mountain power of the Lord of Qian City and the true intention of withered wood of the Lord of Luoxia City are also ordinary true intentions. The Lord of Feishua City reminded, although fusion true intentions are strong, you must understand that too much leads to indigestion. The more complex the true intention, the harder it is to comprehend, and the easier it is to encounter bottlenecks. Moreover, fusion true intentions are not necessarily stronger than ordinary true intentions. It also depends on the category. For example, while the true intention of water can restrain the true intention of ice scars, if it faces the true intention of earth fire, even if it is a fusion true intention, it would only mutually restrain the true intention of earth fire. In terms of offensive combat power, it may not even compare to the true intention of earth fire. The top 10 disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. 9 of them have comprehended ordinary true meanings, and Dou Xiaoxian is the only one who has comprehended the fusion true meaning, which is related to her family heritage. So, Jiang Xuan dragged out a long tone and asked, what about the 10 inherited true meanings? Is there no one cultivating them? It's not that no one is cultivating them, but that they cannot. The Lord of Feishua said, you must understand. Comprehending true meanings in advance is to cope with the calamity of gods and demons. Cultivating true meanings is fundamentally the business of gods and demons. Being able to forcibly comprehend ordinary true meanings is already the limit, and Dou Xiener being able to comprehend the fusion true meaning in advance is an exception. The calamity realm fundamentally cannot comprehend the 10 inherited true meanings. Jiang Xuan said, right? The Lord of Feishua nodded and continued. The 4th-ranked Qi Kongshi has touched the threshold of willow with true meaning. The 5th-ranked Pang Lin has mastered a 32 zhang domain. The 6th-ranked Huyin Shua is from a noble family directly under the military city and is also the largest noble family in Beihongzhou, having mastered the physical rebirth characteristic. The 7th-ranked Lian Rui has mastered a 30 zhang domain. The 8th-ranked Yang Fian has touched the threshold of drizzle true meaning. The 9th-ranked Yun Bin has touched the threshold of ancient Sephora true meaning. The 10th-ranked Zhu Xinghan also possesses the physical rebirth characteristic. The Lord of Feishua paused here, took a sip of tea, and then continued. Among these top 10 in the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. In fact, except for the top 3 positions that do not change, the positions of those behind are not absolute. The results of internal competitions are different each time. Some may even drop out of the top 10 and be replaced by others. Their strengths are very close. Their domains, physical bodies, and comprehension of true meanings have all reached very high levels. For example, the 5th-ranked Pang Lin not only has a 32 zhang domain, but his physical body has also reached the point of being unkillable even if it is dismembered. He can still recover, and the floating fire true meaning he has been comprehending is also close to touching the threshold. Their strengths should not be underestimated. A wisp of your divine and demonic power may not be able to directly penetrate their domains, let alone the significant gaps in other aspects. The Lord of Feishua looked at Jiang Xuan and smiled. However, they also do not dare to underestimate you. The threat of divine and demonic power makes them cautious. And besides, you are young. Currently, among these 10 people, the oldest is Yang Fian, who is already 43 years old, while the youngest is the 7th-ranked Lian Rui, who is only 29 years old. 29? Jiang Xuan was somewhat astonished. This is not the ordinary top-tier calamity realm, but an existence that has completed calamity realm cultivation and has some mastery over divine and demonic abilities. A 30 zhang domain. Lei Hong's domain is only 3 zhang, right? Can he summon the calamity of gods and demons at any moment? Jiang Xuan asked. Can one become a god or demon before 30, right? As long as he fills in the deliberately left cultivation gaps, he can summon the calamity of gods and demons. The Lord of Feishua said, but he will not do that. He will continue to accumulate. Although the more he accumulates, the stronger the calamity of gods and demons will be. Having more comprehensive means combined together will better cope with the calamity of gods and demons. I have experienced it. I understand. Jiang Xuan nodded. He attracted a terrifying heavenly calamity due to a wisp of divine and demonic power. But it was also because of the divine and demonic power that he could prevent his body from shattering. The wonders of divine and demonic power kept him in a marvelous state of continuous injury and recovery during the tribulation. You seem to know a lot about the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Jiang Xuan asked. I can't say I know everything, but those geniuses. The Lord of Fei Xue smiled. Every time a new disciple appears in the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, it attracts the attention of all gods and demons in Beihongzhu. Moreover, disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace have the right to request guidance from gods and demons outside the palace for their cultivation, as long as both parties agree. Disciples of the Divine Palace enjoy the best resources for cultivation. These resources refer not only to crystals or formations, but also to guidance from gods and demons. For gods and demons, their cultivation situations are not considered secrets. Although I rarely go to the military city, I still have some old friends who work there. My lord, Jiang Xuan suddenly thought of something and boldly asked, your age? Almost 4,400 years old. The Lord of Fei Xue smiled. Goodness, older than Jiang Xuan imagined. Jiang Xuan only knew that he had been the Lord of Fei Xue City for over 1,000 years. He was unclear about where he served before or if he fought enemies on the battlefield outside the domain. By the way, my lord, there is one thing. I killed that inspector named Lu Jianxi with one strike. Jiang Xuan mentioned. Oh, the Lord of Fei Xue raised an eyebrow. Tell me more. Jiang Xuan recounted the situation. He is lucky to be alive. The Lord of Fei Xue grinned. He comes from a very powerful divine and demonic family. After making a mistake, he was sent to Beihongzhu, where his family's power is very limited. He does have an uncle named Lu Huaqian, who, like me, is a three-tribulation god and demon, transferred to Beihongzhu over 400 years ago and is one of the defensive gods and demons of the military city, with some power. But it does not affect me. You don't need to worry about this. If there is trouble, I will help you block it. The Lord of Fei Xue said. Then, Lu Jianxi's flying boat. Jiang Xuan tentatively asked. It's yours. The Lord of Fei Xue smiled. He attacked first. That is your trophy. He said it lightly, as if that matter was already settled. The lords of local main cities are all held by distinguished gods and demons who have made great achievements. Only after killing enough enemies on the battlefield outside the domain and accumulating enough merit can we step back and take on the role of city lord, no longer needing to charge into battle. The Lord of Fei Xue said with a smile, while drinking tea, our status is much higher than what you young man currently guesses. Then I will trouble you, my lord. Jiang Xuan said. The implication of the Lord of Fei Xue was that he did not take Lu Huaqian, who served in the military city, seriously at all. An ancient god and demon approaching 4,400 years old. His background and connections in Beihongzhu are clearly not something Lu Huaqian can compare to. The two chatted over tea. Jiang Xuan asked the Lord of Fei Xue about many situations in the military city, and the Lord of Fei Xue answered one by one. Before they knew it, it was already dark outside. After finishing this cup of tea, we will go back. After dinner, I will take my two close friends back to Fei Xue City. The Lord of Fei Xue smiled. I think by the time we return, Lei Hong should have arranged everything, mainly concerning some people in the city lord's mansion. They won't know about your achievements after your return. We must ensure the competition goes as scheduled. He is trying to set a trap. Although he speaks of close friends, he is worried that those two gods and demons will deduce Jiang Xuan's breakthrough to the Dao breakthrough stage from his achievements after returning, thus causing the disciples to back down. And that bet would not count. It must be a relationship good enough to a certain extent for the Lord of Fei Xue to dare to do this. Jiang Xuan even suspected that he had previously been tricked by those two. My lord, since you mentioned the competition, Jiang Xuan looked at the Lord of Fei Xue. With my strength against them, there is no suspense. When the time comes, with everyone watching, will they? The Lord of Fei Xue waved his hand, not letting Jiang Xuan finish. He understood what Jiang Xuan meant. At that time, you won't need to take action at all. The Lord of Fei Xue said. You just need to reveal the aura of divine and demonic power, and they will naturally concede. If they are unwilling to concede directly, those two old guys will urge them to admit defeat through voice transmission. If that's the case, why prepare for a public competition? This is beneficial for you. It can be used to create momentum for you. Let them publicly concede to you. The more sensational, the better. I mentioned before that the Sun and Moon Divine Palace has always been controversial regarding the Broken Dao stage. It's best for you to establish your reputation first. The greater your fame, the fewer controversial voices there will be. After all, the Broken Tao stage hasn't appeared for thousands of years. This competition will be your first public appearance as a cultivator at the Broken Tao stage. Given the personality of Lord Qian in the coming days, he might even invite various gods and demons to bring their disciples to Feishuo City to participate in the competition. He wants to make a big deal out of it. So let him. The greater your fame, the fewer setbacks you will face when joining the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Have you heard? Lord Qian's direct disciple is publicly challenging Jiang Xuan. Qian City is a first-rate prosperous capital, while our Feishuo City is merely a third-rate one. Lord Luoxia has also brought his disciples to challenge Jiang Xuan. 3 days later, under the promotion of Tongtian Pavilion, news of the competition has spread throughout the 100,000 miles under Feishuo City, and discussions about it have been particularly heated. Notable figures from various places are rushing to Feishuo City, including some noble families bringing their talented individuals, eager to witness the grand event. The day after Lord Qian returned to the city lord's mansion with the lord of Feishuo City, he used a communication treasure to contact various city lords of gods and demons, urging them to bring their direct disciples or top talents to participate in the competition. In a hidden courtyard in Feishuo City, an old man with a hooked nose named Lu Gong anxiously paced back and forth in the room, occasionally glancing at the crystal compass on the table. He was the old steward serving Lu Jinshi. When Lu Jinshi was sent to Beihongzhou, he brought only a few people, and Lu Gong was one of them. Lu Jinshi was nearly killed by Jiang Xuan and was teleported away. The steward Lu Gong had no ability to rush to the military city and could only wait in Feishuo City. He knew that Lu Jinshi was unpopular and feared that other inspectors would target him, so he could only hide for now. The crystal compass he possessed was a very advanced communication treasure, given to him because he was by Lu Jinshi's side. Using this compass, he could directly contact the military city. He had tried, but received no response. It's been several days now. Could it be that Lu Jinshi was sent back and didn't survive? If Lu Jinshi is dead, he doesn't know whether Jiang Xuan is dead or not. But he definitely will die. Buzz. The compass suddenly vibrated. Lu Gong was startled and hurried over, standing respectfully in front of the compass. A light curtain lit up on the compass, showing a middle-aged man with bloodshot eyes, looking somewhat fatigued, as if he had undergone tremendous exhaustion. This man was none other than the three-tribulation god and demon Lu Huaqian. "My lord," Lu Gong said excitedly, "is the young master safe?" Lu Huaqian's voice was hoarse. Then he became furious. Who did it? A dignified god and demon actually did such a ruthless thing to a mortal. "It's not a god and demon," Lu Gong said, somewhat confused. "It's a young genius from Feishuo City named Jiang Xuan. It can't be him." Chier also said it was him, but he was clearly injured by divine and demonic power, and after reshaping his body, the divine and demonic power was still damaging him. "I spent a lot of effort to remove the divine and demonic power from his body. It couldn't possibly be the work of a tribulation realm," Lu Huaqian said. "Mortals are too fragile. That divine and demonic power would be easy for Lu Huaqian to erase. But Lu Jinshi is not a god or demon. He couldn't bear the cost of erasing it directly. But it is him." Lu Gong was even more confused. Although the old servant was not present at the time, many inspectors were there, as well as members of the Wei family. "It was Jiang Xuan who killed the young master with one strike. I have inquired, and Jiang Xuan disappeared for 3 years, returned after being sent to the Heightened Palace, obtained a small inheritance before coming out, and even brought back many cultivators trapped in the Heightened Palace. I also found out that those cultivators said that after Jiang Xuan brought them out of the Heightened Palace and completed the tribulation, he encountered a powerful monster that had caused havoc for 1,000 years, whose battle power was comparable to top tribulation realms, yet he killed it with one strike." Heightened Palace? The relic of an ancient sect? Lu Huaqian squinted and pondered, suddenly widening his eyes and exclaiming, "The Broken Tao stage." Lu Gong was momentarily bewildered. He didn't know what the Broken Tao stage was. The Broken Tao stage has appeared again in Beihongzhou. Lu Huaqian was surprised. Then his expression changed rapidly as he thought for a while before asking, "Has the Lord of Feishuo City returned?" "He has." Moreover, Lu Gong took a deep breath and explained that the lords of Feishuo City, Qian City, and Luoxia City were all in Feishuo City. as well as the matter of the 3 young geniuses competing. The Tontian Pavilion has also released news, and there may be other city lords of gods and demons bringing young geniuses to participate, but Lu Gong didn't know specifically who would come. A competition? Lu Huaqian felt it was very strange. What is there to compete between the Broken Tao stage and ordinary Tribulation Realm geniuses? Even if the military city geniuses went, the Broken Tao stage could easily kill them with one strike. Do the other city lords not know that Jiang Xuan is at the Broken Tao stage? The Lord of Feishua City wants to create momentum for Jiang Xuan. Lu Huaqian narrowed his eyes and thought, a third-rate prosperous capital producing a Broken Tao stage. The Lord of Feishua City probably treats him like a beloved son. The Lu family is extremely powerful, but they're not a local god and demon family in Beihongzhou. Lu Huaqian is relatively weak in Beihongzhou. He knows very well that he cannot compete with an existence like the Lord of Feishua City. A dignified 3 tribulation god and demon cannot lower himself to ambush a mortal junior. That would only lead to ridicule and create a deadly feud with the Lord of Feishua City. Even if Jiang Xuan is not at the Broken Tao stage, Lu Huaqian understands how protective a local city lord can be towards the geniuses under his command. All those old fellows coming back from the outer battlefield are quite arrogant and stubborn. They almost killed my nephew. If I don't care, I will also become a laughingstock. Gods and demons are hard to give birth to. Although my brother's youngest son is not promising, he is still my brother's flesh and blood. Even for serious crimes, my brother still protects him. The family has already given up on him. So my brother can only let him come to my side for me to take care of him. How can I let him suffer such humiliation? This Jiang Xuan really deserves to die. So what if he's at the Broken Tao stage? Lu Huaqian thought with a fluctuating expression. Suddenly his lips twitched, and he asked Lu Gong, when does the competition start? In 4 days. Lu Gong replied, that's enough time. Lu Huaqian's face revealed a sinister smile, saying, isn't it to establish a reputation? If someone challenges him publicly, I want to see if he dares to accept. Buzz. The compass vibrated, and the light curtain disappeared. In Beihongzhou, the military city, deep within the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, there's a magnificent group of palaces, where luxurious palaces are enveloped in divine light. On the polished floor of the palace, there is a giant character 7, which is the formation of the 7th palace of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. It serves as both a residence and a large cultivation formation. Only disciples ranked 7th in the Sun and Moon Divine Palace can reside and cultivate here. A handsome young man, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, suddenly frowned and opened his eyes. A streak of light flew into the palace, landing perfectly in Lien Rue's hand, transforming into a jade talisman. Lien Rue held the jade talisman in his hand, accessing the information within, and his brows relaxed slightly. Lord Lu Huaqian is looking for me? An urgent matter? Lien Rue was somewhat puzzled. He had consulted Lu Huaqian a few times, and they had some acquaintance, but their relationship was not deep. Moreover, in a place like the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, even gods and demons cannot freely enter. It is not only a place for cultivating gods and demons, but also holds many secrets. Please let Lord Lu Huaqian in. Lien Rue called out loudly to the outside. Yes, master. The puppet servant outside the main hall received the order and turned into a shadow, disappearing. Soon, Lu Huaqian appeared out of thin air inside the palace. What do you need from me, my lord? Lien Rue stood up and asked, his brow slightly furrowed. He disliked being disturbed during his training, and if he hadn't known Lien Rue for a long time, he wouldn't have let anyone in. Help me kill someone, Lu Huaqian said directly, looking at him. Chapter 123. Trying the weight of the Breaking Path stage? Killing? Lien Rue frowned directly. He was a disciple of the Sun Moon Divine Palace, one of the top prodigies in northern Hangzhou, and came from a very prominent divine demon family with 5 divine demons in his lineage. He was almost certain that within 10 years, he would smoothly pass the tribulation and become the 6th divine demon of the Lien family. With such a status, Lu Huaqian actually came to ask him to help kill someone, to do such a dirty deed for him. Lord Lu, Lien Rue's voice turned colder. You are a 3 tribulation divine demon. If you want to kill someone, why bother asking me to do it? The rules of the Sun Moon Divine Palace are strict. As long as I am not a divine demon, I cannot be lax. For such mundane matters, I suggest you seek someone more capable. Lien Rui's words were sharp. He didn't even ask who Lu Huaqian wanted to kill. He was indifferent and uninterested. A foreign, three-tribulation divine demon working in the military city. With numerous divine demon families and factions in the military city, Lu Huaqian had been there for hundreds of years, had connections and also enemies. Whether he wanted to eliminate someone inconveniently or had some complex reasons, Lien Rui didn't even want to hear about it. He came from a distinguished family, held a noble status, and was solely focused on pursuing the realm of divine demons. He had no desire to participate in such trivial matters. Lu Huaqian didn't mind Lien Rui's attitude. Most disciples of the Sun Moon Divine Palace had this arrogant demeanor of ignoring mundane affairs. Apart from cultivation and internal competition within the Sun Moon Divine Palace, it was hard to arouse their interest in other matters. They truly had the capital to be arrogant. The tribulation of summoning divine demons posed no difficulty for the disciples of the Divine Palace. Although undergoing the tribulation was challenging, as long as one didn't rush to become a divine demon and accumulated a few more years without developing a heart demon, failing the tribulation would be strange. And once one became a divine demon, disciples of the Divine Palace would at least have the potential to be 6 tribulation divine demons. No divine demon from the 4 major academies could compare. Young Master Lien, I have a nephew, the apple of my elder brother's eye, who was nearly killed by a genius from the Flying Snow City. The Lord of Flying Snow City disregards the law of the country and intends to protect the murderer. Lu Huaqian briefly explained the conflict. I'm not interested, Lien Rui said coldly. Does Lord Lu have any other matters? His attitude was clearly dismissive. That person is at the breaking path stage. His name is Jiang Xuan. Lu Huaqian forced himself to continue, emphasizing the point. Oh, Lien Rui's interest was indeed piqued. Even a bit surprised. The legendary breaking path stage? The last appearance was over 5,000 years ago, right? Ancient ruins have become increasingly rare over time. Some have been discovered, while others have naturally decayed. The ancient sect ruins that have not been discovered are even fewer. So the emergence of the breaking path stage has become increasingly rare with time. Over the past 10,000 years, only 3 have appeared. This is the 4th. Lu Huaqian said, does he possess a thread of divine demon power? Lien Rui hurriedly asked. Naturally, Lu Huaqian replied, his face filled with anger. If it weren't for the divine demon treasure bestowed by our family to protect him, he would have been killed by that person at the time. When he was transported to the military city, the divine demon power was still continuously destroying his body. I have expended a lot these past few days just to save my nephew's life. A divine demon treasure barely saved his life? Lien Rui's eyes sparkled. The breaking path stage had not appeared for too long. For him, it was also a legendary account recorded in the texts. The breaking path stage was described as a terrifying existence capable of suppressing the tribulation realm. Currently, the Lord of Flying Snow City is plotting to promote Jiang Xuan to fame so that he can smoothly join the Sun Moon Divine Palace, Lu Huaqian added. This made Lien Rui frown. The breaking path stage is coming to the Sun Moon Divine Palace to cultivate? Isn't that a waste of court resources? He had seen in the text that the 3 breaking path stage individuals in history had all perished during their time in the Sun Moon Divine Palace, and the costs of their cultivation were extremely high. Whether to support the breaking path stage's cultivation had been a huge controversy at that time. Now that the cultivation system had become increasingly perfect, the emergence of another breaking path stage would likely bring even greater controversy. Young Master Lien, Lu Huaqian continued. The cultivation resources of the Sun Moon Divine Palace are allocated by the court every year, and the overall amount is limited. Your internal competition for ranking is also to enjoy better and more resources. There are not many disciples in the Divine Palace. If a normal prodigy joins the Sun Moon Divine Palace, it won't have much impact, but the breaking path stage will likely occupy a large portion of the resources. That statement wasn't entirely accurate, but the meaning was conveyed. So you want me to kill him? To take revenge for your nephew? To challenge him under the guise of preventing him from joining the Sun Moon Divine Palace? Lien Rui squinted at him, not liking the feeling of being used. If you can avenge my nephew, our Lu family will surely reward you handsomely. That's just one reason, Lu Huaqian said earnestly. The second reason is that the emergence of the breaking path stage will undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout northern Hangzhou. All divine demons will pay attention, leading to a lot of commotion. If you, young Master Lien, can kill or defeat him, it will greatly enhance your reputation. Just empty fame, Lien Rui said, hands behind his back, seemingly unconcerned about this point, but his gaze flickered in contemplation. The text recorded that the breaking path stage could completely overpower the tribulation realm, even being referred to as half-divine demon. If he could truly defeat him, it would indeed bring immense fame. It would also prove that the breaking path stage was not worth cultivating. More resource consumption, extremely high risk of falling, and being defeated by a peak tribulation realm. What advantage would there be left? The third reason, Lu Huaqian continued, as far as I know, over 5,000 years ago. That breaking path stage individual faced opposition from many divine demons before joining the Sun-Moon Divine Palace, including your Lien family's ancestor. Lien Rui was momentarily taken aback. He didn't know about this. He had been diligently cultivating until now, spending most of his time in training, and apart from the must-read texts, he hardly read miscellaneous books. In some historical situations, he was actually less informed than Lu Huaqian, an outsider. The ancestor of the Lien family at that time was still the current ancestor of the Lien family. He was a terrifying Sixth Tribulation King realm divine demon, and the Lien family rose to prominence under his leadership. The ancestor didn't like the breaking path stage. Lien Rui thought. The fourth, he possesses divine demon power, but he is definitely not your opponent, young Master Lien. Lu Huaqian looked at Lien Rui. If you engage with him, there is no risk, and you can gain early insights into the mysteries of divine demon power, which will greatly benefit your cultivation. The hall fell into silence. After Lu Huaqian finished his reasoning, he no longer urged or tempted. He had come to find Lien Rui not to concoct any schemes, nor could there be any hint of a plot. He just needed to provide enough reasons for Lien Rui to straightforwardly take action against Jiang Xuan and persuade him. The decision was entirely in Lien Rui's hands. Lien Rui pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Flying Snow City? He looked at Lu Huaqian. The distance from Flying Snow City to the military city was quite far. At his flying boat speed, it might take half a month to reach, which means a round trip would take a month. He was ultimately not a divine demon. Even though the flying boat provided by his family was excellent, he couldn't fully unleash its speed. Yes, Flying Snow City. Lu Huaqian quickly said when he saw Lien Rui interested. We can use the teleportation array to go to the nearest first-class prosperous main city to Flying Snow City, and then take my flying boat to reach within 2 days. Not all first-class prosperous main cities have teleportation arrays. Moreover, the teleportation arrays are only opened once a month. If local geniuses want to go to the military city for assessments, unless they're taken by a divine demon, they need to first reach a main city with flying transport beasts, take the flying transport beasts, then arrive at a main city with a teleportation array. Once the day the teleportation array opens arrives, they can directly teleport to the military city. And if others want to use the teleportation array outside of the regular schedule, there are no restrictions on other aspects, but they must pay for it, covering all the resources consumed to activate the teleportation array. The farther the transmission distance, the greater the cost. That would be a price that even gods and demons would feel the pinch. Lu Huaqian was also determined. This matter concerning his nephew was not just about his own face, but he could not let his elder brother down. At this moment, he had not yet reported to the Lu family, waiting to deal with Jiang Xuan before discussing it. All right, then I will go. Lien Rui agreed, then proudly said, this broken Dao stage is not my match. Defeating him is easy, but if the Lord of Feishua wants to protect him, it won't be difficult to save his life. Lien Rui did not want to offend a god or demon veteran like the Lord of Feishua for Lu Huaqian's sake. Completely defeating him is one thing, but killing him is another. A heavy defeat is enough. Lu Huaqian quickly said, we can only take a step back. My nephew is not dead, and if young Master Lien defeats him and cuts off his path of cultivation, it will be a great thing for the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. When do we depart? Lien Rui asked. The sooner, the better, Lu Huaqian replied. Wait for me, Lien Rui said as he vanished from the Great Hall. In the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, Sun and Moon Square. Lien Rue appeared out of thin air and used an internal token to send a message in all directions. I have important matters to attend to and will be going to Feishua City. I will not participate in this month's competition. There were only 3 days left until this month's competition. Don't go. A burly man with fiery red hair appeared out of nowhere. Zhu Xinghan, ranked 10th, looked at Lien Rue with a grin full of fighting spirit. I want to seize your 7th palace array this month. You think you can run? What kind of important matter could make you leave the Sun and Moon Divine Palace? A mist appeared, and a charming figure emerged from it. Dou Xiaoxian, ranked 3rd, spoke in a soft and lazy voice, causing the entire square to become a bit damp from a mist she brought. Feishua City is so remote. What does it have to do with you? A robust figure with an exotic appearance, Huyin Shua, stepped in on flames and said in a deep voice. One by one, figures appeared, each arriving in different ways. And soon more than 10 people had gathered. The entire Sun and Moon Divine Palace had only about 20 disciples, and half of them had arrived. It wasn't that they were idle, but disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace often went out on missions, even missing competitions, which was extremely rare. Lien Rue was one of the 10 youngest, and the elders and instructors had high hopes for him. He had never been negligent. Don't go. I want to challenge you in this month's competition, said a lean young man squatting on the ground, appearing unremarkable. But the space behind him twisted continuously due to the faint aura he emitted. If this scene were seen by the peak tribulation realm outside, it would surely drop their jaws. Ho Tian, ranked 11th in the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, has touched the threshold of the Dark Void True Intent. The Dark Void True Intent, though an ordinary True Intent, is known for its cunning. Its attack power is extremely strong. And in terms of the intensity of True Intent combat power, it ranks among the top 3 in the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Ho Tian was originally one of the top 10 disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, but due to long periods of seclusion, he missed many competitions and fell to 11th place. Just you? Lien Rue sneered at Ho Tian. Wait until you can break my domain before talking about challenging me. Aside from the top 3, Lien Rue did not take anyone else in the Sun and Moon Divine Palace seriously. A broken Dao stage has emerged from Feishua City, aiming to enter the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Lien Rue said proudly, I plan to go meet him. They say the broken Dao stage can suppress the tribulation realm, but I don't believe it. Moreover, the cost of cultivation for a broken Dao stage is too high. Coming to the Sun and Moon Divine Palace would only seize our resources. If I defeat him and stop him from entering the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, it would also be a good thing. A commotion arose in the square. Another broken Dao stage has appeared? Are you trying to use him to make a name for yourself? Ho Tian scoffed. Exactly. Zhu Xinghan also sneered. You have been cultivated by the Sun and Moon Divine Palace for many years, mastering many divine and demonic techniques. How can a newborn broken Dao stage possibly be your match? You clearly want to fight for some fame. Even if a broken Dao stage joins our Sun and Moon Divine Palace, relying on a trace of divine and demonic power, they would at most have the strength of the top 15. You are ranked 7th. What a good calculation. Dou Sienna laughed lightly. Lien Rue's face darkened. Why are you all gathered here? Don't you go cultivate? A stern voice rang out as an elderly man in a baggy robe broke through the air, accompanied by another long-faced elder. Greetings, Elder Ma. Greetings, Elder Go. Upon the arrival of the two, the originally casual young talents of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace all respectfully bowed, and even the squatting Ho Tian stood up and lowered his head obediently. The elders of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace were all 6 tribulation realm gods and demons. What happened? Elder Ma asked with a blank expression. Feishua City has produced a... Lien Rue stepped forward to explain, briefly summarizing the situation. You plan to fight a broken Dao stage? Elder Ma frowned. Isn't that bullying? A broken Dao stage suppressing the tribulation realm is old news. Now, cultivation methods are becoming more and more perfected, and the disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace are much stronger than those from over 5,000 years ago. The system of divine and demonic cultivation has always been improving. A trip is fine, Elder Go said from the side. Generally, a broken Dao stage wanting to join the Sun and Moon Divine Palace cannot pass the usual assessment method, Ultimately, they must compete against the palace disciples. You go. First test his strength. Yes, Elder. Lien Rue replied respectfully, feeling a wave of excitement in his heart. Elder Go had a good relationship with his ancestor and was supportive of him, which is why it did not stop him from making a name for himself by defeating the Broken Tao stage. After Lien Rue left, as the disciples of the Divine Palace dispersed in groups, they began to discuss. Lien Rue is quite shameless. He has always been so competitive. Is it really a competition to bully a Broken Tao stage whose strength cannot possibly match his? The other elders and instructors of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace quickly received the news, but most only heard a bit and did not say much. A Broken Tao stage that had appeared after 5,000 years was fresh for other gods and demons, but for 6 Tribulation Realm gods and demons, it was something they had encountered before. The last 3 Broken Tao stages over the millennia had not become gods and demons, which was disappointing. Since Lien Rue took action this time to stop the Broken Tao stage from joining the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, there should not be a second outcome unless this Broken Tao stage was stronger than the previous ones, but they were all cultivating flawed, ancient techniques. How could they possibly be stronger? If Lien Rue defeats him, would he really not allow him to join the Sun and Moon Divine Palace? Back in the quaint tea room, Elder Ma looked at Elder Go and said, I'm afraid they will still let him join in the end. Elder Go thought and replied, it's just a matter of back and forth. After all, he's a good seedling who has just taken the wrong path. However, even if they allow the Broken Tao stage to join, the resources given cannot be too generous. They should be given according to the same standards as other disciples to be fair. Elder Ma nodded, agreeing with this. The two were essentially communicating their thoughts. Every time a Broken Tao stage appears, they perform remarkably. But no matter how remarkable, if they cannot become gods and demons, what use is it? Of course, this time is probably not going to be remarkable, since Lien Rue, ranked 7th, is the first to take action, which is just right to suppress the pride of the Broken Tao stage. Jiang Clan's Earth City. As the competition matter continued to ferment, Earth City became quieter, with travelers rushing to Feishua City in advance, waiting for the competition to begin. At the entrance of a courtyard in Earth City, little doggy, a little girl over 2 years old chased a small black dog, laughing happily, along with a group of other children from Earth City, playing together. Jiang Xuan has only been in Tuqing for a few days, but she has already grown fond of the place. There are children her age to play with her, and her strength is so great that even 4 or 5-year-olds are no match for her, showing signs of becoming the leader of the kids. In the back mountain, in front of the strange rocks, Jiang Xuan sits cross-legged, dragging the knife robbery book in his hand, and gradually disappears. He is shielded by the protective mechanism of the knife robbery book, but in reality, he is still sitting there, his consciousness immersed in the book of robbery. In this seemingly real, yet illusory world, an endless grassland stretches out, and a tall, sturdy old man walks slowly, as if he is the center of this realm. I, Qin Yuan, have practiced the sword for 4 years, and it has been 103 years since then. The first move of the god demon, astonishing knife, illusory ghost slash. The second move, blood-stained heavenly river. The third move, illusory true 7 lives. The fourth move, heart toward the netherworld. The fifth move, god demon 1 knife. Jiang Xuan, as if possessed by Qin Yuan, continuously executes the 5 moves. The final strike, god demon 1 knife, tears through space with its blade light, leaving a crack in the sky that instantly heals. After experiencing the 5 moves, Jiang Xuan exits the knife robbery book. This god demon astonishing knife is indeed a knife technique recognized even by the senior in front of the strange rocks. Jiang Xuan secretly thought that the power of the last strike is enough to briefly tear apart space, equivalent to my power of divine and demonic forces tearing space. Although it is just for a moment, and I didn't use my full strength against Lu Jinshi. Knife techniques are knife techniques, and divine and demonic power is divine and demonic power. Pure destructive power is rough, and only by combining the two can greater power be unleashed. Currently, I have only mastered illusory ghost slash. If I were to use god demon 1 knife with divine and demonic power, how powerful would it be? Jiang Xuan felt somewhat excited. No one knows how strong his peak combat power is right now. There is simply no opponent capable of forcing him to use his full strength. Not even the Lord of Feishua City, who vastly underestimated his capabilities. In a normal breakthrough period, 360 times innate power transforms into a trace of divine and demonic power. Even in ancient times, 1,000 times innate power transforming into a trace of divine and demonic power was extremely rare, a needle in a haystack. A normal genius should have 360 times. Yet, Jiang Xuan's trace of divine and demonic power comes from 3,000 times innate power. Once more, Jiang Xuan immerses himself in the knife robbery book again. Time again, he continues to use it. The preciousness of the knife robbery book lies in the fact that each use brings immense insights, but using it too much causes it to break. And the number of uses is limited. Other cultivators simply cannot endure such consecutive insights. Even those in the great heavenly tribulation realm cannot. When Jiang Xuan first started, he couldn't even handle one use. The first time he only saw the second move and was severely injured, forced to retreat. The injury took him many days to heal, even with the Black Xian skill and Rui breathing technique. But now, no matter how he comprehends, he will not suffer harm. This is the terrifying aspect of the breakthrough period. A trace of divine and demonic power greatly enhances his endurance. No one in the tribulation realm can compare to him in this aspect. This is also one reason why cultivation in the breakthrough period is fast. Jiang Xuan used it 18 times in a row, and his consciousness bore immense pressure. This sensation even the primordial spirit could not suppress. The knife robbery book in his hand shattered, its uses exhausted. Huff! Jiang Xuan vanished from his spot, heading deeper into the back mountain. The immense pressure on his consciousness also brought a strong sense of comprehension, so he naturally wanted to seize the moment. Once he was far enough away not to disturb Tuqing, Jiang Xuan stopped by a small river and began practicing his knife techniques. Half an hour later, he mastered the second move, Blood-Stained Heavenly River. After another hour, he mastered the third move, Illusory True 7 Lives. In just a few hours, he crazily practiced hard toward the netherworld. The bottleneck arrived. This was already the fourth move of Illusory Go/. Normal tribulation realm cultivation requires at least the great heavenly tribulation realm. Even the geniuses of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace would probably need several months to master it. But Jiang Xuan practiced until dark, feeling he had only found some tricks. That's enough for now. Raising the tribulation realm skills to the level of the great heavenly tribulation realm is actually the easiest for me. Cultivating the fourth move requires time, and the fifth move, if I'm not mistaken, requires comprehension of a knife intent to master. In other words, comprehending the fifth move is equivalent to comprehending the knife intent. Compared to the disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, there is still a significant gap in skills. They have touched upon the threshold of true intent. But if I were to unleash my skills with divine and demonic power, I don't think my combat power would be lower than theirs. The Lord of Feishua City said he could only match the top 10 of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, but Jiang Xuan was unconvinced. He did not underestimate the disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Rather, he knew he was not an ordinary breakthrough period cultivator. 4 days later, the Star Hall of Feishua City was packed with people. The location for this competition was built in the square of the Star Hall, and only this square in Feishua City was large enough to accommodate a sufficient audience. The Star Hall, thus, made an exception to open to the public. In the morning, over 100,000 people flooded into the square of the Star Hall, with all the notable figures under Feishua City present, eagerly anticipating this competition. Ha, good. On the flying boat, the Lord of Qian laughed heartily. He was very satisfied with such a grand event. This way, if his disciple wins, it will attract everyone's attention. Chapter 1, 24 Grand Gathering. The 8 great gods and demons gather in Feishua City. The luxurious flying ship with intricately carved beams and painted rafters stood tall among the clouds. On board, besides the masters of Feishua City, Qian City, and Luoxia City, along with the disciples of the latter two, there were also 5 other figures with no discernible aura and their disciples. Master He, said the middle-aged but white-haired Lord Bunin with a smile. Your disciple may be strong, but he may not necessarily defeat my disciple. Ha! Lord Qian sneered. Your disciple is what, 20 years old now? Entering the tribulation realm at 20. How can he compare with my disciple? Behind Lord Bunin stood a tall young man in his 20s, with a cold and stern expression. Among the gods and demons present, he showed neither humility nor arrogance. My disciple entered the tribulation realm at 19. I delayed sending him to the military city for a year to aim for the Golden Academy. Lord Bunin coldly laughed. Your disciple is indeed talented, but having practiced for a few years less, his foundation cannot compare to mine. Why should he win? Bunin City is also a first-class prosperous main city. In the past few days, Lord Qian had contacted over 20 god and demon city masters, but in the end, only 5 brought their disciples. It wasn't that they didn't want to come, nor was it that Lord Qian lacked prestige. The main reason was that the geniuses suitable for today as competition had to be of the right age and realm. The others either lacked the corresponding talent or simply didn't have it this year. Among the 5 god and demon city masters present, only Lord Bunin was the master of a first-class prosperous city. Lords Guangyao and Diji were of the second class, both at the second tribulation realm. Lords Quangfeng and Daki were third class at the first tribulation realm. The disciples of Lord Guangyao were 21 years old in the minor tribulation realm. The disciples of Lord Diji were 22, also in the minor tribulation realm. The disciples of Lord Quangfeng were 22 in the minor tribulation realm. The disciples of Lord Daki were 23 in the minor tribulation realm. Among these young people present, my disciple is the youngest. Lord Qian raised his voice. Boasting to his colleagues with whom he had good relations, he entered the minor tribulation realm at 17. Now, he has practiced for half a year. Don't say your disciples will definitely lose to Zai. Even if by chance they win a move or 2 or tie, it's still a win for my disciple. Ha ha ha. Arrogance. Lord Qian indeed had the capital to be arrogant. To cultivate an individual who entered the tribulation realm at 17 is no easy feat, even for a first-class, prosperous city. My disciple may be the oldest, said the rugged-looking elder Lord Daki, but that's because our Daki city lacks resources. If he were born in a first-class, prosperous city, entering the tribulation realm at 17 or 18 would be nothing. Not possible, not possible. Lord Qian mocked. Old Wang. You don't need to find excuses. If we talk about cultivation resources, Feishua City is also a third-class prosperous city. Yet it still managed to cultivate Jiang Xuan. He entered the tribulation realm at 20, of course. He is not as good as my disciple. Jiang Xuan is not my disciple. I did not cultivate him, said the Lord of Feishua City indifferently. This statement implied that Jiang Xuan, having entered the tribulation realm at 20 without support from any gods or demons, was even more impressive. Lord Qian shot him a sideways glance. Don't flatter Jiang Xuan too much. His ability to grow independently is indeed impressive, but without support from gods and demons. It indicates he must have some shortcomings in his foundation. How many tribulation techniques can he master? The power of tribulation is several times or even a dozen times above the norm, right? He probably has none. The Lord of Feishua City cast him a glance, appearing too lazy to retort, exuding confidence in victory. You old fellows, the youngest among you are nearly 2,000 years old, yet you still compete so fiercely. Lord Luoxia spoke up, hey, if we truly compare, today's champion will surely be my yin, and the second may not even be your disciple. Junior brother, Lord Qian raised his eyebrows. Jian was indeed the greatest rival of his disciple Guazai. Even if Jian ultimately won, it would be due to her age, and Lord Qian wasn't too surprised. However, Lord Luoxia actually claimed that the second wouldn't be his disciple. For second place, I'm betting on the disciple of Lord Quangfeng, said Lord Luoxia, glancing at the rugged-looking Lord Quangfeng, who was merely a first tribulation realm god and demon. Lord Quangfeng had a rough appearance, with skin as dark as a laborer. His name is Zhan Feng. He is over 1,800 years old and is the youngest god and demon present, capable of crossing the tribulation to become a second tribulation realm god and demon at any time. He just keeps delaying it. He hails from a noble lineage and has built a powerful god and demon noble family. According to the dynasty's laws, local city masters could not come from local families, but could hold positions in their family's locality if they were from a noble lineage. This meant that Zhan Feng's Zhan family noble domain was under Lord Quangfeng's control. This is a significant advantage. It is equivalent to a third-class prosperous main city being governed by a god and demon family. This can create a certain degree of resource monopoly in the region. The resources Zhan Feng can use to train his disciples are certainly not inferior to those of a first-class prosperous city. Zhan Feng est disciple Zhan Ge. He is not only his direct disciple, but also a member of the Zhan noble family, being several generations younger than Zhan Feng. Zhang Kai entered the tribulation realm at 20 and was supposed to be sent to the military city for training, but Zhan Feng refused. Because once he accepted training in the military city, it would mean he would have to follow the court's arrangements in the future and go to the battlefield beyond the domain, where there is a great risk of falling. Zhan Feng had experienced the cruelty of the battlefield beyond the domain and was the only god and demon of the Zhan noble family now. His own millennial great tribulation could not be delayed indefinitely. Sooner or later, he would have to cross the tribulation, either becoming a second tribulation realm god and demon or falling. This is a matter of within 200 years. The Zhan noble family had produced a god and demon over 700 years ago, who fell on the battlefield beyond the domain. In recent centuries, he had sent family geniuses to the military city, but none had become god and demons. All these reasons made Zhan Feng entertain the idea of cultivating a god and demon independently. He must ensure the continuation of his family. If a god and demon noble family loses its god and demon, it will first fall into even more intense internal strife, fracturing. The collapse speed will be faster and more terrifying than that of ordinary god and demon families. Therefore, although Zhang Kai was not trained by the military city, he was still given Zhan Feng's utmost effort. Zhan Feng even deliberately controlled Zhang Kai's growth rate, providing endless resources to ensure he took every step very solidly. Although Zhang Kai is now 22 years old and still in the minor tribulation realm, his combat power is likely the most terrifying among the 8 young people. Lord Luoxia, not wanting to belittle her own disciple, said that her disciple would be first and Zhang Kai second. But she knew in her heart that it would be very difficult for the 19-year-old Jiyan to surpass Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai is a young man with dark skin, looking very simple, standing silently behind his ancestor, Lord Quangfeng. Even when the gods and demons cast glances at him, he did not show any pride or arrogance. Clearly, his temperament had been polished to the extreme by Lord Quangfeng. Even Lord Qian, after looking at him, couldn't help but nod, but then said, "The younger generation of the old Zhan family is indeed extraordinary. After all, old Zhan has invested great effort in him, seeing him as the hope of the family. But in the path of cultivation, talent is the most important. A little more talent surpasses 10 times the resources, even if he can truly defeat my disciple at 22. My disciple is 18, so it's not a loss." The 8 gods and demons on the flying ship exchanged words for a while. "It's about time. Let us head down," said the Lord of Feishua City. On the starry pavilion square, the towering arena is surrounded by tiered seating. On both sides of the main combat platform, near the northern side, a secondary viewing platform has been constructed, higher than those seats, providing a broader view, specifically prepared for the major families of Flying Snow City. As time passed, the 4 great families, along with those powerful families with Tribulation Realm members, brought a large number of their clansmen to the viewing platform. The noise was incessant, creating a grand scene. Luxurious flying boats disappeared into the clouds. The 8 great deities appeared on the main combat platform with 7 young people. There was still some time before the competition officially began. Lord Qian of Qian City surveyed the surroundings with increasing satisfaction, then suddenly turned to ask the Lord of Flying Snow City, "Where is Jiang Xuan? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Could it be that he's scared?" Ha 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 ha. Chapter 125. 7 go together. I'll resolve them. All the Lord of Qian City will never forget the arrogant demeanor of the Lord of Feishua City and Jiang Xuan, who sang in harmony. Therefore, as long as he finds an opportunity, he will belittle the Lord of Feishua City and Jiang Xuan. The other demon lords had brought people to Feishuo City these days and had been staying in the Lord's mansion. And they all knew about the bet between the Lord of Feishuo City and the Lord of Qian City. They all looked on with amusement. Jiang Xuan will come. There's no rush, the Lord of Feishuo City said lightly. The more calm you are, the less confident you feel inside, the Lord of Qian City said, seemingly seeing through the Lord of Feishuo City's mindset. No need to pretend. I've known you for over 3,000 years, and I know your temperament best. Huh. The Lord of Feishuo City replied with a cold smile. On the high platform, the demon lords sat in a row. Their conversation would not be heard from outside. Over 10,000 people in the square saw the Lord of Feishuo City and the other demons arrive, and all knelt down, shouting, "We pay our respects to the Lord." Under the demons, all are mere ants. Demon lords rarely appear publicly in front of so many people. In fact, many citizens of Feishuo City may never have seen their lord even once in their lifetime, only able to recognize him by his robes. Today's competition is quite grand. The demons are not in casual clothes, but are wearing the official garments bestowed by the court. These garments are both official attire and treasures of the demons, serving as the strongest defensive treasures for a first tribulation demon, radiating a subdued divine light. If a mortal stares at them, they will quickly become dizzy, their consciousness severely impacted. No need for formalities, the Lord of Feishuo City said with a voice that resounded throughout Feishuo City. The divine pressure contained within made all citizens of Feishuo City feel an overwhelming urge to kneel, just like weak mortals facing deities, prostrating on the ground, trembling. To exhibit divine pressure in a grand public setting is also a means for the demon lord to assert control, making the citizens understand how powerful the demons are, and that the majesty of the demons cannot be defied or offended in the slightest. The pressure lasted only a moment, but had already caused the lower realm mortals to break into a sweat. As time passed, the scene became lively again. On one side of the secondary high platform, Chundi Gao, the head of the Chun family, led over a dozen tribulation realm members of the Chun family to attend, along with hundreds of core descendants from various families. The higher their status, the closer their positions were to the edge of the high platform, convenient for observing the competition. Feishuo City hasn't had such a grand event in many years, Chundi Gao sighed. The last time was over 40 years ago during the Beast Tide battle when the Lord held a grand review ceremony. That time was not as grand as today. An old woman beside him said, although the review allowed spectators, those noble leaders and local inspectors busy with affairs did not come, nor did other demons. Yes, Chundi Gao nodded. Today is indeed the first grand event in Feishuo City in 100 years. Why hasn't my son-in-law arrived yet? The tall, thin old man in a brocade robe looked at the magnificent high platform, where apart from the 8 great demons, 7 young people, and the servants of the Lord's mansion already in position, he did not see Jiang Xuan's figure. He will come, with such a grand occasion today. Who could possibly back down? Chundi Gao said. Of course, he won't back down. How could these young talents from other main cities compare to our #1 talent in Feishuo City? The tall, thin old man looked confident that Feishuo City would win. Who could withstand a single blow from my son-in-law? That can't be said, Chundi Gao said, frowning slightly. This competition will definitely restrict the use of forbidden techniques and secret arts. Treasures cannot be used either. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a contest of the younger generation's strength, but a comparison of the demon's resources. What meaning would that have? My son-in-law came out of the ruins. His treasures were earned through his own abilities. They weren't granted by the demons, so why can't he use them? The tall, thin old man said, stretching his neck. Go tell the demons then. Why are you telling me? Chundi Gao gave him a look. The old man fell silent for a moment. The old woman beside him glanced at him and understood. He was actually somewhat worried about whether Jiang Xuan could win. He spoke of Jiang Xuan's certain victory. But which of those demons' direct disciples wasn't a monstrous talent? Moreover, they came from regions with more abundant resources. Today, among the attendees, there are 3 demon lords from first-class prosperous main cities. Jiang Xuan's achievements since his return include slaying Qi Zheng, which has already spread among those brought back, breaking the Wei family's great formation, and severing the physical body of the inspector Lu Jianqi, effectively killing him. Lu Jianqi survived only because he possessed a demon treasure. And these three major achievements cannot be said to have been achieved solely by his own strength. That would be impossible. In recent days, discussions in Feishua City have suggested that Jiang Xuan possesses treasures from the Heightened Palace. This makes it impossible to assess Jiang Xuan's battle power after entering the Tribulation Realm. One can only estimate based on his previous achievements during the innate period. Jiang Xuan was able to kill the severely injured and dying Elkong primarily because he relied on manipulating techniques to constantly block Elkong's approach, fleeing desperately to delay time. If he hadn't broken through in the heat of battle, mastering his skills, he wouldn't have been able to kill the dying Elkong. Without the manipulation techniques, Jiang Xuan wouldn't even have had the chance to break through. A single encounter would lead to him being killed by the severely injured Elkong, with no possibility for resistance. As for whether Jiang Xuan used explosive forbidden techniques during the delay, others cannot know due to the lack of external characteristics. Of course, regardless of how one views it, Jiang Xuan has created a miracle. He is the eternal genius of Feishua City. He killed Xie Hanjia without using any messy methods, killing a Tribulation Realm opponent with pure violence. He created history. However, Xie Hanjia was merely a minor Tribulation Realm figure in Feishua City, and his master was only a great Tribulation Realm character. Elkong's strength can be considered a representative of the top great Tribulation Realm figures in Feishua City. But the Tribulation Realm of a third-class prosperous main city is much weaker compared to those of higher-level main cities. It cannot be compared to that of a second-class prosperous main city. The resources used by cultivators from first-class prosperous main cities are unimaginable for those from third-class prosperous main cities. Their foundations, their innate powers, the refinement of their tribulation powers, and even more powerful innate techniques, skills, Tribulation Realm techniques, and skills, etc. Not to mention that this time, the Demon Lords brought with them the first talents under their command. Jiang Xuan's current strength is not something we could speculate on, Chindigeo said, and the talents brought by the lords of the first-class prosperous main cities. We find it even harder to judge their strength, because we cannot judge. We cannot have absolute confidence in Jiang Xuan. It is clear that even if Jiang Xuan does not use those extra means, his combat power after entering the Tribulation Realm is also unfathomable. And the few most monstrous existences from first-class prosperous main cities, which one of them isn't? Jiang Xuan will certainly win. Not necessarily. I don't even know how strong the talents from the first-class prosperous main cities truly are. Jiang Xuan, our Feishua City's strongest talent in 10,000 years, cannot possibly be weaker than them. Jiang Xuan's shortcomings are quite obvious. He has been in the Tribulation Realm for too short a time, just a few days, right? Many Tribulation Realm techniques are still not mastered. Even if Jiang Xuan's skills are transcendent, and he hasn't mastered many Tribulation Realm techniques, relying on his transcendent skills may not necessarily make up for it. Although transcendent skills can break techniques, if the techniques themselves are too powerful, they cannot be broken. Even the great coach Luo cannot easily break Tribulation Realm techniques. Jiang Xuan managed to break Elkong's techniques. Elkong had already been nearly killed by Lord Lei Hong before that, relying on forbidden techniques to forcibly extend his life, which is different. On the secondary stands, the various families were discussing their predicament. No one dared to deny Jiang Xuan's strength. He was incomprehensibly powerful. But they truly did not know how astonishing the prodigy of a first-class prosperous main city would be. The unknown is what is most terrifying. It left people to debate, but not to assert. As time gradually approached noon, it was time for the competition. However, Jiang Xuan still had not appeared. On the high platform to the north, Lord Qian of Qian City looked at Lord Feishua of Feishua City and frowned, saying, "Old Jiang, why hasn't Jiang Xuan come yet?" "He must have encountered something with his tribe," Lord Feishua said calmly. "Why don't you all start first? After all, everyone has to compete." Lord Qian suspiciously sized up Lord Feishua, unsure of what kind of trick he was playing. "If we start, then let's start," said Lord Luoxiao. "Yenna, you go first. Just let her come, Zai, you go." Lord Qian immediately said. He couldn't let Ji Yenner steal the spotlight. "Look, someone is on stage. Quick, look. It's the first genius from the first-class prosperous main city, Qian City, and Lord Luoxia." On the Thousand Zhang arena, Ji Yin'er and Guo Zai appeared out of thin air. 100 zhang apart. Their speed was such that even those at the great heavenly tribulation realm could barely catch it. The various families and the noble lords in the great tribulation realm were all jolted to attention, watching intently. Junior brother Guo, please. Ji Yin'er's figure was graceful, and the thin veil couldn't hide her charm. Sister Ji, this time, I will make you lose convincingly. Guo Zai said, let the battle begin. Whoosh, whoosh. The two vanished simultaneously, with Guo Zai reappearing mid-air, his sword light transforming into 360 beams of sword energy, raining down like a storm on Ji Yin'er. Each beam of sword energy was several zhang long, while Ji Yin'er's sword light was just one, extending nearly 180 zhang, sweeping toward Guo Zai like a giant windmill. This battle was not only a contest, but also a public performance. So both of them coincidentally unleashed their most dazzling techniques right from the start. 180 zhang of sword light. Shun Digeo, who was watching from the sidelines, stood up in shock. Is this the little heavenly tribulation realm? This is the little heavenly tribulation realm? Ji Yin'er's sword light not only had length, but also width, exceeding 30 zhang, indicating that she wasn't just deliberately extending the length, or that the instability caused the sword light to disperse longer, but rather that this technique was inherently terrifying under normal conditions. The power contained within it made even those at the great heavenly tribulation realm feel a threat. The entire arena was only 1,000 zhang, and as Ji Yin'er swept a circle, she covered a 360 zhang area. With just a few flickers to change her position, she could cover the entire arena, leaving no place to hide. This scene indeed unfolded. As she flickered and moved, the sword lights, resembling mountains held in hand, intertwined and covered the entire arena with their attacking area. It even vaguely formed a gigantic light sphere, quite blinding. Ji Yin'er was a girl, yet her techniques were ferociously powerful, grand, and expansive. Guo Zai was also extremely formidable. His sword light was very dense, protecting himself within it, constantly shattering Ji Yin'er's massive sword light. Sometimes he would charge right in front of Ji Yin'er, their weapons clashing. The impact from the repressed power of their techniques was even more terrifying, sending waves of shock sweeping outward, crashing against the barrier outside the arena, causing it to vibrate violently. The entire audience of over 100,000 was horrified, although they knew that no matter what, the two couldn't break the barrier. As the Lord of the God and Demon City would not allow such a tragedy to occur. The ferocity of their clash was so intimidating that people feared that at any moment the barrier might shatter. On the northern high platform, Lord Qian and Lord Luoxiao were very satisfied with their disciples' performance, even giving Lord Feishuo a disdainful glance, as if to say, "Look at how ignorant your subjects are." The other several lords of God and demon had unsatisfactory expressions. Guo Zai and Ji Yin'er were stronger than they had expected. Only Lord Guangfeng, Zhan Feng, remained calm. The strength Guo Zai and Ji Yin'er displayed at this moment was not enough to defeat his disciple, Zhang Kai. But he also knew that the two had not yet used their strongest techniques, and were only showcasing their most glamorous moves. This battle between Guo Zai and Ji Yin'er lasted for half an hour, yet still, no victor had been determined. The over 10,000 people from Feishuo City were numb, feeling that both of them were invincible. The great heavenly tribulation realm in Feishuo City understood even better. These two prodigies from the first-class prosperous main cities, one 18 years old and the other 19, had extremely glamorous techniques, and the momentum of their fight was grand. But if one were to truly assess their combat power, they had not reached the peak level of Liu Kang, and the gap was not small. However, perhaps they could defeat someone like Wei Chengshan, who had only broken through for a few years and was an older great heavenly tribulation realm. If Wei Chengshan were still alive, even if he could withstand the attacks for a moment, it would be difficult to engage in a prolonged battle. On the high platform, the two strengths were too close. Lord Luoxiao spoke. If this continues, we might not be able to determine a winner by nightfall. I suggest we temporarily consider it a draw and let others take a turn. Lord Qian glanced at his senior sister and then stood up, saying, "Stop. Come back." Guo Zai and Ji Yin'er simultaneously ceased their actions. They then disappeared from the arena and returned to the high platform. Next, Lord Qian frowned and looked at Lord Feishue. Why hasn't Jiang Xuan arrived yet? He has arrived, Lord Feishue replied. Immediately, the other lords of God and demon also sensed it and looked up at the sky. High above, a flying vessel broke through the clouds, and Jiang Xuan stood on the deck, flanked by Chun Yuanzhu, Jiang Hanfeng, Wei Baiyun, Jiang Yao, the little girl Jiang Juanxi, and other family members. With more than 10 innate members of the Jiang Clan, including Coach Luo, behind them. Are you here to watch the battle? Or are you coming down? Jiang Xuan asked. Go to my family's area, Chun Yuanzhu suggested. Jiang Xuan nodded and controlled the flying vessel to fly toward the Chun family stand, landing. Look, Jiang Xuan is here. Can Jiang Xuan really defeat them? Amidst a clamor of discussions, Jiang Xuan left the Chun family stand and appeared in the center of the arena. Calling out to Lord Feishue, Lord City Master, I have arrived. Good. Lord Feishue nodded, standing up with his hands behind his back, asking, who do you want to compete with? It was supposed to be an outsider challenging, yet Lord Feishue actually asked Jiang Xuan who he wanted to fight. Let me fight with my disciple, Lord Qian quickly said to Lord Feishue, while also taking out a pill and handing it to Guozai so he could immediately recover to peak condition. Sir, how many people have come to Feishue City to participate in the challenge? Jiang Xuan asked loudly. 7. Lord Feishue replied loudly. 7. Fighting one by one would be troublesome, so let all 7 come at once. I'll deal with them all together, Jiang Xuan replied loudly. Chapter 126, Shock. Boiling Jiang Xuan's words echoed throughout the Star Pavilion Square, and everyone around the arena fell silent in unison. Over 100,000 people gazed in astonishment at Jiang Xuan on the stage, unable to deny his strength. Jiang Xuan, merely a tribesman, had risen powerfully amidst the crisis of his tribe's extinction, defending his people, killing the Ge brothers, and slaying Lu Kang. He was cloaked in the aura of a legendary hero. His fall had left countless people lamenting. His return from the ruins had set the 10,000 miles ablaze. He had already become the most extraordinary prodigy of Feishue City, a pride of this region. But no matter how strong he was still just a prodigy from a third-tier prosperous main city. The strengths of Guozai and Ji Yin'er had been witnessed by over 100,000 people. Their power was so overwhelming that it left them numb. Against one person, it was still uncertain who would win, but 7. He intended to challenge 7 equally matched divine demons at once. It seemed he completely disregarded them. Jiang Xuan wanted to take on all 7. Surely, they had heard wrong? Was he insane? It would be safer to fight one by one. Perhaps Jiang Xuan could win the first, but how could he fight 7? Jiang Xuan had arrived late and missed the display of those 2 prodigies' might. The silence lasted only a few breaths, and soon over 100,000 people erupted like boiling oil splashed with water. Even the Tribulation Realm experts from various families had their expressions changed drastically, stunned to the extreme. The stronger they were, the more they understood just how powerful the prodigies from the first-tier prosperous main city were. They all realized that Guozai and Ji Yin'er had not even revealed their full strength because the competition was not a life-and-death struggle. They had to hold back. For instance, their most powerful, unstable killing moves could not be used, and the divine demons would not allow them to go overboard. On the high platform, City Lord Qian's expression froze. The other 6 divine demons also looked taken aback. The young people behind them were first startled. Then their eyes blazed with anger as they stared at Jiang Xuan. They had heard City Lord Qian call Jiang Xuan arrogant, but never had they expected him to be this arrogant. 1 against 7, to deal with them all at once. City Lord Luoxia felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. How could it be 1 against 7? A glance at City Lord Feishue revealed no cracks in her demeanor. 1 against 7? City Lord Feishue's serious voice drowned out all the noise. Do you understand the rules of the competition? You cannot use secret techniques, forbidden arts, or treasures. You can only rely on your realm and strength. I understand, City Lord, Jiang Xuan replied. I'll meet him. After taking a pill, Guozai stepped forward, coldly fixing his gaze on Jiang Xuan. Winning with numbers is not a skill. Defeating him is enough for me. With that, the other 6 young people also moved. Let me do it. I'll go. I'm a sword cultivator too. It's more suitable for me. Even Zhang Kai, who had the most tempered temperament, stepped forward, his calm gaze hiding a hint of anger as he looked at Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan had been too elevated in status in Feishua City. The rise of a tribesman inevitably led to arrogance. He did not know that there were always people stronger than him. Let me temper his sharpness a bit. On the secondary high platform, where the Chun family was located, the Chun family members were puzzled. Why is Jiang Xuan acting like this? They looked at Chun Hanfeng and Wei Baiyun, noticing their expressions were also somewhat off. Eventually, all eyes fell on Chen Yuanzhu. Yuanzhu, do you know Jiang Xuan's current strength? Chen Digao asked. I don't know. Chen Yuanzhu shook her head. In the past few days, we've only engaged in basic skill exchanges. My husband wants to help me improve my skills. She couldn't mention their dual cultivation, and through that, she only knew that Jiang Xuan's tribulation power was vast, and his primordial spirit was terrifying. Jiang Xuan had not used divine demon power to dual cultivate with Chen Yuanzhu. She couldn't bear it. If divine demon power flowed into her body, her physical body would collapse. Moreover, since the Hengsha Heart Sutra was a dual cultivation technique of the innate realm, even if Jiang Xuan's tribulation power was vast, it wouldn't significantly enhance Chen Yuanzhu's realm at the tribulation realm. Instead, due to Jiang Xuan's strong primordial spirit, it had greatly boosted Chen Yuanzhu's mental strength in just a few days. This enhancement seemed limitless. The stronger Jiang Xuan's primordial spirit, the greater the feedback to Chen Yuanzhu. The improvement in mental strength greatly aided her understanding of skills. Just skill exchanges? Chen Digao asked hastily, how many tribulation techniques does Jiang Xuan currently master? We haven't discussed that. Chen Yuanzhu shook her head. How long has Jiang Xuan been out of the ruins? Cultivating techniques is not something that could be accomplished overnight. Old Granny Li shot Chen Digao a look as if to say, why ask such questions? They all understood Jiang Xuan's various shortcomings since he had just entered the tribulation realm. Bringing up his weaknesses was only boosting other spirits while diminishing their own. The Chun family and the Jiang Clan members began to worry. Father is so impressive, little Jiang Junshi shouted, waving her small fist while riding on her aunt Jiang Yao's neck, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Jiang Xuan under everyone's gaze. Fight 7. Fight 7. Children know no worries. Many members of the Chun family's tribulation realm frowned, not because of what the little girl said, but because a father is a child's role model. Jiang Xuan's intention to fight 7 was indeed impressive, and seeing the little one so excited was delightful. But what if he lost? They loved Jiang Junshi dearly. The city lords seemed to have disagreements. Chen Digao glanced at the high platform. No one could hear the specifics of the debate on the high platform, as it was shielded by formations, but it was clear they were arguing. Only City Lord Feishue remained calm, while the other divine demons were less composed. The divine demons also hoped their disciples would participate. Jiang Xuan was coming up to challenge 7 at once, and City Lord Feishue was actually allowing him. It was an act of arrogance that must be struck down. Jiang Xuan's audacity was too strong. Whoever defeated him would stand at the highest point of today's competition. Stop arguing. Let's go together. City Lord Qian interrupted the debate. The other divine demons were immediately taken aback. City Lord Qian was the most supportive of his disciples. So how could he agree to fight all at once? Old Jiang, if Jiang Xuan fights 7 and loses, what about our bet? City Lord Qian asked City Lord Feishue. If he loses, then he loses. City Lord Feishue's eyes flashed with unease, but she still spoke firmly. All right, you said it. City Lord Qian stood up and waved his hand. All 7 of you together. Give that kid on the arena a good beating. Since old Jiang and Jiang Xuan are so dismissive, we must vent our anger, right? The other divine demons suddenly understood. It was no longer about competition. It was about venting their frustrations on Jiang Xuan. City Lord Feishue was indeed too arrogant. Although she pretended to be calm and indifferent, the more she did, the more it made it seem like Jiang Xuan was invincible under her command, that none of them were a match for him. Look, they're coming. They're really all coming down. Is it really 1 against 7? Amidst the uproar of over 100,000 people, 7 young figures appeared around the arena. Surrounding Jiang Xuan, each about 100 zhang apart, the 7 of them stared coldly or sharply at Jiang Xuan. Boom, 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 boom. 7 terrifying auras surged up. Although they were all at the minor tribulation realm, Their presence was as heavy as that of the major tribulation realm. The 7 auras subtly converged into a mass, causing the arena's protective barrier to tremble. It was too powerful. If the 7 prodigies truly attacked with all their might, the arena might not be able to withstand it. Of course, in the eyes of the 7, there was no reason not to go all out. Jiang Xuan, I've heard that you have unmatched popularity in Feishua City. Have you ever thought that today, because of your arrogance, your reputation might be ruined in an instant? Guozai stared coldly at Jiang Xuan, suggesting that he should admit defeat now, and they wouldn't hurt him, making the scene less embarrassing. Guozai also didn't expect that as the top talent of Qian City, he would one day be involved in such a group fight. Winning wouldn't bring him any satisfaction. Everyone, feel free to attack, Jiang Xuan said calmly as he scanned the surroundings, his calm demeanor reminiscent of the Lord of Feishua City. It's really asking for a beating. I can't take it anymore. The tall man from the Lord of Bonan City shouted, "Let's fight." 7 figures moved simultaneously, whether wielding swords, spears, or knives. A terrifying aura, mixed with fierce energy, surged towards Jiang Xuan. As the people moved, their auras also shifted, 7 violent killing intents converging towards Jiang Xuan, who stood in the center of the ring. The gathering and intertwining of these forces grew stronger, and such might seem to surpass the tribulation realm. Perhaps even if Liu Kong stood in the center, he would be directly crushed. Buzz, just as the 7 figures were closing in, a divine light suddenly enveloped Jiang Xuan's body, emanating a terrifying aura that transcended the heavens and the earth. The violent airflow tore the space around him, creating spiderweb-like cracks that extended into the sky, the aura reaching a pinnacle of 1,000 feet, exploding and spreading downward. His aura overshadowed the gathered auras of the 7, even domineering enough to scatter their energies. Jiang Xuan gripped the hilt of his sword, preparing to draw it. On the high platform, the 7 divine beings suddenly stood up, their expressions changing drastically. Divine power. How is this possible? Breakthrough period? The breakthrough period has appeared again. Old Jiang, you bastard. The 7 divine beings were shocked and panicked. If Jiang Xuan struck with this sword, their respective disciples on the platform would all die. All of them together would die. Not admitting defeat, the Lord of Feishua City asked lightly with a smile. Disciple, admit defeat. Quickly admit defeat. Admit defeat. Voices transmitted to the 7 figures on the platform, who were frightened and retreated. Ji Yen'er, the most aggressive, had not fully exerted herself, holding back to prevent a collective accident that could kill Jiang Xuan, as they might accidentally injure each other. When Jiang Xuan revealed his aura, she was the closest and the first to feel the divine pressure, her face losing color as she activated her escape technique, turning into a streak of light to distance herself from Jiang Xuan. The others were in a similar situation. In shock, they fled for their lives. To the over 10,000 spectators, it seemed that the 7 figures, initially gathering with terrifying auras, suddenly dispersed, while Jiang Xuan's explosive aura tore through the heavens and the earth. The ground beneath him was ripped apart, the surrounding space cracked, and he slowly began to rise with the ascension of divine aura, like a supremely powerful divine being. Clang! Zhang Kai was the most straightforward. Retreating to the edge of the platform, he dropped his weapon. This was the rule of such large-scale public competitions. Dropping the weapon meant admitting defeat. Clang! 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 One by one, the figures retreated to the edges and dropped their weapons, admitting defeat, all while casting complex glances at Jiang Xuan, whose aura tore apart the surrounding space. What's going on? What realm is Jiang Xuan at? Divine aura. He has divine aura on him. Could he have become a divine being? No, no. He can't be a divine being, but why can't I stand firm? I want to kneel too. The stands erupted in a commotion, with almost everyone standing up, though some, drenched in sweat, sat back down. The divine pressure instilled an innate reverence in mortals. Old Jiang, you really have bad intentions. The furious voice of the Lord of Qian City suddenly echoed throughout the square. Jiang Xuan is clearly at the breakthrough period, mastering a trace of divine power. What is there to compete with a minor tribulation realm? You must have known all along. So what if it's the breakthrough period? The Lord of Feishua City's voice spread. The breakthrough period is an ancient path of cultivation. At the initial stage of the breakthrough period, it corresponds to the current minor tribulation realm. Moreover, you proposed a competition. What if I knew beforehand? You insisted on competing. It's been over 5,000 years. Bayong continent has not seen the breakthrough period for over 5,000 years. Now that our Feishua city has produced one, he can directly join the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Ha 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 ha. You, don't be so proud. The Lord of Qian City was even more furious. Enough talk. Jiang Xuan won. Habetisabit. Quickly hand over the stone tablet. The voices of the two divine lords arguing suddenly ceased. No longer wanting the over 10,000 people present to hear, but they had already gained some important information. Ancient cultivation path. Breakthrough period. Ancient cultivation is so formidable. Jiang Xuan emerged from the ancient ruins. So he cultivated into the breakthrough period? A trace of divine power? Does this mean becoming a divine being is easier now? After 2,000 years, will Feishua city really produce another divine being? Amid the increasingly excited exclamations, many began to shout Jiang Xuan's name. Not only because his victory brought them pride, but also because for a third-tier prosperous main city, each appearance of a divine being meant that this region would experience great prosperity once again. Divine beings would build their hometown, and those present today were not ordinary civilians with no insight. They had some status and wealth, enough to pay for entry to watch the event. They were all significant figures from Feishua city, various county cities, and townships. They all understood the immense benefits that a local divine being could bring. On the high platform, if that's the case, we must talk. Over 500 years ago, how did you? The Lord of Feishua city was saying. I admit defeat. You win. The Lord of Qian city quickly interrupted, taking out a stone tablet several meters high. The Lord of Feishua city waved his hand and took the stone tablet. Seeing the Lord of Qian city's guilty expression, the other divine beings understood without asking. He must have tricked the Lord of Feishua city before. And this time he was tricked back, afraid to let the Lord of Feishua city reveal how he had deceived him last time. After handing over the shrunk flying boat to the Lord of Feishua city, the Lord of Laotia stared intently at the platform. Breakthrough period. Huh. No wonder Brother Jiang was so happy when he heard Jiang Xuan was back, rushing back to Feishua city. It all makes sense now. A genius capable of directly entering the Sun and Moon Divine Palace has emerged under his rule. What a tremendous merit. Ha 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 ha. The Lord of Feishua city stopped pretending and laughed proudly. A 20-year-old in the breakthrough period? The Lord of Qian city suddenly mentioned. The key is his age. Yes, 20 years old. He is only 20. The other divine lords also reacted, unable to hide their astonishment. The fourth breakthrough period in 10,000 years. And the youngest one yet. To reach the breakthrough period at such a young age through the ruins, what kind of talent is that? Ha 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 ha. The Lord of Feishua city leaned back slightly, laughing with his hands behind his back. With the strength of the breakthrough period, even among the disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, perhaps half of them are not as good as him. The Lord of Bonan city looked at Jiang Xuan and said that from the aura he revealed, that trace of divine power was extremely pure, and his strength might be between the 10th and 15th of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Joining the Sun and Moon Divine Palace is bound to be fraught with difficulties. Even if one has formidable combat power, the other shortcomings are too significant and require time to catch up. The military city will undoubtedly make things difficult, the Lord of Qian city said. Glancing at the Lord of Feishua and Old Man Jiang, we are willing to help you get Jiang Xuan into the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. You should show some appreciation, right? Once the task is accomplished, we can talk, the Lord of Feishua said with a smile. In major matters, the divine and demonic old veterans always band together and support each other. Our local main city has never produced a genius capable of joining the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Lord of Quangfeng, Zhanfeng, looked at Jiang Xuan and sighed. Let those old guys in the military city see this time. The disciples of the military city are always proud and arrogant, and the geniuses sent from the local areas are often oppressed. Many local geniuses develop inner demons due to such oppression. For the disciples of the military city, local geniuses are merely country bumpkins. The current divine and demonic system can pursue higher realms with fewer resources, but the cost is a significant foundational difference, making it difficult to catch up, often facing disdain. Lord Guangyao also spoke up. If Jiang Xuan goes, and if he can continue to grow rapidly, perhaps he can change some perceptions. If Jiang Xuan can break into the top 10 of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace in the future, or even reach the top 3, and if we dare to be bold, become the chief disciple of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, suppressing all the disciples of the military city, that would be true change. One by one, the divine and demonic lords spoke up, but then they quickly turned to discuss more concerning matters, relying on a wisp of divine and demonic power. The top 10 of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace is Jiang Xuan's limit, or rather, the 11th. To defeat those in the top 10, he might need to survive the second tribulation of the Tao-breaking stage. To defeat the top 3, he would need to survive the third tribulation of the Tao-breaking stage. The worrying part is the tribulation. The Tao-breaking stage is truly too dangerous. On the arena, Guozai, Ji Yin'er, and the other 7 had picked up their weapons again. Jiang Xuan also retracted his aura and descended. The 7 had lost badly, scared into directly conceding, but they did not feel the massive blow of defeat. Instead, they felt particularly bewildered. Tao-breaking stage? Ancient cultivation? A wisp of divine and demonic power? Around them, cheers erupted like a tsunami, and more people were excited for Jiang Xuan. This scene, with over 10,000 people praising one person, was something Jiang Xuan experienced for the first time. However, he did not stand in the center of the arena for too long. His purpose of gaining fame had been achieved, and he did not know how long it would take for the news to reach the military city. Jiang Xuan glanced at the 7 people, and with his excellent hearing amidst the noise, he heard his daughter excitedly calling for her father. He turned to look at the Chun family stand, just about to head over. Jiang Xuan, what does it mean for you, a dignified Tao-breaking stage cultivator, to suppress an ordinary tribulation realm? A haughty voice suddenly rose from a corner of the ordinary stand on the west side. I am Lien Rue, the 7th disciple of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Dare to fight me? This voice was not a shout, but it resonated in everyone's ears as if whispered, echoing throughout the venue. The scene suddenly fell silent. Lien Rue has arrived. The Lord of Feishue and the others quickly turned their gaze toward that corner. Chapter 127. You can't even take one of my moves? So why do you think I will lose? The face of the master of Feishue City changed drastically. Lien Rue has arrived? How could Lien Rue come here? Why would he suddenly come to the remote Feishue City to challenge Jiang Xuan? Does he know Jiang Xuan is at the breaking path stage, the 7th of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace? He wants to challenge Jiang Xuan? The masters of Qian City, Luoxia City, and Bonan City, along with the other 7 divine demons, also had their expressions freeze. They had just been discussing how Jiang Xuan, a local genius, would fare at the military city, how he would change the situation, and now a peerless prodigy from the top divine demon family of the northern Hangzhou military city has come to kill him. Lien Rue is a well-known figure among the divine demons of the entire northern Hangzhou. He is even more famous than most disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. The Lien family is one of the most prominent divine demon families in the military city, with 5 divine demons currently existing. The ancestor of the Lien family is a 6th Tribulation King realm divine demon. It is known that the strongest divine demon in the military city is the City Lord, who is the ruler of the entire northern Hangzhou, specifically a 7 Tribulation Destiny divine demon. In the entire northern Hangzhou, there's only one such 7 Tribulation Destiny divine demon, and a 6 Tribulation King realm divine demon is already one of the strongest divine demons below the City Lord. Families like the Lien family produce geniuses in every generation. For instance, in the current generation, aged 20 to 50, the Lien family has 11 members practicing in the 4 major academies, with the top genius Lien Rue entering the Jiaojin Academy at just 16 and passing the Sun and Moon Divine Palace assessment at 22. Now, 29 years old, Lien Rue has been training in the Sun and Moon Divine Palace for 7 years. Compared to other disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, his training time is relatively short. By the order of entry, he ranks below 20, but according to combat power ranking, he is already the 7th in the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Of course, this does not mean he is the most talented person in the Sun and Moon Divine Palace today. In reality, his high ranking is largely due to being among the 10 youngest disciples in the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, which is closely related to his path of advancement. Training in the Sun and Moon Divine Palace aims to become a divine demon to withstand the great calamity of divine demons. Some palace disciples even focus on survival techniques, practicing many defensive methods, but their offensive capabilities are relatively lacking. Currently, Lien Rue is very good at combat. Most of his techniques are offensive. It is not that he does not practice methods to counter divine calamities. This is a matter of order. Lien Rue's strategy is to first enhance his offensive combat power, improve his ranking in the Divine Palace, obtain better resources from the palace, and after stabilizing, practice more methods to counter divine calamities. Very few disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace practice in this order. Lien Rue has his unique advantages. First, he joined the Sun and Moon Divine Palace at the age of 22, ranking among the top 10 disciples currently. Most disciples join at 25. He has 3 more years. Second, Lien Rue not only has the resources of the palace, but also the support of his family for his training. This gives him many more resources to practice more comprehensive offensive techniques. How did Lien Rue come here? As a cultivation fanatic who has been in closed-door training for years, why would he come to Feishua City? He has a 30-zhang domain. The divine demon city lords communicated with each other, feeling a bit dazed. The 7th of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace? Lien Rue. Is he the one from the legendary Lien family? Not good. On the viewing platforms of various families in Feishua City, as well as in the noble families platforms, the monitoring officials platforms, etc., a wave of exclamations arose. While others might not understand the significance of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, and most of the over 100,000 people present had not even heard of it. The Tribulation Realm experts in Feishua City had at least heard of it. Most of them only had a superficial understanding of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, but they all had a basic concept: Sun and Moon Divine Palace, the cradle of divine demons in northern Hangzhou. It gathers a small portion of the top prodigies among the billions of people in northern Hangzhou. Being able to enter the Sun and Moon Divine Palace indicates that becoming a divine demon is no longer a question of difficulty, but of danger. It can even be said that the disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace are already individuals who have 1 foot over the threshold of divine demons. It is just a matter of whether they can step over with the other foot. What does it mean to be the 7th of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace? The 7th of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace? Chun Digeo widened his eyes and looked in the direction of the voice, first in shock, then in confusion. He could not imagine the strength of the 7th of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Chen Yuanju's expression was cold as she also looked in that direction. Her husband was already the biggest beneficiary of today's competition, and his reputation would soon spread to the military city, making it easier to join the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. However, the sudden emergence of a disruptor made her feel uneasy. It was clearly aimed at her husband, Lord Lei Hong. Chen Yuanju suddenly turned her head and looked towards the monitoring officials platform not far away, sending a message to call out to Lei Hong. At this moment, Lei Hong, whose face was not looking good, turned to meet Chen Yuanju's gaze, then quickly moved to the Chun family's platform. Seeing Lei Hong coming, Chen Digeo also hurried over. Lord Lei Hong, what kind of strength does this 7th of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace possess? Chen Yuanju asked directly. The disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace have already mastered some divine demon techniques, and their combat power exceeds the Tribulation Realm. Their physical bodies possess varying degrees of divine demon body traits. Their comprehension of intent has reached the limit, and they have begun to attempt to comprehend true meaning. And there is also the domain. Lei Hong's words caused the faces of the Chun family and Jiang Clan members present to change dramatically. The Jiang Clan had a figure like Jiang Zhengwu in their history, and their clan records naturally documented various Tribulation Realms. So, even Jiang Hanfeng, who had just entered the Tribulation Realm, and the innate Jiang Xuan all understood how terrifying Lei Hong's words were. The Chen family members need not be mentioned. They were the first family under the jurisdiction of Feishua City, and they understood Lei Hong's words even more clearly. Divine demon body traits. That is something that no tribulation realm in any third-tier prosperous main city can imagine or access. Gaining some divine demon body traits in advance requires consuming vast amounts of resources, and once successful, even without relying on skills, one can easily crush various tribulation realms without divine demon body traits with mere punches. Furthermore, once one acquires divine demon body traits, the 5 shapes of heaven and earth will become ineffective against them. As for intent, within the jurisdiction of Feishua City, not counting monitoring officials brought in from outside, only 2 people possess intent, namely the head of the Chun family and the head of the Shun family, and both have only a superficial grasp of it. There are not few who have touched the threshold of intent, but they cannot be considered as having mastered it. How the disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace reached the limit of intent comprehension, then doesn't that mean their casual attacks are stronger than the strongest killing moves of tribulation realms that have not mastered intent? And then there is the domain. The domain is also known as the true domain or the divine demon domain. Chun Digao himself has a domain of 1 zhang and 7, and Lei Hong's 3 zhang domain is not a secret. However, Chun Digao is well aware that while his domain appears to be only slightly smaller than Lei Hong's, in reality, it is not so simple. His 1 zhang and 7 is the radius of the domain. Lei Hong's 3 zhang is also a radius. When a domain is deployed in midair, it forms a spherical shape, and the difference in volume between a 1 zhang and 7 radius sphere and a 3 zhang radius sphere is nearly 6 times. Although tribulation realms mastering domains can only be said to be weakened divine demon domains, able to use the most basic applications, the strength of the domain does not differ. Only the range does. This means that in close combat, once Chun Digao's domain overlaps with Lei Hong's domain, there is no question of suppression. But the larger one's domain is, the greater the space for movement within the domain, which significantly enhances the movement speed within the domain. This will be an immense advantage. Those with a larger domain can even launch a one-sided assault against those with a smaller domain, continuously moving around the periphery of the opponent's domain, without exceeding their own domain range. In extreme cases, those with a smaller domain may not even be able to touch the opponent's clothes. The domain is the earliest popularized ability of gods and demons that allows for the cultivation of the calamity realm, as even in remote and backward areas, they have mastered the methods of cultivation. Therefore, it is correct to say that it is a peak calamity ability in the current system of god and demon cultivation. That 7th disciple of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, how large is his domain? Chun Digao asked Lei Hong. I happened to discuss this with the city lord a few days ago, Lei Hong replied. We were originally talking about my transfer to the military city, and we talked about the situation Jiang Xuan would encounter after joining the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. And I casually mentioned the current strength of the top 10 disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Lei Hong stood at the edge of the viewing platform, looking in the direction of Lien Rue. This Lien Rue, in order to comprehend the more difficult true meaning of Bloodblade, which is also practiced by his ancestor, joined the Sun and Moon Divine Palace and mastered dozens of top-tier calamity realm techniques. In order to fully unleash his attacks in the competitions of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, his training on the characteristics of the divine and demonic body can only be considered average, as he does not pursue physical defense, but instead has poured his heart into domain cultivation. How much? Chun Digao's voice trembled. 30 zhang, Lei Hong said. Chun Digao felt darkness before his eyes, looking at Lei Hong in disbelief. The Chun family viewing platform fell into a dead silence. Even the little girl Jiang Junsi felt that the atmosphere was off and looked at the adults with wide eyes in confusion. A 30 zhang radius domain. This kind of maneuvering space can already bring about a qualitative change. Moreover, the difference in maneuvering space must be compared to the opponent also having a domain. Jiang Xuan doesn't he even have a domain? As long as he enters Lien Rue's 30 zhang range, if Lien Rue wants, he may not even see Lien Rue himself. Lien Rue can appear in any place within a diameter of 60 zhang with almost teleportation. Moreover, the domain has a characteristic. the larger it is, the more stable it becomes. Chundigeo believed that Jiang Xuan, relying on divine and demonic power, could break through his Wenzhong 7 domain with one strike. Lei Hong's 3 Zhang domain is also insufficient, but the stability of a 30 Zhang domain. When disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace compete, can they break each other's domains? Chundigeo asked Lei Hong again. Lei Hong shook his head directly. The newly joined disciples at the bottom of the ranking may have their domains broken, but Lien Rui is already 7th. With a 30 Zhang domain, even the number 1 disciple in offensive methods of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace today cannot break it. The gods and demons on the high platform also discussed Lien Rui's 30 Zhang domain at this moment. Compared to Lien Rui, Jiang Xuan's other aspects can no longer be described as shortcomings. They're almost non-existent. If the two were to fight, if he took a defensive approach, he would undoubtedly lose. In fact, it seems like a certain loss no matter how you look at it. But if one had to say there was a glimmer of hope, it would be relying on the offensive power of the divine and demonic powers. An unrelenting assault. But with a 30 Zhang domain, it would be difficult for Jiang Xuan to even hit Lien Rui. If Lien Rui wanted to toy with Jiang Xuan, not only would Jiang Xuan lose, but he would also lose in a particularly embarrassing manner. While discussions and exchanges were ongoing, Jiang Xuan had already fixed his gaze on Lien Rui, looking at the figure in the hood on the ordinary viewing platform, and the two began a dialogue. The 7th disciple of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace? I've heard of you. The city lord of Feishue told you, right? He is eager to send you into the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. The flaws in ancient cultivation are significant, and it's difficult to become a god or demon by joining the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. If I defeat you today, you will not go to the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. How about that? What does my joining the Sun and Moon Divine Palace have to do with you? You are merely a disciple of the Divine Palace, not an elder of the Divine Palace. Can you make decisions about this? Huh. You dare not agree, clearly understanding that you are not my opponent. I originally thought that in this backward main city, a breakthrough stage would emerge, stunning the world and brimming with pride. I didn't expect you to lack even the courage to fight me. You traveled thousands of miles to challenge me, and yet you say that if I lose, I cannot join the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. You and I have no kinship or ties. Proposing such things unilaterally, don't you think your actions are too outrageous? If you want to fight, I can accept not going to the Sun and Moon Divine Palace if I lose. But what if you lose? As the two conversed, all the others around Lien Rui stepped back 10 zhang, forming a large circle, all looking at Lien Rui in shock. Who would have thought that a disciple of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace was hidden in the ordinary viewing platform? However, one person did not retreat. Standing beside Lien Rui, dressed in a mysterious black robe and hood. Even the gods and demons could not see through his disguise. He must have used a divine and demonic treasure to conceal himself. Lose? I would lose. Lien Rui laughed, a disdainful sneer, as he removed his hood, revealing his handsome face with sword-like brows and starry eyes. He stared at Jiang Xuan. If you had already crossed the 3rd tribulation, I might still be wary of you. You have only crossed the 1st tribulation, just entering the breakthrough stage. With that wisp of divine and demonic power, you dare to think you could defeat me? Who wins and who loses will only be known after the fight. Jiang Xuan looked at Lien Rui, his fighting spirit rising. Lien Rui would be his first true opponent since coming out of the Blackpool Palace. You must set a price for losing. That would be fair. What do you want? Lien Rui was straightforward, not want to waste time on this point. If I lose, I want to go to the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. If you lose, since you come from a military city divine and demonic family, your family should have considerable power in the military city. I need you to help me send someone into the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. As Jiang Xuan made this condition, not only was Lien Rui stunned, but even the gods and demons on the high platform were dumbfounded. The city lords of Feishue, Qian, and Luoxia knew who that person was. Jiang Xuan was truly obsessed. The first 2 times he mentioned it, he just wanted to send his wife to the Armor Gold Academy. This time, he was bold enough to speak up, actually wanting to send someone into the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. He hadn't even entered yet, although if he truly defeated Lien Rui, he probably wouldn't face any more difficulties, and he could directly enter with his own ability. But the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Since the military city was established, no one has been able to get the Sun and Moon Divine Palace to open a back door. You intentionally brought up something our Lin family cannot accomplish. Don't you want to fight me? Lin Rui was also impressed by Jiang Xuan. You really dare to think. Then let us send someone to the Armor Gold Academy, plus 10 years of cultivation resources from the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Jiang Xuan said again. Lin Rui narrowed his eyes. Jiang Xuan must be doing this on purpose. Directly sending someone to the Armor Gold Academy is something the Lin family can indeed do, but not relying on family power, but because their ancestor is a Sixth Tribulation King, realm god, and demon. Having this privilege, though this privilege is also limited, can only be used a few times in 100 years. This means that if he truly loses, with so many gods and demons watching, he cannot go back on his word, and the Lin family cannot afford to lose this person. He would have to return and plead with his ancestor. But the ancestor was opposed to joining the Sun and Moon Divine Palace during the breakthrough stage. If he loses, facing the ancestor would be a problem. Plus, 10 years of resources from the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. That is really asking for a lot. Lin Rui could afford it. But resources for disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace are allocated based on ranking. The higher the rank, the more resources provided. But there is a basic resource that is the same for all. Even if he could afford it, that would be an astronomical figure. It would hurt him. The family would not allow situations that affect his cultivation to occur, so ultimately, this part of the resources would definitely come from their family, not from him personally. If he loses, he would probably be whipped with the thunder whip by his ancestor for 100 days. As soon as he thought of the urging from his ancestors, Lin Rui felt a chill run down his spine. Huh, are you scared? After thinking for so long, are you afraid of losing to me? Jiang Xuan sneered. The seventh of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Nothing more. Whoosh. Lin Rui disappeared from the stands and reappeared on the arena not far from Jiang Xuan. How could he possibly lose? Then it's settled. Lin Rui looked at Jiang Xuan defiantly, raising his voice. All you divine beings bear witness. I, Lin Rui, make a pact with Jiang Xuan today. If he loses this battle, he shall not join the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. If I lose, I will help him send one person to the Jiajin Academy and provide 10 years of crystal stone cultivation resources to the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. The city lords, including the Lord of Flying Snow, exchanged glances, unable to utter a single good word. They knew that Lin Rui was forcing them to take a stand. If they spoke up, then Jiang Xuan's joining the Sun and Moon Divine Palace would leave no room for retreat, and Lin Rui's method of coercion was too mild. Having discussed it with Jiang Xuan beforehand, the divine beings would find it hard to oppose Jiang Xuan's battle with Lin Rui, as it would be a significant blow to Jiang Xuan's reputation, and it would be difficult to say where Lin Rui's pressure on them was wrong. So they could only remain silent. This could be seen as tacit approval, but it left space for them to backtrack after Jiang Xuan's defeat. Regardless, they had to send Jiang Xuan into the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Jiang Xuan was simply being reckless, not even consulting us through sound transmission. The Lord of Qian transmitted to the Lord of Flying Snow, and this rumor reached several other divine being city lords. Now, that had come to this. If Jiang Xuan fell, even if we lost our dignity, we must ensure that the pact between the two does not count, and whether or not to join the Sun and Moon Divine Palace cannot be decided by these two juniors. The Lord of Refutation transmitted. Good. Suddenly, a voice of agreement came from the ordinary stands. The mysterious figure in the black robe removed his hood, saying, I will bear witness for you. What do you think? City lords, Lin Rui could not truly press the divine beings, but this person could. The three tribulations divine being Lu Huaqian, the Lord of Flying Snow, and the others immediately turned sharply to look. So it's you. The Lord of Flying Snow suddenly understood. He had initially thought it was some divine being from the Lin family accompanying Lin Rui, but since it was Lu Huaqian, everything clicked. The 8 city lords looked at Lu Huaqian as if they wanted to tear him apart. Lu Huaqian was forcing them to bear witness. This time, they couldn't just remain silent. My lords, please allow me to take a shot. At this moment, Jiang Xuan transmitted to the 8 divine being city lords, which took them all by surprise, and then the other 7 looked at the Lord of Flying Snow. His people, this decision can only be made by him. Good, then we shall witness together. The Lord of Flying Snow restrained his emotions and said in a flat voice, then waved his hand, throwing out a compass. The compass flew above the arena, projecting a huge light shield. The arena's formation was insufficient to support a match between disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. And they hadn't originally planned to let Jiang Xuan take action, not needing to build it up to that level. Given the current situation, the Lord of Flying Snow could only summon his protective array from when he was in seclusion, ensuring that the match would not affect the audience. Let us begin, the Lord of Flying Snow announced, then took his seat. The other 7 city lords also took their seats, all restraining their emotions, expressionless. All eyes in the venue turned to the arena. Then I shall make my move. Lien Rui raised an eyebrow at Jiang Xuan with a half-smile. The moment his voice fell, he vanished, and a flash of blade light erupted behind Jiang Xuan. A simple and unadorned strike, not any particular technique. Yet it invoked a blade intent understood to the limit, and a terrifying killing intent exploded behind Jiang Xuan. Just as Jiang Xuan was about to react, it felt as if the will of heaven and earth descended, a sense of suppression crashing down on him. Lien Rui's domain. This made Jiang Xuan's form momentarily freeze. You can't even withstand a single move from me. Why do you think I would lose? Lien Rui's voice transmission also entered Jiang Xuan's mind at that instant. Chapter 128. Jiang Xuan's destructive killing move, danger. The Lord of Flying Snow stood up slightly, as Lien Rui made his move without giving Jiang Xuan any time to adapt, which could greatly lead to Jiang Xuan's sudden downfall. The gap in strength between Jiang Xuan and Lien Rui was immense. If he could barely hold on for a while, he wouldn't lose too disgracefully. This was the oppression of the domain. The heavenly tribulation I endured when I entered the breaking Tao stage was comparable to the great heavenly tribulation realm. Enduring the heavenly tribulation's refinement, from the perspective of physical strength, I do not lose to any normal great heavenly tribulation realm. Although Lien Rui's true domain cannot directly destroy my physical body, it can restrict my speed. With a primordial spirit, Jiang Xuan's thoughts raced quickly, even in an instant. He could engage in complex thinking. However, what I possess is not just speed of the body. Jiang Xuan swung his knife, ignoring what was behind him, and struck forward. The blade light slashed across Jiang Xuan's body, as if it were going to cut him in half. But Lien Rui's expression froze for a moment. As the afterimage dissipated, Jiang Xuan actually darted 40 zhang away in an instant, turning back to look at him with a half-smile. Jiang Xuan had directly left Lien Rui's domain's coverage. The suppression effect of the domain seemed to have no effect at all. Impossible. How could he escape? Lien Rui's aura erupted like a tsunami, suddenly pressing down on Jiang Xuan, and the knife light, strange and cunning, slashed towards Jiang Xuan's ribs. This time, he did not attempt to circle around Jiang Xuan, as that would surely slow him down. Instead, he attacked head-on. The condensed knife intent was so fast that Jiang Xuan had difficulty capturing the trajectory of the blade's swing. For someone who had transcended their skills, this was incredible. The opponent's moves were too powerful to be countered. Being unable to counter the opponent's moves due to their speed was a different matter. Although the knife intent made his blade extremely fast, I did not need to know his swinging trajectory. My primordial spirit gave me a perception of danger that far surpassed his, even surpassing all the gods and demons present. Based solely on instinct, my consciousness could react in a timely manner. The only issue was whether my body could keep up with my consciousness. Jiang Xuan slashed diagonally towards Lien Rui's right side, moving with the blade and narrowly avoiding Lien Rui's knife light, darting 10 zhang away. Lien Rui followed Jiang Xuan like a shadow, slashing at Jiang Xuan's shoulder. Jiang Xuan swung his knife, leaning forward, and in an instant, his whole body seemed to stick to the ground, sliding several zhang and then springing up. The effect of breaking through the void, Lien Rui temporarily ceased his pursuit. Looking at Jiang Xuan with a newfound understanding, his brow furrowed in surprise. affected by the aura of the gods and demons. Since Jiang Xuan had merely dodged and not engaged him directly, it was only after Jiang Xuan dodged 3 of his strikes that he realized why Jiang Xuan could move so quickly within his domain. The effect of breaking through the void is universally recognized as a capability that can counter domains. Techniques with this effect are often incredibly expensive and rare. But for Lien Rui, it wasn't so rare. The Sun and Moon Divine Palace had the most top-tier techniques and manuals in the entire northern Hangzhou. Whether for knife cultivators, sword cultivators, or spear cultivators, one could find manuals with the effect of breaking through the void to cultivate. It was merely a matter of whether to practice it or not. Lien Rui had practiced it, not mastering the entire manual, but having a few moves that carried the effect of breaking through the void. The effect of breaking through the void itself was not enough to surprise Lien Rui. What surprised him was that Jiang Xuan had not used any heavenly tribulation technique. You can already integrate the effect of breaking through the void into ordinary moves. The more Lien Rui thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. The effect of breaking through the void had never existed independently and could not be cultivated independently. It was part of a grand move, an accompanying effect. I could do this back in the innate stage. Are you surprised? Jiang Xuan gave Lien Rui a provocative look, seemingly implying that this 7th disciple of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace wasn't all that impressive after all. Jiang Xuan was not lying. He was just exaggerating a bit. When he fought with Lu Kong, he was able to integrate the technique of breaking through the void into his flying sword technique, although he had not fully mastered it. Being able to freely execute it with knife techniques was something he achieved after mastering the power of gods and demons. He comprehended the technique, but whether he could execute it depended on the speed at which he swung his knife. In his killer move, such as when executing the illusory Go Slash, Jiang Xuan's speed was pushed to its peak, while without such a killer move, the speed was much slower. The speed of the flying sword far exceeded Jiang Xuan's knife-swinging speed. Moreover, after mastering the power of gods and demons, the speed of his knife swing increased exponentially under that power, far exceeding the speed requirements for executing the technique of breaking through the void. Even if you can freely execute the effect of breaking through the void, moving with a knife, it is still impossible to come and go freely in my domain. You still have to rely on the power of gods and demons. Lien Rui understood that it must be Jiang Xuan's power of gods and demons that was strong enough to manifest such an effect of breaking through the void. And the combination of the two was truly formidable, providing a certain level of restraint against his 30 zhang domain. Whoosh! Lien Rui vanished again, appearing in front of Jiang Xuan in an instant, striking with his knife. Jiang Xuan also swung his knife. They narrowly avoided each other's blade light. The two began to blink frequently, moving so fast that most of the spectators could hardly see. Lien Rui seemed disdainful of using his true killing moves against Jiang Xuan, merely pursuing him with knife intent and domain, but he just couldn't touch Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan, do you not even have the courage to confront me head-on? Lien Rui was somewhat angered. Clearly, he possessed the domain, yet it seemed like he was the one being toyed with. You can't even touch the corner of my clothes. What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Xuan sneered mockingly. You are the 7th of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Is this all you can do? I really want to know how much ability your disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace actually have. Go ahead and show me. The two taunted each other, but did not pause for a moment. Their blinking became increasingly rapid, leaving behind hundreds of afterimages across the arena. Impossible. My speed is increasing. How can he also keep getting faster? Just how strong is his power of gods and demons? Lien Rui's expression became increasingly grim. The effect of breaking through the void. Jiang Xuan can integrate the effect of breaking through the void into ordinary moves. Even if it doesn't count as a move, merely swinging a knife, he can execute it. What kind of knife technique talent is this? The Lord of Flying Snow was dumbfounded, astonished by the situation on the stage. Initially, for Jiang Xuan, who had no domain, Lien Rui had a comprehensive advantage, with the greatest advantage being the domain. When he first introduced Lien Rui to Jiang Xuan, he had mentioned Lien Rui's strongest aspect, which was also the domain. It wasn't that Lien Rui's offensive capabilities were weak. but rather that his defensive measures were relatively weak, and his physical body was not as strong as the other top 10 of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Therefore, he wanted to entangle with his opponent in internal competitions, making the domain crucial. Against Jiang Xuan, the domain had already become a higher-level ability, potentially leaving Jiang Xuan with no chance to fight back. But such a significant disadvantage, which all gods and demons understood, was actually resolved by Jiang Xuan. This was a huge surprise for the Lord of Flying Snow, to be able to engage in such a struggle. Even if Jiang Xuan was eventually caught off guard and fell, or Lien Rui unleashed all his power and forcefully defeated Jiang Xuan, it wouldn't be embarrassing for Jiang Xuan. After all, he had just entered the Breaking Dao stage. Even the 7th of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace couldn't defeat him quickly. Being able to integrate the effect of breaking through the void into ordinary moves further demonstrated his talent in knife cultivation, possibly surpassing all knife cultivators of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. The number one among the contemporary youth of the entire northern Hangzhou. In such a situation, as long as the elders of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace had their wits about them, even if there were prior agreements, they would likely actively invite Jiang Xuan to join the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Ha ha ha! The Lord of Qian laughed heartily. Jiang Xuan did not disappoint us. With such talent and knife techniques, he will surely progress quickly in the cultivation of intent in the future. Wonderful! The effect of breaking through the void combined with the power of gods and demons. The Lord of Luoxia City also exclaimed. Although he could not break through Lien Rui's domain, he faced almost no obstacles in movement. Lien Rui couldn't restrict him at all. Lien Rui had been cultivating in the Sun and Moon Divine Palace for 7 years, while Jiang Xuan had yet to join the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. So this contest was inherently unfair. The Lord of Luoxia City happily remarked, but Lien Rui couldn't do anything to Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan was only 20 years old, while Lien Rui was already 29. Several lords of the god and demon cities spoke up, specifically projecting their voices to the high platform, where over 10,000 people could hear them. Lien Rui couldn't do anything to Jiang Xuan. He was a full 9 years older than Jiang Xuan. Unbelievable. Ha! The 7th disciple of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace was not that impressive. The audience on site, even those in the secondary stands watching the battle, found it hard to see the specifics of Jiang Xuan and Lien Rui darting back and forth. It was difficult to assess, but after hearing the lords of the god and demon cities, the atmosphere suddenly heated up, and they began to cheer for Jiang Xuan. Lien Rui was merely using part of his abilities, yet Jiang Xuan kept dodging. Based on your words, one might think Jiang Xuan was about to win. Lu Huaqian's voice echoed across the square. Young Master Lien, you should resolve this quickly so we can return to the military city sooner. Lu Huaqian understood Lien Rui's pride. If he truly used all his means to defeat Jiang Xuan, then he wouldn't have won. After all, the age's cultivation times and realms of the two were not on the same level. And, given the current situation, if Lien Rui did not change his strategy, they might fight for days and nights without a clear winner. Do not expect to win against a breakthrough stage cultivator with a war of attrition, under low consumption. The recovery speed of the power of gods and demons could not be compared to that of the Calamity Force. The lords of the god and demon cities on the high platform all glanced at Lu Huaqian, their eyes unfriendly. Jiang Xuan, we have been fighting without a single move. Your movement speed is nowhere near mine. If you dare to stop and take a hit from me, your speed, strength, and technique will all be suppressed, and you will instantly fall. If you keep moving, as soon as you misjudge the direction of your blade once, you will also instantly fall. You cannot maintain this level of consciousness forever. You will make a mistake eventually. You have already lost. What is the point of such clever delaying tactics? Lien Rui shouted. His words also meant for the audience. Some of what he said was indeed correct. Jiang Xuan's speed was far inferior to Lien Rui's. Even though he had the power of gods and demons, Lien Rui had a domain, and within his own domain, his speed surpassed the general limits of Calamity Stage cultivators, and the domain could move with him. Jiang Xuan could evade due to the force of his strikes propelling his body. Compared to the might of a single strike, his own weight could be considered negligible. The speed of the blade determined how fast he could move. It was like throwing a flying knife. The instantaneous distance was Jiang Xuan's movement distance. However, this method of movement had a significant issue. Jiang Xuan could not turn during his dash. He could only move in a straight line. If he wanted to adjust his position, he would need to strike again, and he required a very strong perception ability. Otherwise, if he misjudged the direction of his second strike, he might be intercepted by Lien Rui. In fact, Jiang Xuan could also turn, but that would require actively using his spiritual power to pull his blade. Jiang Xuan looked down on such actions. His spiritual consciousness heightened his danger perception, a passive effect that was part of his instincts, and there was no question of whether to use it or not. Actively using spiritual power, if he truly did so, Jiang Xuan could directly control dozens of weapons infused with the power of gods and demons to turn Lien Rui into a beehive. But that would render today's contest meaningless and be regarded as a secret technique. "You are not wrong," Jiang Xuan replied loudly. "I do not have the speed you possess. I cannot afford to make a wrong judgment in my delay, and I cannot stop to engage you in a direct confrontation. Your means are more abundant, and your abilities are more comprehensive. All of this is true, but one thing you are mistaken about." "What is wrong?" Lien Rui asked. "My delay is merely to understand the various methods of the disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, not because I am destined to lose." Jiang Xuan continued. "I will eventually join the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Through you, I will understand your cultivation results and clarify my future cultivation direction. You can consider me as reviewing your strength." "Reviewing?" Lien Rui suddenly stopped, his eyes cold as he stared at Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan's words were not very harmful, but were extremely insulting. "Your appearance is a great opportunity for me." Jiang Xuan also stopped and looked at him, continuing, "You are my first true opponent since returning to Feishua City. I can imagine how complex your methods are, and I want to experience them. Compared to you, my methods are too few. Either I will continuously force you to use stronger techniques, as I just did, or I can only directly defeat you." "Directly defeat?" "You will pay the price for your arrogance." Lien Rui growled, and a blood-colored aura suddenly covered his body. The arena beneath his feet erupted with a loud bang, and as the shattered stones exploded, a blood-colored blade light that tore through space rushed toward Jiang Xuan. The blade light split into 8 during the strike, and each of the 8 blade lights was further subdivided, continuously dispersing and exploding, forming a blade light that enveloped the area like a rain of blood. Each small blade light could cause the space to faintly crack. Fifth form of blood shadow, rending skyblade. 1,000 streams transforming into rain. Boom! The 1,000-jong arena was almost entirely covered by Lien Rui's blade light. Jiang Xuan vanished, his afterimage passing through the gaps between the tiny blade lights. Such precise judgment ability left Lien Rui unable to imagine what kind of consciousness Jiang Xuan possessed. Even if a god or demon suppressed their strength to Jiang Xuan's level and relied on their divine consciousness to judge and evade, it would still be very difficult to achieve. Boom! 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 Lien Rui was completely enraged by Jiang Xuan's audacity. The blade light fell like a rain of blood, shot like arrows, or fluttered like falling leaves. At times, he closed in on Jiang Xuan, at times splitting into 8, or simply disappearing, pursuing Jiang Xuan like a blood-colored thunderstorm. The terrifying momentum rendered the venue utterly silent. Many spectators on the stands turned pale with fear. Even though the compass shield of the Lord of Feishua ensured they would not be affected, the nearly saturated attacks on the 1,000-jong arena formed a thick, expanding bloodlight that seemed like it would explode at any moment. The overwhelming aura contained within was far beyond what Guozai and Ji Yin'er experienced in their battle. The space was filled with fleeting cracks, repeatedly appearing, and was more terrifying than the aura Jiang Xuan had previously displayed. The Lord of Feishua City was also fixated on the arena. His domain of gods and demons was ready to strike. He had to ensure Jiang Xuan was not killed. Jiang Xuan's peril was clear to him, as it was to other gods and demons. He was like a small boat in a raging storm, and the frequency of his strikes had already reached its peak, still moving with the blade. The Lord of Feishua City could hardly imagine how Jiang Xuan was judging the gaps for escape. "How much longer can you hold on? 10 breaths? Or 5 breaths?" Lien Rui shouted. Jiang Xuan could not hold on much longer. Not only could Lien Rui judge this, but other gods and demons could also see it. The arena's limited 1,000-zhang range was also a significant reason. It was not the size appropriate for a contest among disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. It was too small, truly formidable, and he likely hasn't even used his strongest killing move yet, but he has at least displayed over 95% of his strength. My shortcomings in other aspects are too obvious, leaving me with few options in this confrontation. It should come to an end. Boom! In the midst of turmoil, a previously unseen aura of divinity and demonism suddenly surged from Jiang Xuan, surpassing the typical genius at the early stage of breaking through the Tao by more than 8 times. In that instant, all of that divine and demonic power was unleashed. Jiang Xuan's body was enveloped in a larger layer of energy phantom, resembling him, wielding a long blade. As Jiang Xuan swung his knife, the number of phantoms rapidly increased, stacking layer upon layer, totaling 6 layers. Including Jiang Xuan's actual body, there were 7 Jiang Xuans combined together. The outermost phantom had already transformed into a giant towering 3 zhang high, wielding a 2 zhang long blade. Jiang Xuan's currently mastered strongest killing move, Divine Ghost Shock Blade 3rd Style. Illusion True 7 Lives. Boom! The 30 zhang domain of Lien Rui was instantaneously shattered, and all attacks within 1,000 zhang radius were devoured by the massive blade light Jiang Xuan unleashed. The blade light tore open a space fissure 3 feet wide, like a thunderous wave breaking apart, surging directly towards Lien Rui. Everything on the arena seemed destined to be instantly destroyed by this extremely terrifying blade light. Though it sounded complex, it happened in an instant, so quickly that Lien Rui had no time to react. Even if he could react, he would be unable to withstand it. The terrifying might was about to tear him apart. How could this be? Lien Rui could barely form a complete thought. His eyes filled only with despair. He had a protective treasure given by his ancestor in his Shumi ring, but he had no time to take it out. Naturally, one could not bring treasures that could withstand damage into a competition. It's over. Not good. Lu Huaqian's expression changed drastically in horror. He wanted to rush onto the arena to save him, but the arena was enveloped by the compass of the Snow Flying City Lord, preventing him from entering at all. Chapter 129. How could the dogman win at this moment? Lu Huaqian felt a collapse in his heart. Jiang Xuan's knife could very likely kill Lien Rui directly. If Lien Rui were to die in this public competition, even if the Lien family were furious, they wouldn't dare to do anything to Jiang Xuan. Neither the old gods of Beihongzhu nor the Sun Moon Divine Palace would allow such retaliation to happen. However, as the instigator of the incident, it was uncertain whether Lu Huaqian would be retaliated against. It's over, it's over. Lu Huaqian suddenly had the thought of fleeing, not back to the military city, but directly escaping from Beihongzhu. On the highest observation platform, the city lord of Qian City, the city lord of Bonan City, and other gods also changed their expressions drastically. The city lord of Feishue had a huge surprise in his eyes, but at the same time, he raised a hand. Buzz! A terrifying, godly pressure suddenly erupted, covering the entire starry square, as if a substantial energy froze this world in an instant. All beings except for the gods were frozen at this moment. And Jiang Xuan's terrifying knife light, which could cut through with ease, seemed to be trapped in a quagmire, suddenly slowing down just before it was about to kill Lien Rui, and then dissipated like a mirror shattering. The godly domain of the city lord of Feishue. Everything happened in an instant. The next moment, the world returned to normal. The true domain of the 3 tribulation gods, although only released for a moment, directly disintegrated my strongest killing move, not allowing even a trace of residual power to escape, as if all might have been devoured by heaven and earth. It was terrifying. Jiang Xuan was shocked, and a faint feeling began to emerge in his heart, grasping all the insights. Lien Rui felt that his entire line of sight was occupied by the unmatched knife light, and the next moment, the whole world fell silent, everything dissipating. Jiang Xuan stood there with his knife, looking at him indifferently. It was at this moment that Lien Rui had the opportunity to take out the secret item given to him by his ancestor, but he quickly put it away. a look of fear and despair flashing across his face. Ha 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 ha! The laughter of the city lord of Feishua echoed throughout the entire Feishua city, and he joyfully announced, "I declare that Jiang Xuan wins this battle." Ha 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 ha! The more than 10,000 people present were still somewhat dizzy. The city lord of Feishua released his domain, and although he meant no harm to anyone present, the godly pressure it carried, no matter how controlled, would still cause a tremendous mental impact on mortals. The sound of the city lord's announcement was like the whisper of a deity, bringing a refreshing effect. Everyone suddenly awakened. We won! We won! Jiang Xuan defeated the 7th of the Sun Moon Divine Palace. Oh! The crowd of over 10,000 erupted into unprecedented cheers, the sound waves gathering like a tsunami, shaking everyone's eardrums. At that moment, this immense joy could be heard from any corner of Feishua City. Some of the Tribulation Realm attendees were even so excited that their eyes turned red, cheering for Jiang Xuan like passionate youths. What does Jiang Xuan's victory represent? It not only signifies his personal strength, but also indicates that the Feishua City region has a promising rise. According to the tradition of the gods and demons building their hometowns, the entire Feishua City region will benefit from Jiang Xuan's rise. Moreover, what Jiang Xuan passed was not just a military city test, nor was it an entrance examination for the Sun Moon Divine Palace. He defeated the 7th-ranked disciple of the Sun Moon Divine Palace. What kind of talent is this? What kind of potential? The strong rise of such a prodigy made the audience's blood boil. After a few moments of despair, Lien Rui collected his emotions. He first respectfully bowed towards the city lord of Feishua. Jiang Xuan's knife was so powerful that it filled him with despair, and it was unstable, indicating that Jiang Xuan could not control himself. If not for the intervention of the city lord of Feishua, he would have lost his life in Feishua City today. I lost. Lien Rui then looked at Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan met his gaze. But that is not all my strength. A fierce fighting spirit rose in Lien Rui's gaze. I underestimated you from the very beginning. The venue for today's competition is also not suitable. I could not withstand your knife, and some of my methods. You may not be able to block either. As Lien Rui made excuses for his loss, a wave of boos erupted from the audience. Lien Rui ignored these sounds and continued to stare at Jiang Xuan. But a loss is a loss. I will abide by the agreement. Who do you want to send to the Jiajin Academy? My wife, Qinyuan Shu. Jiang Xuan gestured towards the secondary viewing platform. Lien Rui glanced at the stunning woman in the Chun family's viewing platform, but quickly averted his gaze. As a top genius from a godly family, Lien Rui had long since become cold-hearted. Women would only slow down his cultivation speed. To him, an ordinary-looking woman was no different from an unparalleled beauty. He felt no ripple in his heart, but he was still surprised. Jiang Xuan, only 20 years old, was already married. Previously, Lien Rui had deliberately blocked out the chaotic sound around him, but at this moment, he paid a little attention and even heard someone from the secondary viewing platform shout, "Dad," to Jiang Xuan. Not only was he married, but he also had a child. Still in the prime of his cultivation, yet wasting some energy on such matters, Jiang Xuan still managed to attain such strength. His talent, perhaps, is extremely rare in Beihongzhou in 10,000 years. Even if he has gone astray and entered the ancient cultivation system, Lien Rui dared not say that Jiang Xuan, at this broken path stage, would definitely not become a god or demon in the future. Although the stronger the strength, the stronger the tribulation. This was true for the Tribulation Realm and the Great Tribulation of gods and demons. The broken path stage was even more so. But the greater strength also represented higher talent, allowing for faster cultivation of more comprehensive techniques before the tribulation. The interaction of various techniques would outweigh the negative impacts of the tribulation brought on by increases in strength. This is also the reason why disciples of the Sun Moon Divine Palace are stuck at their realm in cultivation. The stronger they cultivate, the stronger the tribulation becomes. But cultivating more comprehensive techniques allows for better coping with stronger tribulations. Good. Lien Hui nodded. You can bring her with you when you go to the military city. As for her joining the Jiajin Academy, our Lien family will arrange it. As Lien Rui spoke, he flicked his wrist, and a dark light shot out, expanding into a luxurious flying boat. He leaped onto the boat and said, Jiang Xuan, with your talent. If you can control your realm's growth and take out the time spent honing your body and domain over the past 10 years, you could possibly overcome the second or even third tribulation of the broken path stage. As for the great tribulation of gods and demons, in the past 10,000 years of Beihongzhu, no one at the broken path stage has become a god or demon. You could be the first in 10,000 years. Or perhaps not. Jiang Xuan frowned slightly. What does he mean by this? I'm already 29 this year. Lien Rue continued. I expect to attract the great tribulation of gods and demons by the age of 35 at the latest. I still have 6 years. When you go to the military city, I will challenge you again before I become a god or demon. This time, you won't be able to win against me. What does he mean? He dares to talk so big after losing? He claims he will become a god or demon in 6 years, but says Jiang Xuan might not be able to. He wants to defeat Jiang Xuan before becoming a god or demon. How arrogant is he after losing? The stands erupted into waves of astonishment. How I cultivate is none of your business. Jiang Xuan said indifferently. As for challenging me again, I'm always ready. Lien Rue did not say anything further. As the flying boat rose and was about to leave, he suddenly seemed to remember something. The boat stopped in midair, and he flipped his wrist, producing a dark green token. Seeing him take out this item, Lu Huaqian couldn't help but feel his eyelids twitch. I came to face you a city this time not only to meet you, a mere Tao breaking stage, but also at the request of others to take their money and do their bidding. Although Lien Rue didn't name names, everyone present knew he was invited by Lu Huaqian. Even the cultivators in the stands understood, and their gazes turned towards Lu Huaqian. Opportunities to collectively look down on a 3 tribulation deity are rare. Lu Huaqian's expression was grim. That plaque was a token of gratitude he forcefully gave to Lien Rue on the way here. It was a token from a military city Tongtian pavilion, and its specific significance could only be known by going to the military city Tongtian pavilion. Lu Huaqian knew that with Lien Rue's pride, he wouldn't want to be seen as being used or hired. So when he handed the plaque to Lien Rue, he merely said it was a small token of appreciation for the delay in Lien Rue's cultivation time. He deliberately downplayed its value, and only then did Lien Rue reluctantly accept it. However, in reality, the value that plaque represented was also a considerable amount for Lu Huaqian, a 3 tribulation deity, much higher than what he told Lien Rue, comparable to a good divine treasure. Lu Huaqian gave it generously because he wanted to establish a closer relationship with Lien Rue and the Lien family. By the time Lien Rue returned to the military city, he would realize it was such a heavy gift, and he couldn't possibly return to himself. Could he? He never anticipated that Lien Rue would actually lose. He even publicly stated it. This certainly made Lu Huaqian lose face, but at this point, since he already offended those old deities, according to Lien Rue's character, he would definitely not want that token of appreciation anymore and would return it to him. In that case, even though he embarrassed himself and offended others this time, he at least managed to recover most of his losses financially. Lu Huaqian watched the plaque in Lien Rue's hand, waiting for him to throw it back. But things didn't go as planned. I lost. Naturally, I shouldn't take this money, Lien Rue said as he raised his hand and tossed it. You won. This money is your spoils. Jiang Xuan reached out and caught the token Lien Rue threw, somewhat surprised. Lu Huaqian. Lien Rue clearly wanted to distance himself, as he and Lu Huaqian were never on the same side. But the way he distanced himself left Lu Huaqian dumbfounded. Huh. The flying boat rose higher, and Lien Rue steered it through the void. Sigh. On the flying boat, Lien Rue couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. He lost. How could he? The 7th of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace lose to a newly emerged Tao breaking stage. Lien Rue could hardly imagine the stir this would cause once it spread, and he was also concerned about the reaction of the elders of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. At this moment, he didn't have the energy to think about so much. His own situation was more troublesome, although just thinking about the possible reaction of his ancestor made Lien Rue's body tingle. He still took out a small jade knife from a Shumi ring and activated it with calamity power. The jade knife was only half the size of a palm, and when activated, it emitted a faint glow. Rueyer, I heard you want to face US City? The jade knife transmitted an elderly and kind voice. Ancestor. Lien Rui braced himself and said, I'm already on my way back to the military city. Oh, what was the result? The elderly voice asked. How many moves could that Dao breaking stage take from you? I lost. Liang Hui replied. The seventh of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Lien Rui, challenging the newly emerged Dao breaking stage in Feishua City? In just 3 years, that dogman has come out of the Blackpool Palace? In a restaurant in the military city, Pei Nishang, who had just ended her secluded training, had only just sat down in a private room when she heard the noise of discussions from the lobby downstairs. After 5,000 years, the Dao breaking stage reappeared in Beihongzhou, and it seemed someone had deliberately spread the news, including that the seventh disciple of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace had gone to challenge him. 3 years, just 3 years. A 20-year-old Dao breaking stage is a genius among geniuses even in ancient times. I had estimated it would take him at least 10 years to come out, but unexpectedly. Pei Nishang expanded her perception to listen to more discussions downstairs. What a pity. From what they said, Lien Rui's strength, even if he had just entered the Dao breaking stage, might not even be a match for someone who has gone through 2 tribulations. Once Lien Rui defeats him, it will be difficult for him to join the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. What? Tongtian Pavilion even opened odds for the two? Pei Nishang suddenly felt particularly excited. Although the odds for Lien Rui to win were particularly low, it was almost a guaranteed profit. Pei Nishang was somewhat short on money lately. As a reincarnated deity, she didn't want to expose her previous identity, and becoming a deity was something that could be achieved as long as enough resources were consumed. In the more than 2 years since she arrived in the military city, she hadn't sought to join any of the 4 major academies or any forces. She only rented various training facilities to assist her cultivation. That was enough. Before her reincarnation, she had already prepared the resources needed to cultivate into a deity in this life. However, there were still some unexpected small mishaps. She was a deity from 1,000 years ago, and during this 1,000 years, as the world's resources have further dwindled, the cost of renting facilities in the military city has increased significantly compared to 1,000 years ago, especially for those core facilities, where prices have risen greatly. Although Pei Nishang had prepared some in her previous life, it was still barely sufficient, and she needed to spend wisely. Jiang Xuan's odds of winning reached 1 to 100? Huh, how could that dogman possibly win? Pei Nishang thought as she stood up, still hadn't tea ordered, and planned to head to Tongtian Pavilion first. In the eastern part of the military city, a magnificent complex, the Tongtian Pavilion gambling house has a separate large door. Miss Pei? Is that you, Miss Pei? A surprised male voice came from the side as Pei Nishang, veiled, reached the entrance and was about to go in. Pei Nishang frowned slightly and paused, turning to look. Miss Pei, it really is you. What a coincidence. You don't seem like a gambling person. You must be here for the Dao breaking stage's odds, right? A young man in a white robe, holding a white jade fan, approached with a big smile. This person is. Pei Nishang only remembered that his surname was Bai, from a very prominent divine family, and a genius from the Jiajin Academy. Pei Nishang had a special general token prepared long ago in her previous life. Through that token, she could rent facilities from the 4 major academies out of turn. Of course, compared to academy disciples using those facilities, Pei Nishang would have to pay several times the price. This young master Bai, I've seen a few times at Jiajin Academy. We are not familiar, Pei Nishang said coldly and then walked toward the entrance. Miss Pei, why must you keep your distance? Young master Bai followed beside her, waving his folding fan, and said, to be honest, our Bai family has had a good relationship with the Lien family for generations. I know very well about senior brother Lien Rui's strength. If I may suggest, Miss Pei should bet with me this time. Don't bet on senior brother Lien Rui to win. The odds are too low. Bet on him defeating that tribal barbarian within 5 breaths. I plan to put all my assets on the line this time, and even borrowed some. I'm sure it will be a big profit. Chapter 130. The boiling gambling house inside the Tongtian Pavilion in the military city. Hundreds of 6-zhang tall white jade pillars supported a vast space, larger than even the largest palaces in the main city. On both sides of the grand hall were betting booths, along with staircases for easy access to the underground casino or the upper private rooms for gamblers. The Tontian Pavilion had truly lost its mind by opening such betting odds. No matter how low the odds were for Lien Ruisheng, there was absolutely no chance of him losing. How many people would risk their fortunes to gamble? The Tontian Pavilion would suffer immense losses this time. That statement is incorrect. This brother seems to rarely visit gambling houses and is unaware of the rules. What rules? The gambling house makes money by taking a cut from the bets. And there will always be people who harbor a glimmer of hope, tempted by the extremely high odds and willing to take risks. The money they win is the money lost by others, and the gambling house has already calculated its profit from the odds, regardless of the outcome. The Tontian Pavilion takes a commission of 0.5% of the total bets. Look at that one. Even disciples from the 4 great academies have come. It's rare for a competition in a remote, third-tier prosperous main city to create such a stir in the military city. Even those who usually avoid gambling are joining in the excitement. The entire military city is in an uproar. I wonder if the gods and demons will participate. Even if the gods and demons place bets, they would do so privately and wouldn't come to such places. Haha, which god or demon would think that young Master Lien would lose? The grand hall was bustling with noise. As the Tontian Pavilion's first floor usually wouldn't have so many guests, most would head underground to the gambling tables. But the situation was special these days. Especially today. The Tontian Pavilion, with its vast connections, had determined that Lien Rue had already arrived in Feishua City and would challenge Jiang Xuan today. And Jiang Xuan would definitely accept the challenge. This means that a result would be produced today. The Tontian Pavilion could not know the result immediately, but the betting time ended today. Senior Brother Bai, you're here too? Several disciples from the Jiajing Academy were chatting by a pillar when they saw young Master Bai enter and greeted him, showing polite respect. Young Master Bai not only came from a prominent god and demon family, but was also a leading figure in the Jiajing Academy, possessing a high reputation. Junior Brother Zhao, Junior Brother Lu, Junior Sister Song. Young Master Bai's expression was somewhat proud. Senior Brother Bai, this is... Junior Brother Zhao, dressed in a golden silk robe, asked. They all noticed that young Master Bai had entered with a woman. The woman had a veil covering her face, and that thin veil seemed to be a treasure. Even the strongest senses could not see through it to reveal her features. However, just from her beautiful peach blossom eyes, one could tell that she was an extraordinary beauty. Moreover, her skin was as white as snow, and her figure was excellent. Pei Nishang, after leaving the heightened palace, had dispersed her god and demon powers to undergo tribulation, while strengthening her physical body during the tribulation. She had used a secret method to deliberately strip away the skin color of her tribal people. This young lady, Pei Nishang, I'm sure you've all heard of her, young Master Bai explained. Pei Nishang shot him a glance. This young Master Bai had quite the thick skin. She hadn't intended to accompany him, but he had been following her all along. So was Lady Pei. Holding the Feizong Order, it turned out to be her. The Feizong Order is the token that allows Pei Nishang to access and rent facilities from the 4 great academies. Feizong was the last sect of the Eastern Qian dynasty, inherited from ancient times until 20,000 years ago, when Emperor Qian forbade the existence of sects, merging Feizong into the Eastern Qian dynasty. After Emperor Qian's benevolence and authority, he treated Feizong well, and every Feizong disciple at that time received a Feizong order. This token has many uses, can be passed down through generations, and is used to enter the 4 great academies for auditing and renting facilities, but that was only one use during the mortal period. After 20,000 years of changes, those who hold the Feizong order today are mostly not descendants of Feizong disciples. More often, they belong to powerful god and demon families, either obtained through auctions or exchanged for treasures from the descendants of Feizong disciples in history, or through forceful means. However, since the Feizong order has no distinguishing marks, there are over 10,000 of them throughout the Eastern Qian dynasty. Many historical incidents of forceful acquisition have now become murky accounts. Therefore, those who hold the Feizong order today are generally regarded as having a powerful or mysterious background, and even disciples from the Jiajing Academy do not dare to underestimate them. Lady Pei, Zhao pays his respects. I have met Lady Pei. Not wanting to offend, the disciples from the Jiajing Academy were all very polite, and Pei Nishang also nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, everyone arrived at a betting booth. Have you all placed your bets? Young Master Bai asked. 800 domain crystals. I don't have as many as junior brother Zhao, and I borrowed some, totaling 540 domain crystals. I also bet 500 domain crystals. As they spoke, young Master Bai hadn't reacted yet, but nearby other gamblers all stared at them in shock. This group of young people could directly take out domain crystals to bet. Domain crystals are items for god and demon cultivation. Using domain crystals to practice during the mortal period is extremely extravagant. They are disciples from the Jiang Academy. No wonder they are so wealthy. Feeling the attention, the group straightened their backs, displaying either arrogant or nonchalant expressions, as if they were merely placing a small bet. But in reality, at the Jiang Academy, the resources a disciple spends in a year for cultivation are only about 200 domain crystals. They had all sold their possessions and even borrowed money to come up with so much. Haha, not bad, not bad. You are betting so much. Even if you only win 10%, it's still a considerable amount. Young Master Bai said, but then shook his head. However, you all bet incorrectly, only betting on senior brother Lien to win. The odds are too low. Upon hearing young Master Bai's words, their expressions changed. The other gamblers who were about to place their bets also stopped, all turning to look over. Senior brother Bai, what do you think? Junior brother Zhao asked. Senior brother Lien masters a 30 zhang domain. A newcomer in the breaking path stage would find it nearly impossible to move in it. What's even more terrifying is that senior brother Lien has been in the Sun Moon Divine Palace for so many years, focusing much of his energy on cultivating attack techniques, which is why he could be ranked 7th in the Sun Moon Divine Palace at just 29 years old. The power of senior brother Lien is beyond your imagination. Even if a breaking path practitioner masters a wisp of god and demon power, they cannot break through the domain. Their attacks are useless, and faced with senior brother Lien's attacks, they have no means of response. How long can I hold out? But also bet that he will defeat, no, kill that tribal barbarian within 5 breaths. Young Master Bai's words made Pei Nishang frown repeatedly. Although she called Jiang Xuan a dogman, that was her own remark. She felt refreshed after scolding him, but hearing others refer to him as a tribal barbarian, a native, made her uncomfortable. After all, he was the first and only man in her life. In fact, according to the law, he was still her husband. 5 breaths? How is that possible? He is a genius from the Jiang Academy. Can he be wrong? What are the odds of winning within 5 breaths? 1 to 6? 6 times. This indicates that the Tongtian Pavilion also believes that Lien Rue will most likely win within 5 breaths. Hence the odds are not even 1. That tribal barbarian indeed has no power to fight back. Young Master Bai looked at the counter and handed over the ring, saying, inside are 12,000 domain crystals. I bet everything that senior brother Lien will win within 5 breaths. How much? 12,000. Domain crystals? The entire gambling house erupted in an instant. An unimaginable uproar arose, and everyone looked at young Master Bai in disbelief. Even several disciples from the Jiang Academy stared at him dumbfounded. How could he possibly take out so much at once? Even an average divine demon probably wouldn't have such resources. What a huge determination. If he wins, he will win a total of 7,200 domain crystals at once. Everyone looked at young Master Bai in shock and envy, silently marveling at the prodigy from a top divine demon family, whose wealth simply couldn't be measured by his current realm or status as a disciple of Jiang Academy. Young Master Bai lightly shook his folding fan, a smile on his lips, and said nothing more. He didn't explain that this bet wasn't just his alone. Many members of the Bai family had entrusted all their wealth to him for this bet, and he had borrowed a lot as well. There was no need to mention this. It would lower his status. He kept quiet, as all eyes were now on him. I bet 5 breaths too. Me too, hurry. 5 breaths. Write me a ticket, be quick. Young Master Bai dared to stake 12,000 domain crystals, and the other gamblers quickly followed suit, eager to place their bets. The odds would change, and betting too late would lower them. The earlier the bet, the better. The faces of the other disciples from Jiang Academy turned ugly. They had bet too early. They had no money left to bet alongside young Master Bai. Ha ha! I didn't expect young Master Lien to be so strong. Able to win in 5 breaths? Not only is young Master Lien strong, but that barbaric native is too weak. Yeah, a wild man from a third-rate prosperous city tribe wants to join the Sun and Moon Divine Palace in the military city? Dream on. Young Master Lien will definitely defeat him in a few moves. Perhaps one move will be enough. Quick, write the ticket. The discussions made Pei Nishang's brows furrow deeper. She felt something boiling in her consciousness, which made her expression more serious. She couldn't comprehend her thoughts. She could despise Jiang Xuan, scold him every day, but hearing others speak like this didn't bring her joy. Instead, she felt that she was about to give birth to inner demons. In this lifetime, she was born into the Jiang tribe, a few years older than Jiang Xuan, watching him grow up. She knew Jiang Xuan was neither barbaric nor rude, and he even had a good appearance. Moreover, although she had a significant disagreement with Jiang Xuan, she would never deny his character. He was a hero of the tribe. In her previous life, Pei Nishang was an extremely powerful divine demon, looking down on mortals like ants. The illustrious family background allowed her to act freely for thousands of years. But now, she didn't even have the ability to make these people shut up. She felt uncomfortable, unable to calm her emotions. For a reincarnated divine demon, inner demons might be the only hurdle that could hinder her from breaking through smoothly. Even if she did break through to become a divine demon, her subsequent mental cultivation would also be affected. Dugman, haven't you harmed me enough? Do you want to torment me for a lifetime? Pei Nishang thought bitterly. Miss Pei, you should place your bet quickly. Hurry, the odds will change, and you will win less. Young Master Bai urged. Pei Nishang looked at the counter and handed over the ring. There are 8,000 domain crystals inside. 8,000? Who is this woman? Goodness. The attention of the customers in the gambling house was drawn back, and they gasped in surprise. Some people recognized young Master Bai and discussed his identity as a disciple of the Bai family, backed by a sixth tribulation king realm divine demon. While it was exaggerated for him to take out 12,000 at once, it was still understandable. But who was this woman? Even young Master Bai's eyelids twitched, and a look of joy surfaced on his face, further solidifying his determination to pursue Miss Pei. Quick, write the ticket. Lien Rue will win within 5 breaths. The odds haven't changed, right? Young Master Bai urged the old man behind the counter to assist Pei Nishang. No, Pei Nishang replied coldly at that moment. I bet on Jiang Xuan to win. The gambling house fell silent for a moment. Then, an uproar erupted. Incredulous voices seemed ready to tear the roof off. Pei Nishang slightly tilted her head, facing the direction of Flying Snow City, millions of miles away. She knew she was throwing money away. Fortunately, she still had some treasures she hadn't planned to sell, which she could pawn to Tongtian Pavilion. In the end, she would have resources for cultivation, and once she became a divine demon, she could redeem them. Pei Nishang was willing to take the loss. At a time when everyone was looking down on Jiang Xuan, there was still one person in the military city supporting him. Pei Nishang didn't expect Jiang Xuan to know in the future. He wouldn't be able to come to the military city and wouldn't know. She was sacrificing all her wealth just to achieve clarity of thought. I truly owe you this. Duman. Pei Nishang thought bitterly. Miss Pei, are you crazy? Young Master Bai, shocked, exclaimed with a sharp voice. Chapter 131, Joy. The bet of Pei Nishang's bet stunned everyone. It was even more shocking than young Master Bai's bet. Such a massive wager, coupled with terrifying odds of over 100 to 1, anyone with a bit of common sense would know that winning was impossible. Miss, are you really going to bet? The elderly man behind the counter couldn't believe it and cautiously asked again. Jiang Xuan, write the ticket, Pei Nishang said indifferently. Miss Pei, don't be impulsive. Yes, Miss Pei, that's 8,000 domain crystals. You can still change your mind. That barbaric native has no chance of winning. Breaking the Tao is merely qualification for the Sun and Moon Divine Palace assessment. Even if the Sun and Moon Divine Palace were to rank last, it wouldn't be a match, let alone the 7th-ranked disciple. Young Master Bai and the other disciples of the Jiajing Academy all spoke up. Pei Nishang appeared resolute, and the elderly man behind the counter glanced at her before finally starting to write the ticket, stamping it, and handing it to Pei Nishang. She took a look and saw the odds of 1 to 113. This was even higher than what she had heard in the tavern. If she won, she would earn over 900,000 domain crystals, a fortune that even a first-tier divine demon could not muster. Generally, A divine demon treasure was worth only a few tens of thousands of domain crystals, and the core treasures of first-tier divine demons would not exceed 300,000 domain crystals. Suddenly, a mist of water drifted into the gambling hall. A figure emerged, enchanting and elusive within the mist, making it hard to see clearly. Is anyone betting on Jiang Xuan? Dou Xiaoxian's charming voice echoed gently in the hall. The true meaning of water? Pei Nichang's eyelids twitched, and she turned to look. Although she had never seen her, she had heard of this prodigy since arriving at the military city. This was the true top genius of the entire North Hangzhou, the third-ranked demon disciple of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Dou Xiaoxian, the disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, are here. Dou Xiaoxian floated to the booth where Pei Nichang, young Master Bai, and others were, and they all respectfully bowed, addressing her as Senior Sister Dou. Hearing the discussions, Dou Xiaoxian realized that this veiled girl had bet 8,000 domain crystals on Jiang Xuan to win. This girl is quite the spender, but unfortunately, seeking high odds will ultimately yield no results. I won't elaborate on Lien Rui's strength. It's clear he cannot lose. As Dou Xiaoxian spoke, she placed a ring on the counter. 10,000 domain crystals. Lien Rui will win within 5 breaths. She placed her bet. Pei Nichang felt no surprise at this situation. She had never considered Jiang Xuan winning. Perhaps Jiang Xuan was her reincarnation tribulation. She sought purity in her heart and clarity in her thoughts. The disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace also bet on Lien Rui. It seemed that the genius from Jiajin Academy had analyzed it correctly. This girl is confused. Pei Nichang said nothing more, glanced at Dou Xiaoxian, and turned to leave. At this moment, she was no longer thinking about gambling. The money she had was sufficient for a retreat. Next time she emerged, she would have to mortgage her treasures. The true meaning of water, among the disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace in North Hangzhou, seemed to be understood and fused only by her. Throughout North Hangzhou's history, there had never been a top 10 legacy of true meanings. Pei Nichang thought to herself that she had also comprehended the true meaning of water in her past life. The true meaning of water excels in versatility, but lacks offensive power. Pei Nichang had been contemplating whether to attempt understanding other true meanings in this life, or whether it was possible to comprehend multiple true meanings, using the true meaning of water as a hidden means of elevating her realm. She didn't want her cultivation in this life to be identical to her past life. Too many similarities would draw attention as soon as she reached a certain level. She could discern that her father had certainly never given up on searching for her. The true meaning of water could very well expose her. Feishuo City. After Lien Rui left, the day's competition came to a perfect conclusion. The city lords, including the Feishuo City Lord and the Qian City Lord, brought their disciples to the high platform to converse with Jiang Xuan. The Feishuo City Lord laughed heartily, while the Qian City Lord, the Luoxia City Lord, and the Bonan City Lord congratulated Jiang Xuan, showering him with praise. As for the disciples of these city lords, their gazes towards Jiang Xuan held no resentment. They all realized the gap between themselves and Jiang Xuan. If there were a slight difference, they might still hold hostility and want to take a chance. But the gap was too great. Jiang Xuan was no longer on the same level as them. Belonging to a genius demon rarely seen in North Hangzhou over the past 10,000 years, rendering any comparison unnecessary. It would only serve to make them uncomfortable. Jiang Xuan, your battle will create a sensation throughout North Hangzhou for some time to come, and even your name will reach several nearby continents. Your entry into the Sun and Moon Divine Palace will face no obstacles. The Feishuo City Lord seemed more spirited than ever, constantly in a state of excitement, thinking about how those stubborn old geezers in the military city would be left dumbfounded this time. Indeed, the Bonan City Lord also spoke up in 10,000 years. Our local main city has never produced a disciple of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Jiang Xuan has made history. We can finally hold our heads high. Given the temperament of those elders in the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, some might even get sick from anger, the Luoxia City Lord said with a smile. And some may rush to Feishuo City to compete for Jiang Xuan as a disciple. Ha 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 ha. I announce, the grand feast in Feishuo City tonight will have all expenses covered by the City Lord's mansion. Thank you, City Lord. The over 100,000 citizens who had not yet dispersed erupted in joyous cheers. "Old Jiang, you really have good luck," the Qian city lord said sourly to the Feishuo city lord, then looked at Jiang Xuan. "If only you were my disciple." "Ha, do you have that fate?" The Feishuo city lord gave him a disdainful look. "I don't, do you?" The Qian city lord replied. "Jiang Xuan is not your disciple either." After some banter, Jiang Xuan arrived at the Chun family's viewing platform, walking to his parents, wife, and daughter. Jiang Hanfeng patted his son's shoulder without saying much. Everything was unspoken. Chun Yuanzhu restrained her emotions, but her eyes were red. "My husband not only won, but also paved a smooth path for me to become a divine demon. With the resources from the Jiajin Academy and the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, my future cultivation will have more advantages than other Jiajin Academy disciples. Although I'm already 30, I am in a phase of accumulating strength, and the Rui breathing technique allows my talent to continue growing." She grew increasingly confident in becoming a divine demon. "Daddy is a great hero. Daddy is the strongest." Little Jiang Junya was the most excited. Jiang Xian hugged her in his arms, and she pecked his cheek several times. "As expected of our Chun family's son-in-law." "Ha ha, well done, beautifully done. So what if he is in the breaking Tao stage? The divine demon is within reach." The Chun family members all spoke up, filled with excitement. They were likely the biggest beneficiaries of Jiang Xian's rise, aside from the Jiang Clan. Some couldn't help but sign their hearts. Yuanzhu really has great insight. That night, in the grand hall of the city lord's mansion, a scene of celebration unfolded. Besides the city lords of the divine demons, their disciples, and Jiang Xian's entire family, along with some members of the Chun family and several inspectors like Lei Hong, all participated in this banquet. The courtesans of Flying Snow City presented songs and dances, accompanied by silk and bamboo instruments, while the maidservants continuously poured wine, never enough to drink. Jiang Xian, Lord Bonan put down his wine cup and looked over with admiration, saying, "You were able to defeat Lien Rue, though it was thanks to the power of gods and demons. However, your talent in swordsmanship, in my opinion, deserves even more attention." Indeed, Lord Qi chimed in. "Jiang Xian's talent in swordsmanship is rare in the world. I believe Jiang Xian might consider directly attempting to comprehend fusion of true intent during the early stages of understanding true meaning." "Yes," Lord Bo Nan continued, "if you don't understand the fusion of true intent, this talent will go to waste. Moreover, when you go to the military city, I suggest you directly challenge Demon Slaying Mountain. You excel in offensive killing, and Demon Slaying Mountain only tests offensive killing. If you can enter the top 10, you will receive unexpected benefits." At this moment, the Lord of Flying Snow City furrowed his brows. Chapter 132. News returns, chaotic military city with Jiang Xian's talent. He should indeed comprehend the true meaning of fusion. The Lord of Windstorm City, Zhan Feng, put down his wine cup and said historically, "Those renowned prodigies in the world all comprehended the true meaning of fusion ahead of time. The three most recognized and powerful true meanings for attack are true meaning of thunder, true meaning of breaking void, and true meaning of 10,000 attacks. Jiang Xian can choose one as his research direction." Hearing this from the Lord of Windstorm City, both the Lord of Qian City and the Lord of Banan City nodded in agreement. "You all should refrain from making arbitrary suggestions." The Lord of Flying Snow finally couldn't help but frown and speak up. "The true meaning of fusion, compared to ordinary true meanings, is indeed more comprehensive, but the difficulty of cultivation is at least several times higher. This is true even for divine beings. For mortals, the difficulty is at least 10 times greater." "What do you mean by that, old Jiang? Are you looking down on Jiang Xian's swordsmanship talent?" The Lord of Qian City glared at the Lord of Flying Snow. "It's not looking down. Rather, I have higher expectations," the Lord of Flying Snow quickly replied. "However, the more so, the more careful we must be. We need to be steady and solid, with the goal of becoming divine beings. If one does not become a divine being, everything is in vain." As the Lord of Flying Snow spoke, he looked at Jiang Xian. "Jiang Xian, you have two major issues in your cultivation of the breakthrough stage. The first is that you need to consume significantly more resources, and the second is danger. The first issue can be mostly resolved by going to the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. The second, however, can only depend on you. The true meaning can only be cultivated by divine beings. For mortals, cultivation is already a struggle, at most touching the threshold. If you forcibly pursue the true meaning of fusion, you will waste a lot of time. In comparison, if you spend your time on other aspects of cultivation, you will improve more comprehensively, eliminating any weaknesses, which will increase your chances of surviving the heavenly tribulation. Understand. Jiang Xuan nodded, contemplating the words of the Lord of Flying Snow. This is clearly a matter of trade-offs. The time to become a divine being is limited. Once that deadline passes, either one can no longer attract the divine calamity, or one's body will decline. Even if one can attract the divine calamity, they may perish within it. Assuming the threshold is set at 40 years old, Jiang Xuan has 20 years left. If he spends most of his time on true meaning cultivation, his physical growth and other aspects will inevitably become weaknesses, which would be detrimental to surviving the tribulation. However, if he only dedicates a small portion of his time to true meaning cultivation, then cultivating ordinary true meaning might allow him to touch the threshold, whereas cultivating true meaning of fusion might not succeed. I agree with Brother Zhang's view. The Lord of Falling Clouds also spoke up. Currently, among the more than 20 disciples in the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, only the third-ranked Dou Shaoxian is cultivating the true meaning of fusion. The rest are all practicing ordinary true meanings. Some of them do have higher talent, but cannot cultivate the true meaning of fusion. They have made their choices. Just as Brother Jiang said, if one does not become a divine being, everything is in vain. The reason Dou Shaoxian can cultivate the true meaning of fusion is that her family had an existence that surpassed divine beings in ancient times. That ancient ancestor practiced the true meaning of water, changing the bloodline of the entire family. Although the family bloodline has become quite thin today, it still greatly reduces the difficulty for the Dou family to practice the true meaning of water. Additionally, with the inheritance treasures mastered by the Dou clan in northern Hangzhou, the overall difficulty for Dou Shaoxian to cultivate the true meaning of water is not much different from that of ordinary true meanings. In terms of difficulty, the disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace are all choosing the simplest and most suitable true meanings for themselves. The Lord of Flying Snow continued, therefore, Jiang Xuan, my advice to you is not to waste time pursuing a stronger true meaning. Brother Jiang is right. Indeed should not be forced. The Lords of Light and Earth Machinery, among others, voiced their support for the Lord of Flying Snow and the Lord of Falling Clouds. Perhaps we all underestimated Jiang Xuan's swordsmanship talent? The Lord of Great Rise remarked. Yes, the Lord of Banan quickly seized the opportunity. Should we let Jiang Xuan waste his talent? The impact of true meaning cultivation on future cultivation is immense. With such talent, is it merely to comprehend ordinary true meaning? Jiang Xuan is the first to join the Sun and Moon Divine Palace from our local main city. The Lord of Qian City also spoke up. His ability to defeat Lien Rui, while relying on divine power, did not solely depend on that. The divine power itself does not have such strong effects. The power still relies on the swordsmanship skills he displays. Swordsmanship is an unparalleled advantage for Jiang Xuan. If he does not focus on improving his swordsmanship and goes to the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, wouldn't he become just another face in the crowd? The Lord of Qian City's words were excessive. The disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, no matter what, would not become mere faces in the crowd. But the meaning was conveyed. In a place like the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, if one does not leverage their strengths while avoiding their weaknesses, they would indeed rank lower. Although Jiang Xuan has defeated Lien Rui now, all the divine beings present know that Lien Rui's words after his defeat were not excuses. Jiang Xuan did indeed take advantage of the arena and Lien Rui's underestimation of him. The space for maneuvering in the arena is very limited, and Lien Rui's attacks on Jiang Xuan could be said to be unavoidable. If Lien Rui had approached the battle with the mindset of a competition in the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, with ample space to engage, even if Jiang Xuan could win, it would not be easy, and there was even a possibility of losing. After all, apart from his swordsmanship attacks, Jiang Xuan is far weaker than Lien Rui in other aspects. Jiang Xuan's move, where he moves with the sword, is not the right path. When he was being chased, he relied on his extraordinarily keen perception to make an extreme evasion. However, if Lien Rui were to avoid battle while Jiang Xuan pursued him, it would be very difficult for him to even get close to Lien Rui. While it is essential to address weaknesses, the Lord of Qian City continued, but we must also enhance strengths. Old Jiang, you mentioned that Jiang Xuan's cultivation requires vast resources, and what kind of place is the Sun and Moon Divine Palace? It is a place where the higher you rank, the more resources you receive. This is a matter of mutual benefit. Stronger cultivators receive more resources and grow faster. The Lord of Flying Snow did not refute the Lord of Qian City's remarks. He looked at Jiang Xuan once more. What Lien Rui said before leaving was not without reason. The tribulations of the breakthrough stage are indeed too great. You should be more prudent. Even if you can survive the tribulation, do not rush. Accumulating for 10 years before breaking through will significantly increase the chances of surviving the heavenly tribulation. Of course, what I mean is not to say that Jiang Xuan must not cultivate the true meaning of fusion. Rather, it should be a natural process. Do not forcefully seek comprehension and find the path that suits you best. The meaning of the Lord of Flying Snow's words still hoped for Jiang Xuan to cultivate steadily. The various divine being lords were clearly divided into two factions. The lords of Flying Snow and others wanted Jiang Xuan to cultivate steadily, with the goal of becoming divine beings. The lords of Qian and others felt that it would be a waste for Jiang Xuan not to cultivate the true meaning of fusion given his swordsmanship talent. And this is also about leveraging strengths and avoiding weaknesses, which would allow him to achieve a higher ranking in the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, and thus obtain better resources. This is a snowballing process. More resources will also be beneficial for becoming a divine being. In fact, the Lord of Flying Snow had long told Jiang Xuan that comprehending true meaning is something for divine beings. Now, for mortals to comprehend ordinary true meaning in advance is already a limit. Do Xiaoxian's ability to comprehend the true meaning of fusion is a special circumstance, an exception. However, now hearing the words of the Lord of Qian and others, it seems that he might not necessarily be unable to comprehend the true meaning of fusion during his mortal period, perhaps because his skill talent has reached an astonishing level. Then, Jiang Xuan thought, what about the 10 great inherited true meanings? Hearing Jiang Xuan's question, the 8 divine being lords were taken aback, and then they all laughed. You kid, you really dare to think. The Lord of Qian City shook his head and pointed at Jiang Xuan. We are only discussing the true meaning of fusion and ordinary true meanings at most, and here you are, even daring to think about the 10 great inherited true meanings. The Lord of Banan City said with a smile, young people should have this kind of drive. If you don't even dare to think about it, how can you become a god or a demon? The Lord of Falling Sunset City said, ha ha ha, he's just like us back in the day, fantasizing about the 10 great inheritances of true meaning. The Lord of Flying Snow raised his wine glass, but did not drink. This is not a bad thing. Young people should be full of energy. The several demon lords did not look down on Jiang Xuan. Instead, they appreciated his mentality. However, the Lord of Flying Snow then changed his tone and said, just think about it, but don't get too caught up in it. Northern Hangzhou doesn't even have clear cultivation methods for the 10 great inheritances of true meaning. And besides, the 10 great inheritances rely more on personal comprehension. Jiang Xuan, do you know how many demons in Northern Hangzhou have mastered the 10 great inheritances of true meaning? Lord Qian asked. He didn't keep them in suspense and directly raised a finger. I'll tell you now, not a single one. Even looking at the entire Eastern Qian dynasty, they are extremely rare. Among us 8 demon lords, what we grasp are all ordinary true meanings. Among demon veterans like us who have fought in the outer battlefield, only about 1 in 100 has mastered the fusion true meaning. And among the demons in the military city, only 1 in 10 has mastered the fusion true meaning. The rest are all ordinary true meanings. How many demons are there in Northern Hangzhou? Jiang Xuan was uncertain about the number in the military city, but he knew there were over 1,000 main cities, with over 1,000 city lords, meaning over 1,000 demons. With so many people, only a handful mastering fusion true meaning? Even counting the military city, there might only be dozens of demons who have mastered fusion true meaning. And among so many demons, not a single one has mastered a single of the 10 great inheritances? Jiang Xuan thought to ask. Yes, the Lord of Flying Snow replied, not counting outsiders who went from northern Hangzhou to the outer battlefield, just talking about those from northern Hangzhou. There was indeed one person in history who successfully comprehended the 10 great inheritances of true meaning. And he is the most gifted person in northern Hangzhou in 10,000 years. That is a true legend of northern Hangzhou. It is said that he is now a close minister to the emperor and has not returned to northern Hangzhou for thousands of years. The various demon lords praised and told Jiang Xuan about the legend of this first genius in northern Hangzhou. The god-slaying spear, Huayu. Huayu was born 800 years ago from a relatively ordinary demon family in a military city. He was the third demon born in his family, entered the Armor Gold Academy at 15, and the Sun and Moon Divine Palace at 19, becoming a demon at 27. He left countless records in the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, some of which have yet to be broken. Huayu mastered intent at 18 and began to comprehend true meaning at 19. But the first true meaning he comprehended was not one of the 10 great inheritances, but the 10,000 attacks true meaning from the fusion true meanings. After touching the threshold of the 10,000 attacks true meaning, he practiced 4 ordinary true meanings, all of which reached the threshold. After crossing the tribulation to become a demon, he abandoned the other true meanings and directly comprehended the sky-rending true meaning from the 10 great inheritances. He comprehended 1 fusion true meaning first, and then 4 ordinary true meanings? Jiang Xuan was shocked. Yes, Huayu, during his mortal period, managed to cultivate 5 true meanings to the threshold. The Lord of Flying Snow continued, and you must know, he was only 27 when he became a demon. One can imagine how fast he cultivated true meaning. Jiang Xuan was somewhat stunned. What kind of monster is this? But even Huayu could not directly comprehend the 10 great inheritances during his mortal period. Lord Qian interjected. He comprehended the 10 great inheritances only after becoming a demon, and his success is closely related to the foundation laid during his mortal period. The several lords shared many legendary aspects of Huayu with Jiang Xuan. The Sun and Moon Divine Palace even erected a statue for him. However, they did not advise Jiang Xuan too much. They believed he would know when to retreat. Although Jiang Xuan was only 20 and very young, he had too many shortcomings and needed to spend a lot of time making up for these shortcomings. Achieving the threshold of an ordinary true meaning within a limited time is already a very good result. Huayu's path is one no one else can walk, and no one can learn from it. The Sun and Moon Divine Palace has many classics about true meanings, including those left by Huayu. When you go to the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, you can look for them. The Lord of Flying Snow looked at Jiang Xuan. Looking is ultimately beneficial. Just as a reference to gain some experience is enough. The Lord of Flying Snow's words were also to the point. It wouldn't be good to say it too bluntly, which might discourage Jiang Xuan or provoke feelings of defiance. He believed Jiang Xuan was a smart person and knew what to do. Speaking of which, in the historical records of the demon-slaying mountain, Huayu ranks 3rd. Lord Qian laughed. 3rd? ISNT first? Jiang Xuan was taken aback again. Although he didn't know the specifics of the demon-slaying mountain, with Huayu's talent for comprehending the 10 great inheritances, he wasn't even first in this kind of assessment. Don't underestimate the demon-slaying mountain, and don't underestimate those geniuses from history. Lord Qian explained, the demon-slaying mountain tests the ultimate attacking and killing ability. Although Huayu's attacking methods during his mortal period were extremely powerful, they were not the strongest. Huayu practiced very diversely during his mortal period. After reaching the threshold of true meaning, he immediately practiced other true meanings and did not fully explore their potential. The top 3 records of the demon-slaying mountain. The Lord of Flying Snow spoke. 3rd is Huayu, who reached the threshold of the 10,000 sky true meaning. 2nd is Miao Wuji, who reached the threshold of the void-breaking true meaning. 1st is Mu Zuisno, who reached the threshold of the thunder true meaning. Among these 3, Huayu is the oldest, while Mu Zuisno is the youngest. She only became a demon over 350 years ago. Records are constantly being broken. Huayu was also the first in the demon-slaying mountain back then, but was surpassed by Miao Wuji over 2,000 years ago. and then by Mu Zuisno over 300 years ago. This also indicates that the current cultivation system is becoming increasingly rational, allowing those peak geniuses to exhibit stronger combat power than their predecessors. According to current trends, the record set by Mu Zuisno may be broken within 1,000 years. The Lord of Flying Snow then thought of something and looked at Jiang Xuan. Of course, Jiang Xuan, although you're following the ancient cultivation methods, which have many unreasonable aspects compared to now, you also have your advantages. You only need to reach the threshold of an ordinary true meaning. And with the enhancement of demon power, you could potentially squeeze into the top 10 of the demon slaying mountain. If you can reach the threshold of an attacking fusion true meaning, you will surely make it to the top 10. Lord Qian added a remark. The Lord of Flying Snow shot a glare at Lord Qian. He always felt that Lord Qian was suggesting something foolish. When he initially told Jiang Xuan that one cannot comprehend fusion true meaning during the mortal period, it was not just empty talk. Though Xiaoxin's situation was too special. Most of the demons in northern Hangzhou who have mastered fusion true meaning also comprehended it after becoming demons. The void-breaking true meaning. Is it related to the void-breaking effect of my blade technique? Jiang Xuan asked again. There is some relation, but not much. The Lord of Flying Snow waved his hand. When you go to the military city and look at some classics, you will naturally gain a comprehensive understanding. Come, let us drink, it's a joyful day. Ha 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 ha. The Lord of Flying Snow raised his wine glass. The banquet continued until deep into the night before it ended. Because it was too late, Jiang Xuan's family decided to return to the Jiang Clan's Earth City tomorrow, and for tonight, they would stay at the Lord's mansion. Meanwhile, at the Jiang Clan's Earth City in a courtyard, dressed in luxurious attire, Shentu sat expressionlessly on a stone chair, surrounded by the guards of the Jiang Clan at every entrance of the courtyard. The guard in the courtyard watched Shentu with hawk-like eyes. Shentu arrived at the Jiang Clan today at dusk, riding alone on horseback to see Jiang Xuan. It was common knowledge that Jiang Xuan was publicly competing in Feishuo City today. Shentu made a special trip, but her intentions were unclear, so for now, they could only monitor her. During the life-and-death battle period, there was no need to act against her publicly, as it would only create complications. The Shentu Clan had no chance of comeback. As for how to judge the Shentu Clan, that would have to wait until Jiang Xuan returned. Under the nightfall in the military city at the Jiajin Academy, Pei Nishang, after placing her bets at the gambling house, wandered outside until late at night before returning to the secluded chamber of Jiajin Academy to begin another retreat. This time, it took her a long while to enter a meditative state, feeling somewhat unsettled because she discovered that she had become famous while wandering outside. It was said that a mysterious and foolish woman bet 8,000 domain crystals on Jiang Xuan to win, and this news spread throughout the military city in just a few hours. Shortly after Pei Nishang began her retreat, a shocking piece of news broke. This news caused immense chaos. The Tongtian Pavilion gambling house faced unprecedented upheaval, with some people vandalizing the place and shouting that it was all fake. Only when the divine demon stationed at the Tongtian Pavilion intervened did the situation calm down, while chaos in the city continued to escalate. At another location in Jiajin Academy, in a tastefully decorated courtyard. Ha, you all are too polite. Young Master Bai, happily raising his wine cup while drinking with more than 10 seniors, said, "Come, let's drink to this." Young Master Bai certainly made a big impression today. He bet 12,000 domain crystals in one go, shocking his classmates at Jiajin Academy. Many of his peers paid him compliments during tonight's gathering, not for any other reason, but because after winning money, they all hoped to borrow from him, taking advantage of his good mood to build rapport. Such realism is common in the 4 major academies, even more so than outside, and even more extreme in Jiajin Academy, because the disciples of Jiajin Academy have a higher chance of becoming divine demons, second only to those from the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. But unlike the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, they are not as wealthy. This is relative. Each disciple at Jiajin Academy receives basic resources allocated by the Academy every month. While these resources are sufficient, if they want to cultivate faster, to get ahead, or to rent higher-rank facilities, they need more money. The disciples here are very close to the threshold of becoming divine demons. Becoming a divine demon is a huge temptation that is not merely a wish. As for young Master Bai, coming from a prominent family of divine demons, he is never short of money. However, most disciples at Jiang Academy do not come from such good backgrounds and often face financial difficulties, leading to various practical situations. Faced with the enormous temptation of potentially becoming divine demons, some talented disciples at Jiang Academy might even engage in extreme actions, such as some female disciples being willing to compromise their morals for resources. Come drink. Young Master Bai has truly astonished us with 12,000 domain crystals. They laughed. Haha, that pay girl actually bet 8,000 domain crystals on Jiang Xuan to win. She must be out of her mind. Looking at the level of the facilities she rented, it's not the highest, indicating her funds are limited. Those 8,000 domain crystals might be all her savings. In this gamble, she is bound to lose afterward. How will she cultivate? She'll probably have to rely on our young Master Bai, right? Let's congratulate him in advance on winning the beauty. As they spoke and laughed, suddenly the courtyard door was burst open, and a panic-stricken figure rushed in. Young Master Bai frowned upon seeing the intruder, a servant who had been attending to him at the academy. He scolded, "What are you panicking about? Don't you see I'm hosting a banquet? Get out of here and stop embarrassing yourself." But the servant did not leave. Instead, he shouted, "Jiang Xuan won. He won." Chapter 133. The Elders of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, Jiang Xuan won. Young Master Bai felt as if something in his mind exploded, and with a buzzing sound, he nearly fainted. He tilted slightly in his chair and almost fell, then suddenly stood up and shouted hoarsely, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! It's true! Young Master, the news has spread outside. The Tongtian Pavilion gambling house was smashed, and it wasn't until the divine demon from Tongtian Pavilion came out and killed a few people that it calmed down. Many people just returned from outside the academy. They can all testify." The servant's voice grew quieter. Young Master Bai's face turned pale, and his hands trembled. This matter didn't even need verification. The servant couldn't possibly deceive him. Young Master Bai sat down trembling, picked up the wine cup on the table, and despite being a dignified Great Tribulation realm expert, he couldn't control himself at all. His hand shook, spilling a lot of wine. He abruptly tilted his head back and drank it all in one go, turning the wine cup in his hand into powder. "It's over, completely over," Young Master Bai muttered, his face pale and eyes bloodshot. He had gambled too much this time. Although 12,000 domain crystals weren't all from him, he had placed a large bet on behalf of many family members, and he occupied a significant portion of the bet. He not only lost his entire fortune, but also borrowed 500 domain crystals. Although the Bai family was a powerful divine demon family, young Master Bai's talent was not enough for the family to provide him with unlimited resources. He wasn't Lien Rue. This time, he had created such a huge hole. Even if the creditors wouldn't rush to collect the debt out of consideration for the Bai family, he could pay it back slowly. But slowly paying back, would he still be able to cultivate? The courtyard was deathly silent. The other 10 or so people exchanged glances, and suddenly one of them said, "Jiang Xuan won. Doesn't that mean Miss Pei won 800,000 to 900,000 domain crystals?" Yes, Miss Pei struck it rich. Some divine demons couldn't possibly have that many domain crystals. That's more than the entire fortune of some ordinary divine demon families. After a few comments, the courtyard fell into a deathly silence again. Sun and Moon Divine Palace, Elder Hall. In the center of the room stood a large black stone table, surrounded by 8 chairs. 7 of the chairs were occupied by an elder each. There were a total of 7 elders in the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. And as for the Palace Master, the current generation was held by the City Lord of Military City, who was not present today. The City Lord of Military City mainly managed the Sun and Moon Divine Palace symbolically. Specific affairs were still the responsibility of the 7 elders. Not only did the Tongtian Pavilion confirm the news, but I also inquired with the Lien family. Lien Rue indeed lost. So there is nothing more to discuss about Jiang Xuan joining the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Whenever he comes, the Sun and Moon Divine Palace will accept him. And the testing is waived. Elder Guo spoke first. Lien Rue lost to him, So after Jiang Xuan joins the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, he could be temporarily ranked 7th. An elder with golden patterns in his eyes said expressionlessly. I disagree. A hoarse-voiced old man spoke up. He was extremely tall, but exceptionally thin. I also asked the Lien family and learned the specific situation. Lien Rue lost due to the terrain and carelessness. Carelessness aside, the terrain restrictions heavily favored the stronger attacker. If the two truly fought in a suitable setting, he might not necessarily win against Lien Rue. Moreover, our Sun and Moon Divine Palace's top 10 have at least 28 Zhang of domain, and each must possess at least one divine demon characteristic, with most already having touched the threshold of true intent. Those who haven't reached it have already perfected their intent. Jiang Xuan is strong in offense, but has many weaknesses. If we rank him directly at 7th, many will not accept it. For example, the 11th ranked Ho Tian, who has already touched the threshold of the dark void, true intent. Given Ho Tian's comprehensiveness and the characteristics of the dark void, true intent, if Jiang Xuan were to fight him, he wouldn't even touch the hem of Ho Tian's clothing, nor could he evade Ho Tian's attacks. The dark void, true intent, is not known for its offense, but it is more troublesome than many offensive true intents. It distorts space, obscuring the opponent's vision and even interrupting their perception, allowing for stealthy attacks at a terrifying speed, with attacks that are bizarre and unpredictable. Jiang Xuan clearly has no means to withstand Ho Tian's assaults. A win is a win, the elder with golden patterns said. No matter what reasons or excuses, everyone knows Lien Rue lost this time. So many people are watching. If we don't rank Jiang Xuan 7th, wouldn't that make us a laughingstock? It would imply that our Sun and Moon Divine Palace cannot treat every genius fairly. A genius in the breaking path stage. What fairness is there? The horse. Thin elder retorted. In our North Hangzhou over the past 10,000 years, who from the breaking path stage has become a divine demon? Can't we cultivate them? Is that something to be proud of? The golden-patterned elder frowned at him. There hasn't been one in North Hangzhou, but other continents have had them. Not to mention, just look at our western neighbor, Xing Ao continent. 2,400 years ago, Yao Chongbing transcended the tribulation and became a divine demon. He succeeded in the tribulation during the breaking path stage. King of breaking mountains, Yao Chongbing, a legendary figure from Xing Ao continent, born in humble circumstances, had numerous fortuitous encounters in his youth, became a disciple of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace in Xing Ao continent after breaking the path, and transcended the tribulation to become a divine demon at the age of 39. He subsequently transcended the tribulation multiple times and is now only over 2,000 years old. Yet he has already reached the 6th Tribulation King realm as a divine demon. His fame could be said to have spread throughout the entire Eastern Qin dynasty. Even far from Xing Ao continent, there are divine demons who have heard of his name. To put it bluntly, does Jiang Xuan even deserve to be compared with the king of breaking mountains? The thin elder sneered. The king of breaking mountains has ancient bloodlines, and even during his mortal life, his physical body was extremely powerful. Not to mention, he comprehended the 10,000 attacks true intent ahead of time. The strength of the fusion true intent lies in its comprehensiveness compared to ordinary true intents. For instance, both being offensive true intents. An ordinary true intent only possesses certain offensive characteristics or means of the fusion true intent, while cultivating offensive true intents is also beneficial for transcending the divine demon tribulation. When Yao Chongbing transcended the tribulation, many divine demons from other continents came to watch. Yao Chongbing relied on offense to clash against the divine demon tribulation, dissipating part of its power, and then at 35 zhang of domain, dissipated another part, along with other means, ultimately withstanding it with his physical body. He successfully transcended the tribulation against all odds. Jiang Xuan has no ancient bloodlines and hasn't even begun to cultivate intent. He clearly hasn't received any inheritance in this regard and will find it hard to comprehend fusion true intent ahead of time, like Yao Chongbing. Relying solely on ordinary true intent, combined with a not-so-strong physical body, what reason does he have to survive the divine demon tribulation? A mere existence with little hope of becoming a divine demon. Allowing him to join the Sun and Moon Divine Palace is because the court wants to gather talent from all over the world. But let us not elevate him too high. Jiang Xuan is very young, another white-haired elder spoke. As far as I know, Yao Changbing entered the breaking path stage at 23, while Jiang Xuan is only 20. That's his advantage. With 3 more years, many issues can be addressed. The elders began to argue. This also represented their attitudes towards the breaking path stage. Furthermore, the ranking in the Sun and Moon Divine Palace had a significant impact on resource distribution. The more resources one had, the more likely they were to become a divine demon. Each disciple of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace was cherished by the elders. And for those elders who did not look favorably on the breaking path stage, Jiang Xuan joining the Sun and Moon Divine Palace was a tremendous waste of resources. The higher he ranked, the more he occupied, and the more wasteful it would be, impacting other disciples. After a period of back-and-forth negotiations, both sides ultimately made concessions. Jiang Xuan was not ranked 7th, but he was not ranked at the bottom as would be normal for a new joiner. Instead, he was ranked 10th. After this matter was settled, the elder with golden pattern stood up and said, "I will go to Feishua City and meet Jiang Xuan in advance." With that, he disappeared from the room. Several other elders were moved by this, considering whether to follow, while others dismissed it, thinking it was a waste of time to focus on the breaking through realm. They all understood that Elder Pang's urgent trip to Feishua City was to snatch his disciple. In the early morning, at the Lord's mansion of Feishua City, in a courtyard full of blooming flowers. Last night, during a drinking session, the lords of the various divine and demonic cities emphasized the true meaning and even held a debate about it. The cultivation of true meaning should be my top priority after going to the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Jiang Xuan practiced his sword in the courtyard, secretly thinking that with the thunder true meaning, the 10,000 attacks true meaning, and the breaking void true meaning, as long as he comprehended one of these 3 merging true meanings, the possibility of becoming a divine demon would greatly increase. However, to merge true meaning, Jiang Xuan certainly wanted to comprehend the merging true meaning in advance, but it obviously required more time and even breaking through the impossible. He was not too worried about other aspects of his cultivation. The senior stone gave him the Tribulation Realm technique, which was unparalleled compared to the techniques of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. His cultivation in the physical realm and other areas should not be a big problem, and it was at least beyond expectations. Only in skills, he still had to rely on himself. The true meaning, more dependent on his own comprehension. Time was running out. Even though he was only 20 years old and had plenty of time to cultivate, Jiang Xuan felt a sense of urgency. If he succeeded in the breaking through realm, he would become a more powerful divine demon than others of the same realm. The breaking through realm was already physically strong, and since he mastered the power of divine demons, his accumulation was not inferior to that of an ordinary Great Tribulation realm, allowing him to directly comprehend the sword intent, hoping to grasp it before heading to the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. And then there was his wife. He needed to invest resources to help her break through to the Great Tribulation realm as soon as possible. Jiang Xuan contemplated his future plans. Creak, the door opened, and Chen Yuanshu, already dressed and groomed, walked out. Her cold face had a slight flush, like a flower blooming after being nourished. She seemed to have more charm, and her figure was better than 3 years ago. A woman who had given birth would naturally be a bit fuller, which Jiang Xuan had checked repeatedly. And it was indeed so. Jiang Xuan stopped practicing his sword and walked over. "Husband, you're so diligent. It makes me seem lazy," Chen Yuanshu said. "Not at all." Jiang Xuan smiled, casually patting Chen Yuanshu on the backside. Chen Yuanshu gave Jiang Xuan a reproachful look, but bit her lip. "So early in the morning. You're becoming more and more improper." Jiang Xuan was indeed diligent, whether in cultivation or at night. Chen Yuanshu occasionally couldn't keep up, but overall she was very satisfied, only thinking that Jiang Xuan had reached an age where he was more vigorous, not knowing that Jiang Xuan dreamed of something every night. Soon, Jiang Xuan took his wife, daughter, younger sister, parents, and others to meet the Lord of Feishua City. Afterward, they didn't have breakfast at the mansion. Jiang Xuan summoned a flying boat and left with his family. In the morning, at the Jiang Clan's earthen city, the flying boat landed in the middle of the square. As soon as Jiang Xuan and the others got off the boat, they heard a report that Shentu had arrived and wanted to see Jiang Xuan, having waited for a day. Jiang Xuan exchanged a few words with his wife and parents before heading alone to that courtyard. Chapter 134. Jiang Xuan and Shentu Jiang Hanfeng participated in the life and death battle that occurred after his disappearance, while Wei Baiyun, being a woman, had no right to participate in the life and death battle. During the more than 3 years of a life and death battle, it was Jiang Xuan alone who shouldered the tribe, turning the tide and pulling the tribe back from the brink of destruction. Therefore, although he was Jiang Xuan's father, Jiang Hanfeng did not intend to express any opinions on how to deal with the Shentu tribe. He would not influence Jiang Xuan's decisions. Instead, his mother, Wei Baiyun, showed some concern. Xiao Xian will become a divine demon in the future. Wei Baiyun looked at Jiang Xuan's receding figure. Compared to his future, the Shentu tribe was merely a trivial issue. Jiang Hanfeng understood what his wife was worried about. For the Shentu tribe, killing was unavoidable, but excessive slaughter was also not good. Wei Baiyun did not care about the survival of the Shentu tribe. She wouldn't mind if the men were all killed. She only hoped that her son would not become a cruel and bloodthirsty person due to a moment of impulse, as this would be very detrimental to becoming a divine demon. Those who could become divine demons could settle scores freely, and having clarity of thought was also beneficial for overcoming tribulations, especially the heart demon tribulation. However, if one was cruel and bloodthirsty, sparing neither women nor children, and truly acted on the thought of, if you harm one of my tribe, I will destroy your entire tribe, young and old, this would lead to significant problems. It could easily give rise to a heart demon. Moreover, such heart demons were very difficult to detect and would only erupt during the heart demon tribulation. It's not that evil and bloodthirsty people cannot become divine demons. This is greatly related to one's inherent character. If someone is born cruel or indifferent to life, not killing the whole family of their enemies would result in a lack of clarity in thought, and excessive slaughter would have no effect. However, Jiang Xuan clearly did not possess a cruel or indifferent character. If he made a decision contrary to his nature out of impulse, seeking momentary satisfaction, it would harm him. Since the emergence of tribal clusters on the land of Heightened Mountain, slaughter had persisted for thousands of years. Jiang Hanfeng began. The Jiang tribe rose over 1,000 years ago, originally just a small tribe under the Gui tribe. The Gui tribe perished due to a tide of demon beasts, and the Jiang tribe replaced the Gui tribe. Over the millennia, the Jiang tribe has launched life and death battles 12 times and has been attacked 7 times, growing step by step. The prosperity of any tribe represents the death and destruction of other tribes, all for survival. Jiang Hanfeng spoke these words calmly. The current generation of the Jiang tribe had experienced suffering, and they had also brought suffering to other tribes, all to ensure that their relatives could live better. Resources were limited, and the number of tribe members showed periodic growth and decline. Growth relied on reproduction, while decline occurred through wars between tribes. This was a form of balance. Moreover, strictly speaking, the bloodlines of the current Jiang tribe members were already quite different from those of 1,000 years ago. Whether it was Jiang Hanfeng or Jiang Xuan, they both carried the bloodline of the Jiang tribe that had once annexed other tribes in history. I believe Xiao Xian will make a decision that aligns with his own heart. Jiang Hanfeng glanced at his wife and said, "He has grown up. He is a man of great stature. He can completely change Heightened Mountain and alter the living conditions of all the tribes here. The slaughter that has lasted for thousands of years will come to an end because of him." Jiang Xuan arrived at the courtyard, where the tribesmen guarding it were male, while inside the courtyard stood only females, with the person in charge being a female innate of the Jiang tribe named Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan walked into the courtyard. "Your flying boat has arrived, and she has gone back inside." Jiang Xuan indicated toward the room on the east side. Jiang Xuan nodded and walked towards that room, pushing the door open. The courtyard and the rooms within were prepared for travelers, decorated relatively simply but with tribal charm. Sitting there was the elegantly dressed Shentu, who stood up upon seeing Jiang Xuan enter. After 3 years, Jiang Xuan had transformed into a man, both in stature and appearance. Shentu also no longer resembled a young girl. Years of holding power had given her an aura of authority that even Jiang Xuan did not possess. Tribe leader Jiang, Shentu looked at Jiang Xuan with complex emotions. In her gaze, Jiang Xuan saw unease and fear. She was calmer than Jiang Xuan had imagined. Tribe leader Shentu. Jiang Xuan assessed Shentu after many years. She had changed to the point that he almost did not recognize her. Jiang Xuan's remark could not be discerned as teasing or sarcasm. Shentu forced a smile, tinged with bitterness. What was there to not recognize? It was Jiang Xuan who was truly unrecognizable. She had even heard that just last night. The news of Jiang Xuan defeating the seventh of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace had returned to the Jiang tribe's earthen city. Jiang Xuan's current strength was beyond her imagination. Speak if you have something to say. Jiang Xuan sat down confidently in the main seat, looking up at Shentu standing beside the chair. What else could there be? Shentu's expression was bitter, with a hint of additional distress. Submission? Jiang Xuan said flatly. Yes. Shentu took a deep breath, controlling her emotions. She took out a folded sheepskin scroll from her bosom and unfolded it for Jiang Xuan to see, saying, "This is the list of all the tribal warriors of the Shentu tribe who participated in the life and death battle." The names on the sheepskin scroll were written in blood. Jiang Xuan scanned the names. There were not many, just over 30. It wasn't that those were the only warriors who had participated in the life and death battle, but rather that the others had already died in battle. Moreover, according to the rules of the life and death battle, the victors could continue to participate. It was not a matter of 100 people fighting 100 matches. One person could fight 100 matches as long as they kept winning. Jiang Xuan was looking at those names when Shentu stated, "I have already executed them all." What? Jiang Xuan abruptly looked up, staring at Shentu's calm face. "You killed them all?" After your news returned to the Shentu tribe, the tribe experienced great turmoil. Shun Taiping and his men were executed by the Shun family. And those who had participated in the life and death battle and appeared on the arena, some wanted to flee the tribe, while others sought to take advantage of the chaos to overthrow my rule, taking away the Shentu tribe's assets and treasures before fleeing. Shentu recounted calmly. After Shun Taiping's death, for several days, the Shentu tribe was in immense chaos. Those who were already dissatisfied with Shentu being a woman in charge took advantage of the disorder to rebel. Some indeed wanted to seize wealth and then escape. Others simply wanted to kill Shentu, offering her head to Jiang Xuan in hopes of pleading for forgiveness from the Jiang tribe. Shentu was the daughter of Shentu Lai, who was the instigator of the life and death battle. However, those people underestimated Shentu's control over the tribe. The main issue was that too many innate members had been added to the Shentu tribe by Shun Taiping. After Shun Taiping's death, the rebels thought that these people would find ways to break away from the Shentu tribe, but the result was that the vast majority were firmly held by Shentu. Only those who had joined in the last few months were still not so loyal. Shentu once again carried out a bloody purge of her tribe, with heads rolling. This was the current population and asset status of the Shentu tribe. Shentu then took out a small booklet from her bosom and handed it to Jiang Xuan. As Jiang Xuan opened it and glanced through it, he couldn't help but feel a jolt in his eyelids and quickly flipped back, more shocked. The power that the Shentu tribe has accumulated in recent years is terrifying compared to the Jiang family tribe. Just the population numbers of the vassal tribes are over 7 times that of the Jiang family tribe. While Jiang Xuan was looking at the booklet, Shentu loosened her clothes, and her skirt fell to the ground, followed by her belly band. Jiang Xuan was still reading the booklet. From it, he could see how much effort some members of the Shun family, represented by Shun Taiping, had invested in the Shentu tribe. If it weren't for Coach Luo's presence, the Shentu tribe would not only be able to overpower the Jiang family tribe, but there wouldn't be any tribe in the entire heightened mountain that could rival the Shentu tribe. As he continued reading, the number of innate members who joined later shocked Jiang Xuan even more. This was a force that could directly change the territorial pattern of Heightened Mountain, and Jiang Xuan knew the difficulty of changing the household registration. Therefore, such an expenditure became very unreasonable. Although Shentu had a unique charm, it was impossible for her to make Shun Taiping invest to this extent just based on that. Shun Taiping didn't have that much money. Even if there were people behind Shun Taiping, it would be impossible to invest so recklessly. More strangely, Jiang Xuan knew that the imperial laws protected tribal territories. The Shen family would never dare to secretly control the Shentu tribe. What return could such an investment yield? Jiang Xuan scanned the booklet quickly and soon reached the end. On the last page, he saw the words melting crystal mine, located within the territory of the Jiang family tribe. The scale of the mine had already been surveyed and was enormous. The total assets of all tribes in Heightened Mountain combined, multiplied by 10, would still not compare to this melting crystal mine. Jiang Xuan understood. He not only comprehended the true reason why Shun Taiping supported the Shentu tribe, but also understood the real reason why the Shentu tribe initiated the life and death battle back then. Jiang Xuan closed the booklet and looked up at Shentu Yu, who was now completely undressed, her skin glowing like white jade. "What are you doing?" Jiang Xuan asked calmly. Shentu Yu finally took off the golden hairpin from her head and casually tossed it to the ground, making a clinking sound. Her long hair cascaded down as she took 2 steps forward, kneeling in front of Jiang Xuan, bowing her head and saying, "Please, tribe leader Jiang, have mercy and forgive the sins of the Shentu tribe. The Shentu tribe is willing to fully submit to the Jiang family tribe." "Lift your head," Jiang Xuan said. Shentu Yu slowly raised her head, looking up at Jiang Xuan with a humble perspective. "Submission is submission. Why are you taking off your clothes?" Jiang Xuan said, leaning slightly forward, reaching out to caress Shentu Yu's cheek and gently guiding her chin to lift a bit higher. Shentu Yu did not answer. She slightly turned her head, rubbing her cheek against Jiang Xuan's hand, kissing his fingers, and gazing intently at him. Chapter 135, Amen. Beautiful women like Jade, bowing and posing. Jiang Xuan has been quite popular lately, as the dream contract of the heavenly fox goddess torments him every night. He takes it as practice, which indeed significantly enhances his primordial spirit, but he can also clearly feel that his desires are increasing day by day. Fortunately, he has a stunningly beautiful wife, who is by his side when he wakes up in the middle of the night. He exchanges glances with Shentu Yu, both of them exercising restraint. He is deep in thought. Shentu Yu kisses Jiang Xuan's hand again, her long jade-like legs suddenly exerting force as she lunges towards him. She lands in Jiang Xuan's embrace, turns around, and sits on his lap, her hand reaching into his collar, caressing his chest. "Kill me, or—" Shentu Yu's breath becomes heavy, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Xuan. From her eyes, Jiang Xuan can tell that she is not making some ridiculous threat, for he does not see fear of death in her gaze. To her, this world has become a dark and hopeless place. She dares to come alone to the Jiang Clan and has long been prepared for death. She has exhausted all her strength to protect the women and children in her tribe. As the daughter of Shentu Lai, she is a leader in the later stages of a life and death battle. For a woman on the losing side, death can be considered a relatively good outcome. So, in some sense, she is fearless. "Kill me," Shentu Yu whispers in Jiang Xuan's ear, kissing his earlobe, her hand reaching downward. Jiang Xuan's desires are ignited by her, and he suddenly stands up, forcefully pushing her onto a nearby table, grabbing her hair. In the courtyard, Jiang Xuan suddenly hears the sounds of furniture moving from inside the room, followed by continuous feminine voices. Jiang Xuan's expression does not change in the slightest, while the female guards stationed around the courtyard display varying shades of color, with a few young ones even blushing. Some girls appear indignant. Women from defeated tribes often suffer misfortune. Although in Jiang Xuan's generation, those old customs may very well come to an end, and the entire Blackpool Mountain will undergo a transformation, but Shentu Yu, what right does she have? How many young girls from the Jiang Clan have not had the opportunity to be favored by Jiang Xuan? What status does Jiang Xuan hold now? What kind of existence is he? To be favored by him is not misfortune, but a clear blessing. "Go!" Jiang Xuan waves at them. She leads them out of the courtyard, terminating the guarding duties of the sentinels outside the courtyard, leaving only a few to guard the entrance. From now on, their task is no longer to prevent anyone from wandering out, but to refuse anyone from approaching. 2 hours later, it is already noon. In the room, Jiang Xuan has gotten dressed, while Shentu Yu lies on the table, staring blankly at the ceiling. She is still unclothed, with several red marks on her body. Jiang Xuan treats her as he did Chen Yuanxiu, and Chen Yuanxiu prefers a bit of fierceness. "Tomorrow morning, go pay respects to Yuanxiu," Jiang Xuan instructs before heading out. He does not want to maintain any relationship with Shentu Yu in secret, nor does he want to hide it from Chen Yuanxiu. This is symbolic. Shentu Yu becomes Jiang Xuan's concubine, and the Jiang and Shentu clans welcome peace, returning to being one family. However, concubine is a term from the city. In the tribe, a man having many women means only one is the legitimate wife, while the others are merely servants. The legitimate wife holds life and death power over the servants, who can also be given away at will. Of course, Jiang Xuan does not have a preference for wearing such a hat. Shentu Yu herself has considerable influence. Jiang Xuan has long known that Shentu Yu is talented, but he did not expect her to be so capable. According to the records in her booklet, the scale of the Shentu tribe can actually be controlled by one woman, and it is not reliant on personal military strength, which is quite incredible. The merger of the two tribes, in terms of scale, is like a snake swallowing a whale. The subsequent construction of a noble territory is an enormous project in every aspect. Perhaps Shentu Yu could be responsible for some affairs. Jiang Xuan is not worried that Shentu Yu has any ulterior motives, because he has absolute power. In the spacious hall, the family is having lunch. Lei Hong has also arrived, sitting next to Jiang Hanfeng, engaging in lively conversation. Although Jiang Hanfeng's status is far below that of Lei Hong now, he is still a Calamity Realm expert. Not to mention, he is a good son. Father, Lord Lei Hong. Jiang Xuan enters the hall and takes a seat. Is everything handled? Jiang Hanfeng asks. Jiang Xuan nods and looks at Lei Hong. Lord Lei Hong, Shentu Yu has officially acknowledged the defeat of the Shentu tribe on behalf of her people, and the entire tribe has submitted to the Jiang Clan. The procedures at the government office will be completed in 2 or 3 days. Once the government procedures are completed, the Shentu tribe will completely disappear in legal terms, leaving only the immensely powerful Jiang Clan, with Jiang Xuan wielding life and death power over everyone. Father, I will be heading to the military city soon. The position of the Jiang Clan's patriarch should still be held by you, Jiang Xuan mentions to his father. Good. Jiang Hanfeng nods. By the way, Shentu Yu mentioned that the reason the Shentu tribe initiated the life and death battle. Jiang Xuan brings up the matter of the melting crystal mine, then discusses the construction of the noble city briefly. Although everyone present is excited, it is not to the point of overwhelming enthusiasm. Compared to Jiang Xuan's future, whether it is the annexation of the Shentu tribe or the promotion to noble territory, these are merely small matters. If Jiang Xuan ascends to become a divine demon and establishes a divine demon family, that would truly be impressive. During the meal and casual conversation, just as they are finishing up, Jiang Xuan suddenly sends a sound transmission to Chen Yuanxiu. Ahem, my wife. Earlier I was with Shentu Yu. Before Jiang Xuan can finish, Chen Yuanxiu's voice comes back. Amen. At the same time, she gives Jiang Xuan a roll of her eyes, then sends another message. Is she capable of handling you? Chen Yuanxiu clearly realizes what has happened between Jiang Xuan and Shentu Yu, and she seems to have been psychologically prepared for it. Marrying a tribal man. Such a day was bound to come. Chen Yuanxiu feels that in this regard, tribal men are better than city men, because city men are often more excessive. Having 3 or 4 wives is the norm, and some even frequently visit places of pleasure, calling it elegant matters. In the tribe, however, there is only one wife, and it must be just one. The other women are merely servants. In front of Jiang Xuan, Chen Yuanxiu was originally extremely proud, but now it has turned into her pride for Jiang Xuan, which also brings her pressure. If she cannot become a divine demon, she cannot be with Jiang Xuan for eternity. Chen Yuanxiu believes that her position in Jiang Xuan's heart is irreplaceable. Jiang Xuan has been doing everything possible to help her improve, whether it is with the Rui breathing method or securing her identity as a disciple of the Jiajing Academy. Earlier, Jiang Xuan even saved her. Compared to what Jiang Xuan has done for her, Chen Yuanxiu does not have the heart to nitpick about Jiang Xuan's other women. Jiang Xuan wants to become a divine demon. She also wants to become a divine demon. The two will be together for eternity. Other women are merely fleeting clouds. Mortals have lifespans of only 100 years and will eventually turn to dust. The next morning, Jiang Xuan heads to the back mountain to practice, while Shentu Yu comes to pay her respects to Chen Yuanxiu, performing a kneeling salute. Shentu is once again prepared for the possibility of being killed. But Chen Yuanxiu does not make it difficult for her, simply telling her to behave and allowing her to rise. In the following days, Jiang Xuan led a team to explore the crystal melting mine and personally visited the Shentu tribe to handle some matters regarding the merger of the two tribes. 3 days later, at the back mountain of the Jiang tribe's earthen city, Jiang Xuan excitedly asked the odd stone, "Senior, do you mean that as long as I comprehend the 3 doors of true meaning, I might grasp the 10 inherited true meanings when I become a god or demon? Just a possibility, and it may not necessarily be the 10 inherited true meanings. You must understand that true meaning can be created by oneself, and one can even create true meanings that are not weaker than the 10 inherited true meanings. Moreover, there exists a more powerful true meaning beyond the 10 inherited true meanings." A faint voice emanated from the odd stone. Stronger than the 10 inherited true meanings? Jiang Xuan was shocked and somewhat bewildered. He had never even heard of it. "Senior," just as Jiang Xuan was about to ask further, he suddenly paused and said, "Someone is coming." The odd stone fell silent. Jiang Xuan turned to look, and almost simultaneously, 2 figures appeared at the edge of the nearby forest. One was the Lord of Feishua City, and the other was someone Jiang Xuan did not recognize. But he felt that this person was also a powerful god or demon. Moreover, from the Lord of Feishua City's slightly behind position, it was clear that the visitor's status was far above that of the Lord of Feishua City. "Jiang Xuan, come here." The Lord of Feishua City excitedly waved to Jiang Xuan. "Let me introduce you. This is Pang Xuan, Elder Pang of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, a 6th Tribulation King Realm God or Demon." King Realm God or Demon. Jiang Xuan was greatly shaken and hurried forward to respectfully salute. "I have met Elder Pang." "Ha ha! No wonder you could defeat Lien Rue. Even I and the Lord of Feishua City arriving. You could sense it in advance. This level of perception can even compare to some gods and demons. Indeed, the breaking path stage is extraordinary." Elder Pang, with golden patterns in his eyes, laughed heartily and nodded at Jiang Xuan. "Not bad, not bad. You're overpraising me, Elder. I'm just a mortal. How could I dare to compare with gods and demons?" Jiang Xuan humbly replied, his perception growing stronger, mainly due to his increasingly powerful primordial spirit. "Give me your hand," Elder Pang said. Jiang Xuan was taken aback. "What for?" "Jiang Xuan, Elder Pang is here to take you as a disciple. Elders of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace rarely take disciples personally. They usually guide the disciples in the palace. Just show your abilities." The Lord of Feishua City hurriedly reminded. Jiang Xuan extended his hand to Elder Pang. "Channel your god and demon power. Let me feel it." Elder Pang said, "You were able to defeat Lien Rue. Your god and demon power is at least several times stronger than the normal initial breaking path stage. If that's true, I will take you as my disciple. Haha. Not just a few times. The normal breaking path stage only has 180 times the innate power transformed into a strand of god and demon power. 360 times is already a genius among geniuses, and 1,000 times is a freak from ancient times. Jiang Xuan is 3,000 times." Jiang Xuan thought to himself and suddenly channeled all of his god and demon power, bursting forth. Elder Pang's smile suddenly froze, and he stared wide-eyed at Jiang Xuan, revealing an expression of disbelief. He withdrew his hand and asked in astonishment, "How do you have so much god and demon power?" "I had some fortuitous encounters before entering the Blackpool Palace," Jiang Xuan simply replied. Elder Pang's expression shifted to one of uncertainty, and finally, he became indifferent. Forget it. Forget it. I want to take this disciple." Elder Pang waved his hand and said to Jiang Xuan, "Whenever you go to the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, that will be when you become a disciple of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. I will return first." The Lord of Feishua City was taken aback. "What's going on? You came all this way and decided not to take a disciple?" "Elder Pang, is Jiang Xuan's god and demon power insufficient? How come?" The Lord of Feishua City was somewhat anxious. "It's not that it's insufficient, but that it's too much. It's several times more than normal. He has just entered the breaking path stage, and his god and demon power is already equivalent to having passed the 2nd tribulation." Elder Pang explained. Jiang Xuan frowned in confusion. Is too much a problem? What you mean is, it's difficult for Jiang Xuan to pass the second tribulation. The Lord of Feishua City understood directly. Exactly. Cultivating comprehensive methods is beneficial for passing the heavenly tribulation, but a singular enhancement, especially in overly strong God and demon power. Because God and demon power is the fundamental means of gods and demons. Being too strong in this aspect will make the heavenly tribulation extraordinarily powerful. It's more harmful than beneficial for tribulation crossing, unless he can also enhance other aspects to an extremely strong level otherwise. Even if he cultivates comprehensively, if his God and demon power is still too strong, he won't be able to endure the second tribulation. Elder Pang spoke very plainly. He then looked at Jiang Xuan and said, "You still need to accumulate at least 15 more years before you might pass the second tribulation. Another 15 years for the third tribulation. As for becoming a god or demon, it all depends on your fate. 50 years to pass the third tribulation, and then there's the great tribulation of gods and demons. Will that still be possible?" Elder Pang spoke very tactfully in the end. But Jiang Xuan understood clearly that the so-called fate meant that because Jiang Xuan's god and demon power was too strong, it made the hope of becoming a god or demon bleak. "I'm leaving." Elder Pang vanished in a flash, leaving Jiang Xuan and the Lord of Feishua City staring at each other. They remained quiet for a while before the Lord of Feishua City said, "Jiang Xuan, don't be discouraged.